Chapter 1. The Beginning. The youth, appearing to be around 15 years of age, rested his head on the desk, soundly asleep. The surrounding classmates, unusually quiet, gazed at him with expressions filled with exasperation. The teacher standing at the podium had reached the limits of his patience, his anger reaching a boiling point. For him, attending class in this room felt like a torment, for there was always one student who would cause a disruption precisely when he was most engrossed in teaching. If it were merely a matter of sleeping during class, it would be bearable could simply ignore the boy, as the teachers at the school had long since given up on him. But this student snored loudly, and his disheveled sleeping posture raised questions about how he managed to fall asleep in the first place. The teacher had attempted to rouse him, but the boy was as unresponsive as a lifeless pig, impervious to any calls. Throwing chalk at him garnered no reaction, even pulling his ears and shouting directly into his face elicited no response. Eventually, the teacher had no choice but to tolerate his presence. However, now that graduation had arrived, this was their final class together, and yet this fellow continued to doze. Calm down, the teacher repeatedly told himself, trying to suppress the urge to confront the boy. He forced himself to maintain composure, stating, "Students, I hope you will find new goals in high school and strive for continuous improvement. Farewell, everyone." After delivering this line, the teacher hastily exited the classroom, wishing to linger no longer. The classmates glanced at the still, slumbering figure before gradually leaving the room. This had been the routine for 3 years, and they had grown accustomed to it. They neither understood him nor cared to. The classroom was suddenly empty, save for him alone. Time passed, and the boy let out a muffled grunt as he stirred awake. Why am I the only one here? It seemed he was oblivious to the absence of both the teacher and his classmates in the midst of his slumber. Who could know what transpired around him? "Oh, it's already dark. Looks like I overslept again," he remarked, glancing at the sky. "Guess I'd better head home, I'm starving." With lightning speed, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and dashed out the door, seemingly forgetting to close it behind him. Surely, the security guard would notice. But none of this concerned him now. "Hey kid, I'm short on cash. Lend me some." A burly man wielding a kitchen knife addressed the boy. The youth, whom we shall refer to as the brother for now, looked at the imposing figure with an unexpected lack of fear, his expression instead filled with indolence. What should I have for dinner tonight? Maybe fried rice." The brother's mind was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of food, while the man before him felt utterly disregarded. Thus, the man decided to take action to make the boy understand he was serious. In an instant, he swung the knife toward the brother. It'll just take off one of your fingers. Blame yourself for ignoring me," the man thought to himself, almost envisioning the boy begging for mercy. The brother regarded the man's actions with a sense of resignation. For reasons unknown, trouble seemed to find him whenever he walked alone down a dark alley. But this was not his current concern. He performed only 2 actions in response to the knife aimed at his finger. He clenched his fist and, meeting the blade's edge, delivered a straight punch. This act appeared exceedingly foolish after all. How could a mere human body withstand a knife's edge? Even if it were a somewhat dull kitchen knife, the likely outcome would be a cut on his hand. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly reckless punch shattered the blade into fragments upon contact. But that was not all. His fist, having obliterated the blade, continued to pulverize the knife's body and wooden handle into splinters. One could only imagine the fate of the man had that punch landed squarely upon him. Fortunately, the punch halted just before striking the man. He stood frozen in shock before collapsing unconscious. Though the blow had not physically struck him, the force of the wind generated by the punch was sufficient to knock him out. As an ordinary adult, he succumbed to the bogus self-defense mechanism, rendering him unconscious. I hope I didn't kill him," the brother squatted before the fallen man, checking for signs of breath. Phew, he's still alive. After confirming this, he quickly departed, indifferent to whether anyone else would discover the man. Fortunately, there were no cameras around, otherwise the extraordinary scene would have been recorded, and that would have been disastrous. Before long, the brother found himself lying on his bed at home, staring blankly at the ceiling, uncertain of what occupied his thoughts. His name, rather unfortunate, was Dou Bi. The words Dou Bi and Dou Bi differ by but a single character, yet their meanings diverge significantly. While the latter is a term commonly understood to be synonymous with foolishness, Dou Bi sound the same as Dou Bi. One can only wonder what his parents were thinking when they bestowed upon him such a name. Yet, Dou Bi bore them no grudge. He had no opportunity to do so. His parents perished in a traffic accident just a week after his mere twist of fate, devoid of conspiracy or malice. The driver responsible expressed sincere remorse, facing the consequences as required. But what use was that? The departed could not be resurrected. Dou Bi felt nothing but a profound sorrow for their loss. One would think a child like him should have been placed in an orphanage, however. For reasons unknown, someone cared for him until he could fend for himself, then mysteriously vanished from his life. To this day, he could not recall who that person was. Each year, his bank account inexplicably received several thousand yuan, which Dou Bi assumed was the doing of that individual. Logically, his life should have unfolded in a mundane manner. Yet, a month ago, inexplicably, every time he walked alone on the street, someone would approach him to rob him or launch an unprovoked attack. It was as though he were a magnet for hostility, attracting trouble daily. Initially, Dou Bi would comply, handing over money or fleeing. Once or twice was manageable, but as the occurrences multiplied, he became thoroughly infuriated. Even with his typically placid demeanor, it was unreasonable to endure such relentless assaults without a reaction. Thus, even if he were to be beaten, Dou Bi resolved to take a piece of flesh in return. At first, he was predictably on the receiving end of the beatings. Yet, inexplicably, with each subsequent attack, he found himself growing stronger. Gradually, he transitioned from the beaten to the one delivering the blows. Today, he could confidently declare, "May I hit you?" It was only recently that he discovered his ability to shatter metal with his fists, and those who dared to confront him often ended up in hospital. Consequently, Dou Bi now worried about the potential to inadvertently kill someone with a punch. Earlier, when facing that burly man, he had restrained most of his strength, yet still managed to knock him out. Nevertheless, Dou Bi realized he had lost interest in attending class, often dozing off during lectures. The teacher had spoken to him several times, but Dou Bi simply couldn't help himself from falling asleep, leading to the earlier scene. Despite this, his academic performance remained unaffected, and the teacher, observing this, ceased to intervene. Now, he was poised to embark on a long summer vacation. Although Dou Bi possessed extraordinary strength, he still endeavored to live a normal life. He harbored no ambitions, merely wishing to enjoy each day as it came. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a circuit breaker tripped echoed through the room. Dou Bi paused momentarily before letting out a lamenting cry. "My instant noodles!" Chapter 2. Dou Bi's Daily Life. Haha, thankfully I can still eat. Dou Bi held a bowl of instant noodles in his hands, a look of relief etched across his face. For someone with a particularly poor cooking ability, yet a penchant for food, a bowl of instant noodles was of utmost importance. This bowl of noodles was to be his dinner for the evening. Although he could cook, he simply lacked the motivation. Cooking was far too tedious. Such tasks were better left to professional chefs. She only needed to focus on the eating part. Of course, even in his laziness, he would never allow himself to go hungry. This bowl of instant noodles was a prime example. However, as for when he might actually muster the will to cook for himself, who could say? Ah, indeed, enjoying instant noodles with sausage is the ultimate pleasure. Dou Bi slurped the noodles with somewhat unrefined gusto. Suddenly, his phone, resting on the table, began to vibrate. "Hello, who is it?" Dou Bi quickly picked up the phone with his left hand while continuing to eat with his right. "I'm telling you, XX, stop bothering my family. All right, you have the wrong number. Goodbye." Dou Bi hung up the call in an instant. "How many times has this been? A new tactic, is it? Time to set my phone to block spam calls," he grumbled as he set the phone down. Perhaps due to the ineffectiveness of street robbery against him, he had recently been inundated with bizarre calls from individuals threatening him for various reasons. Dou Bi decisively blocked him, yet it proved futile. The recent phone call served as a vivid illustration of this. Initially, Dou Bi's mood had been quite pleasant, but the phone call left him feeling somewhat irritated. He pondered whether he should seek refuge somewhere. There seemed to be an incessant barrage of attacks directed at him, and even if they were ineffective, they were undeniably bothersome. Perhaps I should embark on a journey. It might be that, as I continually change my surroundings, these individuals will be unable to locate me. Is such a mindset considered normal? It appears I have never traveled before. Perhaps I should indulge in a short nap first. After uttering these words, Dou Bi reclined on his bed. Within 3 seconds, he had drifted into a steady rhythm of breathing. If one were to overlook the chaotic clutter surrounding him, the atmosphere would be rather harmonious. Outside Dou Bi's door, a large crowd had gathered. At the forefront stood a burly man adorned with tattoos, his gaze directed menacingly at Dou Bi's residence. "Brother Long, shall we demolish this house, or what?" inquired a minion-like figure addressing the man known as Brother Long. "Is there even question? Set it ablaze." Brother Long chuckled. "But what if there are people inside? What if someone gets burned alive?" The minion felt uneasy, realizing that if they caused a fatality, the armed police would surely come, a consequence they could not withstand. After all, they were merely a band of small-time thugs, while Brother Long was the true underworld figure of some stature. "Do not concern yourself with that. We are in the wilderness. Who would suspect us?" Brother Long glared at the minion. "What? Do you question my judgment?" No, no, no. The minion stammered, feeling increasingly anxious under Brother Long's piercing gaze. "Whatever you say goes. I will follow your commands, Brother Long." Brother Long then withdrew his gaze. "Hurry up. Our time is limited, and we have important matters to attend to." Yes. As a group of thugs doused the house in gasoline, Dou Bi was just stirring from his slumber. Is it only 3 in the morning? Dou Bi shook his head to shake off the drowsiness. It seems my sleep has been rather troubled lately. We'll take a quick bathroom break, and then wait. What is that smell of gasoline? Dou Bi suddenly sensed something amiss. An acrid odor had invaded his space. He opened the window. Quickly. Move with efficiency. Several minions under Brother Long flicked their lighters, igniting the flammable liquid. In an instant, flames erupted. Dou Bi was momentarily stunned. Then, the minions suddenly heard a furious roar emanating from above. Chapter 2, Dou Bi's Daily Life Part 2. Dou Bi was momentarily stunned. Then, the minions suddenly heard a furious roar emanating from above. A shadow descended from the sky. Boom! The ground seemed unable to withstand the force of the shadow's impact, fracturing instantly. The group stood in shock. The shadow surveyed the inferno consuming the house before turning its gaze upon the minions. "Did you do this?" Dou Bi spoke with an unnerving calmness. "Who do you think you're to speak to us like that?" A minion, who had not witnessed Dou Bi's descent, retorted arrogantly. "Ha." Dou Bi ignored him and focused on Brother Long. "I'm giving you an opportunity to extinguish the flames, otherwise I shall unleash my wrath upon you." Dou Bi's demeanor remained tranquil as he uttered these words. "Ahaha. You think you can beat us? Who do you think you are? Yip man? Ahaha." The minion laughed heartily, completely oblivious to the fact that those around him were distancing themselves. "All right, I do not wish to waste time. Could you all step a bit closer?" Dou Bi said, his expression devoid of emotion. "What did you bang?" With a loud noise, the minion standing before Dou Bi flew backward, as if severed from string, collapsing into unconsciousness. "Damn it, beat him!" Several oblivious minions, seeing their comrade felled by Dou Bi, brandished their weapons and charged at him. Before the others could dissuade them, they too were sent soaring through the air. Never mind." Dou Bi glanced at the remaining minions and Brother Long, who looked on in terror. "At this point, it's too late for rescue," he remarked, cracking his knuckles. "Since you have burned my house, do not blame me for seeking retribution." With that, Dou Bi advanced towards them. Don't come closer." I'm sorry." The area was filled with intermittent screams. Yet, no matter how piercing the cries, they went unheard. That feels much better." Dou Bi rubbed his knuckles, surrounded by a multitude of unconscious figures. Why refer to them as unconscious rather than dead? Because their limbs occasionally twitched, indicating that they were still alive. This was also a testament to Dou Bi's restraint. However, only these few items remain in Dou Bi's possession. He gazes sadly at the charred pieces of wood in his hands and the crumbling concrete walls that surround him. Fortunately, his mobile phone and the supplies prepared for his travels remain unscathed. A fortunate find amid the chaos of the fire after he dealt with those small-time thugs. Some may wonder why he didn't call the police. The area where Dou Bi resides is far removed from the city center, which is one of the reasons this gang felt emboldened to set fire to his home. Calling the fire department, by the time they arrived, the flames would have already consumed everything, although Dou Bi does not place much value on material possessions. This is the place where he has lived since childhood, and now it lies in ruins. After sitting dazed on a stone that survived the inferno for a considerable time, Dou Bi slowly shouldered his backpack and departed from his sorrowful place. As for those thugs, who cares about them? Time will come when they awaken to the consequences of their actions, and the police called by Dou Bi will ensure they are imprisoned. Thus, Dou Bi has officially become a homeless individual, aimlessly wandering about. Chapter 3. The title has been consumed. The sky is vast, and the wilderness stretches endlessly, the wind brushing through the grass, revealing cattle and sheep. What a marvelous tableau this is. Yet, for one individual, the beauty of a landscape holds no allure at present. A disheveled young man with unkempt black hair, perhaps 15, can he truly be called a man? Trudges along, burdened by a similarly ragged backpack. He wears an expression of utter disillusionment as he wanders aimlessly across the grasslands. This person seems oblivious to the surrounding environment, perhaps weary of it or simply accustomed to its presence. After a while, feeling fatigued, he places his backpack on the ground and retrieves a plastic bag from within. He spreads the bag on the ground and sits down upon it. Skillfully, he pulls out his mobile phone and opens the interface. To his surprise, the signal is still strong. One cannot help but marvel at the rapid advancement of technology. Perhaps 5G is just around the corner. Yet, these matters are not his concern at this moment. He is vexed by the incessant alarms of the navigation system. I know I am in an uninhabited area. No need to remind me, he exclaims, tapping the screen in frustration. Finally, through his persistence, the phone's alarm falls silent. Phew, what a nuisance, he mutters, dropping the device and lying back in a sprawled position on the plastic-covered ground. It has already been a week since he left his home, reduced to ashes by flames. Dou Bi gazes at the azure sky, murmuring to himself. Since departing from the ruins of his burned home, a full week has elapsed. He is uncertain of where to go, as his inexplicable ability to attract hatred forces him to contend with attackers while seeking a safe haven. Thus, he finds himself here. Having grown weary of the once familiar grassland, he has spent 5 days searching for shepherds. Yet his efforts have yielded nothing. Not a single soul has graced his sight during this time, himself excluded. From this, he concludes that this place is deserted, and the alarm from his phone only solidifies this belief. While solitude can be tedious, it is certainly preferable to being pursued by a mob. Dou Bi is not afraid of these individuals. Rather, he fears that one day, out of impatience, he might strike too hard and inadvertently cause fatal harm. He remains uncertain about the extent of his current strength, as it has emerged under mysterious circumstances. However, he has never taken the time to assess it properly, leaving him unaware of what level of power he possesses. Perhaps only through combat with others will he discover the truth. But should he engage in battle with anyone, it would hardly be a fair fight. It would be akin to an elephant squashing an ant. Hardly a battle at all, as the ant would be crushed without a chance to defend itself. Much like Saitama from One Punch Man, he finds himself unable to experience the thrill of combat, and his emotions gradually fade. Dou Bi wonders if he might end up like that. Nevertheless, he believes he cannot compare himself to Saitama. At least not at this moment. His current abilities, much like Saitama's, rely solely on physical prowess, employing only physical attacks. How strange. Why am I suddenly thinking about fighting? Dou Bi is taken aback by his own thoughts. Haha, what am I even thinking? I'm not a battle fanatic. He quickly dismisses the notion. Such dangerous endeavors are best left to others. Yet he cannot shake off a sense of boredom. Dou Bi absent-mindedly scratches his head, contemplating whether he should test how high he can jump. Yes, that will do. Dou Bi is a man of action. Once he sets his mind to something, he immediately puts it into motion, provided he believes it to be the right course of action. Taking a deep breath, he performs several preparatory movements for a standing long jump, then rises onto his toes and leaps. Boom! The ground beneath Dou Bi shatters under the force of his jump, collapsing in various areas to form a crater several meters wide. Chapter 3. The title has been consumed. Part 2. Boom! The ground beneath Dou Bi once again succumbs to the immense force of his leap, resulting in a chaotic upheaval that creates a crater several meters in diameter. The instigator of this upheaval, propelled by the principle of relative force, finds himself suddenly soaring into the sky. Wow! Dou Bi is momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that his jump would propel him so high. However, the ascent does not cease. He continues to rise. Hey, this is a bit exhilarating. Dou Bi snaps out of his daze, glancing down to see the ground receding further and further from view until it disappears entirely. Oh, I don't want to reach outer space, he muses, sensing that if this trajectory continues, he might indeed find himself in the void of space. Dou Bi has no desire to test whether he could survive such an environment. But how does one stop in midair? There are no points of force to grasp. Wait, even in the air, there is air resistance acting upon moving objects. Dou Bi seems to have an idea. He forces himself into a head-down position and then sharply retracts his legs. Following this contraction, he powerfully kicks out with both legs. The air around him seems to be stirred by the force of his movement. Boom! In an instant, Dou Bi breaks the sound barrier, the resulting sonic boom echoing through the air. This tremendous force counteracts the upward thrust, sending Dou Bi plummeting back down in a free-fall manner. The friction from air quickly ignites the fabric of his clothing due to the heat generated by the rapid descent. However, this is a minor concern. The greater issue lies in the peril of falling from such a height. While he may personally endure the fall, the force generated by gravity could spell disaster. Even a simple egg, if dropped from a great height, can meet a catastrophic fate upon impact. Dou Bi, being far more massive than an egg, carries with him an even greater potential for destruction, should he land without caution. It is certain that this pristine grassland would be utterly devastated. Dou Bi is acutely aware of this reality. He has no desire to become an ecological destroyer. Thus, he begins to blow air downward. A seemingly simple act that surprisingly proves effective. His descent slows considerably. Boom! Ultimately, Dou Bi, the human asteroid, crashes into the ground, subjecting the unfortunate Earth to yet another bout of destruction. Emerging from the debris, Dou Bi carefully extricates himself from the rubble. Once he has climbed out of the crater formed by his impact, he silently surveys the ground. After a long pause, Dou Bi quietly leaves the site. I shouldn't be far from where I jumped. After all, this is all I have left, he mutters, searching for his belongings. As he departs, the crater created by his fall collapses further. Indeed, it is best not to leap about recklessly. Chapter 4. Dou Bi under surveillance. Dou Bi's expression is grave as he stands before the carcass of a fallen cow. The bovine before him was evidently freshly deceased, yet it had not yet been besieged by the omnipresent flies of the prairie. However, this unfortunate creature might attract predators, such as wild dogs. Yet, Dou Bi was not preoccupied with the potential for predators. Rather, he contemplated whether to roast the carcass. His provisions were rather meager, as he typically subsisted on snacks. While indulging in snacks occasionally was acceptable, relying on them as sustenance was far from ideal. Have you ever experienced a day where you had instant noodles for breakfast, fries and cola for lunch, and chocolate for dinner? Dou Bi certainly felt that such a regimen was far from satisfactory. To illustrate, if you were to consume boiled greens and noodles alone for an entire month, would you not find it increasingly unpalatable? When one enjoys a particular food, it is best to savor it occasionally to maintain a long-lasting fondness. However, if consumed daily, I assure you that enthusiasm will wane. For Dou Bi, although these foods could satisfy his basic energy requirements, and mind you, these were merely fundamental needs, the monotony would soon become tiresome. At that moment, a cow lay before him, seemingly a blessing from the heavens. Yet, one must remember that fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. Who could ascertain whether this bovine had succumbed to some illness? Dou Bi had no desire to become a victim of avian flu. Should he consume this meat and fall ill in this desolate wilderness, he would find himself in dire straits. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and Dou Bi chose to turn away. Few would be willing to risk their lives for a fleeting craving, especially when he was far from starvation, and he could certainly hunt for a cow or rabbit. This prairie was not a forbidden zone devoid of such creatures. Shortly after Dou Bi departed, the scavengers of the prairie swiftly reduced the cow to nothing but a skeleton. Yet, within a minute of devouring the entire carcass, they all collapsed, mirroring the fate of the cow. An unknown entity observed this planet, which had captured its attention countless times. This celestial body, as usual, revolved around the sun while simultaneously rotating on its axis. Everything appeared normal, yet recent events had left this entity perplexed. An utterly ordinary human had suddenly transcended the limits of their race. It is essential to note that every species in this world possesses an inherent capacity limit. Once reached, further progression becomes virtually impossible, akin to the concept of a limiter as depicted in One Punch Man. Not to mention, Earthlings, with their inherently frail physiques, are at a disadvantage in comparison to other beings. Yet despite the improbability, it transpired, a human had shattered the limitations of their kind. This individual was akin to a glitch in the fabric of this world. A flaw in the system that AS the overseer of this system. The entity's response to this glitch was one of elimination. To illustrate, if a critical vulnerability were to appear on your computer, would you not seek to eradicate it? At present, Dou Bi represented this high-risk vulnerability. It is worth noting that there were others like Dou Bi who had transcended limits. Let us refer to them as beings, for it is not solely limited to humans. What transpires when beings, once constrained by limits, find themselves liberated from such concepts? Evolution that would ordinarily take millions of years could be accomplished in mere seconds. They would be in a constant state of strengthening. Even while sleeping, they would continue to grow. These beings, or perhaps extraterrestrial entities, were akin to cosmic loopholes. One must understand that the greater the strength of a being, the more profound their impact. Not everyone who surpasses their limits can remain as unassuming as Dou Bi. Some may wield their newfound power with thoughts of violence and domination, inevitably encountering resistance. Where there is oppression, there is rebellion. Reflect for a moment on how ancient dictators responded to dissent. With brutal suppression. Chapter 4, Dou Bi Under Surveillance. Part 2, consider how ancient tyrants reacted to opposition. They enforced harsh suppression. This is even more applicable to those who have transcended limits. Let us still refer to them as humans. The destruction they could wreak would be far more severe. Are you familiar with nuclear weapons? The stockpile of nuclear arms on Earth, if detonated in full, could obliterate the planet hundreds of times over. Such overwhelming power, if left unchecked, would invite catastrophe. This is no idle jest. Presently, this human had nearly created a vast chasm in the Earth's crust. And this was merely a month after transcending their limits. Moreover, this seemed to have been an inadvertent action. Should this individual continue to develop, they might one day surpass their own overseer. After all, with such terrifying potential, who could predict whether they might suddenly change course and act to devastate this planet? Fortunately, the individual who had transcended their limits had recognized the gravity of the situation early on. They had not yet surpassed the essence of their biological nature and remained fundamentally human. There existed numerous methods to eliminate him. The overseers opted for eradication when confronted with such glitches. Upon reaching this point, one might perceive this as an act of self-sabotage. If those who surpassed their limits were eliminated, it would be acceptable. But what if the attempt failed? Wouldn't that create a formidable adversary they could not resist in the future? In fact, there have been instances where an overseer had personally sought to eliminate a limit-breaking individual, only to have that individual escape grievously injured. Moreover, the overseers were bound to the planets they governed. Hence, the outcome for the overseer was inevitably disastrous. However, this incident only reinforced their resolve to eliminate such glitches, and although they could not leave their designated planets, they could communicate through methods akin to soul transmission. Following the event of an overseer being vanquished, they became increasingly determined to establish a means of communicating with the cosmic consciousness. The cosmic consciousness, in turn, was inclined to eliminate those who could potentially usurp its position. Thus, through the concerted efforts of these overseers, the number of limit-breaking individuals dwindled. Dou Bi's emergence astonished the overseers. Ever since they began communicating with the cosmic consciousness, the barrier surrounding biological limits had been fortified. Yet somehow, Dou Bi continued to breach these limits unabated. Nonetheless, a breakthrough is a breakthrough. Once surpassed, Dou Bi became a target for elimination by the overseers. Initially, the overseers intended to eliminate Dou Bi through gentler means, but they were taken aback by his heightened vigilance. rendering their preparations futile. It was a consensus among the overseers to eliminate limit breakers without revealing their own identities. With the gentle approach failing, the overseers resorted to more brutal methods to deal with Dou Bi. A small black appeared in the hands of the overseer, who then propelled it towards Dou Bi's current location. Unaware and deeply asleep, Dou Bi was entirely unprepared, and the black easily struck him. Upon contact, the dot expanded instantaneously, engulfing Dou Bi entirely. The dot resembled a miniature black hole, not only drawing Dou Bi in, but also continuously consuming surrounding matter, leaving even light with no means of escape. Fortunately, after completely absorbing Dou Bi, the black hole began to disintegrate, leaving nothing in its wake. Chapter 5. A realm of darkness in the midst of slumber, Dou Bi suddenly felt an excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. Akin to being torn asunder, yet simultaneously, a warm current enveloped him, alleviating the pain. His drowsy consciousness sensed something amiss. Such sensations typically manifested when he was in danger. Realizing this, Dou Bi abruptly awakened. What is happening? Why is everything cloaked in darkness? As he opened his eyes, he was met with a chaotic void of blackness. Dou Bi scanned his surroundings, finding no glimmer of light, only an overwhelming sense of solitude. The depth of darkness in this place would likely drive a person suffering from nyctophobia into madness. What transpired while I slept? Dou Bi muttered to himself as he attempted to touch the ground with his hand. Yet, he encountered nothing. The sensation remaining unchanged, he endeavored to rummage through his pockets to retrieve his phone as a source of light, but instead, his hand brushed against his own body. The immense pressure of the micro-black hole had instantly crushed everything else into particles, leaving Dou Bi intact. Naturally, the clothing he wore succumbed to the overwhelming force and was obliterated as well. It was nothing short of miraculous that Dou Bi could still endure such conditions within the black hole. To the observer, it would have seemed that Dou Bi, still bound by biological constraints, had been utterly annihilated upon being drawn into the black abyss. However, Dou Bi was no ordinary boundary breaker. While he possessed an ability to grow stronger over time, the extent of his enhancement paled in comparison to other limit breakers. Yet, he harbored a unique power, the capacity to absorb damage and become fortified, although the destructive force of the black hole was indeed terrifying. It could not instantaneously extinguish Dou Bi's life. The damage inflicted upon him was absorbed, thereby reinforcing his physique. As a result, this delicate balance rendered the black hole powerless against him, finding movement in this place somewhat cumbersome. Dou Bi noticed that whenever he attempted to move in a certain direction, an unseen force seemed to pull him back. Nevertheless, this force was insufficient to reclaim him entirely. Do not misconstrue this. The core gravitational pull of the black hole is not so formidable that one might assume the protagonist is moving at superluminal speeds. It became evident to him that this locale was not Earth. After an exhaustive search, Dou Bi arrived at this conclusion that it was time to escape. However, after wandering for so long, he still had yet to locate an exit. After pondering for a moment, he clenched his fist. If he could not find an exit, he would simply create one himself. With that thought, Dou Bi unleashed a powerful straight punch toward the void ahead of him. The punch, though seemingly mundane, lacking any accompanying wind or radiant effects, struck the black hole, creating an opening. In that instant, the long-dimmed abyss was illuminated. Without hesitation, Dou Bi propelled himself forward like a cannonball into the light that had emerged from the breach. Regardless of the circumstances outside, it was undoubtedly preferable to remain in the oppressive darkness. As Dou Bi escaped the black hole, the immense gravitational force rapidly reabsorbed the light from outside, causing the breach he had just opened to close almost instantaneously. The space surrounding the black hole reverberated, and ultimately, the black hole vanished into thin air. Where am I? At that moment, having just burst forth from the darkness, Dou Bi found the external light somewhat blinding, causing his pupils to constrict rapidly as his eyes adjusted. The once overbearing brightness dissipated, allowing him to perceive his surroundings clearly. Despite his emotions having dulled somewhat, Dou Bi could not help but feel astonished by the scene before him. Countless points of light darted around him, and the space appeared hexagonal, resembling a passageway. Chapter 5. A Shroud of Darkness, Part 2. The points of light continued to flit about, and the space took on the appearance of a hexagonal tunnel. Dou Bi extended his hand, almost sinfully, toward the luminous points as they passed through his fingers. He felt a warmth, a sensation so comforting that it beckoned him to immerse himself within it. Yet, simultaneously, it felt as though the light points were intangible, eluding direct contact. Never mind. Dou Bi watched as the light points retreated in fright, akin to startled birds, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Shifting his focus back to the end of the passageway, he realized that lingering in this place was not an option. As he spoke, he began to advance swiftly toward the passage's terminus. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. His time spent navigating within the black hole had granted Dou Bi mastery over aerial movement. Now he could traverse the air with relative ease, although much of it relied on brute force. After an indeterminate duration, Dou Bi suddenly noticed the dazzling light had vanished. He paused momentarily, and that brief hesitation caused the force sustaining his levitation to cease. The consequence was inevitable. Oh no! Dou Bi exclaimed upon this realization, and he succumbed to the pull of gravity. This time he refrained from any attempts to slow his descent, allowing himself to fall naturally. He had come to understand his current strength and recognized that even a fall from a great height would pose no threat to him. As for whether he might land on someone, that thought had yet to cross his mind. However, he trusted his reflexes would suffice. Somewhere, the perpetual waves crashed against the shore, and our coastal guardian calmly endured the ceaseless assaults of the ocean. This maritime realm appeared quite harmonious, at least for the moment. Alas, such tranquility would not endure. With a thunderous roar, a humanoid figure plummeted from the sky, plunging unhesitatingly into the depths of the sea. The impact sent a towering splash of water, soaring 5 meters high, and the droplets danced in the air for a brief moment before returning to the embrace of the ocean. The sea, once again, fell into a state of calm. But was it truly over? The answer, of course, was negative. With a resounding crash, the surface of the ocean where the figure had fallen began to ripple, as though some colossal beast beneath the waves was unleashing its fury. With a resounding splash, a bare-skinned man erupted from the water. "Ah, this water is quite salty," Dou Bi remarked, wiping his mouth and spitting out the seawater. Being at the seaside explained the saline nature of the water. Dou Bi scanned his surroundings, confirming that he was indeed on the shores of Earth. "So much has transpired during my slumber, and my backpack is gone, along with my clothes." He realized he now found himself in a state of undress. Although he might be perceived as a pervert by those nearby, he had no choice but to run naked. He needed to find something to cover his modesty. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he instinctively shielded his vital areas with his hands and made his way onto the beach. Presently, Dou Bi arrived at the door of a house, taking a deep breath. After all, being seen in such a state would be quite embarrassing, before knocking on the door. "Knock, knock. Is anyone there? I'm a traveler seeking shelter for the night. I'll be gone by morning." The moment Dou Bi uttered these words, the door, seemingly unable to withstand the force of his knock, collapsed to the ground. Dou Bi felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Chapter 6. An awkward situation. Dou Bi made several attempts to reassemble the door before the homeowner's arrival, but his efforts only worsened the situation. Gazing at the door reduced to a pile of dust, he felt an overwhelming desire to flee this place. Yet, what could he do in his current state? Ultimately, Dou Bi decided to enter the house. "I must tread carefully. I cannot afford to exert too much force." He cautiously stepped onto the wooden floorboards, fearful that any misstep might shatter them. Although he had initially controlled his strength, his time spent within the black hole had dramatically enhanced his physical capabilities, resulting in a temporary inability to rein in his power. How frustrating, Dou Bi thought to himself, recalling how he had previously broken numerous items while trying to avoid shattering a mere bowl. It seemed he would need to invest time in readjusting to his newfound strength yet again. Oh well, he decided to push these thoughts aside to avoid dampening his spirits. "Is anyone home?" Dou Bi called out, attempting to ascertain whether anyone was within the house. Silence greeted him. It appeared the homeowner was absent. "I hope they don't hold it against me," he murmured, repeatedly apologizing in his mind as he resolved to search for something to wear. Such behavior might be deemed inappropriate, yet Dou Bi could not remain in his current state of undress indefinitely. These are merely excuses, he conceded to himself. What a unique taste this house has. is that a heart printed on the underwear. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What is this? Wow, a gun! Isn't it illegal to possess firearms?" Could it be that he was no longer in China? As Dou Bi rummaged through the items, it became evident that the homeowner was a person of considerable intrigue. However, the most significant discovery was that Dou Bi finally found a piece of ordinary clothing. Yes, ordinary at that moment. Dou Bi held up a casual shirt, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a glimmer of hope amid despair. Among the items he had previously uncovered, either the sizes were too small or they were women's clothing. Is the owner of this place a woman? In the mind of the man playing Dou Bi, an image involuntarily materialized. Dou Bi was suddenly overwhelmed with nausea. He had no desire to continue searching. The thought of unearthing something that could deliver a shocking surprise, or fright, made him shudder. Dou Bi swore he would utterly forget that he had just discovered a voltage stick, deeming it rather mundane, and chuckled. After donning his attire, he resolved to depart immediately. He felt that lingering here overnight might lead him to encounter undesirable situations. Without a moment's hesitation, Dou Bi left the place, taking nothing but his clothes out of course. He didn't count the door. "Haha, boy, give me the money. Don't die." A group of burly white men cornered Dou Bi in a cluster. "What are you saying?" Dou Bi asked, bewildered. Although he had studied English, the accents of foreigners rendered their words incomprehensible at that moment. Nevertheless, it was evident that their intentions were far from benign, considering they had surrounded him. Alas, he had forgotten about his rather baffling ability. "Hey, monkey, give me the thing in your hand immediately, or I'll let you go kiss God's ass right now. Bring over the thing in your hand." "You goddamn yellow fur monkey." One of the white men, noticing Dou Bi's lack of response as he was lost in thought, grew irate and brandished a gun. His intention was simple. If intimidation proved ineffective, he would resort to murder for profit. The firearm was equipped with a silencer, alleviating his concerns about attracting attention for police pursuit. He was untroubled. Having connections with the local police chief, he envisioned Dou Bi's head exploding from a bullet's impact. At that moment, in Dou Bi's perception, the bullet approached him with a speed slower than a snail's crawl. Dou Bi grasped the bullet and shifted its trajectory. Then he approached the burly man. This time I must exert a bit less force," he thought, gently pushing the guns but against the man's face. "That should be harmless enough, right?" Dou Bi mused, observing the man's face, which was now slightly deformed from the impact. However, after a moment's contemplation, he disregarded it and carefully maneuvered the fists of the other men to strike each other's faces. Their faces contorted similarly. "Well, I should take my leave," Dou Bi decided, maintaining his swift pace as he exited the corner. Bang! Ow! After Dou Bi's departure, the bullet struck the wall, and the white men, having sustained heavy blows, cried out in agony before losing consciousness. Dou Bi thus departed effortlessly, for they had chosen to ambush him in a corner devoid of surveillance cameras. This was a case of their own making, setting aside their intent to rob him. Their willingness to resort to violence underscored their malicious intentions. Imagine if the victim had not been Dou Bi, but someone else. The unfortunate soul lying here would have been the victim of robbery. Yet now, even if these men regained consciousness, they would be incapacitated for at least a month. And no matter how much Dou Bi had restrained himself, a few blows from him would leave a normal person in distress. Dou Bi felt as if he had lost his way. Everything around him appeared utterly foreign. The previous encounter with those foreigners and the ubiquitous English advertisements made it clear that he was in a strange land. Fortunately, he had not been transported to another world. Even if this place was not the Earth of his homeland, it was still a parallel Earth. When Dou Bi traversed the luminous passage, he had already come to terms with the fact that returning was futile. Even he, despite his naivety, understood that his former location was a black hole, and it was not unreasonable to speculate that some interdimensional events had transpired within it. Dou Bi had perused a few novels about such travels out of sheer boredom. However, he remained uncertain whether he had arrived in an alternate world. Ultimately, it mattered little where he found himself. He would invariably encounter troubles. Much like the ruffians from earlier, they could even be considered gangsters, as ordinary thugs would not typically wield firearms. Yet, a more pressing issue loomed. He was hungry. He had not noticed it before, but now that he had relaxed, he felt his stomach protesting silently. However, he found himself in a foreign land, and to make matters worse, He was without a penny to his name that the single coin could thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Chapter 7. No matter where I go. Trouble follows. What should I do? Dou Bi pondered, vexed. He could not bring himself to rob or steal. What about his clothes? Where could he possibly find money? Dou Bi scratched his head, realizing he had no viable options. His wallet had long been reduced to fragments within the black hole, leaving him utterly destitute. He patted his flat stomach and sighed. I guess you'll just have to endure for now. After gaining his powers, the energy he required had surged significantly, consequently increasing his need for sustenance. Nonetheless, he could survive without food, albeit in a weakened state. Dou Bi once attempted to starve himself for a week. He had been quite bored, only to succumb to hunger and consume dozens of roasted whole chickens in one sitting. Do not inquire about how he managed to devour them. The imagery was too gruesome. Now, having gone approximately 6 hours without food was still tolerable. But enduring hunger indefinitely was not a sustainable solution. He could hardly envision the scene of himself storming into a restaurant, compelled by hunger to seize food. Well, I should leave this place, he resolved. Without a passport in this country, he would surely expose himself if the police came to investigate. Where to go, then? He concluded that lingering would only attract more trouble. Dou Bi intended to depart immediately. A person like him, who provoked hostility, would only create greater chaos in a densely populated city. He did not wish for anyone to be harmed due to his presence. It was worth noting that during a previous overseas trip, someone had launched an RPG, and Dou Bi happened to be directly in its path. Miraculously, he emerged unscathed, but the assailants seemed to have gone mad, recklessly firing missiles everywhere. He could not fathom where the assailant had acquired so many RPGs. At that time, Dou Bi had not yet fully grasped the extent of his powers, and he could only watch as the shockwaves from the explosions sent people flying. That was the first time Dou Bi witnessed death. An experience he was reluctant to recall. He had watched as a person writhed in despair, gradually succumbing to their injuries, their eyes reflecting hopelessness and defiance. Dou Bi then wondered what would have happened had he been an ordinary individual. In a similar vein, I too shall become like this individual. With such thoughts in mind, Dou Bi confronted the relentless barrage of that person, delivering a punch amidst the chaos. This marked Dou Bi's first act of taking a life. And thus far, his only one, he stood momentarily frozen before the lifeless body, then turned and departed. From that moment on, Dou Bi resolved to restrain his strength, lest he inadvertently cause further fatalities. As he wandered, he eventually discovered a secluded spot devoid of people. He retrieved a world map he had recently picked up from the ground if I simply leap in this direction, I should reach China. Dou Bi mused, examining the map to glean the general location of China. For now, I must endeavor to control my power and attempt a gentle leap. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Ha ha ha. At last, I have found you. Do I know you? Dou Bi inquired, turning his head. Clang, a resounding clash of metal echoed. What is this? Dou Bi felt an object atop his head and removed it. What is this? He questioned, staring at the metallic fragment in his hand, bewildered. You, don't get too smug. The voice emanated a tone of anger. Smug? And could you perhaps step out and speak properly? Did your mother never teach you to greet others with courtesy? Dou Bi retorted, casually discarding the metallic shard onto the ground. Chapter 7. Adversity awaits me everywhere. Part 2. To his astonishment, the metal fragment sank 3 inches into the earth upon hitting the ground. A testament to its sharpness. Dou Bi remained oblivious to this detail, but even had he noticed, it would not have concerned him. Did you know? I have a classmate who speaks rudely to others. And as a result, his mother gave him a thorough beating. By the way, do you have a mother? Dou Bi seemed utterly unfazed by the recent attack. Lost in his own musings, the voice fell silent for a few seconds. Ha ha, I have a new plan. Initially, I intended to grant you a swift end, but now I shall make you endure a torment worse than death, and let you die in the most excruciating manner. The voice seethed with rage, evidently struck by Dou Bi's earlier words. Do you not have parents? My apologies, I did not mean to offend, Dou Bi said earnestly to the voice's owner. Dou Bi appeared to be mocking him, inciting even greater fury. Ha 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 ha. This time, the voice ceased speaking entirely and launched an attack on Dou Bi. Instantly, red dots enveloped Dou Bi's entire body. "What is this?" Dou Bi questioned, perplexed as he touched one of the red spots on his body. After all, he had never encountered such phenomena before. "Foolish," somewhere a figure clad in black chuckled coldly at the scene. "Those red dots are adhesive bombs. Touching them will only cause them to detonate prematurely." Sure enough, the moment Dou Bi made contact with the red, it exploded. Boom! Dou Bi was instantly engulfed in flames. "Don't you dare die just yet. Otherwise, I won't have the opportunity to torment you," the cloaked figure remarked, his earlier anger somewhat alleviated upon witnessing Dou Bi's engulfment. Yet, when the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the figure was left dumbfounded. "What?" Dou Bi stood unharmed, save for some tattered clothing. "That was close. My clothes almost didn't make it," he exclaimed with relief, not wishing to find himself exposed. This person a monster," the black-clad figure spoke, his voice trembling. Had he known the target of his mission was such a creature, he would have risked punishment to flee the scene. However, it was not too late to escape. This monster remained unaware of his presence. "Should be around here," Dou Bi suddenly remarked. The next moment, boom! An overwhelming force obliterated the concealment surrounding the black-clad figure. At that instant, he laid eyes on Dou Bi's face. "Hello," Dou Bi greeted with a radiant smile. "Ah!" A scream echoed, though no one was there to hear it. Dou Bi produced a bundle of rope from seemingly nowhere and bound the figure tightly. He then splashed a basin of cold water over the figure's head. The black-clad figure showed no reaction. "Ha! I am now granting you an opportunity," Dou Bi said, brandishing a small knife he had found on the figure. "You are currently bound to a post. Rest assured, I shan't kill you." As he spoke, he retrieved a bucket of cement. "It has been quite some time since I last transformed someone into a cement pillar. Perhaps my skills may have dulled. But fear not. During this process, you shall not feel pain at all. If you experience a bit of difficulty breathing, that is a normal response. After all, this is a marvelous art form. To create such exquisite art, one must pay a price." Dou Bi poured the cement over the black-clad figure's legs. He continued, "I ought to place you in a pit, but wouldn't that mean your demise? Look how compassionate I am." Chapter 8. A work of art, of course. The process of encasing you in cement will take quite some time. Dou Bi patiently explained the procedure to the black-clad figure while continuing his work. Before long, the figure's lower half was submerged in cement. Halfway there. Not bad," Dou Bi mused, circling the figure, clicking his tongue in admiration. "However, how can an artwork possess but a single hue? That would be dreadfully monotonous." Dou Bi appeared somewhat dissatisfied. "Fortunately, I have meticulously prepared a variety of colored cements for you." He produced an array of colorful cements. "Now, the true artistry begins." Dou Bi chuckled lightly. At this point, the black-clad figure was utterly despondent. This individual was not merely a monster. He was a pervert. The figure had already regained consciousness when splashed with cold water, yet he opted to feign unconsciousness, unwilling to divulge any information to Dou Bi. However, Dou Bi seemed disinterested in what the figure knew. He was solely intent on transforming him into a work of art. Initially, the black-clad figure assumed Dou Bi was merely putting on a show to extract information through intimidation. Yet as time passed, Dou Bi not only persisted in his actions, but became increasingly enthusiastic, even attempting to add flair to the process. The figure finally succumbed to fear, while he was not particularly afraid of death. He certainly did not wish to endure the agony of being encased in cement. Those who relish tormenting others may excel in inflicting suffering, but that does not imply they can withstand such tribulations themselves. "I'll tell you everything I know." The black-clad figure finally yielded to the psychological pressure. "What's wrong? Is that all you have?" "The real entertainment has only just begun," Dou Bi remarked with a smile. Grant me a swift end. I'll tell you everything I know." The black-clad figure, devoid of any desire to continue living, simply wished for Dou Bi to provide him with a quick release. But the artwork is nearly complete." "That would be a pity," Dou Bi mused, resting his chin on his hand. No, I assure you that the information I provide will be of utmost importance to you." The black-clad figure hastily replied, "Dou, is there something more significant than completing my artwork?" Dou Bi feigned disinterest. "I was sent to hunt you down," the figure revealed, realizing the futility of holding back. "How redundant," Dou Bi retorted, rolling his eyes. "You better speak quickly. The cement is about to dry," Dou Bi said, stirring the cement with a shovel. "Yes, yes, yes," the black-clad figure conceded, hastily recounting the events in the most succinct manner possible. It turned out that after Dou Bi had dispatched the group of white men, one of them had awakened, filled with fury over being knocked unconscious. He reported the incident to his superior, who initially had no desire to intervene, believing that his subordinate deserved the punishment for his incompetence. However, a friend of this superior, having heard of the incident, became intrigued and dispatched the black-clad figure to confront Dou Bi. All right. Who is that person?" At this moment, Dou Bi was seated on a bench, nonchalantly crossing his legs in an exceedingly arrogant manner. "I remain unaware of the identity of that esteemed individual. He is yet to make an appearance and has merely been issuing commands to us." The man in black, now rendered incapable of uttering a single falsehood, found his psychological defenses utterly shattered, leaving no room for deceit. "So, you're merely a minor character who has never even laid eyes on your own boss?" Dou Bi remarked, applying a brush coated in oil onto the clothing of the man in black. Yes, but I know where the boss will be heading next," the man in black replied at that moment. Dou Bi was wielding a large oil pen, its tip smeared with yellow paint and cement. "Oh, really? And where might that be?" Dou Bi casually inquired, as he continued to enhance the color on the oil pen. "Our organization is set to convene in Nanjing, China," he stated. "Nanjing? Are you planning a massacre?" Dou Bi responded with a mischievous grin. No, we do not intend to commit mass slaughter," the man in black quickly clarified. "That would expose us." "Oh, do continue," Dou Bi gestured, encouraging him to elaborate. The man in black seemed to sense a flicker of hope. It appeared this meeting was aimed at a specific individual. "Is he formidable enough to warrant your planning against him?" Dou Bi mused, sensing he had stumbled upon valuable information. "Indeed, this person has posed significant obstacles for us," the man in black confessed. "And who might that be?" Dou Bi narrowed his eyes, attempting to ascertain his standing in this unfamiliar world. After Dou Bi was attacked by this man in black, he realized he was no longer in the world he once knew. The speed of the blade that struck him had far exceeded human limits, an ability unattainable through mere training. Dou Bi sensed that the man in black strike was exponentially faster than those of his previous assailants. Yet this man was merely a common thug, suggesting the existence of even more formidable characters. The capability of that individual to compel so many powerful figures to devise a strategy against him indicated his strength. Dou Bi felt a burgeoning curiosity about his own level of existence in this world. "I am unsure. This is classified information within the organization," the man in black replied. Oh, Dou Bi set down the oil pan. "Is there anything else?" he asked. The man in black paused momentarily. "Very well." Just as Dou Bi's words fell, the man in black suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness. As it stood, that was all the knowledge he possessed. Dou Bi glanced at the unconscious figure, demonstrating a certain humanity by washing off the cement and binding him securely with a rope he carried. Considering the man in black was no ordinary person, Dou Bi's earlier blow was likely sufficient to incapacitate him for several days, if not weeks. Subsequently, Dou Bi delivered him to a location with police presence, confident that the officers would arrest him without hesitation upon discovering the explosives on his person. Moreover, Dou Bi took the liberty of confiscating the man's money, deeming it compensation for the assassination attempt against him. This man, despite his intentions, proved somewhat benevolent, resolving Dou Bi's immediate hunger and providing him with a short-term objective. More importantly, he was affluent. Although Dou Bi could not utilize the bank card, the cash he carried was enough to sustain him for over a year, allowing him to indulge without restraint. Dou Bi marveled at the amount of money he had discovered, noting the man's impressive capacity to carry such weight. Was this a form of training employed by their organization? Although the process had been lengthy, the rewards were indeed substantial, validating the persona he had maintained as an eccentric art enthusiast. He had derived this method from a novel called Dragon Tribe, where two Japanese academicians employed a similar tactic to psychologically break a stubborn individual into revealing the truth. Dou Bi adapted and refined it, elevating it into an art form. The results were, as expected, remarkable. It seemed that reading novels occasionally bore fruit. Yet, Dou Bi pondered whether one required a passport to consume food abroad. Oh well, it should be fine to purchase snacks. He mused, contemplating the American dollars and Chinese yuan in his possession. Chapter 9. Setting off again, it must be said that foreign languages are indeed a crucial subject. Dou Bi reflected after enduring a barrage of foreign tongues. The words of his English teacher rang true. Mastering an international language is of paramount importance. The notion that the entire universe speaks Chinese is a fallacy that simply does not exist. However, can this substance truly be consumed? Dou Bi examined the ambiguous item in his hand, feeling a slight pang of concern. When a vendor handed it to him, his gaze had been rather peculiar. Had he fallen victim to a scam? No, that seems unlikely, he reassured himself, noting the vendor's seemingly amiable demeanor. Yet why did the staff at that establishment regard him with such strange looks? Never mind, he decided to sample a small portion. With caution, Dou Bi broke off a piece of the indistinguishable object and placed it in his mouth. Suddenly, an unimaginable wave of sour and spicy sensations assaulted his senses, in the throes of this extreme flavor. Dou Bi nearly lost his composure. His face turned crimson. As if scorched by flames, he hastily gulped down a bottle of mineral water, finally alleviating the intensity of the sourness. What on earth was this? Dou Bi discarded the object into the trash, deeming it an attempt on his life. His mood soured, as this unexpected experience had thoroughly disrupted his previously upbeat spirits. Indeed, one must be wary of small bargains. That vendor was undoubtedly a swindler. The adage holds true. One should never judge a book by its cover, as beneath that polished exterior lurked nefarious intentions. Should he encounter that unscrupulous merchant again, Dou Bi resolved to introduce him to the concept of dark cuisine. After venting his frustrations internally, Dou Bi's mood slightly improved, even alleviating the residual sourness lingering in his mouth. All right, let me see what this is all about. To his dismay, he found the entire label was in English, which he could not comprehend. Could they not consider foreign patrons? This item is for oral consumption? What does that mean? Dou Bi shook the bottle, watching the mysterious liquid slosh about. This should be for oral use. Yet why was the liquid green? A color of forgiveness, perhaps. Doubts flooded his mind regarding the normalcy of the food sold in this world. I refuse to believe this. Dou Bi braced himself by tugging at his sleeve for courage. It's just green, right? I refuse to accept that this is some sort of poison. He had unconsciously set himself up for a disastrous fate. Soon after, Dou Bi succumbed to the effects of the substance, collapsing in a heap. What on earth is this? Moments later, Dou Bi stood up once more. Was this truly meant for human consumption? Were the food safety authorities in this realm all vegetarian? Undoubtedly, they must be. Had they perhaps embraced some form of Buddhism? Dou Bi found himself utterly speechless. He failed to notice the fine print on the bottle. Please dilute to 0.01 before consumption. A saying goes, ignorance is truly frightening, and illiteracy can lead to monumental blunders. In truth, when Dou Bi purchased the item, the staff had been persistently advising him to dilute it, yet he had understood nothing, merely nodding along. However, the sourness had dissipated, and upon regaining his senses, he noted that the taste was rather pleasant. Could this concoction not be a lethal poison, but rather a revitalizing tonic? Yet, the flavor was overwhelmingly potent. Moments earlier, he had believed he would suffocate from it. Perhaps it's best to simply accept the situation, Dou Bi resolved, opting for capitulation. Who knew what other bizarre concoctions awaited him? Surprisingly, as Dou Bi dined alone, no one approached him to cause trouble. A truly remarkable occurrence. The atmosphere was ominously dim, devoid of any light. Suddenly, a figure clad in black entered this shadowy enclave. What brings you here? A deep voice resonated from the depths of the darkness. Chapter 9. Setting off again. Part 2. What brings you here? A deep, resonant voice emerged from the depths of the surrounding darkness. Lu Wu had been captured and was now in the hands of the police. The woman's tone was somewhat frigid. Oh, how intriguing that a hint of curiosity crept in her voice. However, we also gleaned significant information about this individual. As the woman spoke, she projected a beam of light somewhere, which danced through the air and ultimately sketched the figure of Dou Bi. Dou Bi. When did I expose myself? What is this? Cutting-edge technology. Quite fascinating, the voice's owner concluded after observing Dou Bi for a moment. Should we send someone to apprehend him? the woman inquired. She understood that being evaluated by that esteemed individual was a testament to his extraordinary nature. No. While he's indeed interesting, he pales in comparison to the importance of the shadow. Came the reply. Are we simply going to let him go? He might interfere with our plans. Let him be. Just send a few people to monitor his movements. If he approaches, the man revealed a flicker of murderous intent at the end of his statement. Even this slight malice weighed heavily upon the woman, leaving her somewhat breathless. Let us make it quick for Lu Wu. We have no need for a traitor who leaks information. The man spoke with an unsettling ease. Clearly accustomed to such matters, indeed. The woman had no objections. They did not require the presence of useless individuals. It was rare to enjoy such tranquility. This should be a good thing. Yet why did it feel slightly off? At that moment, Dou Bi sat on a park bench. Strangely, he had been there for several hours without anyone bothering him. Could it be that his ability to attract hostility had vanished? Dou Bi pondered this. If that were the case, he would be quite pleased, as it was this ability that had led to the destruction of his home, forcing him to seek refuge in secluded places. Yet he still sensed something amiss. Though he could not pinpoint what it was, forget it. I should head back, Dou Bi decided, choosing not to dwell on it, for no amount of contemplation would yield answers. That I'll just buy a backpack and some supplies. Especially food, plenty of it. With this thought in mind, he set off. However, would he be able to purchase what he needed given the language barrier? He could only hope that the people in that store understood Chinese. As Dou Bi departed, two shadows trailed behind him. In the very spot they had occupied lay several unconscious individuals. These two were there to surveil Dou Bi, but as they did so, anyone who approached them was swiftly subdued. Though they were ruthless killers, they had no desire to attract unnecessary trouble. If their target became aware of their presence, it would be a significant setback. This should be fine, right? Dou Bi said to a middle-aged man with blonde hair. Rest assured, this rugged backpack is the finest we have in our store, that if there are any issues, you can return it for a refund immediately. The middle-aged man assured him in accented Chinese. All right, I'll take this one. Despite having been swindled once before, Dou Bi chose to trust this shopkeeper. After all, the world was still filled with kindness. Wasn't it? It was time to embark once more. Dou Bi, with the somewhat hefty backpack slung over his shoulders, proceeded towards his destination. Lacking identification, he could only walk there. Yet, this was hardly a concern, was it? Chapter 10. The Fractured Watchers. Every nation is bordered by boundaries, which are often the most likely sites for conflict. Consequently, military forces are typically stationed at these borders to safeguard national security and protect the interests of the state from external threats. Generally, passage through these areas is uncommon. Yet today, an unexpected visitor arrived. A shadowy figure lurked in a blind spot, observing. How can I possibly get past with these soldiers stationed here? Dou Bi remarked, gazing at the soldiers exuding an air of deadly seriousness. Guarding the border is a crucial task. Those who serve here possess considerable skill. Does exile count? I wonder if that still exists. However, for Dou Bi, traversing this boundary was quite feasible. It was merely a matter of approach. After a moment of contemplation, he broke into a smile. What is this fellow up to? The watchers observing Dou Bi were perplexed as they witnessed him incessantly digging into the earth, unsure of his intentions. Over the past few days, they had endured a harrowing experience. They could not fathom how he managed to sprint tirelessly day after day. Following him was exhausting. Was this man a machine? He had run for ages without so much as a breath. Dou Bi hardly paused. Yet fortunately, upon reaching the national border, this seemingly indefatigable anomaly finally came to a halt. But now he was up to something again, and they remained clueless about his motives. Dou Bi was unaware that two individuals were tailing him. He was solely focused on his excavation endeavors. With a speed that defied description, Dou Bi unearthed soil at a pace that would leave even the most skilled diggers in disbelief. Under his ferocious digging, a pit several dozen meters deep took shape. As for the amount of concrete pavement lost in the process, that was of no concern to Dou Bi. After all, he was not a citizen of this world. Even if someone sought him out, they would find no trace. Thus, Dou Bi felt liberated, understanding that damaging public property when necessary was of little consequence. Hey, foreign brothers, please don't hold this against me. A light chuckle escaped Dou Bi as he considered who might be affected by his actions if he wished to cross. He had numerous methods at his disposal that would go unnoticed. Though Dou Bi lacked any form of mental or spiritual detection, he always sensed a presence watching him. This intrigued him. He was being monitored. Such a rare occurrence was a delightful novelty. Why was it a delightful novelty? One could refer to the fate of the black-clad Lu Wu. This realization ignited Dou Bi's desire to toy with the two individuals surveilling him. Not for any particular reason, but simply out of boredom. In this modern era of information, nearly everyone possesses a smartphone, but today's devices are nearly as powerful as computers. How much time do we spend on our phones daily? Phones have consumed countless hours of our lives. Dou Bi once owned a smartphone, but now, with his focus solely on the journey, he found the time to be dreadfully dull, with few people to converse with, while he initially wished to avoid trouble. Boredom compelled him to seek entertainment. Dou Bi surveyed his handiwork, satisfaction radiating from him. Now, it was time to observe their reactions. Dou Bi mused, am I being a bit too mischievous? With that thought, he leaped into the pit he had created. The watchers were momentarily bewildered. Was this man digging a hole merely to breach the defense line? That seemed illogical. With such energy to excavate, why not employ another method? Even charging through would be less laborious. Was this fellow mentally challenged? Had Dou Bi overheard that remark, he might have responded with a fist to the face. Should we descend? One of the watchers asked. Let us go, the second watcher said after a moment's hesitation, deciding to follow Dou Bi. All right. They carefully jumped into the pit, unwittingly stepping into the trap Dou Bi had prepared for them. Let's hope their fate is somewhat better than that of the black-clad Lu Wu, though it could very well be worse. They've taken the bait. Dou Bi, concealed well in advance, smiled upon seeing the two figures clad in black. But why did they all wear black? Was that their organization's insignia? Dou Bi recalled Lu Wu's similar attire and couldn't help but mock. You all are rather conspicuous, aren't you? If I were to harbor a grudge against you, the sight of someone clad in garments identical to yours would incite an immediate urge to strike down. While I was internally mocking Dou Bi, these two observers soon realized they had lost track of him. The pit presented a myriad of diverging paths, a scenario that could easily plunge one into despair. They exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. What is this? A human bulldozer? I could understand if you were digging with your bare hands, but now you've turned it into a game. What are you up to? My friend? Engaging in trench warfare? At that moment, the mental state of the two cloaked figures felt as if an avalanche of dread had swept over them. Dou Bi, with a grin, observed the bewilderment of these two individuals. Surprised, are you? Upon following, you discover a passage riddled with infinite forks. Does it not evoke a sense of tragic irony? Observer 2 sighed. Let us return, he suggested, his voice quaking with uncertainty. The ability to excavate a passage with seemingly limitless forks in such a brief time is not something one trifles with lightly. To return would mean abandoning this mission. Yet Observer 1 felt a tug of hesitation. What else can we do? We've lost him. Observer 2's bitter smile accompanied his words. Are we truly to return empty-handed? Observer 1 inquired. What choice do we have? Though returning may invite the organization's wrath, at least it ensures our survival. You think we could evade their pursuit if we attempt to flee? Observer 2 responded with resignation. Meanwhile, Dou Bi, concealed nearby, found a flicker of interest igniting within him. Perhaps these two would inadvertently divulge some intelligence. With this thought, Dou Bi decided to postpone his schemes against the two cloaked figures. You have a point, replied Observer 1 after a moment of contemplation, ultimately conceding to the organization. They were merely insignificant ants, their existence inconsequential. Even if one perished, countless others stood ready to serve. Let us depart. Observer 2 said, turning to leave. Such a pity, Dou Bi thought, and thus he struck the ground above the pit with his fist. The rumble that ensued caused the unstable earth above to collapse under the weight, sealing the pit's exit. Alarmed, Observer 1 and Observer 2 quickly retreated to the junction of the pit. The tumbling debris fulfilled Dou Bi's expectations, effectively trapping the two cloaked figures. What is happening? Why has the ground suddenly collapsed? Chapter 11. The enthusiastic Dou Bi, frustrated, Observer 1 struck the earthen wall of the pit. Today has indeed been unfortunate. Not only had they lost their target, but they also encountered a cave-in. It seemed luck was decidedly against them. Sighing, Observer 2 conceded that they needed to find a way out. The orchestrator of this chaos, Dou Bi, watched them from a distance, contemplating his next move that he chuckled to himself, pondering what to do next. Yes, that's the plan. Dou Bi finally settled on an idea and smiled in the direction of the two cloaked figures. What shall we do? Observer 1 gazed at the multitude of paths, voicing his concerns. This pit is deeper than we imagined. Excavating an escape route seems nearly impossible. Moreover, they were unaware if the pit had become sealed due to the recent collapse. If it were sealed, oxygen would soon become their greatest concern. Humans require air to breathe. Without it, they would face suffocation before starvation. The thought of such a demise was terrifying. They would rather face Dou Bi's wrath than endure the slow, agonizing fate of life. Thus, their only option was to venture into the forks. Let us proceed cautiously. It's best we stay together to avoid becoming lost, suggested Observer 2 after some contemplation. Very well. It seems we have no other choice, Observer 1 replied with a resigned smile as he stepped into one of the infinite paths. Entering this route, one could only say that their luck was exceedingly poor. They were on the brink of matching the misfortune of the fabled assassin. Watching the two cloaked figures enter the central passage, Dou Bi silently mourned for them for 10 seconds. Though he hadn't set any traps, lacking the materials to do so, the chaos he had stirred was sufficient to ensnare the two figures in their plight. Once they had been sufficiently tormented, Dou Bi could emerge and extract information from them without inflicting bodily harm. This method was far more effective than coercive interrogation. Indeed, with their skills, they were unlikely to perish, but if they were merely ordinary individuals, they would undoubtedly meet their end. Observer 1 and Observer 2 had just experienced despair. As they stepped into the passage, they were confronted with countless bottomless pits. Observer 1 nearly dropped his flashlight at the sight before him. Dou Bi merely poked around a bit, yet the impact of this small action was profound, instilling despair in the two cloaked figures. How are we to cross this? A misstep could lead to eternal regret. Observer 2 assessed the depth of the pits and concluded, falling would certainly mean death. The pits were densely packed, leaving no room for passage. They resolutely opted to abandon this route in favor of others. Yet these new passages offered their own surprises. Passage A, for the sake of convenience, was densely littered with sharp debris. If it were merely rubble, it would be manageable, but traversing here risked another collapse. Reluctantly, they chose another passage, only to face further setbacks. Chapter 11. The Enthusiastic Dou Bi, Part 2, with no other options. They continued to select other routes, only to find themselves repeatedly thwarted. Their spirits began to wane, as every choice led to a dead end. Time slipped away, and they had all but surrendered the hope of escaping this place. One failure is bearable, but what if every effort leads to the same disheartening conclusion? Despair, self-destruction. These emotions accurately portray the mental state of the two cloaked figures that a slight provocation now could push them into utter collapse. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed from somewhere nearby, undoubtedly capturing the attention of the two cloaked figures. Greetings! Dou Bi flashed a brilliant and somewhat terrifying smile. It all became clear as Dou Bi perched upon a rock. While the two cloaked figures lay nearby, I've been discovered. But weren't there no cameras here? Ah, right. This is another world where the presence of advanced technology is entirely plausible. After extracting information from the two figures, who were teetering on the brink of psychological collapse, Dou Bi learned that he had been targeted. However, he was taken aback to discover that the previous cloaked figure had perished. They mentioned his name was Lu Wu. I offer my condolences. Although the death of the black-clad man, Lu Wu, bore some relation to him, it was clear that this individual had come with the intent to kill him. The fact that he had not actively sought to take Lu Wu's life was commendable in itself. Thus, the man's demise elicited little emotion from Dou Bi. As for those who had been drawn to him by the hatred he incited, Dou Bi chose to extend mercy towards them. Conversely, for those who were inherently brutal and malevolent, Dou Bi indicated that he would not hesitate to strike them down with a single blow. It is worth noting that, even from a legal standpoint, if one faces a threat to their life and retaliates, it constitutes justifiable self-defense and is not deemed a crime. However, Dou Bi was not one to strictly adhere to the law. Should law enforcement come seeking him for such reasons, he would still resist. Nevertheless, he had confirmed the truth of Lu Wu's words. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the two unconscious black-clad figures. Regrettably, their status did not differ significantly from that of Lu Wu, and they would yield little useful information. Pondering this, Dou Bi scratched his head. "You can remain here," he declared, nonchalantly creating an opening above and tossing the two black-clad individuals through it. He trusted that the soldiers would take good care of them. As for whether their organization would pursue them again, Dou Bi felt that was of no concern to him. Those who monitored him would undoubtedly bring no good fortune. His decision not to kill them was already a gesture of mercy. Was he expected to take responsibility for their safety? Dou Bi considered himself not so benevolent to owe them. He had but one message. "Thank you for your supplies, goodbye." Indeed, Dou Bi once again rifled through their belongings. By now, he had become quite adept at this method of searching corpses. There was no alternative. His wallet had vanished, and he felt no moral burden in taking the possessions of these individuals. After dealing with the observers, Dou Bi continued on toward his destination. This time, he did not rush forward at high speed as before. Instead, he slowed his pace, savoring the scenery while attempting to acclimate to the newfound strength he had acquired. Thus, after 5 days of travel, Dou Bi finally arrived at his destination. Chapter 12. A notable difference at last, he had arrived. Dou Bi gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, murmuring to himself. Nanjing, a place he had never visited in his original world. Yet here he was in another realm. It seemed rather delightful, Dou Bi mused, as he beheld the landscape he had only seen on television. Although the troubles in this world surpassed those of his previous existence, he could now witness a plethora of sights. Yet he lamented, it seemed unlikely he would ever return. The only memento left from that world was himself. Everything else had vanished into the black void. Unless he were to plunge into a black hole, it appeared he would be unable to escape this world or universe. Could reaching superluminal speeds allow one to traverse time and space? He pondered whether he had yet achieved such velocity. However, he mused, would traveling at such speeds cause harm to the Earth's surface? Perhaps it was best not to experiment on Earth. After some contemplation, he decided to set aside that notion for the time, being that he was not in a hurry to leave this world, and whether he could reach that radiant tunnel remained an uncertainty. Nonetheless, Dou Bi was quite eager about the events that would unfold next. From the lips of the black-clad Lu Wu and the two unconscious figures, he had gleaned information about their boss, to Dou Bi, akin to a formidable foe during a battle, as well as the individual they planned to target, which piqued his interest immensely. These individuals, like him, possessed extraordinary powers, and Dou Bi was curious to discover just how formidable they were. Perhaps some of them might even surpass him. Although Dou Bi claimed that such perilous confrontations should be left to others, he secretly yearned for the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat. However, he did not consider his previous skirmishes to be true battles. For instance, if one were to crush an ant beneath their foot, would that be considered combat? To the ant, the human was invincible. To the human, it was merely an arbitrary act. Would one feel a sense of accomplishment? Certainly not to the human. It was merely expected. Such actions held no significance or benefit. For Dou Bi, those earlier encounters were akin to squashing ants. Thus, he found himself, to a certain extent, anticipating the confrontations that lay ahead. Regardless of the circumstances, Dou Bi would be involved. Yet, there were still 2 days remaining. Dou Bi glanced up at the night sky. Now cloaked in darkness, I should find a place to rest, he said, yawning. Having not slept for an entire day, Dou Bi quickly located a park bench and lay down. In this world, he possessed no identification and could not check into a hotel for seeking shelter. Would anyone allow someone like him, who attracted enmity, to stay? This predicament left Dou Bi with no choice but to sleep outdoors. However, he felt little discomfort. Lying on the park bench was surprisingly comfortable for his back. Within mere moments, Dou Bi slipped into slumber. Wait, have those two been captured by the soldiers stationed at the border? A deep voice resonated from the abyss of darkness. Yes, I believe they must have been discovered by that individual. It was the same black-clad woman, her features obscured by the shadows. Humph, that's to be expected. They're no better than Lu Wu, that worthless fool. The deep voice seemed unfazed by the outcome. Shall we deal with them in the same manner? The black-clad woman inquired. Handle them as you see fit. You should know what to do, the deep voice replied. Will that individual not intervene? The woman asked. Chapter 12. A Notable Difference. Part 2. Will that individual not intervene? The woman reiterated. Let it be. We currently lack manpower, and sending more would be futile. The deep voice fell silent after this statement. The black-clad woman, seeing this, took her leave. I have no information on you. It's as if you appeared out of nowhere. After her departure, a blue projection appeared before the owner of the deep voice. The information regarding Dou Bi yielded no results. This search system could identify individuals based on facial recognition. Yet this face, indistinguishable from any ordinary person, matched no one in this world. How intriguing, the voice's owner chuckled softly. I hope you can bring me surprises like you did. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting rays upon Dou Bi. Birds perched upon the branches, chirping merrily. Enough with the noise. A furious shout ascended to the heavens. The birds, startled, flapped their wings and fled in haste. I forgot to mention, Dou Bi becomes exceedingly irate when awakened by such commotion. The poor little birds suffered 1,000 points of shock damage. What was that? Just a bird. I thought someone was playing a prank beside me. Realizing he had scared away a bird, Dou Bi muttered to himself. Initially, he had intended to shout at those who disturbed him, but as everyone knows, the outcome was quite different. One must cherish small creatures. Some of them are quite fragile. Dou Bi shook his head to clear his mind. It was 8 a.m., still not too late. Dou Bi glanced at the electronic watch he had purchased at the store, which had been adjusted for time difference. What should I do now, with a day remaining? Should I stir up some trouble? At this moment, Dou Bi felt somewhat idle. He had already learned the location the organization intended to target, and he was certain they would not change their plans. This information had been extracted from the unfortunate black-clad individuals. Let me think, Dou Bi mused, scratching his head. Somewhere in this city, the same black-clad woman observed the red, indicating the target's location had arrived in this city, prompting her to furrow her brow. What should we do? Should I inform the higher-ups? A small figure nearby inquired. No need. If he truly comes to disrupt our plans, the master will naturally take matters into their own hands and eliminate him. The cloaked woman pondered for a moment before responding. He's arrived. The master is observing the red, representing Dou Bi as it moves incessantly. What will you do? My anticipation grows ever stronger. Their hidden capabilities are indeed impressive. At that moment, Dou Bi stood atop a tall building. Scanning the surroundings, he intended to lie in wait, as these individuals would arrive the following day. As the saying goes, timing is less critical than advantageous terrain. As for harmony among people, Dou Bi decided to let that slide. Having resolved to stir some trouble, he felt it imperative to familiarize himself with the situation. The adage, know thyself and know thy enemy, is undeniably wise. However, upon reaching the location indicated by the 3 cloaked figures, Dou Bi found nothing particularly noteworthy. Could it be that they had constructed a clandestine meeting place underground? As he surveyed the area, all he observed were mundane buildings, including a school. Should I dig 3 feet into the ground here? Dou Bi felt perplexed. He had no intention of excavating this place. He was waiting for people, not interested in their base. Chapter 13. Dou Bi under bombardment. You've come here. The master observed as the red, that representing Dou Bi, halted near a green dot. Seems you intend to participate in our meeting. The master smiled. Very well. We shall proceed with this method. Dou Bi could think of no better approach. He would lie in wait nearby and follow any suspicious individuals who approached out of course. Dou Bi remained blissfully unaware that he had already been exposed, and his hiding spot was far from adequate. Look at this man, who has placed a cardboard box over his head with 2 eye holes cut out, then lay down in a nearby patch of grass. Brother, have you not considered how conspicuous a cardboard box is in such an open field? Moreover, if you wish to conceal yourself, you ought to seek out a denser patch of grass. Setting aside these factors, another issue arose. If they were equipped with infrared imaging devices, would he not be immediately revealed? Oh wait, he was already exposed. Dou Bi maintained his position for 5 minutes. Isn't this a bit too conspicuous? He mused, feeling a bit downcast as he rose from the grass. Just moments ago, 2 passers-by glanced in his direction, so you noticed. And 2 birds had chosen his person as a target for their droppings. This simply wouldn't do. Dou Bi contemplated his next move and retrieved a pair of binoculars from his backpack. In unusual circumstances. Do not blame me, he murmured to the ground below. Then, boom! Dou Bi was unsure if he held a grudge against the ground. This was not the first time he had wreaked havoc upon it. Under Dou Bi's formidable strength, a pit large enough to accommodate a person lying down was quickly formed. Dou Bi nestled into the pit with his binoculars, repeatedly patting the walls to shake the adjacent soil back into the hole. In mere seconds, he successfully accomplished the remarkable feat of burying himself. Dou Bi allowed the binoculars to peek through the soil, covered with twigs and dirt for concealment. This should suffice, right? Dou Bi murmured to himself. If he were discovered through this, he could only blame the advanced technology here for being more nefarious than even the darkest of places. Hide yourself. The master, for now, we shall refer to them as such, observed as the red, representing Dou Bi, settled upon the lighter green, but indicative of the lawn. This simply won't do. If you remain nearby, it will pose considerable difficulty for me. The master pressed a yellow dot on the projection. Let me see how capable you truly are, they remarked, watching the red dot on the projection. Not yet arrived? Dou Bi continued his observations, still yielding no results. Suddenly, he felt as though something was rapidly approaching him. Dou Bi instinctively reacted, bursting forth from the pit. The moment he vacated the pit, a shockwave erupted above him. Followed by scorching heat, executing a swift backflip, Dou Bi narrowly escaped the explosion's radius. Boom! The sound of the detonation followed shortly after Dou Bi's acrobatics. Who dares to bomb me? Dou Bi belatedly realized he had just been targeted. Not bad. How about this? The master showed no surprise at Dou Bi's evasion of the bomb's attack. Swish! A hole suddenly opened in the ground, releasing a volley of arrows. Isn't this the age of advanced technology? Why resort to this? Oh, so there was already a hole in the lawn? In this predicament, Dou Bi still found time to comment. He deftly caught the arrows, then foolishly leaned down to inspect them. Why are they all black? As soon as Dou Bi uttered this, the arrows in his grasp erupted with electric energy. Chapter 13. Dou Bi Under Bombardment. Part 2. Why are they all black? Dou Bi exclaimed, and simultaneously, the arrows in his hands surged with electricity. The human body conducts electricity, as everyone knows. The current surged unhesitatingly into Dou Bi's body, coursing through him in an instant. To his surprise, Dou Bi found it rather pleasant. This an electrotherapy session, he mused, glancing at the arrows in his hand. Is the human body resistant to electricity? The master remarked, observing Dou Bi grasping the arrows without a scratch that moment. The projection shifted to reveal the visage of a middle-aged man. Master, the meeting is about to commence. This man, unlike the previous cloaked woman, was addressed as master but displayed a noticeably lower demeanor. I shall arrive shortly. The master responded, switching the projection back to Dou Bi. Who dares ambush me? If you have the courage, step forth and let us engage in mutual harm. Dou Bi, oblivious to the fact that he had already been discovered, disregarded any concern about alarming the enemy. Mutual harm? The master scoffed at Dou Bi's words. Enjoy this while you can. The master tapped a few times on the projection and then shut it off, departing the dimly lit chamber. Why no response? Dou Bi shouted in vain, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Is this not continuing? He was uncertain to whom he was speaking. Suddenly, with a crack, the ground split open once more. Another new trick? Dou Bi exclaimed upon seeing the opening that a mechanical voice filled with an air of menace emanated from the opening. Intruder elimination protocol activated. Robots. Dou Bi was astonished that such things existed. Do you not tell me you can also shift into 2 dimensions? Isn't that something from the 3-body problem? Eradicating the tyranny of Earth belongs to the 3-body universe. How amusing. Yet the robot emerging from the opening paid no mind to Dou Bi's remarks, advancing slowly from the abyss. This allowed Dou Bi to fully observe the robot's form. That IT was entirely silver, standing approximately 3 meters tall. While it was described as a robot, it resembled a war machine more than anything else. Moreover, it was equipped with various weaponry that Dou Bi couldn't identify, but he knew they were intended for combat. The voice of the intruder erasure robot echoed menacingly as its infrared sensors locked onto Dou Bi. Hey, if I'm just a passerby, do you intend to erase me as well? Dou Bi said, inching closer to the robot. After all, it was a robot. How could he not take a closer look? However, the robot exhibited no hesitation, immediately opening fire as Dou Bi approached. Rat-a-tat-tat. Golden bullets were launched, soaring towards Dou Bi at an astonishing speed. The precision of these projectiles was remarkable. Not a single bullet strayed from its intended target. For an ordinary individual, the likelihood of being transformed into a sieve would be exceedingly high. Yet for Dou Bi, the circumstances were markedly different at 8T that moment. He had entered a state of heightened velocity, perceiving his surroundings as if they were suspended in time. Have you seen X-Men? Days of Future Past? It was akin to Quicksilver's experience while dispatching those guards. With a gentle flick of his hand, Dou Bi altered the trajectory of the bullets, then approached the robots standing nearby. Chapter 14. What does it mean to dismantle this robot was adorned with an array of advanced technologies. As Dou Bi neared the mechanical being, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, choosing instead to observe. Although a tinge of regret lingered, Dou Bi ultimately clenched his fist. You ought to return to the recycling bin. Upon uttering these words, he delivered a powerful straight punch to the robot. Unsurprisingly, the metallic form shattered into countless fragments upon impact. In his current state of accelerated motion, the metallic debris hovered in midair, refusing to descend. Once Dou Bi stepped outside the scattering range of the fragments, he exited the high-speed state. With a resounding crash, the remnants clattered to the ground. What a pity! The robot's body was rather fragile. Otherwise, I would have loved to salvage some of its weaponry, Dou Bi lamented, gazing at the shattered remains of the robot's armament. Well then, let's figure out how to get inside. With that, he turned his attention toward the direction for which the robot had emerged. The entrance had since sealed shut, but for Dou Bi, this was merely a trivial obstacle point. One punch would suffice. If that failed, 2 punches would do. Our ground lord expressed that he had endured enough torment to become numb. With a thunderous boom akin to a bomb explosion, Dou Bi shattered the area once more. I never anticipated there would be so much metal beneath, he remarked, eyeing the newly created opening. Time to get down to business. Dou Bi rubbed his hands together before leaping down. Are you not curious about what lies below? It could be lava or something equally perilous. At that moment, a certain individual glanced at his wristwatch, which incessantly notified him of the destruction of Robot T-13 by an intruder. It seems I underestimated you, he chuckled. But without a challenge, it would be rather dull. Strangely, he chose not to inform others of Dou Bi's incursion into the base, continuing instead to participate in the meeting as if nothing had transpired. How high is this place? The operators of this organization must be incredibly wealthy. Meanwhile, Dou Bi was engaged in a free fall, having already descended for nearly a minute. The speed of human free fall is approximately 37.2 ms. How am I supposed to locate their boss? Dou Bi pondered, feeling increasingly likely to get lost in the vast expanse around him. However, if he continued to wreak havoc, surely their boss would reveal himself. This thought led Dou Bi to consider himself quite clever. All right, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, Dou Bi resolved to test the power of his punch after accelerating due to gravity. Is he not concerned about penetrating the Earth's crust? Gripping his fist tightly in midair, he aimed downward and unleashed a strike. As he plummeted, a flicker of flame ignited at his fist. The friction between the object and the air during rapid descent was sufficient to create sparks. Initially a mere flicker, it gradually transformed into a brilliant glow as Dou Bi's velocity increased, eventually surpassing the speed of sound. Indeed, he had once again shattered the sound barrier. The sharp crack of the sonic boom reverberated through the air as Dou Bi, in the blink of an eye, covered hundreds of meters, crashing into the metallic ground like a meteor. Centered on Dou Bi's impact point, the force of the punch radiated outward, instantly spanning a colossal diameter of 1 kilometer. A massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Chapter 14. What does it mean to dismantle? Part 2. A colossal mushroom cloud billowed upward. The force of this punch was roughly equivalent to that of a 30-meter-wide asteroid fragment colliding with Earth. Am I being too brutal? Dou Bi mused, gazing at the nearly bottomless black craters beneath him. Startled by the devastation he had wrought, it was nearly inconceivable that any survivors remained. This was akin to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Yet, when Dou Bi looked up, he was astonished to find that the structures above had remarkably withstood the recent assault. These edifices had been designed to endure attacks of nuclear caliber, and Dou Bi's strike, though formidable, had still inflicted damage upon them. Impressive, Dou Bi remarked, acknowledging the resilience of the buildings. However, He soon returned to the initial query. Where was their boss? Dou Bi gazed upward, feeling somewhat conflicted. Let us start with the largest area. With this thought, he proceeded inside. While Dou Bi remained leisurely, the others were far from relaxed. Just as they were discussing the most critical aspects of their meeting, Dou Bi unleashed a punch reinforced by gravitational acceleration. The ensuing tremor felt akin to experiencing an earthquake. What just happened? One of the shadowy figures exclaimed in terror. We just endured an impact comparable to a nuclear explosion. A technician declared after frantically tapping away at the projection. Has the equipment been updated? Nuclear attack? Is the defense system you developed utterly ineffective? There was no response whatsoever. The cadre in black seethed in anger. Reflecting on how, had the base not been sufficiently sturdy, he might have met his demise. No, the attacker is. At this moment, the developer hesitated. What is it? The black-clad cadre, growing impatient, seized the developer by the collar and hoisted him up. Speak. The developer found it difficult to respond, his face reddening as he struggled to breathe due to the forceful grip. Will you speak or not? The cadre seemed oblivious to the developer's plight, fear consuming his rationality. Stop. A black-clad woman struck the back of the cadre's head, causing him to grunt and lose consciousness. Is this the extent of your fear-induced irrationality? How did someone like you rise to a position of authority? After completing her intervention, she huffed disdainfully. Cough, cough. The developer finally gasped for air. What on earth happened? The woman inquired once he had regained his composure. The recent event was orchestrated by a single individual, and he unleashed nuclear-level destruction with just one punch. The developer's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the data on the projection. Upon hearing this revelation, the woman briefly froze, yet she maintained her composure despite the shocking news. Notify the higher-ups immediately and instruct the cadres to evacuate, she commanded decisively. Understood. The developer seemed calmed by her steadiness, promptly returning to his tasks. Chapter 15. Dou Bi. I think I might be lost. A sharp alarm blared incessantly, bathing the once silver metallic walls in a crimson glow. Hello? Is anyone there? Dou Bi wandered alone through this red-tinged expanse. This place is excessively vast, and why is there not a soul in sight? He mused, feeling a sense of frustration. Upon his initial entry, he had anticipated a hail of bullets awaiting him, yet he had encountered no resistance whatsoever along the way. Those small minions, upon encountering him, immediately raised their hands in surrender. This left Dou Bi quite puzzled. After all, he couldn't possibly resort to violence against those who had capitulated. Thus, Dou Bi had no choice but to bind them. Wasn't it agreed that he wouldn't resort to force? And where did the ropes come from? He then inquired about the whereabouts of their boss. The individuals seemed to be struggling to swallow something, and soon they all coughed up blood, their heads lolling as their eyes closed. Dou Bi attempted to check for their breath, only to discover that they had all perished. He felt utterly speechless. All he wanted was to ask about their boss, and they chose to poison themselves in response. Was their loyalty truly that extreme? Could they not have been like the three black-clad figures from before? Naturally, Dou Bi would not remain amidst a pile of corpses. He promptly departed in search of their boss instead. However, after traversing for considerable time, he stumbled upon a rather disheartening truth. He was lost. Dou Bi swore he was not directionally challenged. The paths here were simply too convoluted. Anyone unfamiliar with them would undoubtedly be thoroughly ensnared. It felt akin to encountering a wall of ghosts. Well, he initially intended to show some regard for public property. Had he ever shown such regard? Is it really appropriate to say that? Dou Bi clenched his fists once more. Then, with a resounding boom, boom, the sound of several explosive impacts echoed as he effortlessly smashed through the walls, composed of an unknown metal, creating a passageway. Have you ever navigated a maze? Sometimes, when a maze becomes excessively convoluted, one cannot find a way out. In such moments, one can simply proceed in a straight line, demolishing anything that obstructs the path. This certainly simplifies matters. Gazing at the clear and straightforward path he had forged, Dou Bi felt immense satisfaction in his achievement. Let us go. Dou Bi pressed onward. That was the lad doing earlier. Upon hearing the news of Dou Bi's punch, which rivaled the force of a nuclear explosion, the esteemed individual remained unfazed. However, the black-clad figures beside him harbored a different sentiment. Their faces were etched with shock. Are you certain you aren't deceiving me? Among the high-ranking black-clad figures, one found it hard to accept this reality. A monster? Could this fellow truly be a monster? They did not dare voice the subsequent thoughts. With their abilities, generating nuclear-level power was not beyond reach, but doing so would nearly exhaust them. Yet this individual unleashed such an attack with apparent ease and without any visible depletion. An entity of this caliber could not even be rivaled by their most formidable foe, Shadow. Retreat. We must withdraw at once. It was unclear which black-clad individual initiated this sentiment, in moments of fear. People instinctively adhere to the opinions of the first to react. Yes, let us leave quickly. Panic engulfed the atmosphere. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated, drowning out the cries of the crowd. The black-clad figure who had first suggested fleeing now sported a bloody hole in his forehead. With a thud, the black-clad individual collapsed to the ground, lifeless. No need to rush. The esteemed individual chuckled softly at that moment. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Let's not forget that the enemy is but a single individual, and he is human, unable to escape the flaws of biology. Chapter 15. Dou Bi. I seem to be lost. Part 2. Let us not forget that the enemy is but a single individual, and he is human, unable to escape the flaws of biology. The esteemed individual spoke as he summoned a blue projection. Oh, here we are. The esteemed individual observed the red dot representing Dou Bi situated within the green zone of Area B. He tapped on the projection multiple times, and in an instant, the green area transformed into red. Good. The officials may now board the flying vehicles and depart, while the rest of you stay behind. After uttering this command, the esteemed individual exited the premises. The black-clad minions, fearing disobedience, immediately complied with his orders. Let us return to Dou Bi as perspective. What is this? Dou Bi gazed curiously at the machine nozzle, emitting an unknown gas towards him. Unbeknownst to Dou Bi, this gas was designed to absorb the oxygen from the air, a fundamental necessity for Earth's biological entities. Without oxygen, even the mightiest of Earth's beings would suffocate. Naturally, to prevent Dou Bi from using brute force to escape and reclaim oxygen from the outside, the black-clad minions were tasked with slowing his advance. There's a door here to that moment. Dou Bi found himself before a completely blue door. Above it was inscribed, "No entry. Access forbidden. What a shame it's locked. I'm but a guest." Dou Bi attempted to gently pull the door open, but to no avail. Thus, he exerted a bit more force. Crack. The door was instantly yanked off its hinges. Oops. Dou Bi glanced at the door in his hand and tossed it aside. By the way, where did those people go? Dou Bi pondered as he walked. Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated ahead of him. A mechanical fly, over a meter in length and adorned in yellow and black, appeared before Dou Bi. Is this a fly? Dou Bi felt an irresistible urge to swat it away. There was no help for it. Flies, those ubiquitous nuisances, have a way of burrowing into one's psyche, especially in summer, when they flit about while one is trying to eat. Their buzzing only exacerbating the annoyance. Moreover, they harbor countless bacteria and viruses. Therefore, upon encountering them, Dou Bi would invariably unleash his darker impulses, activating his mowing mode. Dou Bi let out a somewhat sinister chuckle. The mechanical flies multiplied, generating an ever louder cacophony. This was precisely the intention of the black-clad minions controlling them. Since Dou Bi surpassed them in existence, his senses would undoubtedly be heightened. Thus, his sensitivity to sound weapons would also be amplified. At that moment, Dou Bi lowered his head, obscuring his expression. The black-clad minions observed this scene through the micro-cameras of the mechanical flies. Excellent. It seems to be quite effective. One of the black-clad figures sighed in relief. No, something feels amiss at that moment. A black-clad woman, responsible for overall command. Not the same as before. Sensed that something was off. I said it's too loud. Dou Bi suddenly raised his head and unleashed a roar. The decibel level of his roar generated shockwaves, causing the mechanical flies to short-circuit instantaneously. Phew, finally some peace and quiet. Observing the twitching mechanical flies sprawled on the ground, Dou Bi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. All right, let us continue forward. Dou Bi pressed on. Chapter 16. Blood sacrifice. Following that, Dou Bi advanced with an unstoppable momentum, obliterating all obstacles in his path. The black-clad minions stood no chance of halting him. That it was impossible to suffocate Dou Bi to death. Excellent, excellent. Just like that. The esteemed individual observed Dou Bi's unflinching advance, devoid of any hint of panic. Quite the contrary, he was filled with exhilaration. Initially, it was believed that achieving that condition would require Shadow as assistance. But you have truly been a tremendous help, the esteemed individual smiled at this thought. Soon, this planet would belong to him. No, the entire solar system. Once successful, he would ascend to a status akin to that of a deity from myth. Where is your boss? Dou Bi raised his fist towards the black-clad minions before him. Are you imitating Saitama? The black-clad minions did not respond to Dou Bi's inquiry. They once again mimicked the actions of those who had come before them. If they dared to commit suicide, why had they been clamoring to flee earlier? But what is going on? Are all the black-clad figures in this base death warriors? Dou Bi gazed at the corpses surrounding him. Unable to suppress a sense of disbelief, he had long ceased to be surprised by the phenomenon of suicide. When one endures the same experiences repeatedly, a numbing effect inevitably sets in. Now, Dou Bi found himself somewhat desensitized to death, unsure whether this state of being was good or bad. Was this brainwashing? He doubted the loyalty of these individuals to the organization, as evidenced by the behavior of the three men in black earlier. Clearly, this organization had not reached a level of importance that surpassed their very lives. Regardless, he mused, once he located their boss, the truth would likely become apparent. Shaking these thoughts from his mind, he pressed onward. Excellent, splendid, the enigmatic figure chuckled with delight as he observed his subordinates falling one after another. Almost there. With these souls, I can finally achieve my purpose. He uttered bewildering words that left those around him in confusion. Then reopened the projection. Open the passage to Zone B. I wish to meet an old acquaintance. This moment. The figure resumed his nonchalant demeanor. A conference room. And what is that string of English around me? Dou Bi exclaimed, tilting his head to scrutinize the bold letters on the metallic wall. That I remember, they should be convening here today. They ought to be evacuating now. He muttered to himself as he approached the metallic door. Warning, intruder detected. Blare the alarm as Dou Bi drew near. I'm no intruder. I'm merely here for a sightseeing tour, he retorted while clenching his fist. So, clear the way. With a straightforward punch, he struck. Boom! How many doors had he destroyed by now? As Dou Bi stepped inside, he was not taken aback by the emptiness of the space. After all, considering the commotion he had just caused, it would be absurd if they continued their meeting undisturbed. Where on earth is their boss? Dou Bi pondered, feeling that achieving his goals might prove more challenging than anticipated. Can someone provide me with a map? He thought, feeling somewhat dejected. Come out, I know you're here. In Zone B, the enigmatic figure stood in a corner. Are you tired of saying that line? You utter it every time we meet. A deep voice resonated from somewhere, with two distinct footfalls echoing. A somewhat refined-looking young man emerged. Chapter 16. Blood Sacrifice, Part 2. With two distinct footfalls echoing, a somewhat refined-looking young man emerged. Dressed in a jacket and sporting sunglasses, his features remained obscured. The enigmatic figure simply chuckled. What's this? You let me in without any defenses. What are you planning? The young man regarded the figure with a wary gaze. Shadow, do you truly believe I could pose a threat to you? Why the caution? The figure maintained his cheerful demeanor. Shadow, however, did not ease his vigilance. He sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the reason. Was it danger? He had previously surveyed the area, and there was nothing that could threaten him. He had entered after Dou Bi had struck the place. Though he could not ascertain who had launched the nuclear strike and succeeded, it presented a prime opportunity to eliminate the organization, prompting Shadow to proceed. Enough of the idle chatter. Is this your farewell? Shadow was reluctant to squander time with the enigmatic figure. Shadow, did you not notice any changes upon your entrance? The figure smiled knowingly. What? Shadow paused, momentarily stunned. What did you say? The figure stepped closer to Shadow. Do you know how much time I've invested in achieving this goal? I went to great lengths to obtain this stone, and now it is finally mine, he revealed, inexplicably sharing his plans with Shadow. What? Upon hearing this, Shadow felt the urge to strike down the figure, but he realized he could not move. Did I not mention it earlier? I wanted you to observe any changes in yourself. The figure shook his head. When did Shadow was taken aback that if what the figure had just said was true, he was to become the figure's sustenance. Just now, while we were conversing, of course. Why else would I waste my breath on you? The figure produced a blood-red gem. What is this? Shadow felt his body tremble upon seeing the gem that, according to some texts, this is known as the Crimson Star Ruby, a fabrication. So don't criticize me. It is said to require a substantial amount of blood to unleash its power, the figure explained with a sense of responsibility. Absorb blood? You at that moment, Shadow comprehended the figure's intentions. Haha, there's no other option. This gem demands an excessive amount of blood. Thus, I pondered, wouldn't the blood of stronger individuals be more effective? As he spoke, the figure became increasingly animated. He was on the cusp of realizing his long-held ambitions. Thus, the figure continued, I orchestrated grotesque acts through this organization to lure you powerful ones here. He chuckled. Speaking of which, you truly are unfortunate. I initially intended to use that other individual's blood. Alas, he was simply too strong, so I must resort to yours for the blood sacrifice. The figure's expression turned sinister, so I am now bound by this gem, Shadow grimaced. Indeed, the figure replied with a smile. In truth, he had yet to disclose one crucial condition. The blood of the weaker individuals must be obtained through their death for the gem to absorb it. Therefore, the figure was pleased to see Dou Bi intrude. However, he had not anticipated that Dou Bi would refrain from killing the black-clad individuals. Hence, he resorted to mental manipulation, compelling them to take their own lives upon encountering Dou Bi. This too counted as them having met Dou Bi, and he had no choice but to comply with the act of suicide. This was merely one of the bugs he had discovered about the gem, now that all conditions were met. Only the final step remained. Farewell. The figure plunged the gem into Shadow's heart. Chapter 17. Monster strangely, not a single drop of blood erupted from Shadow's body. Shadow seemed to endure immense suffering, letting out a harrowing scream. Gradually, his form grew increasingly frail, resembling that of an elderly person, while the blood-red glow of the gem intensified. Ultimately, Shadow's entire being transformed to a pale hue, completely devoid of vitality. Ha! The figure gazed at the blood-red gem in his grasp, bursting into hearty laughter. Now, let this power be unleashed. After uttering this line, he swallowed the gem whole, wound tea that caused indigestion. This feels incredibly off. As the figure consumed the gem, the crimson energy coursed through his body. A tremendous, unknown power began to reshape him, a process filled with both agony and ecstasy. The blood-red energy enveloped the figure, gradually forming a cocoon-like structure, as if something was gestating within. How peculiar! I sense an unsettling feeling. Dou Bi, positioned below the figure, sensed something amiss, causing him to furrow his brow. That IT seems to be emanating from up there. Dou Bi thought. Lifting his gaze, he perceived the source of the discomfort hovering above him. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Dou Bi propelled himself off the ground, creating a thunderous blast of air as he thrust his head through the ceiling, ascending to the next level. This layer had been completely stained blood-red by the energy, with the most striking feature being the immense crimson cocoon. What is this? Dou Bi gazed at the blood-red cocoon with a sense of astonishment. As he beheld the grotesque sight, a metallic scent of blood assailed his senses. This blood. The surrounding area was awash in crimson, and Dou Bi quickly realized that this sinister cocoon was certainly no benign entity. Moreover, he noticed an individual nearby, who was devoid of any color, clearly drained of blood by whatever dwelled within that cocoon. Could this be a vampire? Yet he had never encountered a vampire that spun a cocoon akin to a silkworm. As Dou Bi pondered, he clenched his fists. Regardless of the circumstances, he was certain that whatever lay within was nothing but malevolent, so he would deliver a decisive punch. Dou Bi unleashed a straight punch, as unembellished and straightforward as before. This very strike had proven effective against all previous foes. Yet at that moment, the punch met with a resounding thud. A blood-stained hand intercepted the blow. Dou Bi was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, he was sent flying by another blood-red fist. Boom! Thud! As he was propelled backward, he crashed through several walls, ultimately landing amidst a pile of rubble. After dispatching Dou Bi, the two blood-red hands explored the exterior of the cocoon for a moment before seizing the opening and tearing it wide open. Instantly, the blood-red cocoon was shredded into fragments, scattering into the air, ultimately transforming into motes of light. The it was then that we beheld the visage of that formidable figure. At this point, his appearance had become utterly inhuman. His height had surged to over 3 meters, his entire form now bathed in a sanguine hue. Even his eyes had turned blood-red, emanating a chilling aura that deterred any attempts at eye contact. A pair of black horns sprouted from his head, making him appear as though he had crawled forth from the depths of hell. Observing his new self, he chuckled. Ah, I never anticipated becoming this way. But perhaps it is for the best. He attempted to swing his arms. Whoosh! In an instant, a series of sonic booms erupted. Chapter 17. Monster, Part 2. He attempted to swing his arms once more. Whoosh! Another series of sonic booms followed. Then he executed a rather sinister act, biting down on his left arm. Hiss! A few drops of deep purple liquid dripped from his arm, a substance resembling blood that, upon contact with the ground, eroded a pit into the surface. Quite impressive. He observed the wound on his arm healing almost instantaneously, eliciting a sense of delight. Has my regenerative ability been enhanced? He smiled as he looked at his hands. Now that I am no longer human, what shall I be called? Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden impact struck his face, sending him flying with tremendous force. Boom! He was propelled like a marionette with severed strings, crashing through several walls before finally halting, embedded in a wall riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. You prattle on, looking like a grotesque demon, and yet you seem pleased. Are you perhaps a pervert? Dou Bi remarked, his expression one of exasperation, while his fists emitted wisps of smoke from the friction with the air. Humph. Very well. He slowly rose from the pile of rubble. That moment, there were no visible signs of Dou Bi's impact upon him. As you said, I now resemble a demon, so I shall henceforth be known as a demon. He, or rather, the demon, revealed a cruel smile to Dou Bi. I s the witness to my birth as a demon. I shall grant you eternal life. He chuckled. Dou Bi responded with a dismissive ha. Eternal life? It was evident from a gleam in this creature's eyes that he harbored no good intentions. However, considering this creature's elevated status, he must surely be the boss of this place, right? Regardless, despite his blood-red appearance, he must be formidable. With his thought, Dou Bi continued, I desire no such eternal life. All I wish to say is, Dou Bi paused for a moment. Oh, what do you wish to convey? The demon seemed intrigued by this topic. Can I strike you now? Dou Bi asked, a smile gracing his lips. The demon hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter, as though he had heard the most amusing joke. Dou Bi stood there quietly, watching him. I merely stand here, observing your pretentiousness. After a considerable time, the demon finally ceased his laughter. Did you genuinely believe you could triumph over me now? The demon regarded Dou Bi with disdain. Indeed, Dou Bi replied earnestly, nodding his head. The atmosphere turned silent. Ha. The demon laughed. Very well. Let me witness your capabilities. I already mentioned, cease with the superfluous chatter. If we're a fight, let us engage, Dou Bi declared, charging at the demon. Unleashing another sonic boom. The demon appeared uninterested in a direct confrontation, merely standing there, adopting a posture that suggested he would allow Dou Bi to attack at will. Seeing the demon's nonchalant demeanor, Dou Bi wasted no time in launching an assault. Dou Bi's speed escalated, generating a chorus of sonic booms. 1 times the speed of sound, 2 times the speed of sound, 3 times the speed of sound. Ultimately, Dou Bi hurled a fiery punch toward the demon. What? The demon clearly sensed the peril emanating from this punch. A premonition surged within him. If he did not evade, the outcome would be dire. He instinctively obeyed his intuition, narrowly avoiding the direct impact of Dou Bi's punch by shifting his body out of the way. Chapter 18. I cannot fly, but I can walk in mid-air. Boom. Dou Bi's punch surged forth with tremendous force, obliterating half of the demon's body into a pulpy mass as the punch pierced through the demon. The residual force shattered the wall behind him into fragments. How many walls are there here, anyway? Well, you are quite impressive, Dou Bi remarked, somewhat pleased to see the demon still standing. The demon's expression darkened. He had narrowly escaped death. Who would not feel irritable under such circumstances? The half of his body that had been destroyed rapidly regenerated. I admit, I underestimated you. The demon set aside his prior arrogance. His earlier inflated ego was understandable. After all, one would feel invincible with such a sudden surge in power. However, exceptions existed, such as Dou Bi, but do not assume that you have emerged victorious. The demon glared at Dou Bi with a ferocious gaze. Once I absorb your blood, I shall become even more powerful. With that proclamation, the demon lunged at Dou Bi. Once again, a cacophony of sonic booms erupted, this time with the demon producing one more than Dou Bi. Upon reaching Dou Bi, the demon aimed a punch at his face. Boom! The punch did not land on Dou Bi. Instead, he caught it with ease. Could you possibly be any slower? Dou Bi quipped, smiling at the demon. Daha. The demon refrained from responding to Dou Bi and pulled back his other hand. Preparing to strike again. Boom! Once more it was effortlessly caught by Dou Bi. Dou Bi chuckled lightly, then delivered a headbutt to the demon. Wow! The demon winced from the blow, momentarily stunned. Game terminology. I strike. Dou Bi seized the opportunity. Launching a series of combination punches at the demon, Dou Bi pummeled the demon, his body fragmented, yet continually reassembled, with chunks of flesh ejected as the newly formed parts expelled them. Cursed you. The demon seethed with fury. He had believed himself to be nearly invincible, only to find himself being brutally beaten by Dou Bi. This was akin to a max-level player mercilessly dominating a lower-level player, only for another player, equipped with cheats, to obliterate the high-level player. The demon's frustration mirrored that of the max-level player. If he knew Dou Bi was merely playing, would he be driven to madness? Finally, the demon seized an opportunity and successfully escaped Dou Bi's relentless onslaught. You scoundrel! At this moment, the demon appeared somewhat disheveled. Although its wounds were capable of healing, the sensation of pain persisted. This fueled the demon's profound hatred for Dou Bi, instilling within it an urgent desire to eliminate this thorn in its side. Could it grow stronger? Suddenly, Dou Bi materialized before the demon. What? The demon was taken aback by Dou Bi's astonishing speed, leaving it unable to react. Despite its surprise, the demon quickly sprang into action. Two grotesque wings unfurled from its back, and it soared into the sky. Dou Bi, momentarily taken aback, looked up at the heavens. It dawned on him that he was incapable of flight. Ha! So you can't even fly. The demon, initially waiting for Dou Bi to catch up, erupted into laughter upon witnessing Dou Bi's bewilderment. Yes, that's true, Dou Bi acknowledged. However, while I may not possess the ability to fly, I am adept at utilizing the air for agile movements. As soon as the words left his lips, Dou Bi leaped into the sky. What? The demon watched in astonishment as Dou Bi began to step on white bubbles in midair, rapidly approaching him. Infuriating. The demon, realizing the urgency of the situation, flapped its wings in an attempt to distance itself from Dou Bi. Yet, Dou Bi's speed was overwhelming. Just as the demon managed to create a slight gap, Dou Bi was already upon in that moment. A fist ignited with sparks appeared in the demon's line of sight, growing increasingly larger. Boom! The punch landed solidly against the demon's head, instantly obliterating it like a crushed watermelon. This is merely a metaphor. Chapter 18, I cannot fly, but I can move in the air. Part 2, boom! The punch landed solidly against the demon's head, instantly obliterating it like a crushed watermelon. This is merely a metaphor. After losing its head, the demon's remaining body seemed to lose its capacity for flight, plummeting from the heights. Dou Bi followed suit, descending alongside the demon. Boom! Boom! With two resounding thuds, both Dou Bi and the demon crashed to the ground. Dou Bi landed gracefully, while the demon fell into the crater it had created upon impact. Dou Bi chose not to leave but stood silently, gazing in the direction of the demon's descent. He did not assume the demon was dead simply because he had shattered its head. Rather, at that moment, the discomfort within Dou Bi intensified. After a long pause, Dou Bi finally spoke. It's time to get up. Let us continue the fight. Humph. The demon ceased its charade of feigned death and rose from the pit. I merely intended to tease you. At this point, the demon's head had fully regenerated. It seemed that the weakness was not in the head, Was it necessary for Dou Bi to annihilate every single cell in its body to truly defeat it? Dou Bi pondered inwardly. I must truly thank you, the demon remarked as it slowly approached. No need for thanks. It's only right, Dou Bi replied abruptly. The demon was momentarily at a loss for words. Aren't you supposed to be perplexed and inquire why I seem so unfazed? After a brief moment of contemplation, I seized this opportunity to attack. The demon resumed its dialogue as if nothing had transpired. The more damage I endure, the stronger my body becomes in order to adapt, it said, excitement evident in its tone. And what of it? Dou Bi feigned interest. The sight of Dou Bi's indifference infuriated the demon even further. The ability to attract hatred activated inadvertently. Let me tell you, I am the strongest creature alive. In every regard, I am the mightiest. Brother, is it really wise to contradict yourself in such a manner? The demon bellowed at Dou Bi, as if desperate to prove something. Oh, Dou Bi merely repeated. Perhaps your power surpasses mine at present, but as time passes, your stamina and energy will dwindle, while I shall remain devoid of such weaknesses. At this, the demon's left claw dug into its chest. Yet from an observer's perspective, no wounds appeared as the injury healed instantly. Furthermore, during this time, I shall only grow stronger, ultimately surpassing you. When that time comes, the demon's fervor escalated, contorting its facial expression in excitement. Shut up, Dou Bi suddenly exclaimed, his voice overpowering the demon's. Chattering incessantly, Dou Bi tilted his head slightly. Are we still fighting? Or is this the extent of your capabilities? Dou Bi's face displayed a hint of impatience. The demon was momentarily stunned. Are you attempting to rattle me with such words? Very well. If you wish to perish, I shall oblige, the demon, in a fit of rage, retorted. Dou Bi remained silent, simply observing the demon. Prepare yourself. This time, the demon refrained from engaging in close combat with Dou Bi. Instead, it unleashed a barrage of blood-red energy projectiles. Whoosh! Dou Bi skillfully dodged the onslaught of energy blasts with a casual gait. Is this a game of darts? It serves as quite the warm-up, Dou Bi remarked nonchalantly while evading the energy projectiles. You scoundrel! The demon felt a sense of numbness towards its anger, now merely expressing its indignation through words. Chapter 19. Have you heard of the serious punch? The demon, whose own attacks were treated as mere games by the opponent, surely sought to demonstrate to Dou Bi the folly of his perspective. As the demon maintained its assault of energy projectiles, it discreetly amassed energy within its body, preparing to surprise Dou Bi. This all there is? I'm growing rather bored at this moment. Dou Bi ambled leisurely through the rain of projectiles, even yawning as if genuinely disinterested. Humph! The demon, undeterred, secretly accelerated the accumulation of its energy. Converting energy into a devastating technique is no simple task. Any error during this process could significantly diminish its power. What is wrong? Is this all you have? Dou Bi continued to deflect the energy projectiles with his hands, bemused. Prepare yourself. Finally, it seemed the demon had amassed sufficient energy to— are we ready? Bring it on. Dou Bi appeared intrigued by the impending technique of the demon. Brother, do not grow too arrogant. You will come to regret this. The demon spread its arms wide. A blood-red energy sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter, coalescing at its chest. The energy continued to gather, the crimson orb swelling in size. In less than 3 seconds, it ballooned to a diameter of 1 kilometer. Is that considered large? Do not even think of escaping the range of this attack. This strike could obliterate the very crust of the earth. The demon seemed to regain its confidence, gazing down at Dou Bi with glee. Is this your trump card? Dou Bi looked up at the colossal energy sphere, undeniably impressed by its size, noting that he could no longer see the sun. Yet Dou Bi felt no fear, only curiosity to trump card. I don't believe I possess any particularly powerful techniques. Lost in thought, Dou Bi fell into contemplation. Are you frozen in fear and unable to move? The demon, having misread Dou Bi's expression, assumed he was paralyzed by terror. It's too late for you to beg for mercy. Go die. The demon's voice crescendoed in excitement as it hurled the energy sphere towards Dou Bi. Perhaps Saitama-sensei experiences something similar, Dou Bi mused, looking up at the approaching energy sphere that I recall that during my anime watching days. I always relished the climactic moments of such duels. Facing the ever-enlarging energy sphere, Dou Bi remained utterly composed. Therefore, it seems appropriate for me to unleash my own ultimate technique in response. With that thought, Dou Bi clapped his hands. What should I use? Hee. I shall employ this. Upon recalling the esteemed Master Saitama, Dou Bi was immediately struck with an idea. Contemplating this, Dou Bi spoke. Mr. Demon, do you have any final words? The demon regarded Dou Bi with a mocking gaze, perceiving him as a mere specter at that moment. Have you heard of the serious punch? Dou Bi's face illuminated with a radiant smile as he uttered these words. What? The demon, momentarily taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. The serious punch, Dou Bi continued, gesturing towards the approaching energy sphere with his hand. Just like this. As he declared this, Dou Bi's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He then unleashed a punch aimed at the energy sphere. It was a simple straight punch, yet its force was unlike anything he had previously wielded. If one were to compare the difference in power between Dou Bi's former punch and this one in terms of typhoon levels, the former would be rated at a level 7, while this one soared to a staggering 15. As he struck, dark lines erupted around him. Could this be spatial fissures? Surely he can't be causing the very fabric of space to rupture in his exuberance. Chapter 19. Have you heard of the serious punch? Part 2. As the punch was unleashed, dark lines manifested around him. Could these be spatial rifts? Surely he can't be shattering reality in his exuberance. Before the punch even made contact with the energy sphere, it began to dissipate. Boom! The punch finally connected with the energy sphere just as its energy was about to fade, resulting in a complete annihilation that lasted not even a millisecond. After obliterating the energy sphere, the force of Dou Bi's punch surged toward the demon. At that moment, a sound akin to shattering glass filled the air. The sheer power of Dou Bi's punch was overwhelming. The surrounding space could no longer endure such force. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The air compressed to its utmost limit, and the very space quaked as a consequence of the punch. Upon striking its target, light and color screamed in a frantic escape, while the sounds of chaos followed closely behind, leaving a trail of explosive echoes in their wake that in the face of this colossal force. The demon had no time to react and was reduced to mere dust, leaving nothing behind. The impact of this punch continued to reverberate, first fracturing the ground into countless crevices, leading to its collapse, and then causing surrounding structures to crumble with a thunderous roar. Dou Bi's punch unleashed a cataclysmic level of destruction, far surpassing the nuclear-like devastation achieved through gravitational acceleration. Under the immense shockwave of this unparalleled might, even the base, impervious to nuclear blasts, could no longer withstand and was utterly obliterated. Boom! Boom! Countless explosive materials ignited in a chain reaction, and the architect of this chaos, after witnessing the surrounding explosions, began to depart the scene. Due to Dou Bi's recent serious punch, this base ceased to exist. Many of the operatives clad in black who lingered within suffered grievously, incurring substantial losses from the explosions. Fortunately, the majority of their leaders managed to survive and were currently rallying the remaining black-clad individuals for regrouping. Meanwhile, those eager to strike down the fallen foes and eradicate them entirely were preparing to amass their strength for total annihilation. Intense battles may soon erupt, but such matters were of no concern to Dou Bi. Back here again, Dou Bi mused, observing the luminous points surrounding him. After delivering the serious punch to the demon, Dou Bi had promptly departed. While contemplating what to eat at a small restaurant on a side street, he was suddenly transported to this place without warning. Dou Bi felt as though someone was urging him to leave. World will. Goodness, this freak, not only do you come here to cause trouble, but you also use such a powerful technique to eliminate a demon. You've wrecked my home. Who invited you? Go where you please. Though he had been here before, Dou Bi couldn't help but inquire, what is this place? He gazed around at the myriad of light points, feeling somewhat helpless. Previously, when he was swallowed by a black hole, he had shattered it and subsequently arrived in this realm that time. He had simply chosen a direction and continued until he reached another world. Should I adopt a code name or something? This could get convoluted. Dou Bi speculated that this might be akin to a passage connecting various worlds. universes. Perhaps he could utilize this conduit to return to his own world. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that there was little worth reminiscing about in his previous world. There he had hardly any friends, and his classmates paid him little mind. This was the case prior to acquiring his powers. And after gaining them, well, we all know how that turned out. If only you could speak, Dou Bi lamented, gazing at the luminous points. Yet he understood that this was an impossibility, despite the fact that these light points seemed to possess some form of consciousness. With this thought in mind, Dou Bi waved at a light point that had followed him since his entrance. Chapter 20. Transition. Come here. Dou Bi spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. These light points were highly sensitive. Even the slightest change would send them fleeing. One small light point appeared to heed Dou Bi's call, gradually approaching him. After an indeterminate amount of time, the small light point settled in the palm of Dou Bi's hand. Hello, Dou Bi greeted the light point in his palm. The light point seemed to comprehend his words, bobbing up and down as a gesture of gratitude. Oh, you know the way to the passages leading to other worlds? Although he suspected a response was unlikely, Dou Bi wished to give it a try. The light point moved side to side, seemingly puzzled. The passage that allows one to exit this place. Dou Bi endeavored to keep his words clear and succinct. The light point appeared to understand, moving up and down to indicate its awareness. Can you guide me there? Dou Bi inquired. Just show me the way. The light point seemed to contemplate for a moment before coming to a halt. Is that not possible? Dou Bi couldn't help but smile wryly. Realizing he had been too naive, the light point then moved side to side before darting off in one direction. Are you leading me? Dou Bi seemed to grasp the situation and promptly followed the light point's lead. Is this the place? Dou Bi remarked, gazing at the myriad of passages emanating a yellow glow before him. He recalled that the last time he traversed a passage, there had only been one, yet here, numerous options sprawled before him. Had he inadvertently chosen an abandoned passage? Dou Bi pondered as he watched the light point ahead. The light point circled around him before speeding off in a particular direction. Is it really just that straightforward? At least give me a hint. Dou Bi thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. With so many passages before him, all appearing the same, which one was he supposed to take? All right, old habits die hard. Suddenly struck by an idea, Dou Bi closed his eyes. He extended a finger forward and spun in place several times. Finally, his finger pointed toward a passage to his right front. Very well, this must be fate's design. Dou Bi stated gravely as he observed the outcome. A crow flew overhead. Well then, regardless of anything else, I shall enter. Dou Bi muttered to himself as he stepped into the unknown passage, after an indeterminate amount of time. The white light, before Dou Bi faded away, that he understood that this signified his arrival in a new world, that it also meant he was about to experience free fall once more. How many times has this been? Dou Bi's voice echoed through the heights. For reasons unknown, Dou Bi had an uncanny affinity for high altitudes. Last time, he had landed on the surface of the sea, but this time, boom, Dou Bi crashed into the ground. Our poor ground was once again subjected to Dou Bi's devastation. The earth was gouged by the impact of his descent, and Dou Bi was honored yet again to be buried beneath a pile of rubble. After spitting out some stones, he shook his body to dislodge the debris clinging to him. Subsequently, he emerged from the pit he had created. Chapter 20. Transition, Part 2. Once again, he stepped out from the pit he had excavated. Ah, what peculiar object have I encountered? Dou Bi glanced at his trousers, his expression one of utter exasperation. Dirt has infiltrated my attire, leaving it soiled. Dou Bi frantically shook his clothing. By the way, this outfit remarkably remains intact. How impressive. Speaking of which, it seems I have once more found myself in an odd place. Surrounded by thickets, Dou Bi felt an unsettling sensation creep over him. Where should I head now? A wave of confusion washed over him. Dou Bi was uncertain how long he had been wandering in this realm, aimlessly traversing without a destination. After all, while it was Dou Bi who had voluntarily ventured into this world, does closing one's eyes and spinning in circles count as a conscious choice? He was still oblivious to his purpose. Was his goal to return to his former world, or was it something else entirely? Having spent considerable time walking, he had ample opportunity to ponder this dilemma. Why did he initially choose to engage in battle against the demons? Was it driven by a love for combat? Is this truly a battle? It appears more akin to a one-sided massacre. Dou Bi felt an urgent need to contemplate his intentions. Otherwise, any action he took would be devoid of purpose, leading to a dire outcome. Consider this. What becomes of a person who lacks a goal and does not even know what they ought to pursue? The only path that remains is one of degradation. Those ruffians on the streets, or the individuals drowning their sorrows in bars, serve as prime examples. And what of Dou Bi? What exactly is he meant to do? Return home? He shares no significant bonds with his previous world, nor does he possess anything of importance there. As for friends, none exist. Family? Absent. The home that could have held cherished memories vanished without a trace. Thus, why must he fixate on returning as his objective? There is nothing in that world that Dou Bi longs for or misses. Furthermore, even in his absence, others continue to thrive. The earth still spins, indifferent to the loss of a Dou Bi. You underestimate yourself far too much. If there is indeed one matter that holds Dou Bi's concern, it is the identity of the person who cared for him from childhood until he became self-sufficient. Though he retains no memory of that individual, it is undeniable that that person contributed to the existence of the Dou Bi we see today. Without them, Dou Bi would have likely been sent to an orphanage, leading to one of two potential outcomes: being adopted or growing up within the orphanage itself. Is this too trivial? Yet, since it is merely a transition, it should be acceptable, right? However, Dou Bi is at a loss as to how he might locate this person. Possessing no recollection of their appearance, it seems this individual wished to remain unknown to Dou Bi, thus providing at least one reason to return. Yet, the portals to these worlds all appear identical, lacking any labels indicating which world a passage leads to. Moreover, these portals are treacherous. Each time one enters, they plummet from a great height. Were Dou Bi an ordinary person, he would have perished long ago. Just imagine falling from a height of at least 3 kilometers. Setting aside the issue of atmospheric pressure, even if the landing were in the sea, the sheer impact would be enough to reduce a person to pulp. It is evident that Dou Bi's means of traversing these portals is flawed. Otherwise, he would not consistently find himself in freefall. Dou Bi remarked that while he was unharmed, the perpetual freefall was quite exasperating. Nevertheless, this time was considerably better than the last. He had even lost his clothing then. Although he had not only destroyed the door of that home, but also stolen its owneress attire, Dou Bi felt a twinge of guilt. Thus, it would be prudent to avoid thievery in the future. At the very least, he now possessed a goal, albeit temporarily defined as returning. However, first and foremost, Dou Bi must escape this forest. Moreover, Dou Bi thought he had just heard the howl of a wolf. This indeed felt like an untamed wilderness. How on earth do I leave this place? Dou Bi lamented as he realized, yet again, that he seemed to be lost. Chapter 21. The unfortunate bear in this forest, no humans reside. This means it is teeming with small animals. Creatures such as wild rabbits and wild boars inhabit these woods. Naturally, there are also aggressive predators, hunting those weaker than themselves, a brutal display of nature's law of survival of the fittest. Lo and behold, a brown bear, just awakened from its hibernation, is preparing to hunt a wild boar. As we know, bears consume their fat reserves during hibernation, resulting in a lean physique upon awakening. The energy expenditure of a bear during hibernation drops to its minimum, even the rate of respiration. However, reaching this minimal energy level does not mean energy is not being consumed. Thus, before hibernating, bears will feast to accumulate sufficient fat to sustain them through their slumber. Once hibernation concludes, the bear's fat is substantially depleted, leading to a pressing need for sustenance. Now, the wild boar has unwittingly stumbled into the presence of this recently awakened bear, and the bear, of course, will not let this culinary opportunity slip away. With a roar of excitement, the bear charged at the wild boar. The boar, unwilling to succumb, reared back, brandishing its tusks and charging at the bear in response. The outcome is predictably tragic. A bear's skin is thick, rendering the boar's tusks ineffective and causing significant harm that a mere swipe from the bear could incapacitate the boar. The disparity is undeniable, unless an unexpected event occurs. It is likely the wild boar will soon become the bear's feast. Yet, unexpected occurrences can arise at any moment, often when one is at their most confident. Finally found it, a voice of delight suddenly rang out. The bear halted its charge upon hearing the voice of a third party and turned to face its source. Here stood the bear, alongside a wild boar, and it seemed today would indeed be a feast. A young man with short black hair and dark eyes emerged. Uttering these words, he bore no weapon, yet he confidently proclaimed his intent. The bear cast a wary glance at Dou Bi. To them, humans were an enigma. This is a primitive forest. The creatures here have never encountered a human before. For beings confronted with the unknown, curiosity and trepidation often coexist. Seeing the bear distracted, the wild boar seized the opportunity to flee. For these creatures, injury is a terrifying prospect, as it could lead to infection by some virus. Should they contract a virus, the outcome could be dire, for these animals lack access to medical care. Of course, this excludes animals capable of foraging for medicinal herbs. Thus, when the chance arose, the wild boar instinctively chose to escape. Survival is, after all, the fundamental instinct of any living being. That be why the time the bear regained its focus. The wild boar had already fled. With a roar of frustration, the bear bellowed in the direction of the escaping boar, then turned its ire toward Dou Bi. In its view, if not for this strange creature standing before it, its prey would not have eluded capture. In a fit of rage, the bear disregarded its fear of the unknown and charged directly at the young man. One has escaped, but bear meat should suffice. The man muttered as he casually threw a punch at the charging bear. He then dragged the lifeless body of the bear away from the scene. This man is none other than Dou Bi, who roams through this forest. Why not just jump? A leap could surely extricate you from this place, couldn't it? He had already been in this forest for 2 days. It is worth mentioning that Dou Bi's backpack contained very little food, which meant he had been subsisting on meager rations during this time. Exacerbate his predicament. The majority of the items in his backpack consisted of compressed biscuits and similar provisions, with nary a morsel of meat to be found. Chapter 21. The Misfortunate Bear, Part 2. In fact, the situation grew increasingly dire as Dou Bi realized that his backpack was bereft of any substantial nourishment. At long last, Dou Bi could no longer endure the hunger pangs and resolved to go hunting. Although, that's somewhat illegal. Thus ensued the scene that had previously unfolded. Yet how exactly should he proceed? It was quite vexing. After all, wasn't this the sort of task meant for butchers? Dou Bi muttered to himself while he utilized his Swiss Army knife to skin the bear. As for the gruesomeness of the scene, I shan't delve into a description. Despite having never skinned anything before, Dou Bi worked with remarkable speed, completing the task in a mere second. For those adept at swift movements, a second can indeed feel quite lengthy. Consider the case of Saitama, for reference. Dou Bi set the bearskin aside and proceeded to the next step, cutting the meat, given Dou Bi's abysmal knife skills. The resulting cuts were nothing short of tragic, so much so that even he found it difficult to look upon. However, as long as it was edible, he figured he ought not to be too fastidious. After all, Dou Bi was no gourmet chef. It was entirely reasonable that he would be unaccustomed to such tasks. He typically relied on the microwave, takeout, and instant noodles to sustain himself. Isn't that just laziness? Why bother conjuring up so many excuses? Now came the most crucial step, starting a fire to roast the meat. But where was the fire? Dou Bi lamented that he had not purchased a lighter. Nor did he smoke. No matter. There were still numerous methods to ignite a flame. For instance, I recall that striking flint can produce sparks. Let me give it a try. With utmost seriousness, Dou Bi declared this. Although the 2 stones in his hand were not necessarily flint, he took a deep breath and struck them together. And sparks. It seems I didn't apply enough force. Though he was alone, Dou Bi felt a twinge of embarrassment. With renewed determination, he adopted a serious posture, and in an instant, the air was filled with the echoes of Dou Bi vigorously striking the stones. Through his relentless efforts, sparks finally flew from the stones. Dou Bi swiftly used the sparks to ignite the dry grass, which, being highly flammable, erupted into a roaring fire. A great thinker once remarked, "A single spark can start a prairie fire." However, Dou Bi could not allow this fire to spread unchecked. Such destruction would devastate the primordial forest and disrupt the ecological balance. Having successfully ignited the fire, the next task was simple. Find a few branches to use as skewers for roasting the meat. Dou Bi was no stranger to barbecuing. He possessed considerable experience in this regard. The roasting did not take long. Within mere minutes, Dou Bi had his makeshift meal ready. Alas, why hadn't he thought to bring any seasoning? He realized he had no condiments to accompany his roasted meat. Well, at least this is organic and natural. He mused as he began to devour the skewered meat. However, he seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. The enticing aroma of the roasting meat would surely attract wildlife. And he had taken no precautions against their approach. Fortunately, wild animals are generally wary of fire, so he hoped they would keep their distance. However, it appeared that the alluring scent of his roasted meal had drawn in curious creatures, such as wolves, who lingered at a safe distance from the fire. Dadawu. Some wolves began to howl. Dou Bi stared at the encroaching animals, momentarily at a loss for words. Am I to eliminate them all? He pondered, realizing that such an action would be rather brutal. At this moment, he was unsure how to drive them away. He certainly couldn't offer them his roasted meat. Chapter 22. Leaving the forest to him. Hello there. Dou Bi ultimately decided he must disperse the gathering creatures, for being encircled by wild beasts provided little sense of security. Awu was the only response he received, a cacophony of howls. Could you refrain from howling? I cannot comprehend your animal language. Dou Bi found himself growing increasingly irritated by their incessant yelping. His hearing was quite acute, and if they continued, he would surely forfeit his chance at sleep that night. Awu, Gore. The disjointed responses continued. It seemed there was no alternative but to resort to force. With a sense of resignation, Dou Bi raised his fists. Moments later, the beasts seemed to sense the threat to their lives, and swiftly made their escape, kicking up a cloud of dust in their hasty retreat. Why must everything be resolved through violence? Is it truly so difficult to converse civilly? The instigator of this chaos merely shook his head and returned to savoring his roasted meat. Oh dear, it seems I may have overcooked it. I've heard that charred food can lead to cancer. Surely that's not a concern. Another day passed, and the sun once again rose, its rays warming Dou Bi's face. Gradually, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, the temperature increased. Eventually, this warmth became palpable against Dou Bi's skin. Then, he awoke with a start. Who goes there? He exclaimed, instinctively thinking it was a prank. However, upon fully rousing, he realized he was alone. It must be the sun shining down on me, he mused, glancing at his watch, which read just past 8 o'clock. Due to time zone differences, one could only speculate how time flowed in this world. This was typically the hour he allocated for morning exercise. In the past, he had engaged in physical training during this time, motivated by a sense of idleness and the fact that daily exercise was part of his school assignments. Thus, he resolved to continue this routine. Before long, it had become a habit. Previously, various circumstances had prevented Dou Bi from engaging in morning exercise. But wait, hadn't he been here for over 2 days? Surely he must have experienced at least one morning. Now was the perfect time to resume it. As per usual, he performed 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 100 sit-ups. Isn't that reminiscent of Saitama? Are you certain you truly obtained your strength in such an inexplicable manner? Does this seem familiar? Indeed, this is the exercise regimen espoused by our hero Saitama. Just adhere to it for 3 years, and then take a look in the mirror. If you find yourself bald, congratulations. You've grown stronger. However, after 3 years of following this routine, Dou Bi had merely developed a slight increase in strength, with little else to show for it. He pondered why this was the case, and concluded that unless one encountered monsters during training, results would be minimal. After all, in battles against monsters, one would inevitably sustain injuries, and it was in such adverse conditions that one could truly push their limits and achieve remarkable growth. Yet, such a method was impractical in his world, as there were no monsters to combat. And truly, could an ordinary person prevail against a monster? It would be exceedingly difficult. Indeed that, of course, exceptions existed for those equipped with weapons and exceptional intelligence at that time. Dou Bi had not considered this method feasible. He merely wished to exercise a bit. Now, this routine could be completed in less than a second, but habits die hard, and he felt compelled to follow through. In an instant, Dou Bi had completed his exercises. Chapter 22. Leaving the forest, Part 2. Almost in the blink of an eye, Dou Bi had finished his workout. Phew, morning exercise complete, he wiped his face, which was, in fact, devoid of sweat. This was merely a habitual gesture. It is time to depart from this place, Dou Bi remarked after surveying his surroundings. Until now, he had merely traversed the forest without exerting himself in earnest. The world before him was shrouded in mystery, implying that the currency he possessed might very well lose its value here, rendering it akin to worthless paper, fit only for the most mundane of uses. Hence, he chose to linger for a while to gather provisions that as for the types of sustenance available in this forest that remains unspoken. However, Dou Bi did observe that certain creatures within this woodland bore an uncanny resemblance to dinosaurs, and they walked upright. He found himself questioning whether they were some form of dinosaur people. But is it appropriate to refer to beings as things? Or perhaps such a term is too harsh. Dou Bi recalled how these dinosaur-like beings had babbled at him incessantly. And of course, he understood not a single word. Who knows what strange language they were speaking? Then, in a startling display, they charged at him. Faced with their fearsome demeanor, Dou Bi retaliated with a punch, and then there was silence. Now he harbored grave doubts about whether this place was indeed Earth. Unless, of course, dinosaurs had resurrected, supplanted humanity, and evolved into this form. Such a thought was perplexing. Yet, Dou Bi found himself devoid of clues, as they were exceedingly scarce. Regardless, it was best to leave this place for now, but he ascended to the treetop of a grand tree to ascertain the best direction for his leap, upon determining a trajectory that would lead him out of the forest. He leapt forth. This time, he calibrated his strength splendidly, avoiding a repeat of his previous near miss of launching into the atmosphere. Boom! Nevertheless, Dou Bi's landing did create a dent in the ground. Achieving this, however, was commendable and indicative of his improved control over his own power. "Let me explore this place," Dou Bi murmured, gazing at the expanse of red earth before him. Outside the atmosphere of this planet, a spherical spacecraft was soaring towards it. Strangely enough, the vessel's descent trajectory was directly in Dou Bi's vicinity. The craft landed with remarkable speed, touching down on the surface in mere seconds. What is that? Dou Bi pondered, feeling a sense of familiarity with the sight of the white spherical ship, though he could not recall where he had seen it before. Just as he was deep in thought, the hatch of the spacecraft swung open. In that fleeting moment, as Dou Bi beheld the figure within, his eyes widened in shock. Broly! How could he possibly be here? At that moment, Dou Bi was at a loss for words, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Chapter 23. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly. When it comes to Broly, it is likely that we are all aware of his formidable nature. He is a notoriously difficult adversary, heralded as the universe's strongest super warrior, emerging once every 1,000 years in the annals of Saiyan history. His bloodthirsty, ferocious, and combative disposition, coupled with his terrifying combat prowess, is precisely what has fueled the legends surrounding this Super Saiyan. Broly is indeed this 1,000-year phenomenon, and his strength only intensifies with age. If that were not enough, he possesses a secondary trait. Whenever he faces oppression, he involuntarily grows stronger, far surpassing his opponents. Such an ability is utterly abnormal. Not to mention the immense amplification he experiences during his transformations, which categorizes him as a monstrous entity. Consider his track record. He has effortlessly decimated Super Saiyan Goku, Super Saiyan Vegeta, Super Saiyan Gohan, and Super Saiyan Trunks. Along with Piccolo, it is said that even in his base form, he boasts a staggering battle power of 1.4 billion. This character leaves an indelible impression on Dou Bi, who finds it miraculous that Goku could rally everyone to defeat him. Furthermore, Broly appears in 3 feature films, despite being significantly weakened in the third. His overwhelming strength even subdued Super Saiyan Gohan, showcasing just how formidable Broly truly is. Such performances make it nearly impossible for Dou Bi to forget him. Moreover, Broly's physical characteristics are strikingly distinct. His dark green hair during transformations, the absence of pupils upon transformation, and his dramatically enlarged muscles, all of which allowed Dou Bi to recognize him immediately. My heavens, am I within the Dragon Ball universe? Dou Bi pondered, realizing that Broly was already in his legendary Super Saiyan state. Could this truly be Earth? The revelation left Dou Bi momentarily flabbergasted. It is well known that in Dragon Ball, planets, and even entire universes are often obliterated. One could assert that this location poses an extreme danger. This individual is far too perilous. I must make my exit. Seeing that Broly remained in a slumbering state, Dou Bi resolved to depart. According to the narrative, Goku and his son would soon join forces to unleash the Kamehameha wave, propelling Broly into the SU ended AS for altering the storyline. Dou Bi had no interest in such endeavors. Should his interference lead to the destruction of Earth, he would find no solace to lament his fate. After all, this is no longer an animated series, but rather reality. The conclusion is already perfect. There is no need for him to meddle further. Thus, Dou Bi decisively chose to leave. Alas, reality often proves to be harsh. Boom! A massive boulder atop the mountain unexpectedly shifted and plummeted, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Dou Bi was left astounded. "Damn it," he exclaimed. "Cockroach!" The sound generated by the falling boulder roused Broly from his slumber entirely. "This world seems to harbor a malicious intent towards me," Dou Bi thought helplessly, steeling himself for battle. The events unfolded too abruptly, leaving Dou Bi at a loss for words. As Broly awakened, an invisible force surged forth. As if heralding an impending apocalypse, a gray-green aura enveloped Broly's entire being, and an intangible pressure began to radiate. Is this what they call ki? Dou Bi felt the weight of this unseen force pressing down upon him, and he realized he was in quite the predicament. All he could think was that if the Earth were to explode, he should not be blamed. Surely, Gohan and the others would respond to Broly's immense aura. Dou Bi mused while glancing at Broly. Yet, the moment he looked towards Broly, his vision dimmed. At that moment, Broly seized Dou Bi by the face and lifted him effortlessly. In the next instant, Broly gathered a vibrant green energy sphere in the hand that gripped Dou Bi's face. Boom! Dou Bi found himself on the receiving end of Goku's treatment, as the energy sphere exploded in his face. Not content to leave it at that, Broly hurled Dou Bi away with force. Dou Bi spun through the air, completing several 360-degree rotations before landing steadily on his feet. Spitting out the dust that clung to him, Dou Bi exclaimed, "Where's Kakarot?" Just as he touched down, Broly unexpectedly uttered this question. How would I know? Dou Bi replied instinctively, "Kakarot, Kakarot." It appeared that Broly's words were not directed at Dou Bi. Rather, they were uttered unconsciously. Chapter 23. The Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Part 2. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly's utterance seemed devoid of inquiry, merely an instinctual vocalization. "Oh, I had forgotten that he loses his reason in the legendary form," Dou Bi observed, bemused by Broly's furious roar. As the energy surged within him, Broly suddenly bellowed again. "It's about to explode." The golden aura enveloping Broly began to swell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless green energy blasts erupted outward in all directions. This was Broly's explosive meteor. "Wow!" Dou Bi exclaimed, immediately springing into action to evade the barrage. Boom! Boom! Not a single energy blast found its mark. They all detonated upon the ground. The Earth, unable to withstand such ferocity, shattered under the attack. "Why do you all favor the prince's tactics?" Dou Bi lamented as he dodged the energy blasts. "Ant," was the retort he received. Do you flaunt your bravado outside? Does your mother know?" Dou Bi secretly scoffed. "Ha ha." Broly's laughter echoed as the release of his energy orbs came to a halt. "If you do not display your fighting spirit, I shall annihilate this planet." With that, a cruel smile crept across Broly's face. Upon hearing these words, Dou Bi's demeanor shifted slightly. With a sharp sound, Dou Bi instantly appeared behind Broly. He unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! However, Dou Bi felt as though his fist struck nothing but iron. What was that? At this moment, Broly uttered those words, his eyes devoid of pupils, filled instead with a mocking glint. Dou Bi remained unfazed, devoid of any anger. That last blow was comparable to a regular punch he would deliver to a demon. Dou Bi had merely been testing the waters, uncertain of his ability to conquer Broly. It is said that those with immense battle power feel an overwhelming pressure when facing someone of significantly lower strength. Yet, Dou Bi felt no such pressure before Broly's formidable aura that could shake the very planet. Of course, he was still aware of the presence of this aura. That last exchange had made Dou Bi realize that if he did not take this seriously, he would not prevail against Broly. "Why have you ceased your assault?" Broly asked, a grin spreading across his face upon noticing Dou Bi's lack of further attacks. "Let me show you what true offense looks like." As soon as he finished speaking, Broly was already before Dou Bi. "Wow, quite swift," Dou Bi remarked as he found himself 10 meters away in an instant. Boom! Broly's previous punch obliterated the ground where Dou Bi had just stood, as well as the mountain behind it. Ha ha! Broly seemed somewhat irked by Dou Bi's evasion. launching a second assault with even greater speed, 3 times faster than the last. This time, Dou Bi chose not to dodge. Instead, he raised his right hand, directly intercepting Broly's punch. At that moment, a football-sized emerald energy sphere suddenly materialized on Broly's chest. Dou Bi reacted swiftly, immediately vacating the explosion radius of the energy sphere. Boom! The energy sphere did not detonate on Dou Bi, but it kicked up a cloud of dust from the ground. Alas, the downside of relying solely on sight is that Dou Bi could no longer discern Broly's position due to the swirling dust. However, he could still hear Broly's voice. "You pesky ant, just die obediently." Broly's voice, filled with rage, resonated through the dust. Clearly, he was furious that Dou Bi had dodged his attack once again. "Vanish, insect!" With this command, a cerulean energy sphere rose from the dust. Initially, it was the size of a palm, but it gradually expanded, ultimately becoming a colossal entity with a radius of a kilometer. Is he attempting to obliterate me along with this planet? Dou Bi immediately realized Broly's intentions upon witnessing the sheer size of the energy sphere. At this point, Dou Bi had little time to ponder these matters. He wondered whether this move could repel the colossal meteor. Clenching his fist, Dou Bi prepared. With a serious demeanor, he did not strike immediately. Instead, he waited until the massive meteor was directly before him before unleashing his punch. Serious punch. As he spoke, Dou Bi's serious punch collided with the colossal meteor. Boom! The impact between the serious punch and the meteor created a tremendous shockwave that affected everything around them. Ha ha ha! Broly laughed heartily, continuing to amplify the size of the meteor. This lunatic is truly insane, Dou Bi thought, observing Broly's reckless enthusiasm. The serious punch was not a technique that drained Dou Bi's stamina, allowing him to retain enough energy to speak. This is rather dire. I cannot let this planet be destroyed. Although Dou Bi withstood the direct impact of the colossal meteor with his serious punch. Residual shock waves passed by him. If it were Goku and the others, a Kamehameha would suffice to deflect all energy impacts. But Dou Bi was not so fortunate. He lacked such energy, rendering him incapable of producing a similar shockwave. This meant he could repel the meteor, but the planet beneath his feet would not endure. Crack. The ground beside Dou Bi began to collapse under the strain. If this continued, the consequences would be catastrophic. Dou Bi thought with a wry smile. His situation mirrored that of Saitama, who had obliterated a meteor with a single punch, only for the debris to wreak havoc on numerous buildings. Dou Bi found himself in a comparable predicament. The strength of the colossal meteor far exceeded that of the demon's full-force assault. Even if Dou Bi shattered the meteor, the scattering aftermath would still lead to the planet's destruction. Furthermore, Broly was relentlessly intensifying the meteor's power. Boom! The surrounding area was already in chaos due to Broly's raging energy, and the impact of the colossal meteor further exacerbated the turmoil. Cracks began to spiderweb across the planet's surface, radiating from Dou Bi's position. Damn it, if you destroy this place, you will perish as well. Dou Bi could no longer contain his words at present. Dou Bi was merely absorbing the colossal meteor's force, representing the least damaging approach for the planet. Yet Broly continued to unleash his fury, and eventually, the meteor would undoubtedly explode. While Dou Bi might remain unscathed, the planet would surely be annihilated. Ha ha! Do you believe I would perish if the planet were to explode? Broly laughed maniacally in response. Dou Bi was at a loss for words. There was no point in conversing with a madman, as their thought processes existed on entirely different planes. Ha ha! Pitiful ant. Do you think you can escape destruction this way? Seemingly aware of Dou Bi's intentions, Broly revealed a cruel smile. Oh. Dou Bi immediately grasped what Broly was about to do, with a gathering of energy. A football-sized emerald energy orb coalesced in Broly's idle left hand in less than a second. He then hurled this energy orb towards the massive meteor below. My apologies, Dou Bi silently expressed his regret to the planet before reinforcing his serious punch. This would certainly mitigate the repercussions of the meteor's direct explosion. Boom! Crackle! The serious punch tore through the colossal meteor, causing shockwaves that instantly evaporated the surrounding air. But that was not the end. The tempestuous flow of energy surged through the planet's surface, which could no longer withstand the violent force, resulting in its rending apart. The energy flow continued to penetrate deeper, ultimately striking the core of the planet. Boom! Somewhere, lava erupted forth. The planet's surface continued to fracture, culminating in its shattering. The core of the planet had sustained a severe blow. The eruption of the volcano signaled the impending doom of the planet. Dou Bi, witnessing the apocalyptic scene, could not help but feel incensed by Broly's actions. And oh wonder Goku, who was inherently kind and had spared foes before, chose to eliminate him. This creature was indeed a mindless monster. "Oh, you seem rather angry," Broly remarked with keen interest, noticing Dou Bi's rising fury. Dou Bi replied curtly to "Ha, you little insect." Before Broly could finish a sentence, he was sent flying. Dou Bi, having swiftly closed the distance during Broly's speech, landed a punch. With a crack, Dou Bi vanished once more in a thin air. Broly roared, incensed by being struck by Dou Bi. He too vanished from his previous location. Bang, 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 bang. The sky reverberated with these sounds. Merely the result of air being disturbed. Invisible ripples materialized in the air, occasionally surfacing alongside the sounds of collision. Boom! Ultimately, it appears that a victor has emerged. Broly plummeted from the sky, crashing directly into the ground with a resounding boom. Simultaneously, Dou Bi descended from the heavens, landing with remarkable steadiness. Broly let out a furious roar, seemingly incensed by being struck away by Dou Bi. The fact that he could still unleash such a vibrant and fierce cry indicated that Dou Bi's earlier blow had not incapacitated him. Boom! A golden aura erupted from Broly, blazing fiercely, accompanied by crackling sounds reminiscent of lightning. The debris that had previously obscured Broly was instantly obliterated by the fiery energy. Broly roared as the golden flames continued to swell. This was Broly in his alternate form, Dou Bi remarked, observing the ever-expanding energy of Broly. However, he could not allow him to grow any stronger. Given that this was Broly in his alternate form, he would only cease to amplify his power once he surpassed Dou Bi. Thus, Dou Bi needed to defeat him before he reached that level. Yet Broly seemed unwilling to remain stationary. He charged once more towards Dou Bi. This time, Broly's speed had increased tenfold. This continuous enhancement ability was the most terrifying aspect of the legendary Super Saiyan. Given time, surpassing a god of destruction would be merely a matter of course. Only in terms of energy intensity, of course. However, Dou Bi did not have the luxury of continuing to engage Broly. This planet was on the verge of exploding. What a pity. If you were not a mindless beast, I would truly like to see how far you could grow. Dou Bi uttered these words as he watched Broly approach. This time, Dou Bi refrained from throwing a punch, that he merely leaped slightly upward. Then, he delivered a flying kick to Broly. Truth be told, the power generated by a kick often exceeds that of a punch. And the range of attack is broader, though punches are generally more agile. The kick connected squarely with Broly's face. As Dou Bi's assault struck, a layer of emerald green energy shield suddenly enveloped Broly's surface. This was Broly's fluorescent energy shield. Its defensive capabilities were exceptionally high, even allowing him to operate in the vacuum of space. Chapter 25. Multiplicity of Ordinary Fists. Dou Bi recognized this technique as the fluorescent energy shield. This posed a significant challenge. From Dou Bi's tone, it was evident that even the current Broly seemed not to be his match, after successfully defending against Dou Bi's kick with the fluorescent energy shield. Broly attempted to seize Dou Bi's foot, yet Dou Bi's reflexes were swifter than Broly's. He retracted his foot before Broly could grasp it. Thus, Broly was left empty-handed. With his shield, a single punch seemed insufficient to subdue him. Very well, so that moment. Dou Bi recalled a technique from Master Saitama. He wondered if he could replicate the same effect that However, Broly did not appear inclined to allow Dou Bi to continue his assault unimpeded. He relentlessly swung his fists at Dou Bi. Yet, these attacks proved utterly ineffective against Dou Bi, who effortlessly evaded them. Following Broly's earlier strike, Dou Bi realized his power had surged once more. He had previously recognized this phenomenon. Whenever he sustained damage, a surge of strength would well up within him, bolstering his physique. The sensation was now more potent than ever. Therefore, while Dou Bi had previously been struck by Broly's sudden attack, he could now toy with Broly as if he were a mere child. However, This child continued to grow, and Dou Bi had no intention of playing with him any longer. After evading yet another of Broly's attacks, Dou Bi clenched his fist. This technique, I've only seen in the anime. I wonder if I can execute it successfully just once. Dou Bi spoke these words, seemingly unconcerned that Broly was right beside him. It seemed Broly had now succumbed to complete rage. All he desired was to utterly shred the person before him. Have you lost the ability to comprehend human speech? Dou Bi chuckled as he beheld the frenzied Broly. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses terrifying potential, yet their immature minds render them incapable of controlling their immense power, ultimately succumbing to it. Someone once said that overwhelming strength leads to disaster. Those dominated by their own formidable abilities, in their quest to test their limits, naturally seek to annihilate others and assert control over them. How much more so for Broly, who had lost all reason. Broly was a tragic figure, as the saying goes. Those who are despised often have their share of pity. Perhaps if Broly were not a legendary Super Saiyan, his temperament would not have turned so savage. Alas, history has no ifs. Without a moment's hesitation, Dou Bi hurled a punch at Broly. Whoosh! Whoosh! This punch was unlike any before. As Dou Bi unleashed it, time itself seemed to freeze. Though it appeared as though Dou Bi merely threw a single punch, countless phantoms of fists materialized before him. Bang! Bang! Dou Bi's fist first shattered Broly's fluorescent energy shield, and then struck his body directly. In that fleeting moment, the force generated by Dou Bi's rapid strikes tore through Broly's resilient physique, characteristic of a legendary Super Saiyan. First, Dou Bi breached Broly's defenses, then he inflicted tremendous harm. In an instant, Broly was drenched in crimson. Simultaneously, Dou Bi ceased his barrage. The technique he had just emulated was Master Saitama's multiplicity of ordinary fists at that moment. The stasis surrounding time dissipated. As time resumed its flow, Broly began to transform. As a legendary Super Saiyan, Broly possessed remarkable vitality. However, he was not a creature endowed with formidable, self-healing abilities, even with such resilience. He ultimately could not escape the clutches of death. You can still endure? You truly live up to the title of legendary Super Saiyan. Dou Bi mused as he gazed at the bloodied Broly. After uttering these words, Broly, in a frenzy, lunged at Dou Bi, yet his body was already beginning to disintegrate. Farewell. Dou Bi turned away and departed the scene. As Broly's body began to collapse, it ultimately transformed into a pool of crimson liquid. Thus, the legendary Super Saiyan met his demise, and this time he had no opportunity to assume a biochemical form. Chapter 25. Multiplicity of Ordinary Fists. Part 2. Furthermore, he had no chance to convert into a biochemical form. Rumble, rumble. The planet would not cease its impending doom due to Broly's demise. It was already battered and beyond salvation. Only the Dragon Balls could restore this world, with the exception of those deities capable of reversing time. Clearly, this was not Earth at this moment. Dou Bi silently observed the planet's disintegration from a lofty vantage point. The chaos wrought during his battle with Broly had generated such a tremendous commotion. Had this truly been Earth, the warriors there would undoubtedly have arrived. The absence of any such figures indicated that this was not Earth. Of course, if this location existed in a parallel universe devoid of Dragon Ball Z warriors, it was certainly plausible. However, this mattered little to Dou Bi. It was best to leave this place. Although he had once survived within a black hole, he was unsure if he could withstand the explosion of a planet. He knew he could survive in the absence of air, as there was none within a black hole. After all, even Vegeta, who could transform into a Super Saiyan Blue, had perished in the explosion of Earth. In reality, this was quite bizarre. How could one who could obliterate the universe still fall victim to a planet's explosion? What a conundrum. Though this was merely an anime and not reality, Dou Bi had no desire to experience the sensation of being obliterated by a planetary explosion. Was Dou Bi afraid of death? No, he had not even contemplated that notion. He was merely concerned that the explosion might ruin his clothes. His previous experience of running around naked had left an indelible impression on him. But how to escape? There was no place on this planet that was safe. However, there were indeed spaceships capable of interstellar travel on this planet. Indeed, the very ship that Broly had arrived in. Locating the ship posed no challenge. Fortunately, Broly's eruption of energy had not damaged it. Dou Bi swiftly boarded the vessel, and the hatch sealed behind him as he entered. How does one operate this spaceship? Faced with the intricate control system, Dou Bi found himself momentarily bewildered. How did Goku manage to pilot a spaceship to other planets? Boom! The planet continued its cataclysmic collapse. Forget it, time waits for no one. Dou Bi resolved to take a chance. Crackle! Dou Bi began pressing buttons haphazardly. Do you not fear accidentally activating the self-destruct system? Though the chaotic maneuvers of Dou Bi appeared rather unreliable, they seemed to have yielded results. The spacecraft commenced its operation and, with a resounding explosion, soared into the sky. After gaining altitude, the vessel accelerated, and within mere seconds, it broke free from the gravitational pull and atmosphere of the planet, venturing into outer space. The speed of this spacecraft was indeed impressive. It was no wonder, given the advanced technology of extraterrestrial origins, that it utterly surpassed the spacecraft from his own world. Dou Bi marveled at the rapid velocity of the vessel. In the realm of Dragon Ball, not only was the level of combat exceptional, but the technological prowess was also remarkable. He pondered whether there existed phenomena akin to dimensional strikes as seen in the three-body problem. As Dou Bi's thoughts wandered, he gazed out of the glass window, captivated by the vastness of space this is space. It appears rather dark and enigmatic. Seeing outer space for the first time, Dou Bi could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. In his own world, only astronauts could traverse the cosmos. Yet here he was, entering the void of space without even donning a spacesuit. He wondered about the design of this spacecraft that allowed for such astonishing speed. Of course, Dou Bi merely felt a flicker of curiosity. He knew he was not cut out for the study of such matters, nor did he harbor any interest in them. However, where would this spacecraft take him? Dou Bi withdrew his gaze from the cosmos. It seemed there was still a considerable amount of time before they reached their destination, so perhaps a nap would be in order. Chapter 26. Cosmic Pirates, even in the environment of outer space. Dou Bi soon succumbed to slumbered. It was inevitable. Dou Bi was notoriously easy to put to sleep, regardless of the location. The spacecraft glided silently through the void, making its way toward its destination. Of course, the universe was not devoid of other beings. Consider this. The cosmos is vast, teeming with legions akin to Frieza's empire. The seventh universe is not solely populated by Frieza's ilk. Numerous organizations resemble cosmic pirates, and vessels like Dou Bi's, isolated in space, often become targets for interception and robbery. Indeed, a band of cosmic pirates lay ahead of Dou Bi's spacecraft. When did it become a ship? Another small fish has swum into our net, remarked an alien resembling one of Frieza's minions as he observed a yellow dot on his display screen. Who will capture him? The alien activated the ship's communication system. I'll take care of it. I happen to be free at the moment. Let us hope this little fish provides me with some exercise, replied a merfolk-like alien. It would be prudent to first utilize the combat power detector to assess his strength. What if this ship houses a formidable opponent? Suggested another alien, presumably a researcher. Enough already. The merfolk alien waved dismissively and entered his personal spacecraft. How could it be so fortuitous? I am a merfolk with a battle power of 30,000. The merfolk alien seemed somewhat disdainful of the researcher's comment. Him. Had it not been for the researcher's utility, he would have long since dispatched the weakling. For them, the measure of strength was everything. Meanwhile, Dou Bi lay on the metallic floor of the spacecraft, sleeping soundly, nearly snoring and drooling. The merfolk alien piloted his ship alongside Dou Bi's. Is the combat power detection device malfunctioning? The merfolk alien attempted to gauge Dou Bi's power, but the display merely showed a question mark. I suspect that fool broke the device. What a ridiculous researcher! Just wait until I return to deal with him. The merfolk alien thought little of the situation, attributing the malfunction to repairs the researcher had undertaken. That he never considered that Dou Bi's combat power might be overwhelmingly potent. The combat detection device had been upgraded, eliminating the flaw of exploding when faced with excessive power. The little fish sleeps quite soundly. The merfolk alien thought as he gazed through the ship's glass at the slumbering Dou Bi, unable to stifle a smirk. Sleep on, for when you awaken, you shall confront the harsh reality. The merfolk alien harbored no sympathy. After all, weakness was a sin, Swiftly, he employed a grappling device to draw Dou Bi's ship closer, subsequently transporting it to his mothership. Let me see who is aboard. The merfolk alien eagerly opened the hatch after bringing Dou Bi's ship into the main vessel. Their usual plunder was amassed by intercepting other ships to seize their wealth, and he was determined to capitalize on this opportunity. However, upon entering, he discovered that apart from the basic infrastructure of the spacecraft, there was nothing of value. A miser. The merfolk alien felt a surge of anger upon realizing his expectations had been dashed. He had anticipated finding something worthwhile, yet there was nothing. Fine, this little brat must have something on him. The merfolk alien ultimately redirected his focus on a Dou Bi. He approached him to search for valuables. Just then, Dou Bi stirred awake. Imagine waking up to find a creature resembling a monster before you. Wouldn't your instinct be to throw a punch? Dou Bi, upon seeing the fish-like alien, instinctively launched an attack, delivering a powerful blow. Chapter 26. Cosmic Pirates. Part 2. Dou Bi, upon noticing the fish-like alien, instinctively struck out, landing a punch that turned the merfolk alien into a pulpy mess. Where did that guy go? After the act, Dou Bi fully regained consciousness and, seeing the remains before him, wore a bewildered expression. Well, where is this place? Dou Bi glanced around, realizing he had arrived in an unfamiliar location, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Never mind, there must be someone here. I should take a look. After a moment's thought, Dou Bi ventured deeper into the spacecraft. Before long, explosions reverberated. Bang! Boom! With those 4 resounding blasts, the ship was engulfed in chaos. Dou Bi's circular vessel erupted from the wreckage of a larger ship. Why would they choose self-destruction? Dou Bi wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, bewildered. Upon entering the ship, he had been met with a fierce onslaught. He had merely retaliated slightly. Dou Bi swore he had only exerted a modicum of strength, yet it seemed his power had escalated too rapidly after his battle with Broly, leading him to inadvertently breach the spacecraft. After a brief uproar, the aliens had pressed a red button, triggering the explosions. Dou Bi pondered the sacrifice exhibited by these extraterrestrials. You could all join a suicide squad. Of course, Dou Bi was unaware that the earlier alien had been terrified by his overwhelming power and had mistakenly pressed the wrong button instead of the escape pods. Thus, the aliens met their tragic fate. However, Dou Bi felt equally perplexed, having found himself in an unfamiliar place only for it to explode moments later. What on earth is happening? He mused, gazing out at the scenery beyond the glass. Moments prior, he had gained nothing aboard that spacecraft. By the way, where is this ship headed? This vessel belonged to Broly. It was supposed to follow Goku to Earth. Yet it seemed there was a discrepancy in this universe, as Broly's ship had not reached Earth but instead arrived at another planet. That planet, let's call it that, was subsequently devastated by the aftermath of Dou Bi's battle with Broly. Now, Dou Bi reflected with a sense of resignation. Although his emotions had begun to wane, it did not signify a disregard for life. Even Saitama would not remain indifferent upon witnessing the annihilation of an entire city. However, Dou Bi had genuinely done his utmost. Being of a physical nature, he could not inflict minimal damage upon a planet as Goku and the others could. Observing Dragon Ball, 2 formidable beings capable of obliterating the universe clash. Yet Earth remains utterly unscathed. Dou Bi aspires to achieve the same mastery over his own immense power as Goku and the others. His strength has been on a continuous ascent. After battling Broly, Dou Bi discovered that his power seems to elevate daily, fluctuating with each action he undertakes. Reflecting on this, Dou Bi likened it to the effect of Saitama's limiter removal. However, this realization left him somewhat speechless. Previously, he had felt no such changes due to not exerting his full strength. It was only after his encounter with Broly that the effects of this augmentation became apparent. Dou Bi is deeply concerned that if this continues, he might transform into a humanoid planet destroyer. Moreover, he has noticed that being attacked only serves to amplify his abilities. Indeed, this potential for growth is remarkable. But it appears to have escalated beyond reasonable limits. Goodness, will he end up bald at this rate? Chapter 27. Arrival on Earth. In the boundless expanse of space, a spherical spacecraft is en route to Earth. Meanwhile, the occupant of this vessel remains blissfully unaware, soundly asleep on the floor of the ship. The spacecraft continues its journey toward Earth, unnoticed by anyone. Of course, when it comes to beings of divine nature. Exceptions abound. For instance, King Kai. It seems Earth is about to welcome a new visitor on King Kai's planet. North Kai flickers his two black antennae. Point 1. Can only hope this newcomer bears benevolence. As King Kai can sense an indistinct pressure emanating from the individual, unable to discern the extent of their power, he instinctively feels that Goku and his companions would undoubtedly be no match for this individual. Thus, he can only wish that their arrival on Earth is not malevolent. Nevertheless, he decides to inform Goku. Utilizing his divine abilities, King Kai swiftly establishes a connection with Goku. Goku, there is something I must tell you. At that moment, Goku is busy tilling the land on Earth. Huh? Goku momentarily pauses, startled by King Kai's voice, the is Chi-Chi coming over. Oh no, I can't let her catch me slacking off. Goku's thought process immediately jumps to this conclusion. Of course, Goku can be quite clever when it matters. No, that is not it, King Kai responds, somewhat speechless, but such is Goku. Oh. What is it? Upon hearing this, Goku relaxes. An alien spacecraft is heading toward Earth. And the individual aboard possesses strength far exceeding yours. Wow. So that person must be incredibly strong. Goku interjects, barely allowing King Kai to finish his sentence, brimming with excitement. Yes, Goku, do not act recklessly. It would be best if you teamed up with Vegeta. And remember, he may not necessarily harbor ill intentions. Unfortunately, it appears that Goku has not absorbed King Kai as cautionary words. Yash, King Kai, where is that person landing? At this point, Goku has already changed into his martial arts uniform. You change clothes so quickly. Huh? Goku, didn't you hear what I said? Their power is above yours. King Kai is left exasperated by Goku's reaction. I know. That person is strong. Goku continues warming up with push-ups. By the way, what is their name? Goku, now in a state of exhilaration, asks that I don't know, and I somewhat regret telling you this. King Kai admits, feeling uneasy. Goku is bound to stir up trouble again. I can sense their energy. I'm heading over now. After completing his warm-up, Goku quickly senses the energy and teleports away. Goku! Don't be impulsive, King Kai exclaims, alarmed by Goku's departure. It's a joke. Goku, the battle maniac, is surely off to engage in combat with this newcomer if Earth were to face destruction as a result. After all, Dragon Ball Earth has been destroyed several times, hasn't it? King Kai would surely be beside himself with frustration. Sigh. I guess I should notify Vegeta. King Kai thinks, feeling helpless, he cannot understand why he is unable to communicate with the individual aboard the spacecraft, leaving him in the dark about their intentions. For now, he can only hope Goku refrains from provoking them. The spherical spacecraft eventually lands in a desolate area of Earth, and the hatch opens as it descends. Have we arrived? Dou Bi is startled awake by the sound of the ship touching down. This seems to be Earth, he muses, scanning his surroundings, the familiar desert landscape, the endless expanse of yellow, and the sweltering heat that makes the air shimmer. Chapter 27, Arrival on Earth, Part 2. The familiar desert environment, the boundless yellow, and the oppressive heat that makes the air quiver, all quintessential elements of an earthly desert. However, one should refrain from jumping to conclusions and ought to observe further. Dou Bi, lost in thought, prepares to investigate his surroundings. Suddenly, a sound of instant transmission pierces the air. Who is there? Dou Bi instinctively exclaims upon hearing the somewhat familiar sound. Moshi, hello. I'm Son Goku, a voice call from behind Dou Bi. Oh, what? Dou Bi is taken aback upon recognizing the voice. He has watched the anime. To his astonishment, he has encountered Goku. Should he ask for an autograph? Upon turning to confirm that it is indeed Goku, excitement floods Dou Bi's mind. It is worth noting that he has cherished the Dragon Ball saga since elementary school, deeply admiring the carefree, innocent, and kind-hearted Goku who loves to fight. One could say he was one of his childhood idols. Have any of you also watched Dragon Ball? Why are you looking at me like that? Goku remarks, somewhat puzzled by Dou Bi's starstruck gaze. It's nothing. I'm Dou Bi, just a passerby. Dou Bi replies, initially intending to mention that he is from Earth but refrains. Realizing that this Earth is not his own, belonging to entirely different worlds. I see that I also arrived here via a spaceship. Goku shares, his straightforward nature easily fostering camaraderie between them. Hey, Dou Bi, would you like to have a spar with me? Goku suddenly suggests after their conversation. Huh, you want me to fight you? Dou Bi is momentarily taken aback. Throughout their dialogue, Dou Bi has noted that Goku is the version post-Majin Buu saga, although he is uncertain if Goku can transform into Super Saiyan God. Dou Bi feels a twinge of insecurity about his own abilities. Is that not possible? Goku scratches his head, looking somewhat disappointed. Sure, Dou Bi cannot bear to see his childhood idol disheartened, so he agrees. Yay, that's awesome. Goku exclaims, elated by Dou Bi's consent. For him, battling strong opponents is the most exhilarating experience. Shall we start here? Dou Bi proposes. Sure, that works. Goku nonchalantly responds, as long as they avoid harming bystanders. All right, just give me a moment. Dou Bi says, moving the spherical spacecraft to a distant location. All set, let us begin. After relocating the ship, Dou Bi turns to face Goku. Okay, be careful, Goku shouts, charging directly at Dou Bi. He is certainly kind, or perhaps he underestimates me. Dou Bi reflects inwardly as he observes Goku approaching in his base form. Despite his thoughts, Dou Bi's body is quick to react, and he swiftly dodges Goku's assault. Seizing the opportunity when Goku attacks, Dou Bi delivers a powerful punch that sends him flying. Wow, that punch hurt a bit, Goku exclaims. Are you all right? Did I hit too hard? Dou Bi asks, concerned upon hearing Goku's exclamation. It's nothing serious. I can still fight. Goku reassures him as he stabilizes himself in midair. Oh, I see. In that case, let us continue, Dou Bi replies. Chapter 28. Kamehameha, but you should really give it your all. All right, I'm worried you might get hurt if we keep this up. After a brief moment of overpowering the normal state of Wukong, Dou Bi remarked, although Wukong possesses numerous techniques and combat experiences that I lack, my foundational strength is significantly higher. The normal Wukong barely had time to react before falling victim to my onslaught. In this scenario, Wukong's reluctance to transform into a Super Saiyan allowed Dou Bi to voice this sentiment. It must be noted that this is not a commendable habit. Should one refrain from unleashing their full power at the outset, they risk being incapacitated by their adversary, which would be quite tragic. Of course, among the myriad tragedies in Dragon Ball, none stand out quite like those of our beloved Vegeta. This is a term of endearment among Dragon Ball aficionados. Let us reflect upon the misfortunes of Dragon Ball, particularly those that have befallen Vegeta. Initially, he boasted to Wukong about being a superior warrior, suggesting that it was a privilege for a lowly fighter like Wukong to engage him. Yet, it was Wukong, utilizing the Kaioken technique, who ultimately dominated him, leaving Vegeta questioning his own existence. Then, during his battle with Frieza, after recovering from near-fatal injuries, characteristic of Saiyans, he confidently declared himself the Super Saiyan that Frieza had long feared. Alas, Frieza dispatched him with a mere fraction of his power. This event was so devastating that it even brought Vegeta to tears, a rare display of vulnerability. Later, in his confrontation with Cell, after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he attained the second stage of Super Saiyan. At that point, he easily toyed with semi-perfect Cell, defeating him without even employing techniques. However, in a moment of recklessness, he assisted Cell in absorbing Android 18 to achieve his perfect form, leading to his own overwhelming defeat, with even his final flash proving ineffective. Subsequently, during his bout with Hit, he was caught off guard by Hit's time-skipping ability and fell victim to a swift defeat. It is fair to say that the term tragedy has been a constant companion to Vegeta. After so many instances, one cannot help but feel a tinge of sympathy for him. However, in Dragon Ball Super, his fortunes have improved, resulting in a marked reduction of his tragic encounters. I digress. To be candid, I am merely trying to fill space. My apologies, but using my full strength will significantly drain my stamina. Could you kindly wait a moment? Just a moment. Wukong seemed somewhat embarrassed at, "Oh, very well," Dou Bi replied, standing by in anticipation. It is imperative that one is not interrupted during transformation, regardless of the duration. This presents a conundrum. With a mighty shout, Wukong's entire being erupted in a golden aura, completing his transformation into a Super Saiyan. This is the Super Saiyan form that in this moment, Wukong took the liberty to introduce himself to Dou Bi. Oh, that looks quite impressive, Dou Bi exclaimed, marveling at the transformation of Wukong, for the impact of witnessing a live-action Super Saiyan transformation far surpasses that of the animated series. Just wait. There's even more to come. Wukong smiled in response to Dou Bi's praise. With another powerful shout, Wukong's golden hair stood even more erect, and his golden aura crackled with electricity. This was the Super Saiyan 2, a form that transcended the original. Sensing that Dou Bi might not grasp the magnitude of his transformation, Wukong continued to elaborate, "Oh, but it seems you have yet to unleash your full power. Surely, there are even greater transformations." Dou Bi feigned ignorance regarding Wukong's transformations. You've seen through me. I intended to save this for last," Wukong admitted, momentarily flustered. "Then quickly reveal it. I am most eager to witness it," Dou Bi replied, his excitement palpable. "All right, here it is, the mightiest form, Super Saiyan 3. As Wukong proclaimed this, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. Boom! The ground beneath him trembled as it could scarcely withstand the force of his transformation, fracturing and collapsing under the pressure. Apologies for the wait. This moment, Wukong's golden hair cascaded down to his waist. His energy intensified, retaining its electric sparks, and his golden aura transformed into a radiant glow that expanded without dissipating, with his eyebrows vanishing entirely. "Wow, your transformation is truly remarkable," Dou Bi remarked, observing the drastic change in Wukong. To illustrate, if the normal Wukong resembled a gentle lamb, then Super Saiyan 3 embodied a ferocious T-Rex. Chapter 28, Kamehameha, Part 2. To illustrate, if the normal Wukong resembled a gentle lamb, then Super Saiyan 3 embodied a ferocious T-Rex. Indeed, the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 is quite significant, Wukong agreed, acknowledging Dou Bi's statement. "Shall we proceed?" Dou Bi inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Against the formidable Super Saiyan 3, Dou Bi understood that he could not afford to approach this battle lightly. He sensed that if he did not adopt a serious attitude, he would likely be on the receiving end of Wukong's prowess. "Let us continue." Wukong grinned. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment of dialogue, the battle had already commenced. 1 second, such a brief interval, felt akin to an hour for both combatants. In that single second, they had exchanged blows multiple times. "Wow, you are incredibly strong. It has been ages since I have engaged in such an exhilarating battle," Wukong exclaimed joyfully after breaking away from yet another exchange with Dou Bi. "It is a true honor to receive such praise from you," Dou Bi replied with a smile. However, he began to feel something amiss. He was merely putting forth a fraction of his seriousness, yet he was able to contend with the Super Saiyan 3 Wukong. Was he truly stronger than Wukong at this moment? Dou Bi pondered this realization, unable to fully grasp it. "You have become complacent." As Dou Bi was lost in thought, a critical opening revealed itself. "How much combat experience do you possess? Would Wukong not seize upon your evident vulnerabilities?" Wukong, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip by. If he failed to capitalize on such a blatant opening, he would cease to be the legendary son Wukong. Boom! In the heat of battle, a minor error could spell disaster. Dou Bi hesitated for just an instant, resulting in his being sent flying by Wukong's strike. Thud! Before Dou Bi could descend, Wukong teleported directly in the path of his fall. How Wukong bellowed, joining his hands into a hammer and crashing down upon Dou Bi. Boom! How many times has it boomed now? Struck by this blow, Dou Bi plummeted at an accelerated pace, crashing through the earth and creating a deep crater. However, Wukong's assault did not cease. He understood that the previous attack would not inflict significant damage on Dou Bi. He needed to maintain the pressure and not allow Dou Bi a moment to recover. Thus, he unleashed his signature technique, the Kamehameha. Wukong positioned his hands in a cup-like formation at his waist, concentrating a blue energy sphere within his palms. As he chanted, the blue sphere expanded, its concentrated power intensifying. With a final shout, he released the Kamehameha wave. The beam, trailing a blue tail, soared forth like a comet, crashing into the crater where Dou Bi had fallen. Boom! Crash! The Kamehameha wave detonated upon impact, unleashing a brilliant explosion of blue energy. "I hope he is unscathed," Wukong mused, gazing downwards. After all, this was merely a friendly spar, and Wukong harbored no desire to cause harm. That Kamehameha wave was quite impressive. The explosion was formidable. At that moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the crater. Chapter 29, A serious assault, It was adequate, I suppose. Wait, what? Wukong paused, taken aback by the voice. Heh, Wukong, since you have bestowed that technique upon me as a gift, I shall reciprocate with a token of my own. Dou Bi's voice carried a hint of excitement. Oh, not be modest. Feel free to come at me. Wukong replied, snapping back to attention. This is my gift to you. Dou Bi raised his head from the crater and he executed a leaping motion. Boom! With a resounding blast, Dou Bi vaulted back to the surface. Wukong, be cautious. This technique of mine might inadvertently be lethal. Dou Bi spoke to Wukong with a serious expression. He was well aware of the immense power of the technique he was about to employ, so he directly informed Wukong to prepare himself, lest he be caught off guard. Upon witnessing Dou Bi's grave demeanor, Wukong understood that he was not jesting and began to brace himself earnestly. After admonishing Wukong, Dou Bi promptly prepared to strike. He assumed a stance to gather momentum, silently affirming his resolve. This seemingly ordinary movement instilled in Wukong a profound sense of danger. The muscles in Dou Bi's legs contracted, generating a formidable force. Charge! With that command, Dou Bi surged forward in an instant. So fast was all Wukong could think. Then he saw a fist rapidly enlarging before him. Just as Dou Bi's punch was about to connect with Wukong, it halted inches away. Boom! Though Dou Bi's fist did not land on Wukong, the gust generated by it shattered the towering mountain behind him into fragments. Wukong observed Dou Bi, naturally reverting to his usual state. He knew he had lost. Had that punch struck him, he would have suffered severe injury. Wukong, your fighting style has taught me a great deal. While Wukong was still somewhat dazed, Dou Bi smiled and extended his hand. In their recent battle, Dou Bi had also recognized his own shortcomings. While his strength was considerable, he lacked combat techniques and experience. There had been numerous occasions where he failed to seize the opportunity to strike and ended up taking several hits. Unlike Saitama, who had extensive combat experience from battling various foes, Dou Bi had only faced off against demons and Broly on 2 occasions, not counting those swift victories that hardly qualified as battles. In contrast, Wukong had evaded many of Dou Bi's attacks, often relying on his extensive battle experience to do so. Dou Bi questioned his own capabilities in this regard. Furthermore, he had noticed that during their fight, Wukong caused minimal damage to the surrounding environment, whereas he had left chaos in his wake. Wukong possessed a level of control far beyond Dou Bi's comprehension, which was precisely what Dou Bi wished to learn from him, to prevent himself from causing significant destruction due to his own uncontrolled power. Moreover, unlike others he had encountered, Wukong was unaffected by the ability to attract hatred. Thus, Dou Bi was inspired to learn control from Wukong. Of course, mastering the Kamehameha would be even more splendid. Dou Bi had spent some time practicing the Kamehameha posture against thin air. You truly are strong. I concede defeat. Yet Wukong, being Wukong, acknowledges loss without hesitation, radiating enthusiasm despite the recent defeat. Fighting with you is truly enjoyable. I will grow stronger. Let us battle again next time. At that moment, Wukong showed no signs of having just lost. On the contrary, he was brimming with vigor. Chapter 29, Serious Assault, Part 2. Fighting with you is truly enjoyable. I will grow stronger. Let us battle again next time. Wukong displayed no traits of defeat. Quite the opposite. He was filled with determination. After defeating Majin Buu, he had lost a formidable opponent. As the saying goes, pressure breeds motivation. With the absence of a powerful rival, Wukong felt a diminishment of drive. However, with Dou Bi as a new opponent, Wukong regained his motivation to improve. I am eagerly anticipating that day. Dou Bi wholeheartedly agreed. By the way, Wukong, could you grant me a request? Consider it a condition from our previous battle. After some contemplation, Dou Bi devised this rationale. Sure, go ahead, Wukong replied without hesitation. Could you teach me? Dou Bi earnestly articulated these words. Can you? Wukong initially responded instinctively before realizing the implication. Are you certain? Wukong asked, somewhat astonished that Dou Bi's strength surpassed his own. What could he possibly teach him? Yes, I have always relied on physical strength in combat. I wish you could share some of your experience, Dou Bi remarked, gesturing towards the wreckage of the ground he had caused. I see. Well, I've never taught anyone before. Wukong quickly grasped Dou Bi's intentions. Yay! Dou Bi felt elated at Wukong's acceptance. There could be nothing more delightful than training alongside his childhood idol. Surely, there are other delights, right? I can almost hear the sound of slaps on faces. Let me think about where to start, Wukong mused, scratching his head. Right? Master Roshi should know what to do. Wukong appeared to have an epiphany. Came Senin, Dou Bi recognized Wukong's words and understood where they were headed next. On the planet where North Kai resided, Wukong certainly kept one on their toes. Thankfully, he was not a villain to that moment. The Kai was wiping the sweat from his brow, having just been startled by Wukong. However, it was also a good thing that Wukong had gained another companion. With that thought, North Kai felt a sense of relief. Next, all I need to do is inform them that everything is fine. He said to a T-came house with a sudden flash. Dou Bi and Wukong found themselves on the sandy beach. Wow, amazing. We arrived in an instant. Dou Bi was astonished after experiencing the instantaneous teleportation. Instantaneous movement was indeed miraculous. As long as someone wished to go somewhere, it was an excellent technique for escaping after causing chaos. PFF, what are you saying? This is where Master Roshi lives. He is an extraordinary martial artist. Wukong introduced Dou Bi. Oh, so he is inside? Dou Bi glanced at Kame House. Kame Senin could be considered a master of his generation, possessing experience and skills that far surpassed Dou Bi's. Moreover, Kame Senin was one of Dou Bi's favorite characters from the anime, even though he had become somewhat of a side character in later arcs. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that without Kame Senin, Wukong would not be who he is today. Master Roshi. It's me, Wukong. Wukong approached the door of Kame House and began to knock. Don't ask me why Wukong didn't teleport directly inside the house. Ah, Wukong, what brings you here? After a while, Kame Senin opened the door. I have a friend who wishes to learn some combat techniques. Wukong stated directly, getting to the point. Oh, is it that young man? He is quite strong. Does he really need to learn this? Kame Senin remarked, glancing towards Dou Bi outside. Chapter 30. Kia, regarding that, Wukong said, exchanging glances with Dou Bi. I wish to learn how to control my power. Dou Bi candidly revealed his intent. Oh, you have never trained before. Kame Senin expressed surprise at Dou Bi's admission. Yes, Dou Bi nodded, still uncertain about the origins of his strength. Wukong, if that is the case, why did you come to me? You would be more suited to teach him. Kame Senin sighed. You cannot say that, old man. Didn't you also teach me in Krillin back in the day? Wukong countered. All right, let us start with the basics. Kame Senin relented. By the way, what is your name? Kame Senin inquired, turning to Dou Bi. My name is Dou Bi. Dou Bi responded, bowing slightly. No need for such formalities. I am merely teaching you the fundamentals. Kame Senin replied, pausing briefly. First, do you understand what ki is? Kame Senin asked. Ki. I am not familiar with it. Dou Bi shook his head. Regarding chi, he only understands it as something akin to energy, while remaining oblivious to other aspects. Well, chi is the source of life itself, and Master Roshi begins to elucidate the concept of chi. After listening to Master Roshi's explanation, Dou Bi gains insight into the notion of chi. Chi can be described as the most fundamental essence of life, akin to the vital force of existence. For instance, when a person is gravely injured, their chi diminishes, and when they're vigorous, their chi surges. Chi is indeed the essential energy of life. However, ordinary individuals on Earth are incapable of harnessing this chi. It is only those adept in martial arts who can wield it to unleash techniques. So, how can I utilize the chi within me? Although Dou Bi has grasped the essence of chi, he remains uncertain about the method of application. Why not try this? Master Roshi places a piece of paper on Dou Bi's nose. What is this for? Dou Bi inquires, puzzled by Master Roshi's actions. Make this paper stand upright, but remember to do so without moving your body. At this juncture, Master Roshi chuckles. Dou Bi is taken aback. How can he make the paper stand without moving his body? Take your time. The energy within you is potent, and you should be able to achieve it with relative ease. Master Roshi remarks before turning to head back indoors that I still want to catch the gymnastics program. Ha. Dou Bi gazes at Master Roshi, revealing a perplexed expression. Master Roshi's behavior seems somewhat embarrassing, akin to that of Goku. You carry on. I must return to farming, or else Chi will scold me, Goku states before vanishing in an instant. What am I to do now? Dou Bi feels a wave of despair. Before asking him to keep the paper upright without moving, at least he could have been taught how to harness chi. Well, at this point, he can only give it a try. After a moment of silent contemplation, Dou Bi redirects his focus to the piece of paper. He grapples with it. Every individual requires time. Even Goku and the others were once novices that AT this moment. Master Roshi reflects on his past training sessions with Goku and Krillin as he observes Dou Bi's relentless efforts. Keep at it, Master Roshi encourages, continuing to watch the television program. Yes, right here. Haha. Master Roshi exclaims, nearly overwhelmed with excitement at what he sees on the screen. Dou Bi outside can clearly hear the commotion. Never mind, I refuse to be influenced. Dou Bi decides to concentrate on his task. It seems there's a hint of movement. Let us try again. Dou Bi perseveres. Finally, after much effort, he succeeds. Gazing at the paper floating in mid-air, Dou Bi cannot help but marvel. Not bad. I was only an hour slower than Goku. Indeed, Master Roshi chuckles in response. Could you refrain from demoralizing me? Dou Bi momentarily pauses upon hearing this. That it seems his innate talent for chi is not particularly impressive. Just then, Goku reappears. Oh, you succeeded, Goku exclaims, noticing the levitating paper. Chapter 30. Chi, Part 2. Oh, you succeeded. Goku observes the paper floating. It took a bit of time, but I finally figured it out, Dou Bi remarks, glancing at his hands. If I recall correctly, the next step involves carrying the turtle shell, Goku states. You want your friend to carry the turtle shell? I doubt that would be effective, Master Roshi comments after glancing at Dou Bi. Goku, do you have something heavy? It must be extremely heavy. Hearing this, Dou Bi turns to Goku. Let me ask King Kai. Goku replies thoughtfully before vanishing once more. What a move, Dou Bi exclaims after witnessing Goku's sudden disappearance. This instant transmission technique is something Goku learned on another planet. It's truly remarkable, isn't it? Master Roshi notices Dou Bi's expression of awe. Indeed, Dou Bi nods in agreement. King Kai, is there truly nothing available? Goku pleads with King Kai. His eyes filled with earnestness. I'm afraid not. Your friend's strength is far too formidable. The weights I could provide would be utterly useless to him, King Kai explains with a sense of resignation. Unlike Dou Bi and Goku, who rely on their physical prowess, weight training would yield no results for him. Goku, upon hearing this, feels a twinge of disappointment. By the way, are you eager for a rematch with him? Which is why you're so invested in this matter. King Kai suddenly inquires, more or less. Goku scratches his head sheepishly. What about the Grand Kai? Goku asks, seemingly struck by a thought. The Grand Kai? That won't work either. The power disparity is just too great. King Kai ponders aloud. So what should we do? Goku feels somewhat dejected. Actually, you don't need to go through all that to cultivate chi. King Kai remarks, unable to watch Goku's distress any longer. What is it? Goku's excitement reignites at this revelation. First, bring your friend over, King Kai sighs, bracing himself for the potential chaos that Dou Bi might bring. Omitting Dou Bi's arrival. Dou Bi, this is King Kai. He was also my teacher. Goku introduces once Dou Bi arrives. Hello, King Kai. Dou Bi contemplates the appropriate form of address, mirroring Goku's choice. So you're Dou Bi? King Kai observes Dou Bi with interest. Yes, Dou Bi replies, somewhat puzzled by King Kai's scrutiny. Phew, he doesn't seem like Goku's sort of violent lunatic. Unbeknownst to Dou Bi, King Kai been assessing him. So, how do I train in chi? Dou Bi decides to expedite matters. Chi, I trust you've grasped the basics. The rest is simply this, King Kai begins, but his words trail off to, oh, you want me to tap my head? Dou Bi steps forward to comply with King Kai's request. Notably, King Kai is rather short, and Dou Bi towers over him. Now, do not resist. Remember, absolutely do not. King Kai instructs Dou Bi with utmost seriousness. Understood? I won't. Dou Bi nods. King Kai reaches out to tap Dou Bi's head. At the moment King Kai's hand makes contact, Dou Bi feels as though something is attempting to enter him. For a fleeting moment, he feels an urge to repel it, but recalling King Kai's words, he holds back. Soon, Dou Bi senses an influx of knowledge flooding into his mind. It feels as though he has acquired a wealth of information pertaining to Q.is, this memory infusion. Can the divine even do this? Impressive. Dou Bi marvels at the realization. Yet I don't feel any pain. Aren't those novels supposed to depict this process as excruciating? Chapter 31. Departure once again. Phew, I haven't used this technique in a while. It truly is exhausting. King Kai wipes the sweat from his brow after imparting knowledge to Dou Bi. I never knew it could be done this way. King Kai, why didn't you ever use this on us before? Goku notices this detail as well. There was no choice. At that time, your skills were not sufficiently developed. This method has a somewhat force-feeding quality. Utilizing it on you would have been counterproductive, King Kai explains. Dou Bi, possessing pre-existing formidable strength, has already undergone a form of shaping, making this method effective for him. King Kai reflects, pausing to dry his sweat with a towel that I see. Goku observes Dou Bi, realizing he will become even stronger. I must work harder too. Wait, Goku, what do you intend to do? King Kai suddenly perceives something. Of course I'll be training. King Kai, in a few days, I'll be training right here. Goku replies with a smile. Why must you train here? King Kai expresses his exasperation. Because the gravity here is 10 times that of Earth. Goku responds enthusiastically. King Kai is left speechless. Does 10 times gravity even affect you? Why do you always come here? You can mooch meals, but must you also orchestrate demolition? King Kai internally grumbles, yet he cannot refuse Goku's request. At this moment, Dou Bi has fully absorbed the knowledge regarding Chi. Thank you, King Kai. Dou Bi bowed to North Kai. Why do you always bow? No need to thank me. It's merely a trifling effort. North Kai immediately instructed Dou Bi to cease. How does Dou Bi feel? Wukong was also pleased for Dou Bi's newfound strength. Very good. Dou Bi smiled, reflecting, I was truly wasting my strength before. After glancing at his own hands, he continued, now that I have mastered the control of my ki, I can fly as well. Of course, executing techniques that release energy is also well within my capabilities. However, the greatest benefit for Dou Bi is that he can now regulate his own power, avoiding any unintended catastrophic explosions. The damage to the surrounding environment can also be minimized. Nevertheless, he has yet to learn techniques such as the Kamehameha, but they're a ready-made teacher right here. Wukong, can I trouble you for one more favor? Dou Bi flashed a smile at Wukong. What is it? Wukong responded, puzzled at a division of time. In any case, that is how it is. After explaining the Kamehameha to Dou Bi, Wukong stated, oh, I'll give it a T or Y. Dou Bi began to assume the stance. He had been corrected by Wukong numerous times on this very stance before. Wait, North Kai sensed something ominous. It seemed that something truly unfortunate was about to transpire. Kamehameha, but Dou Bi had already unleashed the wave. A blue energy sphere, nearly 5 meters in diameter, was shot forth from Dou Bi's hands. The blue sphere, trailing a cerulean tail like a comet, struck the surface of the Kaishin planet. Then, boom, the Kamehameha exploded, obliterating North Kai's home. My house. North Kai felt utterly despondent. My apologies. Dou Bi seemed to feel a twinge of regret for the aftermath of his Kamehameha. Lord Kai, aren't you a god? You can restore this place yourself. Wukong said to the tearful North Kai. In the past, while training in the underworld, he had caused damage here several times, and North Kai was always able to restore it swiftly. Now, after Dou Bi's recent Kamehameha had wreaked havoc, couldn't he restore it just as he had before? You don't understand. Every brick and tile in this house was crafted by my own hands. North Kai was heartbroken. This was his labor of love. I truly am sorry, Lord Kai. Dou Bi felt deep remorse as well. Chapter 31. Another departure. Part 2. I'm genuinely sorry, Lord Kai. Dou Bi expressed his regret earnestly. I will compensate you for your losses, Lord Kai. Dou Bi declared with utmost sincerity. Forget it. It's not the first time this has happened. North Kai waved his hand, simultaneously employing his divine powers to restore the house to its original state. Wow, how impressive! Dou Bi was somewhat astonished. It's merely a privilege of being a god, North Kai thought, feeling rather glum and wishing for solitude. Then let us take our leave, Wukong, sensing North Kai's poor mood, suggested. All right. Dou Bi, too, did not wish to witness North Kai's woeful expression any longer, as it sent chills through his heart. Well then, Lord Kai, until next time. After Wukong bid farewell to North Kai, he and Dou Bi instantaneously departed. Finally, they were gone. After their exit, North Kai returned to his usual state. However, it seems I am about to have quite a commotion again, North Kai thought, feeling somewhat helpless at the memory of Wukong's earlier comments. It's getting late. I should head back, Wukong observed as the sky darkened. Oh, you go ahead. I can manage on my own, Dou Bi replied nonchalantly. Ah, goodbye, Dou Bi, Wukong said as he bid farewell to Dou Bi and vanished in an instant. Wukong's instant teleportation is truly remarkable, Dou Bi remarked as he observed Wukong's departure. Yet, it is indeed getting late. I should find a place to rest. As Dou Bi spoke, he made his way toward the location of the spaceship. Dou Bi soon located the spaceship and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Just as Dou Bi was about to leave the spaceship, he noticed, the environment around him shifted once more into a world corridor. What is going on? This is the second time. Dou Bi's mentality was beginning to unravel. This is exceedingly bizarre, as if something is persistently driving him here. World consciousness. Don't let me discover who is responsible. If I do, I'll send them flying. Dou Bi was thoroughly vexed. He had been having a pleasant conversation with Wukong when he was abruptly whisked away. However, this time he had been directly transported to the world corridor, which felt rather intentional. As Dou Bi continued toward the light at the end of the corridor, he mused, "Let me see what you intend to do." Dou Bi thought to himself as he stepped into the radiance. Sure enough, he found himself high in the sky at this moment. Dou Bi gazed down and wore an expression of mild disbelief. Fortunately, Dou Bi had learned to utilize his ki and had mastered the art of flight. Thus, he would not plummet from such heights. Deciding to learn ki was indeed a wise choice. However, I should first ascertain where this place is. Dou Bi activated his ki sensing ability and swiftly descended from the sky to the ground below. Once again, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. Am I truly fated to encounter such places? Observing the familiar yet foreign surroundings, Dou Bi couldn't help but feel speechless. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Dou Bi seemed to hear the sound of wolves. Hey, what the heck is this? Dou Bi shouted angrily. Yet again, Dou Bi heard the sound. The world is indeed filled with malice towards me, Dou Bi contemplated, recalling how he frequently encountered boss-level monsters that attacked him on sight. Like Broly, who had assaulted him immediately upon sighting him. It felt as though this world was deliberately hurling bosses at him. Well, I should first clarify what world this is. Dou Bi looked up at the sky. Chapter 32. Just passing through him. There are people over there. Dou Bi successfully detected a large gathering of individuals using his ki sensing ability. I'll fly. After confirming the direction, Dou Bi soared into the air at astonishing speed, creating a series of sonic booms. However, Dou Bi now had complete control over his power, preventing any environmental destruction. The sensation of flying in the blue sky is quite delightful. Dou Bi soared through the air in a starfish pose. Flying has always been the dream of humanity. Although flying is possible now, it can only be achieved through contraptions like airplanes that glide freely through the sky is a dream pursued by humanity. Alright, enough of the fun. After enjoying the sensation of soaring through the sky, Dou Bi decided it was time to descend. What is happening? Suddenly, Dou Bi noticed a significant decrease in the ki he had sensed. The situation below seemed rather dire. Dou Bi was well aware that the disappearance of an individual's ki signifies something grave. If one does not deliberately conceal their ki, the only way for it to vanish is through death. I should descend and investigate the situation, Dou Bi thought, instantly arriving on the ground below. This place was littered with rubble, with only a few areas spared from devastation. Upon witnessing the destruction, Dou Bi was taken aback. Who did this? He gazed at the desolate scene and felt a pang of compassion. How many lives must have been lost? There are still survivors. Thinking of the people, Dou Bi sensed around and discovered that some had indeed survived. Over there! After locating the direction of a living soul, Dou Bi hurried toward that location. The process of rescuing omitted, it turns out this is the world of Naruto, and it is already the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War. After saving a minor character who was about to be killed by the aftermath of the Ten-Tails-tailed Beast Bomb, Dou Bi learned the current situation from the character's account. The Ninja World War. Let's pay a visit. Dou Bi was quite eager to participate in this arc of Naruto. Although he knew that he would merely be overpowering weaklings, he thought, Hey, kid, I sent to the battlefield over there. Pointing in a direction, it is a perilous place. You must absolutely refrain from venturing there, or you may meet your demise. Upon hearing Dou Bi's words, The inconsequential villager immediately recognized Dou Bi's intentions and began to urge him not to act impulsively. "It is quite all right. I am formidable," Dou Bi replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Take care of yourself. Farewell." With that, Dou Bi soared into the sky. The villagers stared blankly in the direction Dou Bi had flown, momentarily stunned into silence by the spectacle. Whoosh! The sky erupted with sonic booms. A powerful force was under siege. Surely that was the 10 Dashtails. As Dou Bi flew, he remained attuned to the surrounding energy, gauging the positions of his opponents. However, it seemed unnecessary for him to intervene here. It was quite vexing. Yet Dou Bi felt a twinge of conflict. According to the narrative, aside from the initial casualties during the confrontation with the 10 Tails, the only significant deaths were those of Obito and Madara. Dou Bi had just sensed two energies collaborating against a stronger one that it was not difficult to surmise that the story had progressed to the point where Obito had become the 10 Tails host, and Naruto and Sasuke were now attempting to thwart him. The dilemma arose. If they were unable to prevail, it would be reasonable for him to step in, but according to the storyline, Obito had been obliterated by Naruto and Sasuke's full-powered Susanoo attack. That it was originally a happy ending that did not necessitate Dou Bi's interference, though many lives were lost. Chapter 32. Just passing through. Part 2. But should he merely stand by and watch them fight? He estimated that he would be unable to resist the urge to intervene. That it was a conundrum for Dou Bi, rendering him indecisive. Many fanfiction narratives recklessly disrupt the storyline. For instance, in tales like the Uncle's comprehensive manga, protagonists obliterate the boss from beginning to end. Such alterations lead to utter chaos, straying far from the original text. Changing the plot is effortless, yet one must also bear the consequences that follow. For instance, if you save a character destined to die, it could trigger a cascade of events that drastically escalate the narrative's difficulty. In the end, even more lives may be claimed. This is the butterfly effect. Regardless of your actions, even the slightest movement could incite a storm in a distant locale. Dou Bi did not wish for his intervention to result in harm to others. What am I doing? I had agreed to fight Goku, hadn't I? This too alters the storyline. Dou Bi suddenly found himself in a state of contradiction. Should he merely stand by, paralyzed by fear of the unknown, and watch as people perish? No, Dou Bi felt resolute that he could not allow that to happen. However, for now, he decided against intervening. After all, Naruto and the others were still faring well. It was not yet the time for Madara to unleash his full power upon them. At present, his involvement was unnecessary. Standing there for a while, observing the live-action Naruto, Dou Bi believed he could still exercise patience. Why did he resist to such an extent? Obito, now the 10 Tails host, was brimming with confidence. In his view, as long as he eliminated those who obstructed him, his dream would come to fruition. After Rin's death, this world held no meaning for him. Since it was devoid of significance, he felt no qualms about obliterating it entirely. He had become the 10 Tails host, achieving what the Sage of Six Paths had once accomplished. The divine tree was on the verge of blossoming. The infinite Tsukuyomi was about to descend. There was no chance of victory for them. They should surrender. With that thought, Obito uttered these words. Surrender? No, Sasuke, and I will stop you. Naruto immediately retorted upon hearing Obito's declaration. Humph. Give it a try if you can, Sasuke echoed, sharing a similar sentiment. Humph. Not wishing to prolong the debate, Obito fell silent. Although the longer it took, the more advantageous it was for him. He had no desire to continue arguing with Naruto, for Naruto was adept at verbal sparring. He could not outmatch him. Haha, Dakai Bai. Obito currently reflected on the similarities between Naruto and the Sage of Six Paths. He truly the sage now. Naruto pondered, perplexed. Yes, but he likely has not fully mastered this power yet. And the 10 Tails is not in its complete form. There remains a glimmer of hope. Kentucky Bai responded. Obito has taken on the appearance of a sage. If this continues, he might seize the advantage. At that moment, Madara seemed to sense something. Observing Obito's current state closely, he noted that Obito was clad in the Sage of Six Paths robe, with a Rinnegan in his left eye and a Sharingan in his right. 8 truth-seeking orbs floated behind him, with one orb on the back of his left hand and the other held in his right hand, wielding the Six Paths staff. Indeed, It appeared as though he had donned the garb of the Sage of Six Paths. This was also the emblem of the Ten Tails host, Buzz. With a mere thought, the 8 black truth-seeking orbs began to transform. Chapter 33. The Ten Tails host, wow. Is he about to become an octopus? Dou Bi, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but offer this commentary that moment. The truth-seeking orb surrounding Obito morphed into massive hands. They had him. In that instant, Naruto, within the immense golden Kai Bai, and Sasuke, encased within his Susanoo, seized the opportunity to launch an assault against Obito. Clang! However, only the sound of metallic clashing resonated. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Obito had conjured a layer of black defense with the truth-seeking orbs, successfully deflecting their attack. Time for sleep, Obito declared after withstanding Naruto and Sasuke's onslaught. Allow me to take you to the world of dreams. Naruto, taken aback, emitted a sound of disbelief. Time was running short. There was no time to waste. As soon as he uttered those words, the 2 truth-seeking orbs that had blocked the attack unfurled, ensnaring Naruto's Kai Bai and Sasuke's Susanoo. The orbs, while entangling them, exerted relentless pressure to Kai Bai cried out, overwhelmed by the intensifying force. They struggled to break free, but for the moment they found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Why hadn't Obito continued his offensive? Dou Bi mused, observing the scene unfold. Obito had merely captured them thus far, yet he had refrained from launching a further attack. It seemed as though he was contemplating something. Whoosh! Ultimately, Obito maintained his grip on Naruto and Sasuke as he plummeted from a great height. Boom! In an instant, Naruto, Kai Bai, and Sasuke Susanoo were violently slammed to the ground. What was that? Some ninjas below exclaimed upon hearing the thunderous sound. As he spoke, a tremendous shockwave erupted from the point of impact where Naruto and Sasuke had fallen. Many ninja coalition members caught off guard were hurled away by the shockwave, letting out anguished cries. What destructive power! Dou Bi remarked, observing the devastation caused by Obito's recent action. Yet remarkably, no one has died. What a stroke of luck! After sensing the residual energies, Dou Bi concluded, indeed, these ninjas were resilient. Unless faced with a narrative-induced death, they would not fall easily. What on earth is happening? Inazuka Kiba, who had not been affected by the shockwave, was astonished by the scene. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata also expressed their surprise. However, Hinata seemed to notice something. She gazed in the direction where they had fallen. A vast, bottomless pit had formed. The recent shockwave had wreaked significant havoc on the ground. This was the destructive capability of the Ten Tails host. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke had been forced back to their normal states by Obito's recent strike, and there stood Obito, quietly observing as Naruto and Sasuke lay on the ground. Yet that blow was insufficient to incapacitate Naruto. After a struggle, he managed to rise once more. Though he had been forcibly ejected from the Kai by connection mode, he retained his Sage mode. Thus, Naruto still possessed the strength to stand. Why do you rise? Obito inquired, observing Naruto's actions. What do you fight for? Your comrades? Or for this world? It appeared that Obito was probing Naruto for answers. Breathing heavily, Naruto did not respond to his question, merely gasping for breath. Listen closely. One day your comrades will betray you, and in this world, love will transform into hatred. You should be well aware of this. As he spoke, Obito paused momentarily. Chapter 33. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Part 2. Listen. There will come a day when your comrades betray you, and in this world, love can transform into hatred. You should be well aware of this. This. Obito hesitated. Once, the people of the village and Sasuke betrayed you, and the love you shared with Jiraiya has also given rise to feelings of resentment. Upon hearing this, Naruto's gaze shifted. Like me, the accumulated pain over time will inevitably change you, and now, you shall endure even greater suffering. Do you still dare to assert that you will not change? Perhaps, in the future, your comrades will betray you once more. Sasuke began to rise. Why is Obito rambling on? Doesn't he know that villains perish from excessive chatter? Tobirama found himself somewhat irritated. Had it been him, he would have already roared for Obito to summarize his words in 20 characters or less. Isn't this a battle? Can't you see Sasuke has gotten back on his feet? Is all this chatter merely intended to give the protagonist an opportunity to recover? The Allied forces will reignite the war, and you have no guarantee of defeating me. However, Obito seemed intent on continuing his monologue. Fighting for such a world has lost all meaning. In a few minutes, the world will end. Why are you willing to fight at all costs? At this, Obito's eyes widened. After a few seconds of silence, Naruto stood up completely, declaring, "This is my ninja way. I speak and I act. This is my ninja way." As Naruto uttered these words, Sasuke and Suigetsu also stood firm. "See, I told you to stop talking." Tobirama found the scene somewhat amusing. "What is this? Seeking death. I told you it was time to sleep." Upon hearing Naruto's response, Obito's eyes narrowed. Wow. Naruto transformed once more into the Kurama connection mode. Finish him off, Naruto. At the same time, Sasuke moved to stand beside Naruto. "Oh." As Naruto responded, Sasuke activated Susanoo once again. Behold, the armored Susanoo is coming. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke in such a stance, Tobirama realized their intentions. The armored Susanoo is a manifestation of the complete Susanoo enveloping the Nine Tails. It combines the defenses of Susanoo with the foundational power of the Nine Tails, augmenting its destructive capability beyond that of the standard complete Susanoo. This technique was first employed by Uchiha Madara and later utilized by Naruto and Sasuke together. Sleep if you wish. Dreams must be forged by oneself. As Naruto asserted this, Kurama and Susanoo began their fusion. The appearance of Naruto and Sasuke's armored Susanoo bore resemblance to Madara's during the battle at the Valley of the End. The difference lay in the absence of an extra pair of arms behind it. Instead, the long sword was wielded directly in the Nine Tails' hand, and unlike the complete Susanoo sword, the mask was slightly different and turned purple. Furthermore, on the forehead of the armored Susanoo, there was a regular pentagonal crystal containing Naruto and Sasuke. At this sight, the first Hokage seemed to contemplate something. Was this the same feeling when Madara used it? Sasuke inquired beside Naruto. Obito, noticing this, shifted his demeanor slightly. Facing the armored Susanoo, he could no longer slaughter indiscriminately as before. Ugh. In Kimui's dimension, Kakashi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left eye. This is Naruto and Sasuke. As the pain subsided, Kakashi beheld Naruto and Sasuke within the armored Susanoo. This resonance of vision allowed him to perceive what Obito was seeing. At this moment, Obito soared into the sky, and the truth-seeking orbs began to transform as he ascended. Gradually, the truth-seeking orbs morphed into a shape resembling DNA. At this juncture, any further actions would be futile. Look above. What can you see through the hole at the top? As Obito spoke, he seemed somewhat agitated. It's the moon. The moment to embark towards the moonlit dream world draws near. The moon's dreams will fill the gaping void of hell. At last, this moment has arrived. This sword is the divine sword of the sage of six paths. The spear of Ashura. You stand no chance of victory. Chapter 34. The shattered spear. You certainly have a lot to say. Your opponent will not lose their fighting spirit due to your words. Tobirama felt Obito's dialogue was rife with flaws. This is a sword imbued with the sage's powerful will, the very sword that created this world. Obito continued. Hey, everyone, Kiba, observing the unfolding situation, inquired of his companions nearby. Tintin, do you feel the same way as I do? Lee responded in agreement with Kiba. Yes, let's go, Lee, Tintin urged. That guy is calling us. Shikamaru also sensed the urgency. Right, Ino nodded beside him. That why will surpasses yours. No matter how you struggle, it is meaningless. The sage's power will thwart you. Obito continued his lengthy speech. Sasuke, let us concentrate our efforts. Perhaps we can create a small opportunity. Do not let it slip away. At this moment, Naruto addressed Sasuke beside him. Understood, Sasuke replied. The tail of the armored Susanoo began to quiver, gathering chakra into a Rasengan at its tip, and I shall use this sword to erase this world. Obito proclaimed. Roar! In response, the armored Susanoo let out a fierce roar. What? Obito was taken aback as he saw the ninjas leap onto the tail of the armored Susanoo. Haha, as they say, unity is strength. Tobirama realized the moment of Obito's impending defeat was drawing near. As the ninjas jumped onto the tail, they instantly entered the tail's body, coming face to face with the gathering Rasengan. This akin to launching a missile. Tobirama mused. Moreover, as the ninjas entered the tail, they donned golden-tailed beast cloaks, similar to Naruto's. What is this? They couldn't help but express their astonishment. Leave the Rasengan to everyone. We must shatter his shield. Naruto commanded. Is this the plan? Tintin began to manipulate the Rasengan upon hearing this. Can I really do this? Lee exclaimed, somewhat lacking confidence. After all, he only knew body techniques. No problem. Naruto encouraged him. With everyone's concerted efforts, 9 Rasengans successfully converged and hurled themselves at the shield formed by the truth-seeking orbs. Go, everyone, Sakura cheered inwardly from below. Boom. The Rasengan collided with the shield, yet the shield remained unbroken. However, Naruto had never intended to shatter the shield with just that strike. Hiya, X2. Naruto and Sasuke synchronously launched their attacks. Meanwhile, the armored Susanoo swung its blade fiercely toward the shield still being bombarded by the Rasengans. With a resounding thud, the blade pierced through the shield crafted from the truth-seeking orbs. Heading straight for Obito. Seeing this, Obito swung his spear of Ashura to clash directly with the long sword of the armored Susanoo. Armored Susanoo's long sword versus spear of Ashura. Clang. The collision of their attacks produced a sound akin to metal striking metal. What is this? As Obito clashed with the spear of Ashura, he suddenly envisioned a scene within his mind. Himself and Kakashi standing before Rin's grave, mourning her, tears streaming down his face. When he turned around, numerous comrades surrounded him. He had become the new Hokage, and his likeness was carved into Hokage rock. Ding! In reality, the long sword of the armored Susanoo relentlessly breached the spear of Ashura. The spear of Ashura was being destroyed by the sword. Why am I seeing such visions? Obito's heart was engulfed in confusion. Boom! The long sword completely shattered the spear of Ashura, and as the armored Susanoo broke through, it dealt a devastating blow to Obito. A gash opened on Obito's body. Whoosh! The chakra of the 9-tailed beasts surged from the wound, forming the shapes of their respective heads. Chapter 34. The Shattered Spear, Part 2. A gash opened on Obito's body. Whoosh! The chakra of the 9-tailed beasts surged from the wound, forming the shapes of their respective heads. Just as I thought, the chakra you acquired from the tailed beasts resonated, pulling their chakra out of you in one strike. Kurama remarked within Naruto's mind upon witnessing the chakra leaking from Obito. Indeed, underneath the 9 tails, Naruto responded, were it not for the favor he received from the tailed beasts at that moment, granting him chakra, he would not have been able to execute this technique. The 9 tails recalled how the tailed beasts had recently shared a portion of their chakra with Naruto. Naruto, you rascal, it's now or never. In the real world, Naruto recognized this and thus alerted everyone. Simultaneously, the 9 tails of the armored Susanoo transformed into the visages of the 7-tailed beasts, grasping their corresponding shapes across from them. You understand what comes next, right? Naruto. As usual, it's a tug of war. Keep pulling, draw out the chakra from the tailed beasts. However, we still lack the chakra of Gyuki and Shikaku. Crack. 2 tails couldn't pull, so they resorted to striking the opposing side to calm them down. TCH, can't we pull them without the chakra of the 1 tail and the 8 tails? The 9 tails remarked that I was originally coexisting with the 1 tail. Let me handle this. Gaara stepped in to assist. Gaara, Naruto exclaimed, somewhat surprised. Gaara released sand to ensnare Shikaku's chakra. Come over here, Shikaku, he thought to himself. The tug of war was about to commence. According to the plot, Obito was soon to be fed a dose of Naruto's heartwarming words, leading him to reconsider and desire to revive Naruto and his father Minato to atone for his past mistakes, only to be possessed by Kaguya and inadvertently resurrect Madara. Yes, it should unfold that way. Meanwhile, Tobirama, who was spectating, was not idle. He remained vigilant of the battlefield. After all, this was reality. Even the slightest deviation from the script could result in failure. Finally, a weakness was exposed. Hand over the chakra of the 8 tails to me. Killer Bee stepped forward, releasing octopus tentacles from his body to ensnare Gyuki's chakra. B. Naruto shouted upon witnessing this to go for it. B, don't lose. Gyuki within Killer Bee cheered him on. Hey. The 9 tails chuckled at this. At that moment, Obito realized he could feel the chakra within him being tugged. Pull harder. If that happens, that guy will be left with only the shell of the 10 tails, and the great tree won't bloom. The Nine Tails reminded Naruto. Obito sensed the chakra being drawn away. If this continued, the tailed beast chakra would be seized. Naturally, he wouldn't sit idly by. Obito attempted to resist while simultaneously trying to control the tree's energy. The third Hokage halted, noticing the tree had ceased blooming and attacking them. This indicated that he had lost control over it. Just as the third Hokage contemplated this, Shikamaru's voice echoed. Everyone, as I mentioned earlier. No matter how small the power, it all depends on how it's utilized. Now is the time. This power can sway the world. It turned out Ino was using a technique to convey inner thoughts to assist Shikamaru in relaying information. Naruto seemed somewhat contemplative. While engaged in the tug-of-war for chakra, memories of Obito's past flooded his mind. He, too, had dreamed of becoming Hokage, was an orphan, and harbored unrequited feelings for a girl. He also had comrades whose recognition he sought, whom he despised. How similar they were. Then he witnessed the moment Rin perished. Obito, cradling her lifeless body, gazing at the blood-red moon above, overwhelmed by despair for this world. This was a connection beyond mere words. Naruto could fully grasp the pain Obito had endured. Moved by this anguish, tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. Now, your chakra is intertwined with his. His heart will seep into your mind, but do not be deceived. The Nine Tails sensed Naruto's change and cautioned him to not underestimate the power of the Ten-Tailed Jinchuriki, who stands equal to the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 35. Heart with these words, the chakra of the tailed beast that had been drawn away began to be pulled back toward Obito. No way, Naruto exclaimed upon witnessing this. Sasuke gestured, and a large purple hand emerged from the shoulder armor of the Susanoo, grasping the tailed beast chakra. Naruto felt Sasuke's support and turned to him. All right, Naruto, keep pulling. Sasuke merely responded with this line. Meanwhile, the 12 young ninjas leaped onto the tails of the armored Susanoo, joining the tug-of-war for chakra. Everyone, Naruto exclaimed. Moreover, Shikamaru added, above, the ninjas are also rushing to assist. What? Obito paused, taken aback by this spectacle. Everyone, please grasp my chakra. At that moment, Minato, now in Nine Tails mode, arrived to help. He extended a large hand of chakra to grasp one of the Susanoo's tail. As he linked his chakra to the Susanoo, countless chakra tendrils extended from Minato's back toward the assembled ninjas. This should do it. After a brief moment of hesitation, they sprang into action, seizing the chakra tendrils. All right, everyone, on the count of 3, we pull together. Naruto declared from within the Susanoo. 1, 2, 3, heave. Though Tobirama was monitoring the situation, he felt somewhat idle. While this live-action Naruto looked quite impressive, he couldn't simply lounge about. His hands itched with restlessness. It's a bit frustrating. Tobirama lamented. But what if a single punch ended it all? He pondered and decided to continue observing that he now understood the anticipation of Saitama, hoping for a formidable opponent, only to end up with a single punch that concluded the fight. The disappointment was inevitable. 1, 2. Naruto began to count. The real show is starting. Hearing this, Tobirama smiled. Everyone began to exert their strength, and at that moment, Obito noticed the surroundings transforming into a blue starry sky. Before him stood Naruto. Initially, Naruto was alone, but gradually, countless comrades appeared behind him. Obito instinctively glanced behind himself, only to find emptiness. He fell silent for a moment before turning back. Suddenly, he realized that the spot where Naruto had stood had transformed into his own. Moreover, he saw himself becoming Hokage, with Naruto by his side. Obito, can't believe this. Am I feeling regret? At that moment, Naruto began to speak. You once said, I am nobody. I don't want to be anyone, right? Shut up. Don't delve into my heart. Obito seemed to sense something. But you, like me, desire to be Hokage, don't you? At this, Naruto smiled. Obito remained silent. In another circumstance, perhaps I too would have chased after your shadow, for I aspire to be Hokage. Naruto continued. That is a past and a naive self I have completely cast aside. Obito chose to deny it. Then why do I still see it? Naruto retorted. What use is it to mask yourself against these truths? You were once a friend of Kakashi, a subordinate of my father, a member of the Uchiha clan like Sasuke, and a ninja of Konoha who shares the same dream as I do. Chapter 35. Heart. Part 2. You share the same dream as I do, a ninja of Konoha. What do you mean by that? What do you intend to do with me? Obito began to feel agitated by Naruto's words. To him, these were merely remnants of a past he had chosen to abandon. But why? Why did these memories keep resurfacing? What I mean is, you are Uchiha Obito that I said I would tear off your mask. At this, Naruto extended his finger, pointing at Obito. Uchiha Obito. Obito uttered, his tone suggesting that this name was not even his OW and to this point. What significance does this name hold? I have merged with the Ten Tails, ascending to a realm of enlightenment as a transcendent being. In other words, I am no longer human, but a leader guiding people into the next phase, the second sage of 6 paths with the same will and body. Wrong. Naruto interrupted Obito's words. You are Uchiha Obito. Just now, our chakras intertwined, and I glimpsed into your past. We share similar histories and the same aspiration of becoming Hokage. Indeed, we are quite alike. I could see this. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Obito remained silent. We are both unaware of our parents' identities and have lost the most significant people in our lives, which is why you threatened me by saying, what you fear most is solitude. You were once the same, yearning for the recognition and admiration of others. It is this desire that fueled your ambition to become Hokage. Since you and I are alike, look at who you are now. You stand against all ninja, shouting about twisted ideologies for the sake of the world, indulging in reckless abandon, and not even the one you cherish most, will acknowledge your current dream. The dream you once shared with me has diverged completely from the path of Hokage. You, who were once so similar to me. No, it is precisely because we are too similar that I wish to witness your despair for this world. I could see that moment. Obito abruptly interrupted Naruto's words. No, I wish to experience it again. My path forward has not been in vain. With this, Obito began to move. The battle between us has reminded me of my former self, which is why I sought to test you. Naruto paused momentarily. When did you, so akin to me, lose hope? Until you cast aside all your memories. It is precisely because you and I are so alike that I am incensed. Now you merely abandon everything and choose to flee. Naruto exclaimed angrily that no, my actions are no different from those of Hokage. I even strive to achieve more, for peace can indeed be realized. Obito retorted, Oh, you truly mean that? Is that genuinely how you feel? Naruto's eyes widened. Obito closed his eyes, recalling his past with Rin. Yes, that is how I feel, Obito declared upon reopening his eyes. Naruto's gaze sharpened. One would deliberately choose a treacherous path when the way ahead is unclear. It merely involves stepping over the corpses of companions. If a bright, shorter path exists, anyone would choose it. Yes, the goal of Hokage should be world peace, Obito continued. Upon hearing Obito's response, Naruto clenched his fists. What are you saying? What I wish to understand is not the easy path, but how to traverse the arduous road, Naruto asserted. Even if these two paths lead to the same destination. Do you believe that? Obito asked. Who was it that initially told you this was a treacherous road? Ultimately, does one not have to tread it to know? As he spoke, Naruto stepped toward Obito. The Hokage must endure pain and walk ahead of everyone. Thus, a Hokage would never tread upon the bodies of their comrades. At this moment, Naruto stood directly before Obito. For one who aspires to be Hokage, there is no shortcut, and there is absolutely no retreat for those who ascend to such heights. What do you say? Naruto questioned Obito. Obito fell silent. Chapter 36. The sudden emergence of a person. It seems I have entered a state of inner reflection. Yet regrettably, I cannot perceive the depth of this exchange. Dou Bi observed that the chakra tug-of-war had calmed, and compared it to the unfolding narrative. He understood what had transpired. He chuckled to himself. Contemplating his own entrance, I recall that Saitama-sensei experienced something similar. How much do you admire him? He thought. Aha, I shall claim to be a nearby resident, Dou Bi decided. Now it is time to make my move. Meanwhile, in the realm of the mind, Naruto's internal dialogue with Obito was drawing to a close. I can never join you there. I could see that moment. Obito seized Naruto by the neck. I harbor no regrets for the path I have walked. Obito stated to Naruto that I told you. I have seen everything. Naruto gasped for breath as Obito tightened his grip. yet he managed to utter this phrase? Obito was momentarily taken aback. Then at this juncture, Naruto concluded this statement by striking Obito away. Why continue to envision what it would be like to become Hokage? I've already told you to come here. You fool. Obito was startled as the scene before him abruptly shifted, with Naruto now grasping his hand. Do not underestimate me. As he spoke, Naruto pulled Obito closer. The strength of everyone. With these words, the crowd successfully extracted the tailed beast chakra from Obito. We did it. The people cheered. The tailed beast chakra separated, reverting to 7 distinct tailed beasts, stripped of the tailed beast chakra. Obito fell from the 10 tails Jinchuriki state and plummeted to the ground below. Have I lost? Obito murmured that it was not merely a physical battle. He had also been utterly defeated in spirit. Rin gazed at the blood-red moon above as Obito extended his hand. Lost in confusion, it seems the narrative surrounding the defeat of Obito has concluded. Witnessing all this, Dou Bi couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. If he were to lose someone precious one day, would he also transform in such a manner? Although he had yet to encounter anyone of utmost importance. Never mind, pondering such matters does not suit me. Dou Bi mused with a wry smile that truly understand a person. It is best to have undergone similar experiences, for only then can one deeply appreciate their suffering. Ultimately, much of the pain within Naruto is born from love, and all of this is merely a tool for Kagaya's revival orchestrated by Black Zetsu. As he mentioned, he manipulated everyone, exploited human emotions, and utilized all resources to engineer this grand performance. Yet he likely never anticipated that his mother would be sealed by Naruto and Sasuke. However, that is a tale for another time. Wait, Sasuke, Naruto's voice suddenly called out. Oh, Sasuke is preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Dou Bi watched as Sasuke brandished a blade, charging forward while Naruto pursued from behind, inexplicably finding humor in the scene. Well, it is as it is, Dou Bi remarked as Minato and Kakashi approached Obito's side. He was uncertain about the intricate details of the unfolding narrative. The anime can be quite frustrating with so many flashbacks. Yet, Dou Bi found himself unable to recall the specific events. Giant Rasengan. In Sage Mode, Naruto was gathering energy for a significant attack. Keep going, let it grow even larger. They're all working hard for their goals, Dou Bi noted as he observed the scene. I must also exert myself. With these thoughts, Dou Bi flew toward the location where Madara awaited. As per the narrative, the resurrected Madara extracted the 9 tails from Naruto, leaving him on the brink of death. Sasuke too was severely injured by Madara and similarly faced death. Then Madara achieved his long-sought goal of becoming the complete 10 tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 36. The Sudden Emergence of a Person. Part 2. Madara finally realized his ambition of becoming the complete 10 tails Jinchuriki. Upon attaining this power, Madara's hair turned white and swept back, adorned with a forehead protector-like accessory. Clad in a white robe and black trousers with long boots, 6 dark red tomo were displayed prominently on his collar, which was now a deep crimson. .9 truth-seeking balls floated behind him, and he wielded the 6-path staff. This the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Madara mused as he sensed his newfound strength. Now only my left eye remains. Madara resolved to reclaim his left eye. After all, only with both eyes could his power be fully restored. Whoosh! In an instant, Madara vanished from the spot. This place is quite lively. Observing the surrounding ninja wrapped in the red cloak of the 9 tails, Dou Bi remarked. Madara's aura has significantly intensified. It seems he has indeed become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, which means he can now be referred to as Sage of 6 Paths Madara. Dou Bi could sense Madara's presence. Next, he would seek to reclaim his left eye, and Guy would open the 8th gate for cover. With this thought, Dou Bi decided to rush over. It wouldn't do for Guy to become incapacitated. I shall take his place and confront Sage of 6 Paths Madara. The figure of Dou Bi vanished into thin air. Subsequently, as if scripted, Kai arrived to shield Kakashi from the onslaught of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Obito. Kai unleashed the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock, to confront Obito, yet he was far from being a match and was swiftly defeated. In that moment, he resolved to open the 8th gate. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound akin to an explosion reverberated through the air. What transpired? This unexpected turn of events caused Kai to momentarily halt his actions, as if sensing an impending arrival. The Sage of the Six Paths seemed to perceive something as well. Tap, tap, tap. Not far off. The sound of footsteps echoed. Ah, there is someone here. Could anyone elucidate the situation? The newcomer exclaimed, his voice tinged with astonishment. And chakra fluctuations. Merely an ordinary civilian. The Sage of the Six Paths began to observe the approaching figure, yet felt no threat emanating from him. What is this? Kakashi and the others were taken aback. How could a civilian be here? Did they not announce that a war was imminent, urging civilians to evacuate? Do you know what has transpired here? It's quite late, and the noise is so loud that it disrupts sleep. The man appeared to be expressing his grievances. What is the matter with this individual? The Sage of the Six Paths pondered. If he were truly an ordinary person, he would have been paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the current chaos. Yet this individual seemed entirely unfazed. Kakashi, can you use Kimui to transport that person away? Minato discreetly inquired of Kakashi. I'm afraid not. My chakra is nearly depleted after transporting Obito, and if I were to transfer him alone, Minato would understand without needing to hear the rest. Must we allow him to walk into certain death? Minato felt a twinge of compassion. Humph. It seems this person has instilled a sense of caution in you, the Sage of the Six Paths remarked, observing that they had refrained from attacking since the man's arrival. Oh, sir, what is the matter? Why do you have white horns on your head? The man appeared intrigued by the protrusion on the Sage of the Six Paths' head. Humph. What business is it of yours? The Sage of the Six Paths acknowledged the inquiry, instinctively sensing that this man was not to be underestimated. It's nothing. I was merely curious. The man replied, candidly. Oh, the Sage of the Six Paths responded. Then shifted his gaze back to Mike Kai. There's no choice. I must open the eighth gate, Kai resolved with determination. Chapter 37. The noise at night is driving people mad, kid. You need to leave this place. That man is dangerous. He is Uchiha Obito. Kai addressed the newcomer. Uchiha Obito. Oh, so it was you. Upon hearing this, the man's expression soured as he regarded the Sage of the Six Paths. What of it? The Sage of the Six Paths directly acknowledged. But who are you, and why have you come here? He could hardly believe that this man had wandered here by mere chance, that I reside nearby, and came out to caution you against creating such a ruckus. The man seemed somewhat resigned. However, when I stepped outside, I found my house blown to pieces, he added, his tone laced with evident anger. Apologize immediately, or I shall strike you. The man declared. Strike me? The Sage of the Six Paths was taken aback. He had not anticipated such audacity from this individual. Is he courting death? Kakashi remarked, observing the man's demeanor. Ah, you don't understand. Sleep is vital for people. The noise at this hour is enough to drive one to madness. The man clenched his fists as he spoke. Tap, tap, tap. The man, now revealed to be Dou Bi, advanced step by step towards the Sage of the Six Paths. Haha. I never expected you to provoke me. The Sage of the Six Paths chuckled. Dou Bi stood before him and asked, What's the problem? The Sage of the Six Paths merely waved his hand, unleashing a truth-seeking orb directly at Dou Bi. Oh no. Kakashi, still reeling from Dou Bi's earlier actions, failed to react in time to use Kimui to save him. The other ninjas were equally powerless. Minato, who could normally use Flying Thunder God, found his arms incapacitated. The others could not respond in time. Boom! As the truth-seeking orb approached Dou Bi, it erupted in a blinding flash, resulting in a massive explosion. I thought you had some skill. It seems I was mistaken, the Sage of the Six Paths remarked with disdain. Witnessing Dou Bi engulfed by the blast, as the smoke cleared, Dou Bi emerged unscathed. What? The Sage of the Six Paths was momentarily stunned, only to be sent flying by a powerful punch from Dou Bi. Boom! Boom! The impact hurled the Sage of the Six Paths a considerable distance, crashing him into the ground and creating a bottomless pit. Now I understand just how formidable you truly are, Dou Bi muttered to himself, retracting his fist. You must be quite strong, yet not as strong as him. Dou Bi mused, uttering words that left those around him bewildered. Who are you? The Sage of the Six Paths, now emerging from the pit, looked somewhat disheveled, covered in dust, with the protrusion on his forehead broken and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You're quite impressive to still be standing, Dou Bi remarked. Impressive indeed, Kai acknowledged, taken aback by the consequences of Dou Bi's recent strike. Who are you really? The Sage of the Six Paths was bewildered. The force of Dou Bi's punch had felt as if his body had been shattered in an instant. Did I not mention it? I am a resident of this area, and my name is Dou Bi, he replied while yawning. Damn it! The Sage of the Six Paths felt an inexplicable urge to eliminate Dou Bi upon seeing his nonchalant demeanor. Limbo, border jail. The Sage of the Six Paths initiated his ocular technique, aware that engaging Dou Bi directly would not end well. Huh, what is this? Dou Bi, sensing something amiss, suddenly turned his head in a specific direction. He then adopted a defensive stance. Bang! A sound of impact echoed through the air. Chapter 37. The noise at night is driving people mad. Part 2. Bang! A sound of impact resonated once more. Yet after successfully blocking the attack, Dou Bi retaliated with a punch aimed forward. However, it seemed to miss entirely that all I can do. Dou Bi mused inwardly, realizing that only with the power of the Sage of the Six Paths could he strike the shadow of a Beerus. This guy has seen through my limbo. The Sage of the Six Paths was astonished. Dou Bi, lacking the Rinnegan, was somehow able to sense his limbo technique. It appeared that even using chakra could enable one to perceive limbo. Perhaps my hypothesis was correct. Meanwhile, Dou Bi was fully aware of the situation. While spectating, he had been contemplating how to counter the Sage of the Six Paths limbo, which was akin to an attack from another realm, one he could not visually perceive. However, Dou Bi recalled Naruto in Sage mode, who, despite lacking the same Rinnegan as Sasuke, could still sense the position of the shadow of a Beerus. This indicated that those with the ability to sense could indeed detect the shadow's presence. However, this sensing ability required significant strength. The fact that Naruto in the Ninetales chakra mode, combined with Sage mode, could not perceive the shadow of a Beerus illustrated this point. Though Dou Bi was uncertain if his own sensing ability was strong, he decided to test the waters. The result, as we now know, was a miss. Yet Dou Bi feigned surprise. Who are you? What is your purpose? The Sage of the Six Paths regarded Dou Bi with astonishment. He had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the closest being to the Sage of the Six Paths. Yet this individual before him, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, had managed to send him flying with a single punch. Were you even listening to me? I already told you. I am a resident of this area, Dou Bi replied, exasperated, having repeated himself 3 times. Was this the legendary significance of repeating important matters thrice? Was there something wrong with my statement? Dou Bi mused internally. Forget it. If you choose not to divulge, that's fine, the Sage of the Six Paths said, ascending into the sky. Planetary devastation. In a swift motion, 6 paths of Beerus formed hand seals, concentrating chakra into a dense black sphere that levitated into the air. This sphere then began to fracture and disperse in all directions. Boom! Countless stones and earth were drawn up from the ground by the gravitational pull of the black orbs. Wow! Impressive, Dou Bi remarked, gazing up at the spectacle of black spheres absorbing objects from the ground. It looks like it's about to rain. After the black spheres had transformed into massive globes of earth and rock with radii of several dozen meters, 6 paths of Beerus uttered these words. Boom! Following his declaration, the spheres began to plummet towards Dou Bi. Oh, that's quite a few, Dou Bi said calmly as he observed the scene resembling a meteor shower. Kamui. At that moment, Kakashi, having regained his chakra, once again employed Kamui. However, he only managed to transport away 2 of the spheres, multiple ordinary fists, but it mattered little, for Dou Bi was present. Boom! 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 In an instant, Dou Bi's multiple ordinary fists shattered the spheres. Where did they go? However, after Dou Bi dealt with the spheres, 6 paths of Beerus had vanished. Did he run away? Dou Bi sensed the air around him and discovered that 6 paths of Beerus had indeed fled. Why the sudden cowardice? Dou Bi pondered, bewildered by a Beerus' abrupt retreat. Should Tiwi have fought a little longer? Chapter 38. Rebound his target was likely Kakashi, as a Beerus still retained his left eye within the Kamui dimension. Dou Bi decided to remain by Kakashi's side. As long as 6 paths of Beerus aimed to initiate the infinite Tsukuyami, he would need both eyes. Otherwise, it was all mere talk. With the Beerus' left eye hidden away in the Kamui dimension, the only way to enter was to seize Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan and utilize Kamui to access it. Thus, Dou Bi felt secure staying near Kakashi, unperturbed by the prospect of a Beto not reappearing. With this thought, Dou Bi turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi, on the other hand, remained somewhat vigilant, as they were still uncertain of Dou Bi's allegiance. "Hello." Dou Bi greeted them amicably. "Hi, are you truly a resident here?" Guy, with his straightforward nature, blurted out the question. Yes, by the way, what is going on here? Was that fellow named Beto causing a ruckus?" Dou Bi inquired. "Oh, so much has transpired outside," he gathered after conversing with Kakashi, Minato, Guy, and the others for a while. Naturally, he also began to acclimate to their presence, as Dou Bi exuded a rather friendly demeanor, especially after eliminating any potentially hostile traits. That guy isn't just causing chaos. He wants everyone to fall asleep," Dou Bi remarked, adopting a contemplative expression. Kakashi suddenly felt that Dou Bi seemed rather oblivious. His demeanor bore no resemblance to the fierce fighter who had just battled 6 paths of Beto. "All right, I'll help you guys send that horned fellow flying." Dou Bi suddenly appeared quite excited, as if struck by an idea. Kakashi, somewhat speechless, thought that if it weren't for Dou Bi's earlier display against Beto, he might have suspected that Dou Bi was mentally unstable. Indeed, that's the spirit of youth. Yet the green-clad guy seemed to wholeheartedly agree with Dou Bi's sentiment. We currently have no idea where Beto is," Minato interjected at this moment. "Right, haha, I completely forgot," Dou Bi admitted sheepishly as he scratched his head. Boom! The group fell to the ground. "However, I can sense that the horned fellow is still nearby," Dou Bi stated. "Oh, is that so? Can you pinpoint his exact location?" Minato inquired. Dou Bi appeared to concentrate, closing his eyes for a moment. "Strange," he murmured upon reopening his eyes. "What's wrong?" Guy asked, perplexed by Dou Bi's demeanor. "Beto is accompanied by someone," Dou Bi said, his expression turning serious. "Accompanied by someone?" Minato and Kakashi began to ponder. "And they are approaching us at high speed," Dou Bi continued. "What?" The group immediately braced themselves. "Surrender and hand over my left eye. Wouldn't it be better to enter the realm of dreams?" 6 paths of Beto materialized before them within seconds. "Isn't that just nonsense? You want us to sleep for a lifetime, living in an illusion? That's akin to a death sentence." Dou Bi found Beto's proposal rather irksome. 6 paths of Beto scoffed at Dou Bi's response. Chapter 38, Rebound, Part 2. 6 paths of Beto scoffed again at Dou Bi's retort. You not realize? There's no hope in this world. It is a pitch-black hell, rather than living in this inferno. Wouldn't it be better to dwell in the paradise of dreams? There's no conflict, no suffering there. Beto's fervent declaration resonated with undeniable intensity. "Oh, and what of it?" Dou Bi, however, showed no interest, merely gazing at Beto with a deadpan expression. "Such a world is not real. Even if you succeeded, what would it matter? This so-called world would be nothing more than a realm of death, akin to annihilating all of humanity for the sake of world peace." As he spoke, Dou Bi gestured towards the sky. He found Beto's actions utterly perplexing. Why resort to such extreme measures in the name of peace? Although aware that Beto was not inherently malevolent, Dou Bi struggled to comprehend his motivations to be driven to such terrifying thoughts, more fearsome than those of a terrorist like Bin Laden, merely due to the contents inscribed on the stone left by the Sage of 6 Paths, which had been altered by Black Zetsu. Left Dou Bi feeling utterly bewildered. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. You will never understand." Beto seemed reluctant to continue the discourse but could the one hidden underground come out now? Dou Bi suddenly exclaimed. "What? There is someone there?" The others, initially mere spectators, were taken aback by Dou Bi's revelation, as they had felt nothing amiss until that moment. I've been discovered. What a predicament!" A somewhat jarring voice emerged from beneath the ground. The earth was displaced, and a figure emerged from the soil. First glance, he appeared to be afflicted with albinism, his skin pallid, and his eyes a disturbing shade of blood red. His shoulder-length hair was a striking crimson hue. "I was hoping to observe a bit longer, but it seems now is as good a time as any." The man expressed a hint of regret for being discovered prematurely. "Roboku, since that is the case, why don't you handle this little brat? I'll go retrieve my left." 6 paths of Beto seemed familiar with this individual named Roboku, displaying no surprise at his emergence from the ground. "Very well," As you wish. Riboku appeared somewhat disinterested. How strange. Dou Bi began to scrutinize Riboku, sensing an unstable aura emanating from him. Riboku, this energy fluctuated erratically, a phenomenon that piqued Dou Bi's curiosity. Why are you hesitating? Are you afraid of me? Riboku taunted as Dou Bi lingered without launching an attack. Forget it. I'll just fight first and ask questions later, Dou Bi concluded, feeling uncertain about the implications. Whoosh. However, Riboku seemed impatient, initiating an attack on Dou Bi. In an instant, he dashed forward, appearing before Dou Bi with astonishing speed. The next moment, Riboku threw a punch at Dou Bi. Yet the blow did not land on Dou Bi. Instead, it struck the ground behind him. The force of the punch sent shockwaves through the earth, causing it to shatter under the tremendous pressure, creating spiderweb-like fissures in its wake. Not bad, Dou Bi remarked at this moment. Dou Bi had already retreated 10 meters away. Upon witnessing this, he uttered the words, "Humph, is that all you've got?" However, Ribo seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Dou Bi's assessment. Is there a problem? Dou Bi inquired. Chapter 39. Counterattack. You are indeed quite amusing, Ribo remarked upon hearing Dou Bi's response. Oh, perhaps, Dou Bi replied, glancing back towards Kakashi. Where did he disappear to? Dou Bi noticed the area was now deserted, leaving him momentarily stunned. You still have the presence of mind to concern yourself with others? Perhaps you should focus on your own well-being first. At this moment, Ribo lifted his right hand. In an instant, a grayish-red energy sphere, the size of a ping-pong ball, coalesced in his palm. Then this diminutive orb expanded several-fold within a second. Buzz! Ribo hurled the now basketball-sized energy sphere towards Dou Bi. Oh, that's rather large. Dou Bi observed the orb's magnitude and decided to brace himself. He spread his arms wide, adopting a defensive stance. Unexpectedly, Dou Bi's actions did little to impede the energy sphere. It seemed to disregard all resistance and slammed Dou Bi down to the ground. Boom! The energy sphere erupted, unleashing a tremendous explosion. Our poor ground was instantly decimated by the sheer force of the blast. How do you like that? Surely, such a trivial attack won't be your demise, Ribo said, standing on a patch of intact ground, gazing at the vast crater before him. Hello. That moment, a voice came from behind Ribo. What? Ribo was taken aback upon hearing the voice, and instinctively made a mistake by turning his head. Suddenly, a fist came into view. Bang! Strangely enough, it was Dou Bi who was sent flying, not Ribo. However, Dou Bi quickly regained his balance in mid-air and landed back on solid ground. How curious, Dou Bi pondered, perplexed by the fact that his attack had seemingly rebounded. It was as if his strike had been reflected back at him. Your speed is quite impressive, Ribo commented. You managed to evade the attack just as the explosion occurred. Nevertheless, no matter how swift or powerful you may be, it will have no effect on me. At this point, Ribo's gaze towards Dou Bi was filled with disdain. Thus, the outcome of our battle will inevitably be your defeat. Ribo spoke these words with unwavering confidence. In response, Dou Bi merely stated, "Oh, and what of it?" His expression remained casual. Humph. Ribo was momentarily taken aback by Dou Bi's words, but quickly regained composure, letting out a chilling laugh. It seems you are oblivious to your fate. If you wish to perish, I shall oblige. Ribo's tone grew more agitated, evidently provoked by Dou Bi's demeanor. In the next instant, Ribo lunged towards Dou Bi, delivering a straight punch. Dou Bi effortlessly sidestepped the attack. You don't seem to possess any formidable techniques, Dou Bi remarked after dodging Ribo's strike. That's so? Ribo chuckled. If you desire a rather unpleasant demise, I can certainly accommodate you. Then let us see what you've got. Dou Bi grinned, seemingly intrigued by Ribo's earlier statement. Chapter 39. Counterattack, Part 2. Then let us see what you've got. Dou Bi's smile widened, clearly entertained by Ribo's words. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Naruto, now in Six Paths mode, and Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan, began their confrontation with Kaguya Otsutsuki. When did you arrive? In the meantime, Kakashi, having drawn Dou Bi's attention away, found his Manjiki Sharingan seized by Kaguya. However, with Naruto's yang release, he managed to create a normal eye and restore it to Kakashi's eye socket. Yet, this meant Kakashi could no longer partake in the battle. All he could do now was cheer on Naruto and Sasuke. As Kaguya engaged with Naruto and Sasuke, her abilities were soon uncovered. In losing that advantage, she summoned the infinite Tsukuyomi to divert their attention, seizing the opportunity to take flight and initiate the infinite dream. Suddenly, the night sky transformed into a blinding daylight. Those illuminated by the white light found their eyes morphing into Rinnegan, subsequently losing consciousness and plunging into a dreamlike state. Countless branches extended from the god tree, binding those individuals like Zongzi and suspending them aloft. If this act of the god tree goes unchecked, all these people will become white Zetsu that we all know the fate that awaits them once transformed. Dou Bi, still engaged in battle with Ribbo, took note of this phenomenon. So this is the infinite Tsukuyomi. He mused, looking up, but it appears to have no effect on me, that I is it dependent on the user's strength. Dou Bi noted he had not fallen into the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi, leading him to this conclusion. Yet Ribbo remained unaffected as well, showing no signs of being ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi's illusion. The infinite Tsukuyomi, is it? It seems that this Kagaya has achieved her objective, Ribbo observed, his attention drawn to the sky. Humph. It appears your companions have met with failure. But do not despair, for you shall soon be reunited with them, Ribbo said, a trace of pride evident in his voice as he addressed Dou Bi. Indeed, during their skirmish, although Ribbo had maintained an undefeated stance through his ability to rebound attacks, he found himself incapable of harming Dou Bi. However, the situation was now different. The completion of the infinite Tsukuyomi signified Kagaya's impending resurrection. With her assistance, Ribbo was certain that Dou Bi would stand no chance against them. You are correct. I will bring you down and then seek them out, Dou Bi declared defiantly to Ribbo's eyes widened in disbelief as he laughed maniacally. Excellent, excellent, excellent. His excitement was palpable, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. For reasons unknown, he found it impossible to contain the fury brewing within him in Dou Bi's presence, but a singular thought consumed him. To rend Dou Bi's mouth asunder and dismantle him piece by piece. Why do you gaze at me like that? Is there something on my face? Dou Bi questioned, bemused by Ribbo's expression, which resembled that of a vengeful enemy at that moment. If a glare could kill, Dou Bi would have perished countless times over, provided Ribbo possessed the ability to harm him. Enjoy your moment of triumph, while you can. This time next year will mark your demise. Ribbo managed to suppress his rage. Oh, but it seems that as you uttered those words, the clock has struck midnight, Dou Bi cheerfully pointed out. You. Ribbo felt a surge of anger as Dou Bi's words struck him like a slap to the face, and from a certain perspective, it was indeed a self-inflicted wound. Damn it! Damn it! Ribbo felt as though he was on the verge of being consumed by his own wrath, a sensation he had not experienced in many years. All thanks to Dou Bi. What is wrong with him? Did I say something particularly outrageous? Why does he appear as if he is having a heart attack? Dou Bi observed Ribbo's state, bemused. Chapter 40. Kagaya Otsutsuki. As Dou Bi spoke, his voice was not loud. Yet Ribbo clearly heard him. Humph, ha, ha ha. Ribbo had reached a point of furious laughter, having been successfully provoked by Dou Bi's unintentional words. If Naruto's verbal prowess could turn foes into allies, then Dou Bi's words were the incendiary that attracted the ire of his adversaries. One might assert that if Dou Bi interjects during Naruto's verbal onslaught, the effectiveness of that technique would be entirely nullified. This could be seen as a manifestation of one's innate talent, one of which Dou Bi possesses is the ability to incite animosity. Curiously, those who fall prey to his provocations instinctively disregard Dou Bi's prowess, perceiving him as an ordinary individual, and thus, they attack him without hesitation. However, it must be acknowledged that Naihiro's patience is commendable. Despite being provoked by Dou Bi, he is yet to retaliate. This madness. Nevertheless, Dou Bi cannot help but offer a sardonic comment, for the sound of Naihiro's laughter possesses a rather enchanting quality. Remember, the next time we meet, it will be your demise. Yet, following this bout of maniacal laughter, Naihiro seems to regain some semblance of clarity, burrowing into the earth. Tuxing Sun? This line appears somewhat cliché. Typically, villains utter such phrases only to encounter failure upon their next confrontation with their intended victims. Dou Bi finds himself somewhat at a loss for words regarding Naihiro's declaration. Nonetheless, even though Naihiro has fled, Dou Bi remains capable of sensing his presence, which is not too far away. Merely a visit to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Oh wait, one could say it is Kagaya Otsutsuki now. With this thought, Dou Bi follows the trail of Nihairo's chakra. First, it will be prudent to rendezvous with Kakashi and the others, for after all, Kagaya possesses the ability to manipulate space. And a moment's delay could result in their missing this critical battle. Our Madara can be considered quite tragic, led around by Black Zetsu, living in a dreamlike state, after finally achieving his infinite Tsukuyami. He is informed by Black Zetsu that he is merely a tool to resurrect his mother, Kagaya. Moreover, he himself is consumed by Kagaya's consciousness. The progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, is thus revived. Such immense chakra. Madara is utterly incomparable to her. At this moment, Sasuke, upon sensing the overwhelming chakra emanating from Kagaya, cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. This fellow Sasuke is quite alert, as is Naruto, who has just received power from a sage of 6 paths, who also took the time to explain about his mother, mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, journeyed from afar to reclaim the fruit of the God Tree, which you have seen in this war. It is the God Tree that bears the chakra fruit. Kagaya consumed this fruit to acquire the power to pacify this land. Mother is formidable, stronger than anyone. To receive such an endorsement from the founder of the ninja world speaks volumes of Kagaya's might. If my mother is resurrected, we shall use this sealing technique to confine her. The process may prove arduous, but do not worry. That individual named Dou Bi will assist you. The Sage of 6 Paths also mentioned this. Has Dou Bi not arrived yet? Naruto inquires with a hint of curiosity. Just moments ago, during the battle with Madara, he sensed no other powerful chakras. Forget about the reinforcements who may appear at an uncertain time. Naruto, first use that to seal her. Sasuke urged. Very well. Naruto then shifts his focus to Kagaya Otsutsuki. What is your objective? At this juncture, Kakashi addresses Kagaya. The ninja world, no, it should be referred to as ninjas, has nothing to discuss with someone like you, who recklessly manipulates chakra without understanding its significance. This land is my precious field, and I cannot allow it to be harmed any further. Let us conclude this battle. Kagaya asserts. What do you mean? Naruto responds, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 40. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Part 2. What do you mean? Naruto asks again, still confused. Right here. Just as Kagaya concludes her statement, Dou Bi arrives on the scene. Without any warning, the surroundings abruptly transform into a realm of magma and lava. They find themselves suspended above the flowing lava. I shall eradicate you here, Kagaya states with a calm demeanor, as if she is not preparing to kill. Suddenly, due to gravity, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura are pulled downward, while Dou Bi hovers in the sky. Aside from Naruto, who can float using 6 Paths chakra, the others cannot remain airborne without employing ninjutsu. Although Naruto has yet to realize his ability to fly. Dou Bi manages to catch Sakura and Kakashi as for the unconscious Obito. Dou Bi notices that Kakashi has already pinned Obito's hand to the rocky wall with a kunai. Dou Bi feels a pang of sympathy for Obito. Being unconscious and then stabbed is indeed unfortunate. Summoning technique. However, Sasuke quickly reacts, forming hand seals to summon a ninja hawk. The hawk adeptly catches Sasuke. Sasuke glances at Kakashi and Sakura, surprised to see them being held. Hello there, Dou Bi greets Sasuke. However, Sasuke ignores him, indicating that Dou Bi is not perceived as an enemy. Sasuke rides the hawk, ascending above Naruto, who is then grasped by the hawk's talons. Obito, my apologies for the rough handling. Kakashi gazes at Obito, pinned against the rocky wall, his eyes filled with regret. Meanwhile, our Obito remains in a state of unconsciousness. Suddenly, Sakura's forehead protector loosens and falls into the lava, disappearing within seconds. It truly isn't an illusion. Could it be that she has summoned another dimension? Kakashi contemplates upon witnessing Sakura's protector consumed by the lava. By the way, Dou Bi, thank you. Kakashi expresses his gratitude to Dou Bi. Without his intervention, they might have fallen. Oh, no need for thanks, Dou Bi replies while relocating them to a safe area devoid of lava. Kagaya takes note of Dou Bi's recent actions, but primarily focuses her attention on Naruto and Sasuke. For these two possess the chakra she seeks to reclaim. Furthermore, they are capable of sealing her. This naturally diverts her focus from Dou Bi. Who is that woman? Why does she have such long hair? And were those two horns on her head? Even amidst this tense atmosphere, Dou Bi cannot help but voice his irrelevant thoughts. Is now the appropriate time to be asking such questions. However, I must express my gratitude for saving Kakashi-sensei and the others. Naruto finds himself momentarily bewildered by Dou Bi's comment. Oh, but could you answer my question? Dou Bi gestures toward Kaguya. Chapter 41. Space. That individual is Kaguya, the mother of the sage of six paths. I could see this moment. Sasuke speaks up, but let us first confront our enemy. It is clear to Sasuke that Dou Bi is the reinforcements the sage of six paths had mentioned, albeit appearing somewhat unreliable, much like Naruto. Oh, Dou Bi decides not to prolong the conversation. Kaguya has remained in the air, seemingly lost in thought. Naruto, let me clarify. If either of us dies, this world will meet its end. Only the power of the six paths within your grasp and the Yin power in my hands can seal this being before us. Should we fail, humanity will face extinction. We must survive at all costs, Sasuke insists. During the infinite Tsukuyomi, Kakashi and Sakura were merely nearby by chance. Do you understand what I mean? Sasuke continues. Dou Bi remains unresponsive. As this is a matter concerning Team 7, and he is but an outsider, I understand, Naruto replies. Sakura, too, absorbs Sasuke's words, her spirits dimming. I comprehend your intention, but at such a moment, my body acts of its own accord. Much like that time on the bridge, Naruto reflects, offering a faint smile. Sasuke refrains from responding, as he seems to recall their mission in the Land of Waves, before he had defected and sought power in darkness. When Naruto was on the verge of being struck by 1,000 needles, he instinctively stepped in to block the attack. Yet for him, those events belong to the past. It matters not. You should grasp the essence of this. Sasuke. Naruto approached Sasuke's side, yet Sasuke remained unresponsive. During the anime, this scene was undoubtedly filled with memories, a moment that had once provoked considerable frustration. However, now he found himself spared from such torment. Meanwhile, Dou Bi was preoccupied with these thoughts. At that moment, Kaguya's hair scattered and launched towards them. Observing this, Sasuke swiftly activated his Susanoo for defense. Nevertheless, a few strands still struck the shinobi hawk. Upon being hit, the hawk's body seemed to lose all strength. Plummeting downwards, this is bad. He has Byakugan. The hawk has been sealed, and only Susanoo can save him, Sasuke thought. However, as he prepared to utilize Susanoo, he realized he was unable to summon his chakra. Sasuke glanced at his arm and discovered a strand of hair lodged in it. Kaguya had sealed his chakra with her hair, rendering him incapable of using Susanoo. Yet, Sasuke was not alone. Several chakra-laden hands extended from Naruto, grasping Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke looked up at Naruto, who was hovering in mid-air. Naruto appeared astonished at his ability to fly. Yet shortly thereafter, a smile spread across his face. Shadow Clone Jutsu. After pulling Sasuke up, Naruto quickly formed a hand seal. With a burst of smoke, another Naruto leaped into the fray. Kakashi-sensei and Sakura are in your hands, Naruto instructed his clone. Understood. The clone nodded before heading off to protect them. This is the chakra of the sage of six paths, Kaguya remarked, her expression akin to that of a child who has just acquired a new toy. However, regardless of the type of chakra, it ultimately belongs to me. Upon witnessing Naruto soaring through the air, Kaguya declared, I could see that moment. Sasuke removed the hair from his arm, and together with Naruto, they faced Kaguya. Dou Bi also redirected his attention towards Kaguya. After all, she was the progenitor of chakra and the ultimate boss of the Hokage. That I shall speak once more, Kaguya declared, swiftly charging towards Naruto and Sasuke. Converge the chakra into one. No sooner had she spoken than she was upon them. Chapter 41. Space. Part 2. Converge the chakra into one. Kaguya's declaration echoed as she approached Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing this, Dou Bi was eager to engage her in combat. However, he couldn't allow you to interfere with her. Nichijou appeared before Dou Bi without warning. Dou Bi, upon seeing this, decided to leave Kaguya to Naruto and Sasuke. After all, they were the protagonists of this world and would not perish so easily. Magnet. At that moment, Kaguya launched an attack at Naruto, who sensed danger and promptly reacted by unleashing a hand of chakra to counter the assault. The clash of powerful chakras resonated, and Naruto, found himself straining. Despite possessing vast chakra reserves, he was still outmatched by Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra. On Kaguya's side, there seemed to be no pressure at all, as she continually intensified her offensive against Naruto. Bang, 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 bang! The azure blue chakra fist collided with the golden yellow chakra fists in a relentless barrage. The speed of their attacks escalated, even producing sonic booms. Ha! Naruto roared, simultaneously amplifying his own attack. Kaguya's strikes were indeed terrifying, having unleashed thousands of attacks upon Naruto in the blink of an eye. Faced with Naruto's heightened assault, Kaguya merely escalated her own offensive. Gradually, Naruto began to falter under Kaguya's relentless onslaught. Ultimately, Kaguya breached Naruto's defenses, her azure fist sending him hurtling away. The technique Kaguya had just employed was the 80 God Air Strike, the most primitive form of the Hyuga clan's palm technique. By gathering chakra within her palm, she unleashed countless fists into the air, capable of both offense and defense. Even Naruto, in Sage of Six Paths mode, was thrown back by this move. However, Naruto's earlier defense had indeed mitigated the damage. Although he was propelled away, he did not sustain severe injuries. Sasuke, now's your chance, Naruto called out while somersaulting through the air. Sasuke quickly summoned a mature Susanoo, launching a purple arrow towards Kaguya. As the arrow neared Kaguya, Sasuke activated the Manjiki Sharingan's ocular technique, exchanging positions with the arrow to appear near Kaguya. Summoning a complete Susanoo, Sasuke wielded two purple chakra blades, delivering a sweeping slash at Kaguya. In response, Kaguya, enveloped in azure blue chakra, merely raised a hand as if intending to catch the blow with a single hand. Upon contact with Kaguya's hand, the chakra blade dissipated as if it were ice cream melting away. But that was not the end. Kaguya, in an unknown manner, caused an explosion while neutralizing Susanoo. Boom! The explosion generated a tremendous roar, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Sasuke plummeted from the smoke as his Susanoo had just been shattered by Kaguya's attack. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed, alarmed at Sasuke's perilous predicament. Damn it, I can't stop. Naruto struggled to stabilize himself to rescue Sasuke, yet was unable to counteract the force that had sent him flying. That a knife fell from Sasuke's waist, instantly melting in the lava below. However, our Sasuke was not so easily defeated. His form suddenly vanished. Snap! Sasuke reappeared in mid-air, colliding with the tumbling Naruto. This impact steadied Naruto's body in the air. Subsequently, as he continued to descend, Sasuke grasped Naruto's leg. Sasuke. Naruto realized Sasuke was beneath him. I didn't even use Susanoo, Sasuke remarked. Naruto paused, considering the overwhelming strength of Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra, which indeed exceeded their expectations. Chapter 42. Breaking the rebound, now's the time to rescue Obito. While Naruto and the others battled, the Shadow Clones began executing a rescue operation for Obito, who was clinging to the rocky wall. Meanwhile, was Dou Bi also suffering from indirect harm? At this moment, Dou Bi soared through the air. I've told you, any attack against me is futile. Nichijou declared with great pride that a rebound attack must have its limits. Such an ability cannot be utilized without any restrictions, Dou Bi pondered. Recently, Dou Bi attempted to hurl Nichijou into the lava, hoping he would be attacked by it. However, the lava retreated autonomously upon encountering Nichijou. Let's try a barrage of ordinary punches, Dou Bi mused, preparing to execute his plan. Amaterasu! Just then, Sasuke suddenly unleashed Amaterasu upon Nichijou. Nichijou seemed taken aback by Sasuke's simultaneous attack while facing Kaguya, and for a moment, he failed to respond, allowing the black flames to engulf him. However, the black flames appeared to inflict no harm on Nichijou, who remained standing unharmed. Amaterasu possesses a buff that prevents death. Yet Sasuke, feeling the black flames affecting him, hurriedly used Kaguya's earth to extinguish the flames. Chakra attacks are also ineffective against me, Nichijou stated. With chakra attacks proving useless, Dou Bi seemed to have conceived a different idea. Then let's give it a try. Consider it an experiment. With this thought, Dou Bi raised his hand towards Nichijou. Haha, still not giving up? Nichijou found Dou Bi's actions somewhat amusing. After numerous attempts, he still intended to attack himself. Was he not wasting his energy? However, in the next moment, he was sent flying. Boom! Nichijou appeared to be struck by a hammer, hurtling away and embedding himself into the rocky wall. Looks feasible. Dou Bi nodded in satisfaction upon observing the results of his actions. That last move was called the key explosion wave. The principle is quite simple. Release the energy within to propel the opponent away. It seems he cannot rebound against energy attacks. This recent strike profoundly demonstrated this fact. Nichijou could only rebound against physical attacks and chakra-based assaults as for the energy attacks from another world. Dragon Ball, he was unable to deflect them. How is this possible? Nichijou stood up. Aside from the rocky wall, it seems to be nothing but lava. How did you manage to stand? Originally, this fellow can fly too. Dou Bi couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing Roboku suspended in mid-air that in this world, isn't it necessary to possess the six-path chakra to achieve flight? Although, like the Tsuchikage, one could also fly using dust release. Nevertheless, Dou Bi was merely curious about this and didn't delve further into the thought. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Roboku seemed unable to accept the reality that he had just been blasted away by Dou Bi's shockwave. Impossible? Heh. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. Dou Bi chuckled lightly at this that I refused to believe it. At that moment, Roboku charged at Dou Bi like a madman. Huh. Is this spirit really that fragile? He's already crumbling. Seeing Roboku's ferocious expression, Dou Bi couldn't help but murmur. It wasn't that Roboku's spirit was weak. Rather, it was Dou Bi's infuriating abilities that were overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, the ability to rebound attacks was Roboku's trump card. Without it, he was merely an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse. The accumulation of these factors had caused Roboku's mental state to become somewhat unhinged. However, while contemplating this, Dou Bi slightly shifted his body to evade Roboku's assault. Well, let's leave it at that as Dou Bi dodged the attack. A yellow energy sphere suddenly coalesced in his left hand. This energy sphere, no larger than a ping-pong ball, exuded a sense of lethal intent. He then hurled this energy sphere at Roboku's abdomen in a manner reminiscent of Naruto's Rasengan. Chapter 42, Breaking the Rebound, Part 2. Upon contact with Roboku, the energy sphere exploded with a resounding bang. The smoke from the explosion quickly dissipated, leaving only Dou Bi soaring in the air. Aside from Kaguya, Naruto, and Sasuke, Dou Bi remained silent for a moment after having just killed someone. This marked the third individual he had slain. However, Dou Bi felt no burden in his heart. Eliminating such a person was merely ridding humanity of a calamity. Now let us see how Naruto and the others are faring. With this thought in mind, Dou Bi turned his gaze towards Naruto, only to find that Naruto and Sasuke were partially ensnared by a black substance, rendering them immobile. What did I just miss? Dou Bi felt a twinge of confusion upon witnessing this scene. He recalled that Kaguya intended to absorb Naruto and Sasuke's chakra. Yet now, having captured them, she was merely hovering in the air, doing nothing. This was not Dou Bi's fault. He lacked the ability to sense chakra, thus remaining oblivious to the fact that Naruto and Sasuke's chakra was being siphoned away. Given a bit more time, Naruto could have freed himself. However, Dou Bi couldn't afford to wait that long. That Kaguya was incessantly babbling. Dou Bi clenched his fists as he spoke. He didn't understand why these individuals were ignoring him. But since he was present, he wouldn't allow Kaguya to continue her incessant chatter. This was as dreary as listening to a lecture from his teacher. Come, let us return to the embrace of our omnipotent mother. At that moment, Kaguya's incessant rambling appeared to be reaching its conclusion. Enough with the noise. A somewhat impatient voice emerged beside Kaguya and Black Zetsu. Then, with a resounding thud, Dou Bi delivered a powerful punch straight to Kaguya's face. The force of this blow sent her hurtling backward through the air. Consequently, Black Zetsu was forced to sever the connection with Naruto and Sasuke. Are you okay? After sending Kaguya flying, Dou Bi turned to check on Naruto and Sasuke's condition. But I'm fine. I can still fight. Naruto appeared quite spirited. Even if Dou Bi hadn't arrived, he could have freed himself from Black Zetsu's grasp. Humph. Sasuke responded to Dou Bi's inquiry. Dou Bi felt a hint of embarrassment, but he brushed it off. He was well aware of the temperament of the two pillars. The history of ninjas does not solely belong to you. As a mother, shouldn't she be pleased to see her child stand independently? At this point, Naruto began to engage in a verbal spar with his opponent. Such a prolonged rebellious phase. Mother is the progenitor of chakra. and your efforts are futile. After stabilizing herself in midair, Kaguya retorted to Naruto's remarks, her tone dripping with disdain, seemingly indifferent to Dou Bi's earlier blow that had sent her flying to we may be youngsters. True, but what does that make you? Cowering behind her mother. A child who will never grow up and cannot stand on his own. At this juncture, Dou Bi couldn't help but launch a derisive comment at Black Zetsu. Ew. This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Black Zetsu. Unlike Kaguya's other offspring, he had not inherited his mother's powers. Though he claimed to be Kaguya's child, he was merely a fragment of her consciousness. What's wrong? Is the little brat feeling defiant? Dou Bi chuckled upon seeing Black Zetsu's already dark expression deepen further. Having watched the Naruto anime, Dou Bi had always found Black Zetsu irritating, merely a child relying on his mother. Yet so arrogant in mocking Obito as a failure, in Dou Bi's eyes, he was even less than a failure. Now that they had crossed paths, he felt inclined to provoke him with words. Chapter 43. Transitioning Spaces Humph. Regardless, you will soon meet your demise. Ultimately, Black Zetsu managed to utter this phrase. Humph, just a child unwilling to admit it. Dou Bi scoffed at Black Zetsu's reaction. Stop wasting breath on him. We need to seize the opportunity to launch the sealing technique. Our Sasuke can hardly bear to watch. This is a battle. After all, don't provoke the opponent further. Oh, upon hearing this, Dou Bi decided to cease his banter. Indeed, there was only that one technique left, the one that Naruto stated. Where do you need me to assist? Dou Bi inquired. Just distract her. Can you manage that? Naruto asked Dou Bi. Just moments ago, he and Sasuke had faced Kaguya head-on and had been easily overpowered. He was uncertain if Dou Bi possessed such strength. He sensed no chakra fluctuations from Dou Bi. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might have thought Dou Bi was an ordinary person. Oh, is that so? Dou Bi nodded. You two come close. I have an idea. Upon hearing this, Dou Bi and Sasuke complied. Although unsure of their intentions, Black Zetsu interjected with disdain, stating that their actions were meaningless since Mother could absorb all techniques. How will you know unless you try? Dou Bi was genuinely curious if Black Zetsu had truly missed the moment he had blasted Raboku away. Otherwise, how could he make such claims? Unless Black Zetsu was simply dim-witted, the location of Naruto's shadow clones. Sakura gazed at Kaguya with a grave expression. How does it look? Kakashi suddenly inquired of Sakura. It appears to be a standoff. Sakura replied, Yes, that's so. Kakashi began to contemplate, being forcibly dragged into this non-illusionary space. Their power is simply on a different dimension. She is indeed formidable. Kakashi observed Kaguya floating in the air. God, how do you intend to deal with such an enemy? Naruto, Sakura asked Naruto. Well, although this may be the final battle, we must still give it our all. After declaring this, Naruto pressed his hand, imbued with yang release, against the unconscious Obito. After all, this was the method they had employed thus far. Under the influence of Naruto's yang release ability, Obito finally regained consciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side, are you serious? Sasuke was astounded by Naruto's suggestion. Will this technique truly be effective against the progenitor of chakra? Are you sure? Dou Bi had long been aware of Naruto's forbidden technique, but using it in such a situation was indeed a risky move. Moreover, the technique was exceedingly embarrassing, and Dou Bi feared he would be psychologically scarred after witnessing it. How will you know unless you try? Besides, I've secretly practiced this technique longer than I did the Rasengan. It's worth a shot, Naruto declared at Are you really going to use this technique to make Kaguya nosebleed? Dou Bi silently complained to himself. Speaking of which, Naruto's technique is quite renowned. Konohamaru has mastered it, and Naruto's son Boruto can perform it as well. This technique seems to have taken down Iruka and the perverted sage Jiraiya, and now it appears that someone else is about to fall victim to it. After contemplating for a moment, Sasuke finally decided to give it a try. After all, Naruto is known for his unpredictability. All right, I will draw her attention. Dou Bi nodded in agreement. Then I will prepare the technique of my left eye, Sasuke declared. Shortly after he spoke, he shouted, Now, Amaterasu. Once again, Sasuke unleashed the indomitable Amaterasu, engulfing Kaguya in black flames. Yet she seemed utterly unfazed. Chapter 43. Shifting Space. Part 2. The black flames continued to blaze around Kaguya, but she appeared to feel nothing. She's moving, Sakura exclaimed upon witnessing Sasuke's attack. Gradually, the black flames dissipated as Kagaya absorbed them into her body. However, Sasuke's intent in using this technique was merely to divert Kagaya's attention. He had no intention of inflicting harm at that moment. Naruto charged toward Kagaya, who responded by unleashing a barrage of shuriken. Yet Dou Bi suddenly appeared in front of the onslaught. With swift precision, Dou Bi deflected each shuriken with his hands. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Piu!" A cloud of smoke erupted. Sensing this, Kagaya activated her Byakugan to discern what lay within the smoke. "Now, take this, Seiyu, technique, reverse harem jutsu." With Naruto's proclamation, a multitude of half-naked handsome men materialized around Kagaya. Dou Bi, feeling utterly unfazed, even chuckled internally at the absurdity. Kagaya stood there, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. This, Sakura unexpectedly began to bleed from her nose. Sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead, a testament to his disbelief. The more formidable the enemy, the more effective this technique is, Naruto thought, feeling a sense of pride. Idiot! Why would he use such a technique at a time like this? I can let it slide, but against such a godlike foe, how could this possibly work? Sakura felt a surge of irritation. She had just experienced a nosebleed. The handsome men drew closer to Kagaya, who seemed entranced and remained unresponsive. Piu! The handsome men dispelled their transformation and shadow clone techniques, transforming into a cloud of smoke that in that instant. Naruto stood before Kagaya and delivered a punch. Boom! Kagaya was sent flying. That actually worked, Sakura exclaimed, feeling as if the world had gone mad, and she promptly collapsed. Hinata Kakashi chuckled, equally at a loss. Has Kagaya never seen handsome men before? It doesn't matter what she is. The progenitor of chakra, she must have never encountered a technique like this. Naruto mused. This is the history of ninjas, he shouted at the black Zetsu clinging to Kagaya. The history of ninjas is just this. They must be dying with regret. Dou Bi felt somewhat speechless. Though he could have ended the battle in an instant, he refrained from doing so, choosing instead to maintain the narrative's integrity while casually attacking. Little did he expect that the prolonged skirmish would lead to this. Could Naruto's perverse ninjutsu truly save the world? Kakashi pondered, recalling Jiraiya's words about Naruto being the child of prophecy. According to Konoha's ninja way, it must be a case of inheritance across generations. Compared to Minato, he resembles me more with his endearing qualities, Jiraiya had said with a smile. Did you see that, Jiraiya-sensei? Kakashi murmured. Soon, Kagaya, being the progenitor of chakra, quickly regained her composure after being knocked away and prepared to rise. Now Naruto, Sasuke alerted him. Sasuke then thrust his left hand forward, imbued with released. Naruto responded, mirroring Sasuke's gesture with his right hand. Sasuke activated the power of his Sharingan to shift their positions, placing Kagaya between himself and Naruto. That it appeared that Kagaya was about to be sealed by Naruto and Sasuke using the 6 paths, planetary devastation. But was it really that simple? Zing! In an instant, the surroundings transformed. Kagaya, just as Naruto and Sasuke were about to make contact with her, shifted the space once more. Chapter 44. Separation. Everyone is turned into ice blocks. Dou Bi observed as Naruto, Sasuke, and Kagaya found themselves encased in a massive block of ice. It's so cold. What is happening? Naruto thought, astonished. Ice. Sasuke turned his eyes to comprehend their current environment. In stark contrast to the previous space filled with searing heat and flowing lava. This realm was enveloped in a chilling cold. The area was laden with solid ice. It was as if they were in a frozen wasteland. It's changed. Naruto's shadow clone also noted the environmental shift. Has this place moved again? Kakashi remarked, recognizing the magnitude of the transformation. Whose jutsu is this? Naruto. Sakura inquired of Naruto's shadow clone. I guess this should be. He hesitated. I have no idea, but it feels similar to when we instantaneously transported to the lava world. I suspect this is likely the enemy's ability, Kakashi deduced. Instantly altering the world, and this world exists in reality. It's akin to a Jinjutsu, Kakashi reflected. Now we find ourselves in an ice realm. What is the principle behind this? Sakura expressed her confusion. Suddenly, a black rift appeared next to Kagaya. Without hesitation, Kagaya stepped into the rift, which sealed itself behind her, vanishing into thin air. She disappeared, Naruto exclaimed in surprise from within the ice. This ability, can she move through space? Sasuke was equally taken aback that, oh, is this a spatial-related ability? Dou Bi remarked, but could not help but compare it to Goku's instantaneous movement. After all, Goku employs his instantaneous movement with remarkable finesse, going wherever he pleases. Moreover, he has even developed the instant transmission Kamehameha. Just imagine, when you observe an opponent charging up a long-range attack with disdain, believing it cannot reach you, and suddenly they appear right in front of you. Unleashing a charge Kamehameha, you would be caught completely off guard and engulfed by the energy wave, wouldn't you? Outside the ice block, another black rift manifested, and Kaguya emerged from it. She then directed her gaze toward Naruto and Sasuke, who were still trapped within the ice. This is bad, Naruto thought. They were unable to break free from the ice at that moment. Naruto was employing the truth-seeking balls to shatter the ice layer. But progress was slow. Kaguya's technique is likely called Yomi's Road, which involves spatial displacement, Dou Bi thought as he began to attack the ice block. With a clenched fist, Dou Bi struck the ice directly, shattering it into fragments that scattered through the air. Thanks, Naruto and Sasuke successfully emerged from the ice block. I'm sorry. The harem jutsu failed, Naruto said apologetically to Sasuke and Dou Bi as they landed back on the ground. I never intended to use such a technique to defeat her. This time, based on my plan, it's you and Naruto who will assist me, Sasuke stated, realizing he didn't know Dou Bi's name and thus refrained from addressing him directly. Oh. Dou Bi nodded in response. Mom, they're quite troublesome. The black Zetsu emerging from Kaguya's sleeve remarked. Why not simply separate them and deal with them one by one? Black Zetsu suggested. Kaguya raised her left hand, once again opening a black spatial rift. Next, she would likely pull Sasuke away first to deal with Naruto. After Dou Bi observed Kaguya's actions, he silently contemplated. Chapter 44. Separated, Part 2. Next, she should be pulling Sasuke away, and then deal with Naruto. Dou Bi noted Kaguya's movements and pondered. However, is the plot truly reliable at this point? Dou Bi failed to notice a dark fissure appearing beneath his feet. He had landed. Then he fell through. What are you doing? Dou Bi, lost in thought moments ago, only realized what had happened when he was already falling. Why not follow the rules? Dou Bi thought, somewhat frustrated. Subsequently, he was cast into another realm. What? X2 Naruto and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback by this. Suddenly, a crack appeared behind Sasuke, and a hand reached through it, grasping the nape of Sasuke's neck. Our Sasuke then followed in Dou Bi's footsteps, being thrown into a desolate space. Sasuke landed painfully on the ground. As he regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, he discovered he was in the midst of a desert. Sasuke, in the icy realm, Naruto was desperately trying to hold open the crack in space with both hands, striving to prevent its closure. Since he was relatively close to Sasuke, he managed to reach the rift to obstruct it. Sasuke also heard Naruto's shout and quickly noticed that the crack had yet to close. He promptly dashed over. Unfortunately, despite Naruto's best efforts, the fissure sealed itself before Sasuke could reach it. Damn it, Naruto exclaimed, frustrated. Now you can't seal mother. First, I'll drain your chakra entirely, and then deal with that arrogant brat. Black Zetsu remarked, somewhat smugly. Now, Naruto must confront Kaguya alone. What kind of bizarre place is this? Dou Bi floated aimlessly in the air, feeling somewhat powerless. Earlier, as Dou Bi fell, he had spotted a green lake bubbling beneath him. Sensing something amiss about the lake, he activated his sky dance technique and took flight. This must be the sulfuric acid realm, Dou Bi surmised. He then began to fly around, searching for an exit. However, despite his efforts, he found himself still surrounded by the sulfuric lake. If only I hadn't been so reckless, Dou Bi lamented, regretting that he might miss out on the confrontation with Kaguya. Although he knew Obito would soon use Kimui to open a space. How was he to ascertain its location? If only I had asked Goku to teach me instant transmission, Dou Bi thought, feeling somewhat helpless that Naruto's aura fluctuated. With nothing else to do, Dou Bi began to sense the presence of Naruto and the others. After being transported to this realm, he could still perceive their energies. Sasuke was running about. While Dou Bi noticed that Naruto's aura was weakening, it seemed that Naruto's energy was diminishing as he continued to clash with Kaguya. This does not bode well. Dou Bi sensed that something was off. He recalled that in the original story, Naruto had not sustained further injuries after being momentarily frozen by Kaguya. After all, Naruto possessed the shadow clone technique. And neither Byakugan nor Sharingan could distinguish between the real body and the shadow clones, as long as Kaguya did not unleash a large-scale destructive attack. With Naruto's vast chakra reserves, he could last for hours. Yet now, it appeared as though Naruto was being relentlessly beaten by Kaguya. Could it be that my storyline has gone awry? Dou Bi could no longer remain passive at this juncture. He had no choice but to take a risk. I hope my intuition proves correct, Dou Bi thought as he focused on sensing Naruto's approximate location. Chapter 45. Breaking the space. Is this the place? After multiple comparisons, Dou Bi confirmed his approximate position. I hope I don't end up in a spatial turbulence zone. He mused, tightening his fist. Kaguya's realm was generated by the Rinnesh Sharingan, known as the Realm of the Gods. This space belonged to Kaguya, meaning that she controlled everything within it. Dou Bi was aware that there were 5 realms in total, one of which was the global realm, serving to connect the 4 other realms. Currently, Dou Bi found himself in the sulfuric acid realm. He was unaware of whether the other realms were interconnected apart from the global realm. If they were not connected, he could easily fall into a temporal turbulence, which, while not dangerous for him, could result in being transported to another world or drifting indefinitely in the turbulence. Yet, Dou Bi realized he felt no fear. Has my emotional state dulled to such an extent? I can't even feel fear anymore. However, that is of little consequence. Dou Bi adjusted his expression, adopting a serious demeanor. With that thought, his fists began to move forward. Just a slightly serious punch. No sooner had he spoken than he launched his punch. As his fist struck out, everything around him seemed to lose color. An "oh" sound accompanied it, only the sight of spiderweb-like cracks forming where his fist had impacted. Almost instantaneously, the cracks spread throughout the entire realm. Kaguya, who had been controlling the icy world to attack Naruto, abruptly halted her actions. What is happening to my realm? Kaguya frowned as she sensed the disturbance. With her confusion, the icy world's assault on Naruto ceased. Huffing, Naruto seized the opportunity to rest. My realm has actually... Kaguya discovered that a world that belonged to her had just collapsed. No way. Could it be that Black Zetsu? Upon hearing his mother's words, contemplated a possibility. That is, Dou Bi has destroyed that realm. How could that be? How could any power surpass that of his mother? Shadow clone jutsu. At that moment, Naruto, seizing the chance while Kaguya's attention was diverted, rapidly formed seals and summoned thousands of shadow clones. Kaguya took note of Naruto's movement. The vortex Naruto unleashed a barrage. Naruto and the multitude of clones began their physical assault on Kaguya. Here, in a pitch-black darkness, Dou Bi was soaring. Before him lay 4 square spaces emanating white light. This is what lies outside Kaguya's realm. But how do I get in? Dou Bi pondered as he surveyed the 4 spaces. Originally, there should have been 5, but one was shattered by Dou Bi. Well, I suppose I'll just charge in. Unable to devise a better plan, Dou Bi ultimately opted for a straightforward approach and decided to charge directly in. With that resolve, Dou Bi propelled himself towards the location of Naruto's aura, launching himself like a cannonball. Did you not find him? Naruto, overjoyed to see Sasuke and Sakura return with Obito, was disheartened to learn they had not located Dou Bi. Indeed, they had scoured every time in space, yet no trace of him could be found. Obito, too, felt a sense of helplessness that will search for him later. Right now, our priority is... Sasuke spoke, glancing at Kaguya. All right, Naruto agreed, deciding to seal Kaguya first. Mother, since they have gathered once more, we have no choice. We can no longer conserve chakra, Black Zetsu stated. Chapter 45. Breaking the Space. Part 2. Mother, since they have gathered once more, we have no choice. We can no longer conserve chakra. Black Zetsu reiterated. I understand, Kaguya replied, preparing to transition to the gravity realm. However, a crimson object suddenly descended from the sky and crashed to the ground. Boom! With the object's impact, the earth trembled thrice. The ground where it landed was deeply indented. You have returned, the figure remarked. You! Upon gazing upon the visage of that individual, Heiju could not help but be astounded, rendered momentarily speechless. This is impossible. You should not be able to traverse space. His voice trembled with disbelief. Da-da. That place was obliterated by my hand. My apologies for dismantling your belongings, Dou Bi remarked while scratching his head. What? Sakura expressed her shock, having become numb from the sheer astonishment. Wow, you're that formidable now, Naruto exclaimed, filled with delight. That aren't you misdirecting your concern? Sasuke could not contain his sarcasm directed at Naruto. I asked it a problem? Naruto replied innocently, I asked it? You destroyed my space, and Kagaya, upon hearing Dou Bi's words, spoke with an unexpectedly calm demeanor. Oh, what is the matter? Dou Bi inquired at that moment. Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan on her forehead suddenly opened wide. In an instant, the world shifted once more. Wow. Except for Dou Bi, everyone else, including Kagaya herself, found themselves pressed against the ground by the immense gravitational force of this space. Huh. What's wrong with you all? As the only one still standing, Dou Bi stepped lightly on the ground, cracked at a large hole formed beneath his gentle touch. Oh, it's gravity. Dou Bi confirmed and then turned his gaze towards Kagaya. This is bad. Mother, Heiju, seeing Dou Bi standing firm in this overpowering gravitational realm, panicked and alerted Kagaya. Kagaya, without needing Heiju's warning, was already poised to shift the space once again. Yet, just as she was about to do so, Dou Bi suddenly appeared before her and delivered a punch to her face. What a fierce strike. Bang! The blow sent Kagaya hurtling away. How is this possible? You are unaffected by the supergravity, Heiju exclaimed in shock. Supergravity? I feel nothing, Dou Bi replied, bouncing lightly in place. Damn it. Heiju, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration. What's wrong? Are you angry? Then come at me. Shall we have a solo match? Dou Bi seemed intrigued and made a provocative gesture towards Heiju. You scoundrel! Heiju was genuinely infuriated by Dou Bi, momentarily forgetting Dou Bi's might. Mother could eliminate you in an instant. After uttering those words, Heiju realized how irrational they were. Eliminate Dou Bi in an instant? Then who was that person sent flying just now? Huh. Then come on. I'm right here. Come and kill me. Dou Bi chuckled. To provoke an opponent like that, Kakashi felt as though his worldview was shattering. Just moments ago, Kagaya had seemed godlike in her power. Yet this individual before him had sent the being he deemed a deity flying. The power of the Sharingan has returned to this moment. Sasuke had regained the ability of his Manjiki Sharingan. There's no other choice. Kagaya realized that ordinary attacks would not affect Dou Bi. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, Dou Bi had now become an adversary she deemed worthy of her full power. Chapter 46. Complete body Susanoo Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan activated once more, this time transforming the space into a global realm. Oh, it's changed again, Dou Bi remarked as he observed the environment shift once more. Have you been here before? Sakura quickly recognized the surroundings, recalling her previous visit with Obito. Another world alteration? Kakashi noted as well. The global realm connects 5 different spaces. Compared to others, its environment is quite normal and lacks the capacity to inflict harm upon foes. However, this very characteristic means that it requires the least amount of chakra to transition into dot. I shall annihilate you here, Kagaya declared, hovering in the air while gazing down at Dou Bi. Then come and try. Dou Bi replied with a light laugh. He was genuinely curious about what powers Kagaya had yet to unleash. After all, in the original narrative, Kagaya was sealed after employing the Shinin Shinjutsu. That technique was reputed to possess world-destroying capabilities. Yet this attack had not reached her target. Here it comes. At that moment, Naruto initiated his assault. 8 shadow clones emerge around him, each wielding spinning Rasengan infused with the chakra of various tailed beasts. Go, everyone, Naruto shouted. Oh, ready? Yes. The tailed beasts responded in unison. Kagaya activated her Byakugan in response. Sage Art. Super-tailed beast Rasengan. With this declaration, both the shadow clones and Naruto hurled their Rasengan towards Kagaya. Seeing this, Kagaya attempted to create a space-time rift to evade. Although this strike wouldn't inflict substantial damage, it contained the chakra of 9-tailed beasts, which would destabilize her chakra if it made contact. However, one individual was intent on preventing her escape. Dou Bi appeared above Kagaya, as if teleporting. Hello. After uttering this greeting, he delivered a swift chop down towards Kagaya. Dou Bi's appearance was so sudden that Kagaya could not react in time and was struck downwards. halting her attempt to create a space-time rift. Good, Naruto exclaimed. The 9 Rasengan collided with Kaguya as she plummeted. Boom! The explosion from a 9 Rasengan enveloped Kaguya in a cloud of smoke. Impressive. Naruto and Sakura felt elated but was momentarily at a loss for words. Unsure of what to call Dou Bi. His name is Dou Bi. Kakashi interjected, unable to watch any longer, addressing Sakura. Oh, well done, Dou Bi, Sakura said awkwardly. Dou Bi? Naruto echoed, surprised. What kind of name is that? It sounds rather strange, isn't it? Dou Bi noticed Naruto's reaction and commented. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Naruto quickly apologized. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Dou Bi shrugged it off. By the way, are you a ninja? I can't sense any chakra emanating from you. Naruto inquired of Dou Bi. Huh, a ninja? I'm not. Dou Bi replied. That you're this amazing and yet not a ninja. Naruto expressed his astonishment. How could someone without the title of ninja possess such immense power? He had previously assumed Dou Bi was a taijutsu ninja like Guy or Lee. That I truly am not a ninja, Dou Bi said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Chapter 46. Complete Body Susanoo. Part 2. I truly am not a ninja. Dou Bi reiterated, feeling somewhat helpless. Enough chatting. Focus on the enemy, Sasuke remarked, noticing Dou Bi and Naruto conversing amidst the battle. X2, the smoke quickly dissipated, revealing Kaguya's form. White matter began to surge from her body, rapidly transforming into the heads of various tailed beasts. Mother, what is happening? Heiju sensed Kaguya's chakra becoming unstable. Kaguya did not respond to Heiju. For the next moment, the white matter enveloped both her and Heiju. The white substance continued to swell and expand. Ultimately, it coalesced into a colossal creature resembling a wolf, rabbit, raccoon, and badger. Upon its forehead rested Kaguya's Rinnesh Sharingan. Grr! Its emergence was heralded by a deafening roar. Oh, it's rather large, Dou Bi noted, intrigued. A giant has arrived. Is it a wolf? A rabbit? A raccoon? Or a badger? Naruto pondered, utterly perplexed by its appearance. What should we call this? Should we refer to it as Big Bunny Kaguya or something else? Regardless, the sooner we seal it, the better, Sasuke suggested, advocating for immediate action. This form is not humanoid. It has not been transformed by Mother S. well into the 10 tails. It is the tailed beast responding to Naruto's earlier strike. On the brink of separation and unable to stabilize, Hakone contemplated inwardly. Hiss, the creature that Kaguya had transformed into, reminiscent of a giant rabbit, continued to roar incessantly. How bothersome. Don't you ever tire from such shouting? Dou Bi rubbed his ears, finding the relentless cacophony somewhat painful. It is worth noting that his sense of hearing was quite acute. Numerous pairs of hands sprouted from the gigantic rabbit formed by Kaguya, lunging towards Dou Bi, Naruto, and Sasuke. Upon witnessing this, Dou Bi deftly evaded in midair. One pair of hands reached out towards Naruto, and Sasuke, that moment, a shadow clone of Naruto dashed forward, colliding with Naruto and Sasuke to push them aside. However, the shadow clone was then seized by the hand. Strangely, instead of dissipating into smoke, the clone was absorbed directly into the white hand. It is imperative not to be caught by that white hand, as the absorption occurs in an instant and at an alarming speed. Naruto exclaimed. The information sensed upon the disappearance of the shadow clone would also be relayed to him, allowing him to gauge the rate of absorption. Understand, Sasuke responded. The white hands continued their relentless assault, with several pairs fixating on Sakura. Though she endeavored to evade, the sheer number of white hands was overwhelming. Sasuke, use your ocular technique to help Sakura escape. Seeing this, Naruto urged Sasuke. Without needing Naruto's reminder, Sasuke was already prepared to employ his space-time transfer technique. Just then, a pair of azure hands intervened, rescuing Sakura before the white hands could ensnare her. Excellent, we succeeded, Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Susanoo, whose is it? Sasuke inquired, somewhat astonished. Huh? Isn't it yours? Naruto, initially elated, was taken aback by Sasuke's words. Naruto, Sasuke's Susanoo is purple. It's quite unexpected to witness this scene. Meanwhile, Dou Bi had already caught sight of the complete form of Susanoo in its azure hue. Thank you, Obito, Kakashi said to Obito from within Susanoo that moment. Obito was positioned at the center of Susanoo's head. I believe if Kakashi can manifest Susanoo using Obito's chakra and ocular power, Obito himself should be capable as well. Our Toby has finally awakened Susanoo. Dou Bi chuckled at this, just moments ago. Due to his influence, Obito had not perished. Thus, the manifestation of Obito as Susanoo unfolded. However, shouldn't you be in a weakened state? How is it that you achieved the complete form? It's rather unfortunate that Kakashi cannot summon the complete Susanoo. Oh, it's Obito. Thank you. Naruto soon recognized the wielder of the Azure Susanoo, expressing his delight. Chapter 47, Clash. Sasuke, witnessing Obito's first manifestation of Susanoo in its complete form, could not help but be surprised. At that moment, the giant rabbit emitted another roar, and with that sound, several white hands extended from its body, reaching towards the Azure Susanoo. The Azure Susanoo spread its arms wide, and in an instant, several gigantic shurikens materialized in its hands. Subsequently, the Azure Susanoo hurled the shurikens towards the white hands that reached for it. Baiyu! Baiyu! As the shurikens struck the white hands, a distortion of space-time occurred, severing the two white hands instantaneously. Kamui Shuriken. This technique, born from infusing Kamui into a shuriken, allows for the enemy to be transported to the Kamui dimension upon impact. Hiss, the giant rabbit for now. Let us refer to it as such, let out an enraged howl after having its two hands severed. However, just as it roared, Dou Bi appeared above its head. Shut up! Be quiet, Dou Bi, irritated by the deafening roar that caused his ears to ache, retorted, though his voice was quickly drowned out by the roaring. Damn it! Dou Bi clenched his fist and aimed a punch directly at the giant rabbit's head. Wait! Its body cannot be touched. Naruto attempted to warn Dou Bi as he saw him preparing to strike the giant rabbit. However, before he could finish his warning, Dou Bi's fist had already collided with the giant rabbit. An immense force erupted in an instant. The giant rabbit was sent crashing down from the air, plummeting into the ground. What did you just say? After accomplishing this, Dou Bi turned to Naruto for clarification that, it was nothing. Naruto sheepishly admitted that his previous comment was somewhat unnecessary. However, that strike seemed not to have inflicted significant damage on the giant rabbit. A beastly roar erupted from the enormous pit in the ground. How many times are you going to shout? Doesn't your throat get hoarse? Dou Bi remarked, somewhat speechless. He truly could not comprehend the need for such roaring. While it certainly exuded a sense of power, wasn't it exhausting? Yet the giant rabbit clearly could not grasp Dou Bi's sentiments, and even if it could, it would likely disregard them. Suddenly, it roared again, with the heads of the nine-tailed beasts on its body all turning towards Dou Bi. What is it trying to do? Is it attempting to glare me to death? Dou Bi thought to himself as he found himself under the gaze of 21 large eyes. However, in the next moment, he understood its intention. The 9 heads of the tailed beasts opened their massive mouths, and then, almost instantaneously, 9 black spheres of tailed beast chakra, each about 20 meters in size, coalesced. Be careful. Naruto couldn't help but warn Naruto. Are we going all out? Well then, I'll face the 9-tailed beast balls. Dou Bi felt no tension but rather a thrill at the challenge. He assumed his stance, his hands forming a blossom shape. Placing them at his waist, as he uttered the word turtle, a blue energy sphere manifested in his hand. Meanwhile, the giant rabbit began to gather the 9-tailed beast balls together. The blue energy sphere in Dou Bi's hand expanded and compressed continuously. The azure energy sphere began to stabilize. At this point, the blue energy sphere had settled to the size of a basketball. Just then, the giant rabbit fused the 9-tailed beast balls together, forming a single-tailed beast ball that was a staggering 100 meters in size. Such a massive tailed beast ball. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. Now is not the time for awe, Sasuke interjected. Their opponent's movements were far too swift. They had barely managed to respond before the tailed beast ball was fully assembled. However, there is still this individual here. Dou Bi bellowed, launching the blue energy sphere with great force. Chapter 47, Clash, Part 2. Dou Bi shouted, propelling the blue energy sphere forward. The blue energy sphere shot forth like a blue light bullet, trailing a long tail akin to a meteor as it surged towards the giant rabbit. Roar! Simultaneously, the giant rabbit unleashed the tailed beast ball. On one side, a terrifyingly powerful 10-tailed beast ball. On the other, Dou Bi's Kamehameha Point, one large, one small. The two disproportionate energy spheres collided. The attacks from both sides clashed, generating a tremendous gale. The ground below was swept up by the raging winds, sending countless small stones swirling through the air, colliding with one another. Should we lend a hand? Naruto observed the clash and inquired. Stop with the nonsense. After uttering this, Sasuke activated his complete Susanoo. Naruto, hurry! Oh, Naruto quickly responded, summoning Kurama to coordinate with Susanoo in forming a fortified Susanoo. While the appearance of the fortified Susanoo remained unchanged, its strength far exceeded that of before. Tailed Beast Ball. Naruto swiftly molded a tailed Beast Ball. Add in the Ashura S Chakra. Sasuke infused the Ashura S Chakra into the tailed Beast Ball. But that is not all. 8 shadow clones of Naruto appeared around him, injecting the chakra of the 8-tailed beasts into Kurama S-tailed Beast Ball. Go for it. Naruto launched the attack, unleashing a 9-colored energy ripple. This technique is called Fortified Super Ashura Tailed Beast Ball that is said to possess greater power than the 6 paths Super, Giant Raisin Shuriken, and Indra S Arrow. Meanwhile, Dou Bi was merely holding back. Indeed, he was just holding back. The intensity of energy has nearly reached equilibrium. Observing his Kamehameha and the tailed beast bomb stalemated, Dou Bi nodded in satisfaction. As for his motivation, he expressed a desire to experience the sensation of energy clash that Goku and his companions felt. Just imagine the electrifying collision of passionate souls. For instance, the moment when Super Saiyan 2 Gohan single-handedly countered Cell's double-handed Kamehameha, or when Super Saiyan God Goku clashed with Beerus. However, just as Dou Bi was about to engage Kagaya in a similar exchange, Naruto and Sasuke Susanoo, infused with the tailed beast bomb, arrived on the scene. In an instant, the situation reversed as the enormous tailed beast bomb was forcefully repelled. Our poor rabbit endured a triple onslaught of damage. Boom! The power of this attack surpassed that of a hydrogen bomb. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. The shockwave produced by the explosion transformed the interior of the mushroom cloud into a tempest filled with flashes of lightning. Hey, what are you doing? Dou Bi exclaimed, feeling somewhat dejected. I deliberately held back to savor the feeling of energy clash, and yet you all rushed in to assist. Dou Bi sincerely felt that his teammates were excessively ruthless. There's a saying, one need not fear an opponent as formidable as a god, but rather a teammate as foolish as a pig. Yet here, Dou Bi's teammates were so formidable that they snatched away the opportunity for an energy clash. What's wrong? Naruto asked, somewhat bewildered by Dou Bi's reaction. Hadn't they just been aiding him? Why was he now blaming them? Sigh. Dou Bi finally sighed. That moment, Sasuke suddenly remarked, the battle is not over yet. Kagaya is still alive. Oh, such tenacity for life. Dou Bi mused as he gazed toward the mushroom cloud. She is the progenitor of chakra, possessing an immortal body. Such an attack could not kill her. It could only seal her away, Sasuke explained. Chapter 48. Sealing. In fact, Dou Bi could also sense that the vitality of Kagaya, transformed into the giant rabbit, was still quite vigorous. After all, she had endured Dou Bi's casually unleashed Kamehameha, along with Naruto and Sasuke's Susanoo-tailed beast bomb, not to mention her own 10-tails bomb. Truly, her immortality was not mere boast. Dou Bi contemplated whether a more serious attack could potentially eliminate her. After all, Kagaya's immortality was rooted in the God Tree. If the power of an attack could destroy the God Tree, perhaps it could indeed kill Kagaya. By the way, how do you plan to seal her? Dou Bi inquired of Naruto and Sasuke, feigning ignorance despite knowing the answer. It's simple. Sasuke and I just need to touch her at the same time. Naruto replied. Dou Bi pretended to ponder, saying, But in her current state, if you touch her, as everyone saw with Naruto's shadow clone, you would be drained of chakra. Of course, Dou Bi himself posed no risk of being absorbed. Perhaps due to the absence of chakra in his being, that white substance could not absorb him. Realizing he had nearly acted recklessly, Dou Bi thought it would have been embarrassing had he struck and found his hand consumed. Fortunately, nothing happened. However, The battle was far from over as the mushroom cloud dissipated. The form of the giant rabbit emerged. Its body, composed of that white substance, was covered in dust. Yet aside from that, it bore no visible wounds that, "Oh, this fellow still looks quite lively," Dou Bi exclaimed, feeling a surge of joy at the sight. "What is there to be excited about?" Sasuke responded with a hint of exasperation. Was the attack ineffective? In contrast, Naruto's reaction remained relatively normal, tinged with surprise. Perhaps this creature is indeed immortal, combined with her status as the progenitor of chakra. That must be the case, Dou Bi speculated, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. "Do my words carry no weight?" "Shut up!" Sasuke snapped impatiently. "Oh, fine," Dou Bi conceded, choosing not to prolong the conversation. "How is he just as chatty as Naruto?" Sasuke internally scoffed. I could see that moment. Countless large white hands extended from the giant rabbit-esque body. "Back to this again." Dou Bi glanced toward the Azure Susanoo. "Hey, you over there, could you lend a hand and sever those wicked hands?" Wicked hands. Obito, within the Azure Susanoo, was momentarily taken aback by this remark. Yet he complied. "Bayu! Bayu!" Once again, the Kinui Shuriken began to sever the white hands extending from the giant rabbit. Speaking of which, wouldn't Obito lose his sight by fully activating his Susanoo? I recall that only the eternal Manjiki Sharingan can withstand that. Could it be due to the power of the Sage of Six Paths? That makes sense. The Sage of Six Paths had no issue when fully activating his Susanoo. To this point, Dou Bi found himself lost in thought. Hiss! The giant rabbit's hands were continuously severed by the Kinui Shuriken, causing it to howl in agony. However, those white hands did not reach for them. Instead, they plunged into the ground. Obito paused, momentarily stunned as he watched the giant rabbit insert its hands into the earth. Streams of blue, intangible chakra were siphoned from the ground and into the rabbit's body. It's absorbing everyone's chakra. Naruto was the first to react, alerting the others. Seeing this, Obito hastily utilized the Kinui Shuriken to sever the hands that were absorbing chakra. Unfortunately, it was too late. Roar! The rabbit bellowed as its mouth widened increasingly. Chapter 48. Ceiling, Part 2. Roar. The rabbit roared, and simultaneously, its mouth opened wider and wider. The entire body of the rabbit began to swell, transforming into a massive ball of flesh. Ultimately, the flesh ball burst, revealing a gigantic black sphere within. The endgame truth-seeking ball, or perhaps the expanding truth-seeking ball. Amidst the scattering white substance, Kagaya's silhouette emerged. Oh, such a large black sphere. "Naruto, is this what you have on your back? Can you make one this big?" Dou Bi remarked upon seeing the endgame truth-seeking ball. "This is much larger than what I have on my back." Naruto replied. "This sphere can directly extract chakra from the ninjas trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi. It is my mother's special domain. The tailed beast have stabilized. My mother has even unleashed the truth-seeking ball, merging all elemental properties of wind, fire, earth, lightning, water, yin, and yang into the endgame truth-seeking ball. A new space has unfolded, and you shall pay for this with your lives." At this moment, Kagaya was also joined by Black Zetsu, who emerged triumphantly, reveling in his thoughts. "The size disparity is staggering. Moreover, it continues to grow," Sasuke exclaimed. "That is far too large. It cannot be displaced with Kamui, even if we temporarily evade to another dimension. Should that thing grow too large, we would be unable to return." Obito added, "Tio, stop it." Sasuke shifted his gaze from the endgame truth-seeking ball to Kagaya. "We must seal her immediately. That rabbit lady must be dealt with," Naruto declared, pointing a finger at Kagaya. "Exactly," Sakura, within the Azure Susanoo, affirmed. "All right then, let's go," Dou Bi exclaimed, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. "Wait, let us gather and convey our action plan," Kakashi interjected. I need to participate," Dou Bi inquired, pointing to himself. As he was not originally part of Team 7, he had merely intruded. You may as well join us," Kakashi replied after a moment's consideration. Now he could offer little more than guidance. "This is the final mission of our original Team 7. Together, we will save the world," Kakashi proclaimed. "Save the world? I feel rather grand all of a sudden. He. Dou Bi silently mocked to himself upon hearing this. "Humph." Sasuke scoffed in response. Naruto exclaimed. "Understood," Sakura affirmed. "I am immortal, and if either of them dies, They cannot seal me. Kagaya directed her gaze toward Naruto and Sasuke. She had come to this realization. Although Dou Bi was troublesome, she needed to eliminate one of either Naruto or Sasuke first. Otherwise, even if she remained immortal, she would be sealed again. Which one to choose? As Kagaya spoke, she activated her Bikugan. That Naruto's shadow clones swiftly positioned themselves in front of Naruto and Sasuke, providing them with unwavering protection. Oh, you dare to confront me with murder in mind? How audacious! Dou Bi chuckled in response. I will engage you, Naruto declared, pushing aside a shadow clone to reveal his head. No, we must attack together. She fears being sealed and will be distracted. First, carry me up, then leap. Sasuke instructed, and in an instant, the Taoist jade beneath their feet lifted them into the sky. Dou Bi followed suit. Observing this, Kagaya sprouted bone spikes from her back, preparing to unleash her bone of symbiosis. Upon seeing this, Obito also soared into the air. Kagaya, spotting such a large target as Susanoo, launched 3 bone of symbiosis directly at it.so swift. Obito exclaimed as the bone of symbiosis approached him. Just then, Dou Bi appeared in front of Susanoo, seizing the 3 bone of symbiosis. What is this? Dou Bi inquired curiously, inspecting the 3 bones in his hand before squeezing them. The bones crumbled into dust under his grip. What on earth? Dou Bi let the powder scatter, bewildered by their fragility. Chapter 49. 6 Paths of the Earth Explosion Star. What? Black Zetsu was taken aback. The bone of symbiosis was intercepted like that. Moreover, it was crushed to dust. How could this happen? Mother had just absorbed the chakra of those ninjas. She should have been empowered. No, it was merely a single move. She could never withstand the attack from the end of days, Taoist Jade. Black Zetsu reassured himself. Thank you. Obito expressed his gratitude to Dou Bi. Can Kakashi manage it? He then asked Kakashi, who stood beside him. Yes, Kakashi nodded, his left hand crackling with black lightning, that he then leaped out from Susanoo. Upon witnessing this, Kagaya targeted Kakashi with her bone of symbiosis. Kakashi, however, remained unperturbed, charging toward her without hesitation. The bone of symbiosis struck Kakashi's body, yet seemed to pierce through him as if he were an illusion, leaving him unharmed. What? Black Zetsu faltered. Dou Bi's case was understandable, but how could the bone of symbiosis be ineffective against Kakashi as well? Kagaya was also momentarily stunned. Thank you, Obito. This ability is truly useful, Kakashi thought to himself. It was Obito's Kamui that had shifted Kakashi's vulnerable parts away from the attack, only to return them once the assault was over. This was also due to Kakashi possessing Obito's Nanjing Sharingan, infused with Obito's chakra. Otherwise, it would not have worked for anyone else. Then this move can also revive, Kakashi resolved, charging at Kagaya's bone spikes with a thunderous roar. Kamui Raikiri, Kakashi severed Kagaya's bone spikes from above. Delivering a blow to her right shoulder, struck, Kagaya momentarily lost her ability to fly, beginning to plummet. Mother! Black Zetsu felt a surge of anxiety. I could see that moment. Naruto and Sasuke appeared on either side of Kagaya. She raised her left hand, extending a bone of symbiosis from her palm, aimed directly at Naruto. Neglecting Sasuke on her right, Kagaya unleashed the bone of symbiosis towards Naruto, who was hit directly, causing his shadow clones to dissipate. Simultaneously, the Sasuke on her right transformed into Naruto, as expected. Both were reincarnations of Ashura. Had they already undergone such a transformation back then? Kagaya mused silently. Black Zetsu assisted Kagaya in controlling her injured left hand to target Naruto with the bone of symbiosis. Just as Naruto seemed destined to be hit, he was not alone. Kamui, Obito, within the Azure Susanoo, activated Kamui to redirect the attack. Meanwhile, Sasuke seized the opportunity behind Naruto's dissipating shadow clones, using the ocular technique of his eternal Nanjing Sharingan to swap places with the collapsing Naruto clone. Thus, both Sasuke and Naruto found themselves flanking Kagaya. This is troublesome, Kagaya thought as she eyed the advancing Naruto, and Sasuke, I must retreat to the ice snow space. No, the reincarnation of Indra can wield Amaterasu. Upon spotting the Tomo and Sasuke's Rinnegan, Kagaya quickly discarded that thought. This won't do. Resolving herself, she steadied her body and ascended into the sky. However, someone was already waiting for her above. Sakura leapt down from the Azure Susanoo, positioning herself directly above Kagaya's head. I am here too. As a fellow woman, Do not underestimate me, Sakura thought, and with that, she delivered a powerful punch to Kagaya's head. Bang! Kagaya, unable to evade in time, was struck directly and began to descend. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi watched, reminiscing about the first encounter with the 7th Squad students. Chapter 49. 6 Paths of the Earth Explosion Star. Part 2. How should I put it? My first impression of you all was one of disdain. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I adore instant ramen and loathe the 3-minute wait for it. My dream is to surpass the Hokage and gain the recognition of the entire village. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I detest many things and have little that I cherish. Furthermore, I do not wish for my dream to remain a mere dream. It is my ambition to revive the Uchiha clan and to eliminate a certain man. I am Haruno Sakura. As for my likes, should I also share my future dreams? It was truly a disarray, let alone teamwork, but back then we were just the same, weren't we? Never mind, I will simply do my best. Returning to the present, Kakashi chuckled at the scene before him. This sight of you all now is truly delightful. Now, Sasuke declared. Die, Sakura shouted. Here it comes, Naruto proclaimed as he slapped his hand, imbued with the Yang seal. Against Kagaya, I like it. The hands of Naruto and Sasuke, along with Sakura's fist, struck Kagaya simultaneously. 6 Paths. Earth Explosion Star. At the moment of contact with Kagaya, the sealing technique left by Sage of 6 Paths activated. Ah, it's over, Dou Bi observed, stretching lazily. Well, next, Sasuke might engage in a scuffle with Naruto, and both may end up losing a hand. If I could linger in this world a little longer, I would treat myself to Ichiraku ramen. However, upon realizing that he lacked funds in this world, Dou Bi felt a twinge of frustration. As the progenitor of chakra, I find myself once again dispersing my chakra to Kagaya, as he thought this. The moon eye on her forehead began to slowly close. Having defeated Kagaya, she gazed upon Naruto and Sasuke, perceiving the likeness of her sons, Hagoromo and Hamura. Why? Naruto and Sasuke withdrew their hands beyond the dimensional space. The Sage of 6 Paths observed the return of the Yang and seals on his hands. Did we succeed? The sage smiled, bringing his hands together. Next, it's time to bring you all back. He thought silently. The earth of the origin space began to detach, soaring skyward as if drawn by an unseen gravitational force. Crackling sounds emanated from behind Kagaya as the end of days Taoist jade shattered, fragmenting and falling apart. Ah, Kagaya screamed, white energy radiating from her and ultimately transforming into the 10 tails. Subsequently, the 10 tails began to split, releasing the 9-tailed beast that landed upon the ground. Finally out, the 4 tails. Son Goku remarked as he touched down. Kurama, your Jinchuriki has some skills, Son Goku praised. Humph. The 9 tails exhibited a moment of aloofness, then lifted his gaze towards the 10 tails, which was being engulfed by countless fragments of stone. It could no longer be referred to as merely the Outer Path demonic statue. A large rabbit composed of white substance struggled momentarily before ultimately expelling a human. Our unfortunate Madara. He plummeted from the heavens directly onto the ground at The Outer Path's demonic statue continued to writhe, emitting a series of anguished roars. Yet, stones incessantly cascaded upon him, eventually encasing him in a massive spherical form. How infuriating! Black Zetsu was also drawn into this vortex, voicing his begrudging fury. His meticulously crafted plan, conceived over millennia, had crumbled to dust. Oh, I seem to hear the lamentations of a defeated hound, remarked Dou Bi, gazing at the ever-expanding 6 Paths, planetary devastation above. Chapter 50. Tailed Beasts. The 6 Paths, planetary devastation was significantly more formidable than its predecessor. Ascending ever higher with Kagaya and Black Zetsu, it seemed nearly concluded. Dou Bi mused as he cast his eyes towards Naruto and Sasuke, pondering if Sasuke would refrain from causing trouble. Dou Bi recalled that upon returning to the realm of reality, Sasuke had suddenly succumbed to a bout of adolescent rebellion, intent on eliminating the current 5 Kage, while also intending to deal with the tailed beasts and slay Naruto. Everyone, Naruto exclaimed as he leapt over to Kakashi and the others. The sealing is complete. This calls for celebration. Naruto beamed. Indeed, Sakura chimed in, Her joy palpable. I can't wait to take a bath and wash away the sweat and grime, to feel refreshed, she added, stretching her limbs. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Wait, what do we do now? How do we navigate this space? In an instant, Sakura transformed into a member of the Hyuga clan. I forgot. This is terrible. Naruto, too, found himself transformed into a member of the Hyuga clan. Sasuke observed the unfolding chaos in silence. They had done all they could, yet it was undeniably foolish. The Four Tails, Sun Wukong, expressed his incredulity to Ku. Sweat began to bead on the forehead of the Nine Tails. In the realm of reality. The past 5 Kage, excluding the current, entrapped in infinite Tsukuyomi, gathered before a summoning technique seal. The Sage of Six Paths executed the summoning jutsu. Bang! Bang! Huh, we're back, Dou Bi exclaimed, realizing in the blink of an eye he had returned to the realm of Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, and the Nine-Tailed Beast were also summoned. Welcome back, Naruto, Minato greeted with a smile upon seeing him. Dad, Naruto replied. Hashirame's gaze fell upon Madara, who had also been summoned. Naruto, who is he? Sakura inquired, glancing at the Sage of Six Paths, who was seated in a meditative posture. This is my great-uncle, the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto, still somewhat bewildered, explained. Yes, indeed. They have returned. The former 5 Kage united in summoning jutsu, and I have called forth the past 5 Kage from the Pure Land to assist us. The Sage of Six Paths responded. Naruto, Sasuke, Dou Bi, and everyone else, you have saved the world, he proclaimed. Huh? How do you know my name? Dou Bi asked, astonished. Because I summoned you, the sage replied with a smile. Huh. Dou Bi was momentarily taken aback. Oh, so it was you. No wonder, he exclaimed, slipping into a somewhat frenzied state. I see. The Nine-Tails remarked, somewhat bemused. Huh. I apologize if I cause you any inconvenience. I will do my utmost to make amends, the Sage of Six Paths pondered. Realizing that summoning others as combatants was somewhat inappropriate, Dou Bi responded, his tone laced with skepticism. Ahem, the sage coughed to alleviate the awkwardness. Naruto, you just refer to him as great-uncle, Sakura observed, her initial astonishment giving way to doubt about the sage's reliability. Could it be that you are the legendary Kakashi? She wondered, her intuition stirring. I am Kagaya Otsutsuki, known as the Sage of Six Paths. He declared that I suspected as much. It seems you still float about. Sakura mused, her excitement dulled by previous shocks. Having grown numb to awe, she was no longer surprised. The Sage of Six Paths, upon noticing Obito, was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, the past 5 Kage shared their sentiments. Indeed, whether it was summoning the former 5 Kage or bringing us back along with the tailed beast from that realm, it seems only you could have achieved such miracles, Kakashi remarked. Chapter 50, Tailed Beasts, Part 2. You are Hitaki Kakashi, are you not? The Sage of Six Paths addressed him. Yes, Kakashi replied, initially stunned, then quickly coming to terms with the fact that the Sage of Six Paths knew his name. After all, you are the Sage of Six Paths. It is not surprising you would know me. You led them to seal my mother. That act is truly miraculous, the Sage of Six Paths stated. Indeed, it was Kakashi's plan that we executed, he continued. Not at all. I hardly contributed. It was their efforts and those of countless allies that bore fruit, Kakashi replied. And the friends of old, he added, glancing at Obito. Obito nodded in agreement. Having been convinced by Naruto's words, and now wishing to atone for his past transgressions, as for whether he would face execution after the war, he was indifferent. Death held no fear for him. For it would mean a reunion with Rin in another world. Obito, although you instigated this war, without your involvement, we may not have succeeded in sealing my mother, the Sage of Six Paths remarked. I am merely a sinner. I am fully aware of that, Obito replied. The Sage of Six Paths chose not to comment further. Kakashi, you led them. Even in your confusion, you upheld your role as Naruto's teacher and Obito's friend. Otherwise, my mother's scheme would likely have succeeded, the Sage of Six Paths concluded. After he spoke, Naruto directed his gaze towards the Nine-Tails. Hey, Nine-Tails, he called, waving his hand as he approached. Have you felt lonely being apart for so long? I missed you, he exclaimed joyfully upon reaching the Nine-Tails. Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails grew agitated. Why shout so loudly? I'm not lonely. My other half is right inside you. Four Tails' son Wukong chuckled at this scene. Ha! Is the Nine Tails being Sundara? Dou Bi interjected at an inopportune moment. The other eight-tailed beasts erupted in laughter at Dou Bi's remark that I am not Sundara. The Nine Tails retorted, flailing in agitation as if trying to prove a point. Yet, the more he protested, the more muddled the situation became. Ha. The Sage of Six Paths chuckled, observing the Nine Tails' flustered demeanor. He had a deep understanding of the Nine Tails character. When he had once claimed his days were numbered, the Nine Tails had wept sorrowfully. How had he transformed into such a reticent being? The sage reminisced fondly about the adorable and endearing Nine Tails he once knew, but this was in line with his ideals. For even the tailed beasts longed to assist a ninja who could engage with them in mutual understanding and playful banter. The Sage of Six Paths felt a sense of satisfaction. After so many years, a true friend had finally emerged, one capable of connecting with the tailed beasts in a meaningful way. In truth, Obito's awakening was also thanks to Naruto. He was the one who had brought Obito back to clarity. Kakashi noted that that's so. Obito, the Sage of Six Paths, inquired, turning his attention to him. Naruto is my benefactor, Obito affirmed, fully agreeing with Kakashi's statement. Meanwhile, Sasuke noticed Madara lying in a state of unconsciousness nearby. He rushed over, intent on delivering a finishing blow. Sasuke, why do you keep wanting to deal the final blow lately? However, the Sage of Six Paths extended his hand to halt him that moment. Hashirama approached Madara. Once a Jinchuriki, Madara had now lost the tailed beasts and the Gedomazo, leaving him with no hope. The Sage of Six Paths spoke to Sasuke, remarking on Madara's futile attempts to harness the tailed beasts, which had only led to his own suffering. Sasuke retorted somewhat bluntly. Chapter 51. Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto, this is the final moment for your predecessors. Observe closely, the Sage of Six Paths proclaimed. He harbored hopes that this incarnation of Ashura and Indra's reincarnations would not share the same fate as their former selves. Thus, he believed it beneficial for them to witness the past. Hashirama knelt beside Madara. Hashirama, Madara murmured, seemingly sensing his presence. At this juncture, Madara's voice was frail, clearly nearing death. Yes, you and I, we are alike, always yearning for what we cannot attain. Life is not so easily navigated. The things we can accomplish during our lifetimes are limited. Hence, we must entrust our dreams to the next generation, who shall carry them forth. You remain so naive. You are always the optimist, and perhaps it is indeed the right path, Madara replied, devoid of bitterness, only a sense of resignation that my dreams have crumbled, yet yours endured. We were too hasty back then. It matters not that we could not achieve our goals ourselves, but rather, we must cultivate those willing to follow in our footsteps and inherit our aspirations. That would be impossible for me, as I detest having anyone behind me. You once told me in our youth that we are ninjas, and death could come at any moment. If there were a way for both sides to survive, it could only be through honesty and raising a toast as brothers. Hashirama paused momentarily. Yet we are both dead now. We can share a drink as comrades. Comrades? Madara's breath grew even weaker. Very well. Then we shall leave it at that. Madara's voice diminished, with only Hashirama able to discern his words. Subsequently, Madara closed his eyes. Hashirama remained silent. Although they had failed to reconcile during their lifetimes, they had now returned to being the good brothers and comrades they once were. The onlookers merely observed in quietude. Time has come. I must dispel the techniques of the five Kage and the Edo Tensei, the Sage of Six Paths declared after a prolonged silence. Naruto, upon hearing this, quickly turned his gaze toward his father. Minato, he then lifted his eyes to Kurama. Go. Kurama nodded. Seeing this, Naruto leaped towards Minato. The father-son farewell moved Tobirama, who watched Naruto's tearful goodbye with Minato. Although he was merely an outsider with muted emotions, he chose not to interrupt, instead silently observing. Watching Naruto, he was reminded of himself. Like Naruto, he had been an orphan since childhood, unaware of his parents' identities. Naruto ultimately reunited with his parents, but what of him? Uncertain, unclear. After pondering for a long while, Tobirama decided to dismiss the thoughts. If he couldn't find an answer, there was no need to dwell on it. With the Edo Tensei concluded, the reincarnated souls returned to the Pure Land. At that moment, the sun emerged, casting its rays upon the earth. It felt as though this signified the end of all things, and a new beginning was set to commence. At last, we are free. I shall return to the water curtain cave, exclaimed Son Goku. The Four Tails, with evident joy, I have decided to retreat into the forest. Can we return to our homelands as well? It feels like a dream. What about you, Eight Tails? Kurama inquired of the Eight Tails. Gyuki.me. Well, Gyuki pondered, I think I'll head back to the other side. That annoying guy's rapping has become oddly addictive. How about you? Gyuki glanced at Kurama. Kurama paused momentarily. Now that Naruto housed in Kurama, there was no longer a need for him to enter. Naruto would not perish. He could live freely in his homeland. Yet, why did he feel a twinge of reluctance? Each day, he watched this young boy stubbornly persevere, refusing to give up in the face of adversity. It seemed that remaining within him was not such a painful ordeal after all. What are you planning to do? Gyuki continued to inquire. Me. Kurama's gaze instinctively drifted toward Naruto. All of your chakras have partially entered Naruto's being. He serves as your gathering place. Should there be matters to discuss, you can convene using the chakra remaining within him. At this, the Sage of Six Paths paused for a moment. Kurama, you shall remain within Naruto, overseeing the gathering place. The sage instructed that, Kurama was taken aback by this declaration. This no longer seems like a burdensome task. The sage added, upon hearing this, Kurama lowered his head. Very well, if the old man insists. Ha ha! Seeing Kurama's response, the other-tailed beasts erupted in laughter. What is so funny? Kurama asked, bewildered by their amusement. You remain as reticent as ever. Kurama, remarked Mu, the Five Tails. Heh. Naruto chuckled at this. Finally, the ninja world war has come to an end, Sakura joyfully declared. Next is Kakashi. He said, Tobirama, I truly apologize for dragging you into this unexpectedly. What compensation do you desire? The Sage of Six Paths directed his gaze toward Tobirama. Oh, compensation? Tobirama scratched his head at this inquiry. It seemed he had lost nothing aside from missing out on training with Goku. Ultimately, Tobirama requested, could you treat me to something to eat? Certainly. The Sage of Six Paths initially agreed before pausing. What? Food? After all this, I'm quite hungry. Shouldn't we be celebrating with a feast? As he spoke, Tobirama patted his stomach. How about I recommend a fantastic place? The Ichiraku ramen in Konoha is the most delicious food there is, Naruto proposed. All right, if you lift this infinite Tsukuyami, I shall go, Tobirama replied. Are you certain about this? The sage observed Tobirama as politeness and felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, that is the compensation I seek, Tobirama confirmed with a nod. Seeing this, the Sage of Six Paths said no more. He then turned his attention to Naruto and Sasuke. The current reincarnations of Ashura and Indra. Naruto and Sasuke, I previously inquired of you. After battling my mother Kaguya, have your conclusions remained unchanged? The sage posed a question to Naruto and Sasuke, and my answer remains the same. I have a thought that, while it might offend my great-uncle, after battling Kaguya, I genuinely believe my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, is truly remarkable. Naruto paused. Kaguya feels as though she lacks a heart. Kaguya, once revered as a goddess by the people, had transformed into the malevolent figure of legend, though it remained unclear what had driven her to such a fate. Perhaps it was from the moment she consumed the chakra fruit that things began to change. Regardless, you are not like your mother. Even with all the tailed beast chakra, you shall not become like her. Now, what remains is to dispel the infinite Tsukuyami. The sage remarked, What must we do? Do you require our strength? Kurama inquired. There is no need for your involvement. As long as Naruto, who possesses all the tailed beast chakra, and Sasuke, who wields the Rinnegan, form the seal of concentration together, the technique will be completely undone. Chapter 52. Ichiraku ramen. I never imagined it would be this simple, Kurama expressed, somewhat surprised that I once conducted thorough research to dispel my mother's infinite Tsukuyami. It should be foolproof. Now, Sasuke, what about you? As the Sage of the Six Paths spoke, he cast a glance toward Sasuke. Indeed, but first, I must eliminate the current 5 Kage within this infinite Tsukuyami. Sasuke declared with fervor. What? Kakashi was taken aback by this revelation. Naruto's gaze sharpened. and the atmosphere grew distinctly ominous. Dou Bi, unsurprisingly, was not taken aback by Sasuke's words that it seemed that Sasuke was succumbing to his adolescent delusions. "What did you say?" "Sasuke, what do you intend to do with the 5 Kage?" Kakashi inquired, feeling utterly bewildered. "Moreover, tailed beasts, I shall place you under my dominion and ultimately execute you all," Sasuke proclaimed. This. Kurama erupted in outrage. "What did you say?" He raised his paw, ready to strike Sasuke. However, Sasuke merely cast a glance with his Sharingan. And instantly, Kurama fell under the illusion, his eyes transforming into the pattern of the Sharingan. "What?" Naruto gasped in astonishment. Yet, this was not the end. The other tailed beasts also found their eyes morphing into the Sharingan. Ensnared by Sasuke's Jinja, "Kurama!" Naruto looked towards Kurama, concern etched on his face. The tailed beast had succumbed to the illusion with but a glance. "Naruto, it appears I must leave the rest to you." The Sage of the Six Paths remarked. Somewhat resigned, he entrusted this task to Naruto, fearing that Sasuke might be slain by Dou Bi. He was acutely aware of the disparity between Sasuke and Dou Bi. Furthermore, Naruto would hold back against Sasuke, while Dou Bi, being a mere passerby, would not afford such leniency. "Do not worry. I have no interest in such conflicts." Dou Bi seemed to sense the sage's apprehensions that it would be best to let Naruto handle Sasuke. This could finally end the cycle of reincarnation between Ashura and Indra. Indeed, this cycle was rather exasperating, a classic tale of sibling rivalry. "I cannot linger in this world for too long. My time here is drawing to a close." The Sage of the Six Paths stated, "While I feel for you, great sage, we shall not become your sons. I am not Ashura, nor is Sasuke Indra," Naruto asserted resolutely. "Sasuke, is this your current aspiration? Are you still fixated on revenge?" Kakashi questioned. "Sasuke," Sakura exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She did not wish to find herself at odds with Sasuke once more. Yet reality can be cruel. Indeed, there was a time when my sole focus was destruction, driven solely by vengeance. But now it is different that I seek to dismantle and reconstruct a village devoid of darkness, revitalizing the world of shinobi. Sasuke declared at cough cough. Kurama attempted to break free from the Jinjutsu, exerting all his strength to no avail. "My aim is revolution." Sasuke's expression turned fearsome as he uttered these words. "Revolution? Whose lives do you intend to upend?" Dou Bi interjected. "The antiquated system of shinobi is my target for revolution," Sasuke replied. The Sage of the Six Paths fell silent, recalling Sasuke's previous response within his mental space. Revolution. Sakura, too, reminisced about Sasuke's words upon his arrival at the battlefield. "It is the successive Kage who have forged this status quo. Thus, I shall become Hokage to alter the village." At that moment, Sasuke joined his hands, declaring, "Heaven and earth explosion." As he uttered this command, the ground trembled, and countless fragments of stone, soil, and trees enveloped the 9-tailed beasts, forming 9 colossal spheres. "Naruto, I implore you," Kurama urged as he was completely ensnared, "I will rescue you. Do not lose hope." Naruto vowed upon witnessing their entrapment. The spheres rose into the sky, and after this battle, Sasuke mused, "I have acclimated to the abilities and methods of the Rinnegan, and the hindrances have been eliminated." Chapter 52. Ichiraku Ramen. Part 2. Following this battle, Sasuke continued to gaze skyward at the spheres of the heaven and earth explosion. Just then, Naruto leapt down, landing before Sasuke. "Except for you, Naruto," Sasuke stated, knowing that Dou Bi would not interfere with their confrontation, making Naruto his primary target for elimination. Not for any particular reason, but simply because Naruto was his closest friend. Life is rarely as one desires. I once entrusted power to one side, only to witness the brothers Indra and Ashura turn against each other. The outcome of entrusting both sides remains the same. The Sage of the Six Paths lamented. Naruto inhaled deeply. "No, I will bring an end to this brotherly conflict," he resolved. "Release the tailed beasts. They have only just gained their freedom, and I have forged a bond with them. I understand they shall not commit wrongdoing again." Naruto sought to reason with Sasuke. "Naruto, you seem oblivious. You are currently the Jinchuriki of all tailed beasts, and I intend to eliminate the tailed beast chakra within you entirely." Sasuke stated, his expression impassive. Sakura was taken aback. The complete eradication of tailed beast chakra implied Naruto's demise. In other words, you will die. Naruto, this is inevitable. According to the sage, breaking the infinite Tsukuyomi does not necessitate the power of the tailed beasts within you. I can utilize the tailed beasts I have captured, ensuring their survival until that time, Sasuke explained. You must realize that I will not allow you to do this, Naruto replied. Perhaps it is best to start with you. Naruto. With that, Sasuke turned to leave another location. You know where, he added as he prepared to head towards the Valley of the End. Wait, Sasuke. Kakashi attempted to intervene, but his body had already exhausted most of its energy from the recent battle, causing him to collapse to the ground. Kakashi, Obito, rushed to assist him. Sasuke disregarded Kakashi's voice and continued onward. Obito looked at Sasuke, feeling a pang of guilt. Sasuke's current state was partly his fault. Yet there was little he could do. Having just activated his complete body system, his chakra was nearly depleted, and confronting Sasuke now would only lead to his own demise. Tears streamed down Sakura's face. She loved Sasuke, yet she had always been unable to aid him. Unlike Naruto, she lacked the capability to stand against him. She felt utterly powerless. Sakura expressed her heart to Sasuke, only for him to cast a Jinjutsu upon her, rendering her unconscious. Hey, isn't that a bit much? Dou Bi remarked, unable to bear the scene before him. At the very least, she genuinely cares for you and has endeavored to assist you to the best of her ability. Even if you do not reciprocate her feelings, such actions are unwarranted, are they not? As for Naruto, he was increasingly incensed. If this continues, she will follow us and become a hindrance, Sasuke retorted. Sakura has always wanted to help you. Kakashi insisted. Do you expect me to indulge her in a romantic game? I have no reason to harbor feelings for her, nor does she have any reason to like me, Sasuke countered. Having a reason to dislike someone is sufficient. Moreover, Sakura did not wish to possess you. She merely sought to assist you. This girl, who nearly lost her life at your hands, still weeps for you because she loves you and suffers for it, Kakashi argued. Hearing this, Sasuke reminisced about his childhood, a time when he had family who cared for and loved him. Yet now, all of that was lost. These are but unnecessary remnants of the past. Chapter 53. Off to Ichiraku for ramen. Perhaps it is merely the shackles imposed by a past filled with failures. With that, Sasuke vanished in an instant. Sasuke, Kakashi sighed, feeling helpless as he watched his disciple depart. We had made a promise, Naruto suddenly interjected. In the past, Sakura and I vowed to bring Sasuke back. Sensei, you know my Nindo, right? I must go. Naruto, having spoken, followed suit. Well, I beg of you, Kakashi remarked, observing Naruto's retreating figure. Your relationship is indeed rather intricate. What exactly does Sasuke intend to do? I could distinctly sense that his words just now were not entirely sincere. Dou Bi, noticing Naruto and Sasuke's departure, felt liberated to voice his thoughts. Love is a convoluted affair. Once, I had two sons whom I cherished deeply, and they held me in high regard. Yet, I entrusted everything to the younger brother, as the elder brother began to harbor resentment towards both me and his sibling. Transforming love into hatred, that Sasuke's current state is purely a consequence of lost love from the past, much like Madara. The Sage of Six Paths articulated. Are you implying that Sasuke and Madara will ultimately converge despite their divergent paths? Kakashi inquired. Is that truly the case? Dou Bi chuckled at that moment. Indeed, it is not so. In my endeavor to create a brighter future, I've also learned from past mistakes. This time, I have entrusted power equally to both of them. The past exists not to render the future immutable, but to serve it, the Sage of Six Paths asserted. Kakashi then asked the sage, why do you believe that Naruto embodies potential? Vortex Naruto, he saved the Nine Tails, who was filled with hatred and became his friend. Let everything rest upon him. This time, I anticipate that hatred will transform into love. No, I expect him to reclaim love. Sasuke is not unlike Kagaya. He understands what love is. Just as Naruto does, the Sage of Six Paths replied. Well then, I shall await the conclusion of their battle. I look forward to Naruto taking me to Ichiraku ramen. Dou Bi nodded. Kakashi smiled at this. Indeed, what remains now is to trust that Naruto will bring Sasuke back. Naruto and Sasuke engaged in their final showdown, one fueled by the resolve to save a friend, the other by the intent to slay one. The clash was intensely fierce, culminating in both utilizing their ultimate techniques. One wielded Rasengan, while the other employed Chidori, Kagutsuchi, to determine the victor. In the end, neither triumphed. Both sustained grievous injuries, each losing a hand and collapsing to the ground. Ultimately, Sasuke was moved by Naruto's determination and willingly conceded, acknowledging Naruto's perspective. At last, Naruto and Sasuke reconciled. "You two certainly fought with great fervor," Dou Bi remarked as he approached them at that moment. Both Naruto and Sasuke lay on the ground, their dominant hands rendered useless, blood oozing from their severed limbs. "You both?" Dou Bi noticed the pool of blood between them. It's nothing." Naruto dismissed the concern. Bring back my comrade with just one hand is worth it." Sakura and Kakashi soon rushed over, and upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke in such a state, Sakura hurriedly began to heal them. A vibrant green light flickered in her hands, and as she moved, the bleeding wounds on Naruto and Sasuke began to mend. "Thank you, Sakura," Naruto said with a smile. "Sakura, Sasuke began, but was interrupted. "Don't speak yet. Let me concentrate." Sakura interjected that. "I'm sorry, Sasuke," she added. "Why apologize for my past actions? Indeed, you truly said this." Sakura's tears began to fall. "How despicable. Fool, you've finally returned." Kakashi chuckled at the reunion of Team 7. "I wonder if this will work?" Dou Bi began rummaging through his pockets. "Found it." Thankfully, it didn't fall out. Dou Bi produced a green bean from his pocket. "Here, please eat this," he said, breaking the bean in half and offering it to Naruto and Sasuke. Is this a bean?" Naruto asked, puzzled by the green bean in Dou Bi's hand. This is a senzu bean. Consuming it allows for rapid healing of both internal and external injuries, and it should also mend your hands," Dou Bi explained. "This senzu bean was given to me by Goku, who said to eat it in emergencies to restore energy." Since Dou Bi himself had not suffered significant injuries, he decided to share the senzu bean with Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, upon realizing this, promptly swallowed it, trusting Dou Bi not to exaggerate. In an instant, Naruto was restored. Even his severed right hand regrew as if it had never been lost. Sakura stood agape at the sight. "This senzu bean's effects are astonishing. Sasuke, it's your turn." Dou Bi addressed the astonished Sasuke beside him. "Oh, thank you," Sasuke replied. Like Naruto, Sasuke too was instantaneously healed upon consuming the senzu bean. "Hurry and release the infinite Tsukuyami. I still want to eat that Ichiraka ramen." Dou Bi stretched lazily. "Have I not eaten for so long?" He felt quite famished. Naruto and Sasuke promptly formed the necessary seals to dispel the infinite Tsukuyami. Sasuke also released the 10 tails, liberating the tailed beasts. The fourth great ninja war was conclusively brought to an end, and the infinite Tsukuyami was lifted. Then, is this Ichiraku ramen? Dou Bi, now seated at a table in the ramen shop, gazed curiously at the bowl before him. The deliciousness of Ichiraka ramen had been endlessly celebrated among Naruto fans, and the hand-pulled noodles were speculated to be the product of the ultimate hidden boss, Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Dou Bi, however, did not immediately indulge in the ramen, but instead fixated on the hand-pulled noodles. "Dou Bi, why aren't you eating?" Naruto queried, noticing Dou Bi's distraction. It's nothing." Dou Bi waved dismissively. "I sense no formidable aura. Could it be that the hand-puller is merely an ordinary person?" Dou Bi pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Could it be that all those were mere rumors? "Never mind. I'll eat ramen first." Dou Bi set aside his thoughts, focusing entirely on the ramen. After all, he was indeed very hungry, and with Naruto treating him, he felt no need to hold back. He wondered if Naruto's wallet would survive this feast. 10 minutes later, the hand-puller stared in shock at Dou Bi, who was voraciously devouring his meal, the bowl stacked high. Meanwhile, Naruto had ceased eating, merely glancing at his pitiful frog wallet. Naruto, don't worry, this time's on the house," the hand-puller said, though his heart ached at the thought. How could Naruto's friend have such an enormous appetite, surpassing even Hinata and Choji? If this continued, he would run out of ingredients. Finally, when the stack of ramen bowls reached its limit, Dou Bi paused his eating. Phew, Dou Bi exhaled deeply. "Thank you for the treat." Naruto, that I've had about 4/10. Dou Bi smiled at Naruto. Huh. Only 4/10? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Just how much can you eat, brother? Are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Afterward, Dou Bi and Naruto departed from the now somewhat pale-faced hand-puller. Dou Bi felt that Naruto was truly a good person, willing to treat him to ramen. None of his former classmates had ever offered him such kindness, especially not 3 months prior. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a pang of bitterness. From the hand-puller's expression, it was clear that he could no longer frequent Ichiraku's. Yet, despite this, he did not regret bringing Dou Bi here for ramen. Were it not for Dou Bi, they might not have been able to seal Kagaya. That it was also thanks to Dou Bi that he and Sasuke could recover their hands. Just treating him to ramen was a small price to pay. Naruto, how is Sasuke doing now? Dou Bi suddenly asked as they strolled. Naruto paused at the mention of Sasuke. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Dou Bi noticed Naruto's sudden stillness and seemed puzzled. He recalled that Sasuke had accepted Naruto's ideals and rejoined Konoha. It is of no concern. I simply do not wish to bring him up at this moment, Naruto thought quietly. Sasuke is currently confined within the prison of Konoha. Although breaking free from his restraints would be effortless for Sasuke, he refrains from doing so. Naruto had previously suggested to the higher-ups of Konoha that they refrain from detaining Sasuke, as his release from the infinite Tsukuyomi should suffice to atone for his transgressions. Yet, Sasuke voluntarily accepted their confinement. Naruto wished not to dwell on the sight of Sasuke in captivity. I see this moment. Dou Bi also recalled this matter. By the way, Dou Bi heard from Kakashi-sensei that your home has been demolished. Correct? It seemed that Naruto suddenly remembered this fact. Yes, indeed, that I wonder when it will be rebuilt. What's the matter? Dou Bi inquired. Then come stay with us in Konoha. We are in the midst of reconstruction. So if you wish to join us, it would be no issue. Naruto proclaimed. Oh, is that so? Dou Bi rested his chin on his hand, seemingly in contemplation. Living in Konoha, perhaps it is a commendable choice, following the Fourth Great Ninja War. The village of Konoha has indeed been quite peaceful, and it possesses a warmth that is unmatched by other places. Although it has its darker aspects, it is still far better than many other locations. Moreover, Kakashi is set to assume the role of the sixth Hokage, followed by Naruto, who aims to foster understanding among his comrades to achieve peace. That seems rather appealing, provided he is not whisked away through a space-time portal. It appears that it was the Sage of Six Paths who summoned him this time. Wait, if the Sage of Six Paths can bring him here, then surely he can return him as well. Oh dear, was I truly so foolish just now? Upon realizing this, Dou Bi felt a wave of despair. What's wrong? Naruto remarked, noticing Dou Bi as pallid. It's nothing, huh? Dou Bi forced a smile. Moving to Konoha? All right, but as someone who enjoys traveling extensively, I may not stay for long, Dou Bi stated. Traveling extensively, you say? Nonetheless, you're always welcome here whenever you wish. Naruto replied with a smile. Oh, thank you for your hospitality. By the way, do you have hotels here? What? Naruto expressed his confusion. Time always flies, and before they knew it, a week had passed. Dou Bi had temporarily settled here. Life was quite leisurely, that of course. He did not neglect his training in Ki, although the King of the Worlds had imparted knowledge and techniques regarding Ki. Mastering it was not something that could be achieved in a short span of time. Dou Bi was capable of utilizing the Kamehameha, the instant transmission, and basic energy spheres. Chapter 54. Conclusion, Part 2. While Dou Bi had managed to execute these techniques, he still needed to practice his control over Ki. For instance, he was unable to manifest the energy sword that Vegeta could create. Dou Bi found this technique rather appealing. It would be exhilarating to suddenly unleash it and pierce an enemy, then smile at them while they writhed in pain, saying, "Oh, you seem to be in quite a bit of discomfort. Is it not refreshing?" However, that seemed slightly amiss. Thus, throughout the week, Dou Bi diligently practiced his control over Ki. He was grateful to the King of the Worlds for also imparting methods for training Ki. Consequently, Dou Bi spent his mornings honing his control over Ki, and in the evenings he indulged in ramen before retiring for sleep. In this manner, a week elapsed, and Dou Bi made significant progress in his Ki control. Although he still could not unleash the energy sword, he had at least mastered techniques, such as cutting attacks. Naturally, he was still unable to perform techniques like the Ki blade slash. However, due to the substantial strength of his Ki, that was sufficient for now. Recently, It has indeed been quite peaceful, Dou Bi mused. Life in Konoha was rather pleasant. There was ample food and a bed to return to at the end of the day. Moreover, it was rare for anyone to approach him with trouble. Such a tranquil existence is indeed a rare find. Indeed, it is quite peaceful that a somewhat aged voice came from behind Dou Bi. Yes? Huh, what? Dou Bi instinctively replied before realizing that he was not alone. Who goes there? State your name, Dou Bi exclaimed, swiftly turning to confront the newcomer. I am Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and it is a pleasure to see you again, Dou Bi, the elder before him stated. Huh, the Sage of Six Paths? Upon hearing this, Dou Bi froze momentarily. He then circled around the sage, even probing beneath him with his hand. This was no illusion. It appeared to be genuine. After this realization, Dou Bi muttered to himself. The Sage of Six Paths seemed somewhat speechless at Dou Bi's behavior and fell silent. My apologies for my rudeness. I feared someone was attempting to deceive me with the transformation technique, Dou Bi said apologetically to the sage. Is quite all right, the Sage of Six Paths replied, unfazed by the incident. So, Sage of Six Paths, what brings you to my humble abode? Dou Bi inquired with curiosity. Surely, the sage did not come simply because he was aware of Dou Bi's desire to return. Well, I have come to take you back. Though I am uncertain if you will be amenable to it, the Sage of Six Paths stated. Indeed. Dou Bi internally scoffed at this revelation. However, he felt compelled to confirm. Back? To my original home? Yes, indeed, the sage nodded. That is splendid. I am willing to return, Dou Bi declared. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of curiosity about how the sage had transported him through the world as passage. Very well. The Sage of Six Paths then produced a sage staff from his hand and tapped it gently against Dou Bi's forehead. In an instant, Dou Bi vanished. Huh, what just happened? Dou Bi exclaimed as he found himself surrounded by a forest once more. There was no trace of Naruto's ki. It appeared he had indeed departed from the world of the Hokage. Dou Bi thought, there's Goku's ki on King Kai's planet. It seems I have returned to the Dragon Ball world. Dou Bi subsequently sensed Goku's presence. Originally, he had wished to observe how the Sage of Six Paths facilitated time travel. Yet he found himself abruptly transported without any understanding of the process. The ability to traverse time and space is essential for him, as ever since he was sucked into a black hole and emerged from it. He occasionally found himself drawn into the world's passage. Dou Bi felt rather passive in this regard, entirely unaware of where he might end up next. Chapter 55. Leisure Time. Well, in that case, I might as well borrow the Dragon Balls to give it a try. Dou Bi dismissed the thought, realizing that he might not possess a high aptitude for abilities related to space and time. However, if it involved using the Dragon Balls to make wishes, then there would be no issue. After all, the Dragon Balls are unique artifacts within the world of Dragon Ball. While the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls on Earth are indeed limited, there are also the Dragon Balls on Namek and the Super Dragon Balls to consider. Naturally, Dou Bi had no intention of seeking out the Super Dragon Balls. Their distribution across the 6th and 7th universes is far too vast, and even with a Super Dragon Ball radar, the task would be quite cumbersome. Moreover, the size of the Super Dragon Balls is comparable to that of planets, and it is likely that life has already emerged upon them. Taking one of the Super Dragon Balls could potentially mean the annihilation of life on an entire planet. Such an act of planetary destruction is not something Dou Bi is capable of. He cannot destroy planets that will like a god of destruction. Furthermore, he does not currently possess a Super Dragon Ball radar. Well, there is no need to concern himself with these matters for now. He should head to Goku's location. It seems that only the deceased can visit King Kai's planet. Dou Bi found this realization somewhat disheartening. Akin to Goku's ability to instantaneously teleport wherever he wishes that, if Goku is willing, perhaps he could learn from him this time. Never mind, he will just stand here. Goku should sense his energy and teleport over. With this determination, Dou Bi found a shady spot and lay down. Before long, he began to breathe evenly, seemingly slipping into slumber. Not long after, with a distinctive sound of instant transmission, Goku appeared beside Dou Bi, clad in a martial arts uniform adorned with the character for Go. Hey, it's been a while since I've seen you, Dou Bi, Goku greeted, only to find Dou Bi unresponsive, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Is he asleep? Stepping closer, Goku confirmed that Dou Bi's eyes were closed. However, Dou Bi's sleeping posture was rather unbecoming. prompting Goku to chuckle that it seems the more powerful someone is, the worse their sleeping posture. Hey, Dou Bi, wake up! The sun's shining on your backside, Goku exclaimed. Dou Bi showed no signs of waking in resignation. Goku raised his left hand, forming a small energy sphere, which he carefully pressed against Dou Bi's face. Boom! The energy sphere detonated upon contact, jolting Dou Bi awake. Huh? Dou Bi's eyes flew open, only to be met with a cloud of dust. What is going on? The intrusion of dust made his eyes feel uncomfortable, but it fully roused him from his slumber. However, the sensation of having his face covered in dust was rather unpleasant. Huh? Are you all right, Dou Bi? I had no choice but to do that since you wouldn't wake up. Sorry, Goku laughed heartily. Dou Bi rubbed at the dust with his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. Looking at Goku's goofy smile, he could only sigh. It's fine, huh? When it came to his childhood idol, he found it impossible to scold Goku. After all, Goku was always this carefree, so what brings you here? Dou Bi yawned and inquired, sensing that Goku's visit had a purpose, perhaps for a sparring session. Speaking of which, Goku's energy felt considerably stronger than before. Oh well, I was hoping you could help me train AB. Is that all right? Goku asked with a grin. Dou Bi thought to himself, just as expected, oh sure, this works out perfectly. I can continue to learn from you. Yay! Hearing Dou Bi's agreement made Goku exceedingly happy. He then placed his hand on Dou Bi's shoulder and instantly teleported them to King Kai's planet. Long time no see, King Kai, Dou Bi greeted, noticing the somewhat bewildered expression on North Kai's face. Why is it you again? North Kai exclaimed, looking dazed. Ha! I brought him here because I asked him to spar with me. Goku replied with a laugh. You two are going to spar? North Kai suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Goku nodded. All right, let us begin, Dou Bi. Oh, let us go. Wait, hold on. North Kai suddenly realized something and tried to intervene. But, with a mighty shout, Goku enveloped himself in a silver aura and charged at Dou Bi. Dou Bi met his advance head-on, though he did not unleash an aura of his own. Boom! The two collided, sending a massive shockwave rippling from their point of impact, causing the ground of King Kai's planet to begin crumbling under the force. Ah, my goodness! North Kai shouted in despair. Why must all the fighting happen here? Is it just because of the tenfold gravity? Upon reflection, he realized that Goku had put him in precarious situations more than once. The first instance was when Goku teleported with a nearly self-destructing cell, resulting in North Kai's untimely demise. This day, he had yet to be revived. Then, there was the time Goku was training here and brought Dou Bi along, leading to a powerful Kamehameha wave that wreaked havoc. If today counted as well, it would be yet another incident. North Kai's planet had endured countless assaults, rendering him a figure of misfortune. Since meeting Goku, calamities had become a frequent occurrence. Yet, North Kai found it impossible to refuse Goku. Whenever he saw that innocent smile, he could not muster the will to say no. This purity of spirit was precisely why North Kai had once taken it upon himself to train Goku. Perhaps this is just my karmic debt from a past life, North Kai mused, feeling somewhat resigned at that moment. During their tussle, Dou Bi inadvertently revealed an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a swift kick that sent Dou Bi flying. Following this, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave aimed at Dou Bi. However, Dou Bi swiftly stabilized himself in midair and countered with his own Kamehameha to neutralize Goku's attack. Boom! The two Kamehameha waves collided in the air, ultimately canceling each other out. Dou Bi, you never cease to impress, Goku remarked with a smile, not continuing his offensive that, it's nothing special. My reflexes in battle still need work, Dou Bi said, scratching his head. Earlier, he had intentionally suppressed his strength while fighting Goku. Yet, even with a greater mental fortitude than Goku, he still exposed weaknesses during their bout. This was to be expected. Dou Bi's fighting experience primarily stemmed from brawling with small-time thugs, while he could handle those weaker than him. Facing opponents of equal caliber would likely prove challenging, although he had yet to encounter such a foe. Indeed, you revealed quite a few openings just now. Goku nodded in agreement. How can I rectify this? Dou Bi inquired. With more combat experience, you'll develop a sense for it, and training can cultivate your instinct for battle, Goku explained. How do I go about that? Dou Bi asked, knowing that Goku was a master of combat and surely had invaluable insights. Hee, Goku chuckled and turned to North Kai. Hey, King Kai, could you lend us a hand? Huh. North Kai blinked, momentarily taken aback by Goku's gaze. The North Kai expressed a look of utter bewilderment. It's that thing. The one that attacks automatically, Goku explained. You intend to use it? The North Kai finally grasped Goku's meaning. T.O. train Dou Bi with this? Oh, just don't break it. Somewhere in the cosmos, a planet erupted, splitting in two and unleashing a dazzling array of colors into the void. Above this disintegrating planet, two figures soared through the air, gazing down at the celestial body. Both appeared extraordinarily peculiar, certainly not resembling Earthlings in any way. Particularly striking was a purple, feline-like creature that seemed to be deep in thought. It possessed elongated purple ears, a gaunt visage, and a skeletal frame that made it resemble a corpse clawing its way out of a coffin. Its eye bags were slightly pronounced, and it donned an exotic garb reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh. Lord Beerus, didn't you just declare the food delicious? A silver-haired man, who resembled a servant, remarked from behind him. This man was slender and tall. Much like Beerus, he wielded a long staff, which was yellow at both ends and deep blue in the center. His attire featured a light blue belt and black armor adorned with 3 diamonds, 2 white and 1 orange. Corresponding with Beerus's own outfit, a large, pale halo encircled his neck, lending him a most unusual appearance. The fat content of that food was excessive, detrimental to one's health, Beerus stated, simultaneously making a gesture as if to pick his teeth. Whis, let us depart. Indeed, with a gentle flick of his staff, a cascade of multicolored light enveloped them, propelling them away at great speed, destroying planets and maintaining the balance of the universe. That was the duty of a destroyer god. This recent planet had been obliterated by Beerus with but a single finger. Why did Beerus choose to annihilate this planet? There was no reason. For a deity of his caliber, destruction and creation were merely a matter of thought. If he wished to destroy, he would do so without mercy. The concepts of good and evil held little significance for them. Compared to other destroyer gods, Beerus was relatively merciful. Despite his capricious nature, he often indulged in long slumbers, during which he would refrain from obliterating planets. However, he had awakened now, seeking a formidable adversary, the god of super science, foreseen in his prophetic dreams. How many planets would suffer destruction in his quest for the god of super science? One could only hope that fewer individuals would provoke Beerus into wrathful action. Back on King Kai's planet, Dou Bi held a bowl of water in both hands while deftly dodging a barrage of attacks. The assailants were countless tiny black rods that seemed to possess a will of their own. Consistently targeting the bowl of water, Dou Bi held aloft. Yet no matter how ingeniously the black rods struck, Dou Bi skillfully evaded them, managing to keep the water in the bowl completely intact. Stop! The North Kai suddenly commanded. Upon his words, the black rods ceased their movement, falling harmlessly to the ground. Well done, Dou Bi. You made remarkable progress. Goku approached with a smile. That's just mediocre, Dou Bi replied, scratching his head, for humility is a virtue. This is quite impressive. You've achieved such significant results in just a few days of training, the North Kai remarked. For reasons unknown, Dou Bi's training yielded conspicuous results. In just one day, he had completed a progression of reflex training from easy to difficult. From here on, it's up to you to find your rhythm. The more battles you engage in, the more adept you will become at minimizing your vulnerabilities, Goku advised. Thank you both for your guidance. Goku and Lord Kai. Dou Bi nodded appreciatively. His interactions with them filled him with joy, though they shared no close bond. Merely recent acquaintances, they treated him with such sincerity that he felt a profound sense of gratitude. Previously, one had to amuse the North Kai with corny jokes to earn his instruction in martial arts. Yet now, without any such jest, he was still willing to teach Dou Bi. The North Kai was indeed a good person. Dou Bi silently awarded him a good person card in his mind. Cough, cough. None of that matters much. After all, you're Goku's friend. The North Kai coughed lightly before continuing. That's just the beginning. Lord Kai has 2 ultimate techniques as well. Goku chimed in, seemingly out of nowhere, drawing attention to the North Kai. Dou Bi felt a bit perplexed. He certainly understood that the North Kai had not taught in the Kaioken or the Spirit Bomb. But why would Goku bring this up? Was he trying to undermine him? That's because Dou Bi never expressed a desire to learn my signature techniques, so I refrained from teaching him. The North Kai awkwardly patted his head. Ah, I see. Dou Bi nodded, offering the North Kai an opportunity to gracefully retreat from his earlier statement. Oh, that explains it. I was just wondering why Lord Kai hadn't taught Dou Bi the spirit bomb. Goku exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Dou Bi felt somewhat speechless. While he was indeed interested in learning the practical skills of the Kaioken and the spirit bomb, it was evident that when Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, Chaozu, and others had trained with the North Kai, they had not been taught these techniques either. They too were Goku's friends, yet the North Kai had withheld this knowledge from them. Moreover, as a newcomer, Dou Bi felt fortunate that the North Kai was willing to impart the use and control of ki and teach him evasion techniques. He was already grateful for that. Well then, Lord Kai, if Dou Bi wishes to learn, could you possibly teach him those two techniques? Goku suggested after a moment as contemplation. That's up to you. The North Kai initially hesitated but ultimately acquiesced, knowing Goku's character. Even if he had strongly objected, it was likely Goku would have covertly taught Dou Bi those techniques anyway. Furthermore, these techniques were not easily mastered. They had taken the North Kai years to develop. Even Goku had taken several weeks to learn them, and his talent was already extraordinary. Ultimately, it mattered little if Dou Bi learned them. During their time together, the North Kai had discerned that Dou Bi was inherently kind-hearted, and he would surely not employ his powers for malevolent purposes. The spirit bomb, after all, could only be wielded by those with pure hearts. Generally, those who mastered it were not villains, with certain exceptions like Cell. Thank you, Lord Kai, Goku exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at the North Kai's response. Then, Dou Bi, are you willing to learn? The Kaioken and Spirit Bomb are both incredibly powerful techniques. Goku encouraged Dou Bi. After a moment of contemplation, Dou Bi replied, sure, but I wonder if I will be able to master them. Excellent. We'll start with the Kaioken, Goku declared. Kaioken? What is that? Dou Bi feigned ignorance about the technique. The Kaioken is a technique that significantly amplifies one's fighting power, increasing it several times or even dozens of times in a short period. The multiplier can be enhanced through training, but it places a tremendous strain on the body that, if misused, it can lead to excruciating pain. Goku explained, I understand. Dou Bi nodded slightly. The Kaioken technique, while enhancing the user's abilities comprehensively, also imposes a significant burden on the body. The agonizing expression on Goku's face when he employed the threefold Kaioken against Vegeta serves as a testament to the excruciating nature of this technique. Even someone as resilient to pain as Goku displayed such a pained demeanor. Dou Bi was uncertain whether he could endure such torment. This technique also has considerable negative repercussions on the body. Should one exceed their physical limits during its use, the body could collapse. However, it seems that with sufficient physical strength, the agony can be mitigated to a minimum. Goku later demonstrated this, casually using the 20-fold Kaioken without exhibiting the same torment he did with the threefold. This clearly indicates that possessing a higher physical strength can significantly reduce, if not eliminate, the damage inflicted by the Kaioken. How should I proceed? With this thought, Dou Bi inquired of Goku. Well, let me demonstrate for you. Goku replied, taking a deep breath. He then uttered the words, Kaioken. A surge of crimson energy erupted from Goku's body. This is the one-fold Kaioken, Goku explained to Dou Bi, who was observing him. Sorry, I couldn't perceive anything. Dou Bi confessed, feeling somewhat awkward. That's quite normal. Goku chuckled that I'll explain the principles of the Kaioken to you, but be cautious. If you misuse it, the energy could spiral out of control, and your body might be ruined. Goku's expression grew serious as he spoke. Understood, Dou Bi replied, adopting a more earnest demeanor. The process of teaching the Kaioken is omitted. I cannot clearly articulate its principles. Kaioken, with those words, red energy radiated from Dou Bi's body as well. Albeit the hue was darker, resembling a deep crimson. It seems I've succeeded, Dou Bi remarked, surveying the fiery aura enveloping him. Why is yours even redder than mine? Goku observed curiously after scrutinizing the energy emanating from Dou Bi. Oh, is that so? Dou Bi, noticing this peculiarity, curiously examined his own crimson aura but found nothing tangible. Well, it's merely a change in color. There shouldn't be any issues, the North Kai concluded after a thorough inspection of Dou Bi. Is that so? Dou Bi gazed at his hands, which were radiating a red aura, feeling somewhat bewildered. Indeed, through the use of the one-fold Kyoken, he had achieved a corresponding increase in power. Yet he did not feel the burdens typically associated with the Kyoken. If he were to describe his sensations, it was a warmth akin to being beside a furnace, enveloping him in a comforting heat. However, you should refrain from hastily increasing the Kyoken multiplier. Exceeding your physical limits could lead to bodily collapse. The North Kai advised sincerely to Dou Bi that I won't act recklessly. Dou Bi nodded, signaling his understanding that let's call it a day. You should all rest now, the North Kai said as he returned to his dwelling. All right, Dou Bi gradually retracted the red aura. With the withdrawal of the Kyoken, Dou Bi experienced a stark contrast in temperature, akin to stepping into an air-conditioned room on a scorching day. Chapter 57, Kyoken, Part 2. With the retraction of the Kyoken, Dou Bi felt a striking temperature difference, reminiscent of entering an air-conditioned room on a sweltering day. Fortunately, there was no pain, and I wonder how many times I can endure it. Dou Bi pondered. He had only utilized the one-fold Kyoken. Well within his physical limits, it appeared that his exceptional physical strength rendered the negative effects of the Kyoken almost non-existent. Nonetheless, Dou Bi resolved to heed the North Kai's advice and refrain from employing higher multipliers unless absolutely necessary. Even though there was currently no such need, Dou Bi reclined on the bed provided by the North Kai, allowing his thoughts to wander before drifting into slumber. Beside him, Goku fell asleep the moment he lay down. Before long, the area was filled with the sound of their synchronized breathing. Saiyans on Chao's planet. On Beerus's planet, Beerus expressed surprise upon learning that a Saiyan was on Chao's planet. Indeed, that Saiyan, named Son Goku, is presently on the North Kai's planet. Whis remarked, glancing at the crystal orb atop his staff. Whis could utilize this orb to detect various entities within the universe, tracking events and the locations of individuals throughout. That's Son Goku. He's the Saiyan who defeated Frieza. Isn't he? Beerus inquired. Yes, it seems the Saiyans have undergone an evolution recently, acquiring a transformation known as Super Saiyan. Was explained as he spoke. The crystal orb displayed the scene of Goku's first transformation into a Super Saiyan during his battle with Frieza. There's a two-word difference between Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, Beerus noted. Shall we go? Of course. The journey will take approximately 26 minutes and 44 seconds. Whis replied that, that's quite far. It's almost enough time to watch an episode of an anime. How tedious. I suppose I'll just have to endure it, Beerus mused, tilting his head. Indeed, Whis affirmed. Beerus moved behind Whis, resting a hand on his shoulder. In a flash of vibrant light, they vanished from their location. I will find you, the one referred to as Super Saiyan God, Beerus declared amidst the colorful radiance. Oh no. What's happening? Lord Beerus's presence is growing ever closer. The North Kai felt increasingly uneasy, realizing that Lord Beerus's energy was nearing their location. It was clear that his destination was none other than here, where a battle-crazed Goku resided. The North Kai was uncertain whether Dou Bi would inadvertently provoke Lord Beerus, but he remained deeply concerned about Goku. With Goku's carefree and reckless disposition, he could not fathom what might transpire upon encountering Lord Beerus. This was not even the worst of it. The most concerning aspect was that Goku might very well challenge Lord Beerus. That would spell disaster. Oh dear, what a predicament, the North Kai thought, feeling somewhat powerless. Lord Kai, what troubles you today? Goku, dressed in athletic attire, approached the North Kai, noticing his unusual demeanor. The North Kai, startled by the sudden voice, jumped in surprise. Upon focusing, he realized it was Goku. Goku, so you haven't left yet? Why didn't you attend your friend Bulma's party? The North Kai stammered, attempting to change the subject that I'm not really one for parties. Goku scratched his head, responding. Chapter 58. The God of Destruction. If you don't go, your friend might just ignore you. The North Kai did his utmost to steer Goku away from the situation. What are you talking about? At that moment, Dou Bi approached, intrigued. Dou Bi, Lord Kai seems a bit off today, as if he is hiding something from us. Goku remarked that, oh, Lord Kai, what is it? Dou Bi asked, curiosity piqued. The North Kai began to lose his composure, his mind feeling strangely chaotic, and beside him, the gorilla Beerus and the grasshopper Giri mimicked his frantic gestures. Something definitely feels amiss, Dou Bi observed, noting the peculiar behavior. Indeed, something is certainly not right. Goku concurred. Let us not press him. We can ask later. For now, Dou Bi, let us practice, Dou Bi suggested, considering it unwise to force the North Kai to divulge anything. All right. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. It was peculiar. Why had Lord Beerus come to this place? As North Kai pondered while applying paint to the wall with a brush. Wukong prepared his Kamehameha. He clasped his hands together and shouted. Huh! With that powerful cry, a brilliant blue energy blast was unleashed, soaring past North Kai and creating a gust of wind that lifted him off his feet. Grabbing hold of a tree branch, North Kai barely managed to stabilize himself against the force of the blast. The Kamehameha arced gracefully into the sky before making a sharp turn and hurtling back towards Wukong. He spread his arms wide, catching the Kamehameha, its tremendous energy causing his hands to tingle. Yet he maintained his grip with a slight pull. In an instant, the Kamehameha vanished into thin air after taking a few breaths. Wukong smiled and remarked, "This technique is truly effective. Let me get a try as well." Witnessing this, Dou Bi also intended to perform a Kamehameha of his own. Hold on, you little rascal, announce your intentions before launching an attack. North Kai called out from his perch in the tree, exasperated. After all, one Kamehameha had already caused quite a stir. Another could spell disaster. However, the tree branches, unable to withstand the weight of North Kai and his two companions, snapped with a crack. Whoa! They all plummeted to the ground. Subsequently, North Kai's dwelling crumbled under the impact of the Kamehameha's residual energy. Wukong, it seems you've caused some trouble, Dou Bi remarked, somewhat speechless. Really? Wukong chuckled awkwardly. You should go check it out, Dou Bi suggested, pointing toward North Kai. All right, Wukong nodded and made his way over. You need to consider our way of life, North Kai complained to Wukong. Apologies, but I aspire to become stronger, Wukong replied, scratching his head. You really test my patience, North Kai sighed, brushing off the dust from his attire, feeling somewhat defeated. This is precisely why I can't let you meet Lord Beerus, North Kai murmured. Who is Lord Beerus? Wukong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Oh, goodness, how foolish of me, North Kai lamented, realizing he had let slip crucial information. And no wonder I've always felt you were hiding something from me. It seems so odd. Is that guy even human? Wukong chuckled. Come on, Kaishin, do share with us, Dou Bi chimed in, edging closer. North Kai contemplated for a moment, seemingly torn about whether to divulge the information. Finally, he sighed. He is not human. He is a deity. Akin to Kaishin, he is currently flying this way. Huh. If he's a deity, then what's the issue? Wukong asked. That deity can be quite unpredictable and is rather terrifying, North Kai replied, his tone serious. Can deities truly be terrifying? Wukong questioned, having previously encountered gods who were anything but fearsome, such as the Earth's deity, Kaishin, and the Kaishin himself. What level of terror are we discussing? Dou Bi chimed in that he governs the destruction of the universe. Any slight displeasure can lead him to annihilate planets and beings, North Kai stated gravely. Nevertheless, Wukong remained unfazed. Does that include not picking up dog waste during walks? He asked nonchalantly. Yes, that is about right. North Kai conceded after a moment's thought. What about peeing while soaking in a hot spring? Wukong continued. Yes, that counts too. Every time he awakens until he next sleeps, he causes destruction, North Kai exclaimed passionately. So he is a villain? Wukong queried. Indeed, one cannot simply destroy everything at the slightest inconvenience. That would be akin to childish behavior, Dou Bi added. North Kai shook his head, responding, it's not quite that simple. Lord Beerus is a god. The balance of the universe requires both gods of creation and gods of destruction to sow. That means he is incredibly powerful. Wukong expressed curiosity. Far beyond mere power. He possesses the capacity to obliterate everything in existence. No one can stand in his way. North Kai declared, oh, that is quite impressive. Dou Bi scratched his head. How thrilling. Wukong exclaimed eagerly, for the prospect of encountering someone stronger than himself was exhilarating. Wukong, let me make this clear, do not act recklessly. Understood? North Kai warned, his tone grave. Having spent time with Dou Bi, he knew the latter was not particularly combative and would refrain from impulsive actions in the presence of Lord Beerus. However, Wukong was an entirely different matter. With his combative nature, he would undoubtedly challenge Beerus the moment they met. Got it. Even I only act against those who do wrong, Wukong replied dismissively. Dou Bi couldn't help but twitch at that response. Is there a difference between fighting and sparring? He asked, perplexed. Suddenly, North Kai's expression changed dramatically. In a flash, he smacked his hands on a Dou Bi and Wukong, shoving them into his house. He then positioned his somewhat rotund body in front of the door. Ouch! Wukong exclaimed, having stumbled and fallen to the ground due to the abrupt push, while Dou Bi managed to keep his footing. What on earth are you doing? Wukong asked, recovering from the pain. North Kai, in a state of panic, dashed around briefly before pausing to catch his breath. Phew! Oh dear! He began to complain, but was interrupted by a sudden sound of landing. Oh no! North Kai's mouth dropped open, revealing a look of utter astonishment at the sight of two newcomers. Were they gods? Lord Beerus, North Kai stammered, his voice trembling. Faced with the god of destruction, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It was worth noting that his Chaotian planet had not always been this diminutive. The last time they played hide-and-seek, he had lost to Beerus, resulting in its current state. This was still a consequence of Whis' intervention on Beerus's behalf. So, that the god of destruction? Wukong whispered curiously to Dou Bi from their hiding place within North Kai's modest abode. Beerus appeared to be a skeletal, purple feline dressed in Egyptian garb. I can't sense any energy. As expected, divine energy is beyond my perception. Dou Bi concluded after attempting to gauge Beerus's presence that Beerus's aura felt as though it simply did not exist, leaving Wukong both intrigued and exhilarated. Humph, Beerus scoffed, observing North Kai's anxious demeanor. Indeed, the god of destruction Beerus looked formidable, yet the inability to sense his energy only fueled Wukong's excitement. Chaotian said he's a god of destruction. If you engage him in battle, this whole place will be obliterated. The Chaotian cannot afford to perish a second time, Dou Bi cautioned Wukong. That seems likely, Wukong acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. North Kai, already under considerable stress, would not survive another encounter with death. Keep your voices down, otherwise we'll be discovered, a nearby cricket whispered to Dou Bi and Wukong. Well, with Lord Beerus being a god of destruction, our poor hiding skills have likely already given us away. Wukong replied. Dou Bi shrugged and remarked. Much like Wukong, he referred to Beerus as Lord Beerus, merely a formal address, for even when Wukong uttered such words, there was a distinct lack of reverence in his demeanor. It was merely a title, not worth overthinking. Lord Beerus, welcome to my humble planet, King Kai said respectfully. Long time no see, King Kai, Beerus replied as he emerged from behind Whis. Is that really Beerus? Wukong exclaimed, somewhat bewildered upon seeing Beerus step forward. You didn't think the one standing in front of him was Beerus, did you? Dou Bi chuckled at this. I mistook him. I had no idea what Beerus looked like. Wukong laughed. You two don't stick your heads out. Crickets floated over and pushed their heads back. Is this even useful? We must have already been discovered, Dou Bi mumbled. Indeed, Wukong seemed to have something to say, but was pushed back again. Beerus asked, how many years has it been since we last met? King Kai began counting on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has been 327 years. Whis interjected, seemingly aware that letting King Kai count year by year would test Beerus's patience. Yes, indeed. It has been 327 years. King Kai nodded. That's so? Beerus inquired. Inside King Kai's small abode, Wukong and Dou Bi lay on the ground observing the situation outside. King Kai appeared quite anxious. Was this Beerus truly that formidable? Wukong asked curiously. Perhaps ignorance is bliss, Crickets replied helplessly. They all understood how terrifying Beerus could be. Save for Wukong, the fearless newcomer. By the way, your planet is rather small. Beerus remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. I apologize. It's a rather tiny place. I hope it doesn't offend you that I almost forgot to invite you. Would you do me the honor of dining here? King Kai said with a broad smile. Dining. Is the food good? Beerus's interest was piqued. The god of destruction. Beerus was also a glutton. Each time he awakened from slumber, he sought out delectable treats. For the food of the gods was notoriously unpalatable, without a doubt. It's indeed delicious, King Kai assured. When did you prepare a meal without my knowledge? Wukong inquired, puzzled. Perhaps King Kai had a meal prepared in advance. Dou Bi suggested, Is it really good? If it's as dreadful as last time, I shall shrink this planet to the size of that house. Beerus warned that would indeed be a tragedy, Dou Bi thought to himself. Chapter 59, God of Destruction Beerus, Part 2, that would indeed be a tragedy, Dou Bi contemplated silently. King Kai's planet was already so small. If it shrank further, well, the imagery would be quite touching. But Beerus, quickly prepare, King Kai exclaimed, frightened by Beerus's words. However, I just had a boxed meal, so let it slide for today. Beerus stated to be, by the way, my boxed meal, as if struck by a thought, was produced a boxed meal from his staff. The cookies should be fine, right? King Kai said as he stood to fetch the cookies. I said no need, and I mean it that if you keep prattling on, I might just destroy this planet, Beerus said, his expression turning serious. This. King Kai froze as if struck by lightning, then quickly returned to his place. I sincerely apologize. Please show mercy, he said, bowing repeatedly to Beerus. Next time, I shall partake, Beerus replied nonchalantly. But Beerus silently retreated to the back. King Kai, feeling tense, rubbed his hands together and said, Forgive my impertinence, Lord Beerus. What brings you to my humble abode today? Well, I have a matter regarding the Scions here. Beerus replied, Huh? King Kai was taken aback. Oh no. Wukong exclaimed, clutching his head. I told you we were discovered. Dou Bi added helplessly, I sincerely apologize, King Kai said as he turned towards his small dwelling. Wukong, come out. Dou Bi, you two. Step forward to meet Lord Beerus, King Kai instructed. Are we really being called out? Wukong asked. Make sure to be polite, Crickets reminded from the side. Of course, Wukong said, a smile spreading across his face as he walked out. I'll join you, Dou Bi followed suit. Hello. I am Wukong. Wukong greeted Beerus as he stepped outside. Smack. Just as Wukong finished speaking, King Kai delivered a sharp knock on his head. Ouch. That hurt, Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his head. You've lived long enough to know how to properly greet someone. Haven to you, King Kai said, exasperated. Dou Bi watched, feeling equally baffled. How should one greet him? Let me try this. Hello, Lord Beerus, Dou Bi said, saluting with a flourish. Smack. Dou Bi received a similar knock on the head from King Kai. Why did you hit me? Dou Bi asked, feeling more perplexed than pained. I asked their problem with that. This is not a schoolboy meeting a teacher. You don't bow and salute like that, King Kai lamented, utterly a loss with both Wukong and Dou Bi. Is that so? Dou Bi scratched his head. Well, good morning. Wukong reintroduced himself. He stepped forward. I'm the humble individual named Sun Wukong. Oh, is that how it's done? Dou Bi realized I am the humble one named Dou Bi, he said earnestly. Chapter 60, Wukong versus God of Destruction Beerus. Good morning, Wukong. Dou Bi. Beerus politely responded to their greetings. Wukong, I have a question for you regarding that super. Whatever, Beerus began, intending to mention Super Saiyan God, but suddenly forgetting that Super Saiyan God was interjected quietly from the side. Right? Do you know of Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked, scratching his head. Super Saiyan God? I only know about Super Saiyan. I've never heard of anything divine. Wukong pondered, trying to recall. King Kai shot Wukong a stern look, urging him to mind his manners. I have not heard of it, Wukong asserted, adopting a serious demeanor. I see. Beerus felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, he turned his gaze back to Wukong. That I've heard it was you who defeated Frieza. Is that true? Beerus approached Wukong. Indeed, that was I, Wukong confirmed. Beerus then poked Wukong with a finger, conducting a series of physical examinations. Judging by your current state, it seems rather unlikely, Beerus remarked, stroking his chin. Are you a Saiyan capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Yes, Wukong can indeed transform and ascend to Super Saiyan. King Kai affirmed, It seems you are unaware of that deity. After Beerus finished speaking, he fell into deep contemplation. Lord Beerus, let us return. It appears that dream was merely a dream and cannot predict the future. How could anyone possibly challenge you? Lord Beerus, was remarked. It seems you are indeed stronger than Beerus. Are you implying that you are not human? After pondering for a moment, Beerus replied, However, I am not the only one who says this. The Oracle Fish has also mentioned it. Perhaps we should consult Prince Vegeta, as we are not far from Earth. Beerus was still reluctant to give up on finding this formidable opponent, the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing Earth, King Kai was taken aback. Are we really going? It would take 3 minutes to get there, was commented. From your tone, it seems you are quite reluctant for me to go. Do you find it troublesome? Beerus raised an eyebrow. Not at all. How could that be? Whis replied. King Kai stepped forward, concerned. You wouldn't destroy Earth, would you? He was genuinely worried, as it was a common occurrence for Beerus to obliterate planets. As long as you do not provoke my displeasure, Beerus stated. Oh, dear. King Kai shuddered at this remark. Whis, let us depart, Beerus commanded, turning to Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis assented. Suddenly, Goku called out, Lord Beerus, I have heard you are incredibly powerful. May I witness your strength? Goku, King Kai exclaimed in alarm. Huh, indeed, Beerus chuckled. Goku's naive nature was evident. Upon encountering a formidable opponent, he could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in battle. You wish to test my power? How would you like to do that? Beerus inquired, his curiosity piqued rather than angered. Could we have a brief spar? Goku suggested. Goku, that is quite presumptuous, King Kai exclaimed, sensing the dire implications. Given Beerus's temperament, should Goku challenge him, it could potentially lead to the annihilation of this entire galaxy. I sincerely apologize for his rudeness. I will ensure he is properly reprimanded. King Kai quickly offered to Beerus. I have lived for billions of years. Beerus remarked, and I must say, this is the first time I have heard such an amusing line. Perhaps you have become a bit overconfident, or perhaps you are simply a fool that I am a fool. Just quite foolish. King Kai desperately attempted to prevent the conflict. Very well, let me demonstrate my power, Beerus declared. Wonderful. Goku rejoiced at the response, but he quickly realized something and bowed to Beerus, saying, Thank you, Goku, do not do anything foolish. Compared to the opponents you have faced thus far, Lord Beerus is not in the same league. With just a breath, he could send you flying to the ends of the universe. You have no idea of his true power. King Kai warned nervously, Oh, not worry. I trust that Lord Beerus will know his limits. Whis reassured King Kai that moment. Goku was truly an opponent that Beerus could defeat with a mere flick of a finger. Whis himself was uncertain about who would prevail in a direct confrontation between himself and Beerus. After all, Beerus was the god of destruction in the Dragon Ball universe, possessing the ability to obliterate the universe in an instant. The Omni King is even more formidable, capable of erasing 12 universes with a mere thought. Goku's strength had indeed increased beyond that in the original tale, yet it was still far from sufficient. The gap between them was akin to a dimensional chasm that, in terms of energy intensity and realms of power, Goku was vastly inferior to Beerus at present. However, that was merely the current situation. Who knows what the future may hold? Goku, unfazed, began to warm up, exclaiming, That is precisely why I want to spar. I am so excited. Oh, how did you manage that? You changed clothes in an instant, Whis observed, astonished as Goku transformed his attire into a training uniform. Moments ago, Goku had been clad in a blue tracksuit, but now, in less than a second, he donned the uniform emblazoned with the character. Goku, are we really going to fight? Beerus seemed somewhat impatient, of course. We will fight, Goku responded eagerly, quickly finishing his warm-up and stepping before Beerus. Oh, to engage in combat like this would be a bit disrespectful to the god of destruction. Goku noted, and with a sudden burst of energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden flames enveloping him. Oh, Beerus observed with curiosity. This is the Super Saiyan form, Goku explained. He then dissipated the golden aura, yet retained the appearance of a Super Saiyan, continuously radiating energy, a drain on his stamina. Is this how you defeated Frieza? It seems you have become slightly stronger, Beerus remarked. The Super Saiyan state was 50 times stronger than his base form, a fact that Beerus had noted. Indeed, in this form, Goku could easily defeat a fully powered Frieza with a single punch. However, this increase in strength was still woefully inadequate for Beerus. Seems you are not joking, King Kai said, beads of cold sweat appearing on his brow after hearing Beerus's remarks. Why not wait and eat your lunch? Whis had somehow appeared on the roof of King Kai's house, holding a bento box and seemingly preparing to eat to pass the time. Very well, I will not hold back. I shall use my full strength, Goku declared, his gaze sharpening. Yes, you wish, Beerus replied, nonchalantly. Goku took a stance and launched himself at Beerus, throwing a punch, but he struck nothing but air, for Beerus had effortlessly evaded and appeared behind him. Goku quickly turned around and attempted another assault, only to be evaded once more with ease by Beerus. "Huh!" Goku shouted, golden energy erupting from him once more, like a blazing inferno, as he charged at Beerus again, delivering a powerful punch. The speed was so great that it left behind an afterimage. Goku's fist collided with the ground where Beerus had just stood, kicking up a cloud of dust, as the sound of rumbling and debris settling echoed. The dust cleared to reveal Goku's form, while Beerus had already positioned himself 3 meters away. "Looks like there's no time for lunch now," Whis observed, seemingly resigned. "I can't even touch him," Goku muttered to himself. He had already unleashed his full power in the Super Saiyan form, yet he still couldn't make contact with Beerus. Whis, watching from the sidelines, was well aware of what had just transpired. Although he couldn't sense Beerus's energy, he could observe his movements with his eyes. "I told you before, stop this at once," King Kai urged anxiously. Beerus, feeling somewhat bored, even began to yawn. I was looking forward to this, but the outcome is truly dull," he said with a tone full of disappointment. "Do not speak too soon. I will show you something even more impressive," Goku retorted defiantly. "Ha!" Goku shouted again, the golden energy shifting from a flame-like state to a jet-like form, his hair standing even more upright, with lightning crackling around him. "This is Super Saiyan 2, Goku announced. "Oh, it seems you have surpassed your limits. You certainly know how to change things up. That is this related to the Super Saiyan God?" Upon witnessing this, Beerus has developed an interest at the Super Saiyan 2. Whis took a moment to observe Goku, noting that in this state, Goku's energy is twice that of before. However, he decided against it. Glancing at the bento box in his hand, Whis ultimately chose not to open it. Meanwhile, Goku continued his actions, preparing to further elevate his energy. The strongest aura, accompanied by Goku's words, intensified as golden flames and blue arcs of electricity clashed more violently. "Super Saiyan 3. After uttering this phrase, Goku instantaneously transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 3, his hair elongated down to his waist, and his eyebrows vanished completely. The arcs of electricity, which had previously appeared sporadically, stabilized, entwining themselves around Goku's golden flames. This is Super Saiyan 3, currently Goku's most powerful state. In this form, his battle power is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2 in comparison to Super Saiyan 2. Both strength and speed are significantly enhanced, showcasing a remarkable leap in combat prowess. Although the battle power of Super Saiyan 3 is formidable, its drawback lies in the tremendous consumption of stamina and energy. Chapter 61, Super Saiyan 3, Part 2. Despite the overwhelming strength of Super Saiyan 3, its downside remains the substantial drain on stamina and energy. However, Goku now is entirely capable of enduring this expenditure. Compared to his condition during the Buu saga, his stamina has greatly improved. Goku. The North Kai's concern was palpable. Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, compared to Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, there has been a significant elevation in strength. "It seems you are not merely a fool," Beerus remarked. "Super Saiyan 3, is it? In that case, I shall indulge in my meal." Whis decisively opened his bento box and began to eat. "Lord Beerus, have you decided to make a move now?" Goku inquired. No, you have yet to display your true strength," Beerus replied, then ascended into the sky. "What?" Goku was somewhat perplexed by Beerus's words, yet he followed him into the air. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Dou Bi understood that with Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, this confrontation was approaching its climax. He wondered whether Goku could withstand Beerus's onslaught. After all, for a god of destruction, the power of Super Saiyan 3 was utterly insignificant. "Allow me to demonstrate the strength of Super Saiyan 3, Goku declared. With that, he charged towards Beerus, launching a punch at him. Beerus effortlessly dodged the attack. However, Goku's assault was not yet over. After missing, he executed a swift turn in midair and struck out again towards Beerus. Bang! This punch connected squarely with Beerus's palm. Beerus caught the blow with one hand. Then, with a gentle flick of his arm, Goku was sent flying away by the motion, before crashing to the ground. Goku managed to brace himself with one hand, mitigating the impact. Subsequently, he charged at Beerus once more, unleashing a flurry of punches, Beerus, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, effortlessly caught each of Goku's strikes with a single hand. Unbelievable to think he could treat Lord Beerus in such a manner. The North Kai observed from his shelter. Meanwhile, was continued to enjoy the meat from his bento box, seemingly indifferent to the battle. Tap tap tap, Goku persisted in his relentless assault on Beerus. Beerus remained calm, receiving each punch with ease. Their exchange wreaked havoc on the surface of King Kai's planet, as the shockwaves from Goku's strikes stripped away layers of the ground. Why are they still fighting? Dou Bi found the situation absurd. Goku, are you intent on demolishing King Kai's planet? He wondered how long it would take the North Kai to restore the planet, i.e. Goku pushing it. The North Kai also couldn't help but comment. Realizing that his attacks were ineffective, Goku decisively halted his actions, opting to unleash a close-range Kamehameha wave at Beerus as the blue energy wave surged towards him. Beerus made no defensive move, merely observing as the Kamehameha approached. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Beerus, erupting in a violent display of blue light and explosive sound. The explosion generated a substantial cloud of dust. Enveloping Beerus entirely, it had no effect. For Lord Beerus, this was utterly inconsequential, Dou Bi thought as he gazed at Beerus's location. Had he been in Beerus's position, Dou Bi could have easily withstood it without a scratch. Let alone a god of destruction like Beerus. He likely chose not to evade to directly experience Goku's power. Chapter 62. Overwhelming power at this moment, Goku was intently observing the scene within the dissipating smoke. As the mist cleared, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. There stood Beerus, utterly unfazed, without a single trace of the explosion's impact, appearing as though he had not been the one to endure the blast. Beerus brushed off the dust that had settled on his shoulder during the explosion. Remarkably, he absorbed it all. How intriguing! Goku found himself even more exhilarated. Goku charged at Beerus once again, but halfway through, he suddenly retreated to his original position. What just happened? Did I just step back? Goku was astonished by his own abrupt withdrawal. This must be instinctive reflexes, a reaction developed through countless battles, Dou Bi mused. Such an ability to respond instinctively to danger was something he lacked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been struck by his opponents so frequently in past battles. You truly possess remarkable skill, Beerus complimented Goku. Goku was momentarily taken aback by this statement. In truth, I was just about to strike you. Had you not moved, you would have been defeated by now. You cannot sense divine energy, yet you evade my attacks. It seems you are a genius in combat. I wonder if you possess even greater power hidden within you. Perhaps the strength of a Super Saiyan God? Beerus suggested. Goku paused at this, realizing he was being mocked. He knew he did not possess the power of a Super Saiyan God. That Beerus's remark was laced with sarcasm. If it were the regular Goku, he might not have thought much of it. However, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, his temperament had shifted somewhat. Goku unleashed a golden aura and blue arcs of electricity, reappearing before Beerus with a sweeping kick. Beerus lightly dodged once more. Goku launched a series of attacks. Yet each was effortlessly evaded by Beerus. How strange! Why can I not land a hit? After several failed attempts, Goku's confusion grew. Just moments ago, Beerus had not dodged, but had caught his attack with one hand. Now, however, he was evading. Did he intentionally allow the previous attacks to connect? Goku pondered this. Beerus seemed to have read Goku's thoughts, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. Goku felt a sense of underestimation, and with his hands together, he unleashed a Kamehameha towards Beerus. Just before the Kamehameha struck, Beerus vanished. The Kamehameha wave missed entirely, blasting a hole through the ground where Beerus had stood. King Kai's planet now bore a gaping cavity. What a pity, Beerus's voice echoed from behind Goku. Goku quickly turned around, creating distance between himself and Beerus. Yet this is quite entertaining, Beerus continued as he gracefully floated towards Goku. Express my gratitude. I shall teach you something. Beerus, while speaking, flew directly in front of Goku. That moment, Goku attempted to retreat, but for reasons unknown, before Beerus's golden-hued eyes, his body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move even a fraction. The god of destruction is indeed quite formidable, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. He then raised his left hand and flicked Goku on the forehead with a single finger. This seemingly trivial flick sent Goku hurtling away. Subsequently, Beerus appeared at the spot where Goku had been flung, as if teleporting. Chapter 62. Overwhelming Power, Part 2. Following that, Beerus lightly patted Goku on the shoulder. This single touch made Goku feel as though his body had been shattered, instantly reducing him to a state of normalcy. Goku was then forcefully slammed onto the surface of King Kai's planet, creating a large, human-shaped crater. Witnessing this, Dou Bi hurried over to assess Goku's condition. Fortunately, Beerus had merely shown restraint, delivering a blow that was neither too light nor too heavy, just enough to render Goku incapacitated. Goku. King Kai rushed over to check on him as well. Whis, let us depart, Beerus declared as he descended from the air. Very well, Whis replied, conjuring his staff from the void. Could you please take care of this for me? Whis said, lifting the takeout box in his hand. Beerus stepped forward and took the box from Whis. Thank you, Whis expressed his gratitude. Until next time, King Kai, Beerus said while placing a hand on Whis' back. That you've worked hard, King Kai remarked with a wry smile that a radiant spectrum of colors surrounded Whis, transporting him and Beerus into the sky. This moment, Goku emitted a pained groan. You're still alive. Huh. It's fortunate that Lord Beerus showed mercy, King Kai thought to himself, relieved that Beerus had not killed Goku. However, he quickly realized the urgent need to inform Vegeta on Earth, urging him to warn everyone not to provoke Beerus, lest Earth face destruction. While King Kai was engaged in communication with Vegeta, Dou Bi began rummaging through Goku's pouch of senzu beans. He eventually found the cloth bag containing the beans within Goku's clothing. Carefully extracting a bean, Dou Bi pried open Goku's mouth and placed the senzu bean inside. Though Goku was currently immobile, his consciousness remained sharp, and he recognized the bean as a senzu, promptly swallowing it. In an instant, Goku was restored to his former self. What an eye-opening experience. I never imagined there were such powerful beings. Even in defeat, Goku's tone reflected no remorse. You lucky brat. Not being killed is a stroke of fortune. King Kai remarked somewhat irritably. There's no way around it. To become stronger, I have to fuse with Vegeta. Even then, the odds are slim, Goku murmured. Goku, do you still intend to fight? King Kai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. That you're still planning to fight. Is there a chance you could become that Super Saiyan God you mentioned? Goku began to ponder aloud. That I can't shield you from this, King Kai said, turning away in exasperation. Lord Kai, we must quickly inform the people on Earth. Goku suddenly realized the potential threat to Earth posed by Beerus. I've already notified Vegeta, as he's the most likely to cause trouble, King Kai replied. Are you certain? You seem to have forgotten about Majin Buu, he added. Dou Bi's mouth twitched at this. Really? I thought it was Majin Buu who angered Beerus in the end. Vegeta might indeed be in trouble. I must return to Earth swiftly, Goku stated, placing his index finger on his forehead, preparing to teleport. Not so fast, King Kai intervened. Chapter 63. Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus then clung to Goku's legs. This is what they call leg hugging. You absolutely cannot attend that party, King Kai insisted. What's the deal? Just a moment ago, you seem to be encouraging me to go, Goku said, scratching his head. You yourself said you didn't want to go. Even so, the power of the senzu beans is remarkable. I'm fully restored, Goku declared at Goku, even if you go now, what can you do? Dou Bi asked. I'm not really sure, Goku admitted, scratching his head. Then why even go? Dou Bi replied, somewhat exasperated. I just feel a bit uneasy, Goku answered. Sighing deeply, King Kai exclaimed, oh dear. Are you all right, Lord Kai? Goku inquired, noticing King Kai's sigh at this point. How could I not be? Worrying too much is going to take years off my life. King Kai lamented. Goku lowered his gaze towards King Kai and remarked, about your lifespan. Haven T, you already died long ago. Dou Bi burst into laughter at this. Goku's words struck a chord. King Kai's forehead immediately bore a mark resembling a grid. Fine, I won't go, all right? Finally, you understand me, Goku said, sitting cross-legged. The destruction of the universe is no trivial matter. I will endure it, that's the spirit. Keep your word, King Kai replied. After sitting for a while, Goku held his head. Pondering, can I really endure this? I'm not too confident. Oh dear. King Kai and his pets began to sweat profusely. You all carry on, Dou Bi said, feeling somewhat bemused. Beerus and Whis arrived on Earth, where they temporarily attended Bulma's birthday party. Everything was delightful until a dispute over a pudding escalated into a battle to prevent the destruction of Earth. Beerus, a true food enthusiast, bore a significant grudge against the lack of food. And for the sake of a single pudding, he threatened to obliterate the planet, a calamity sparked by a mere dessert. The Z warriors on Earth rushed to confront Beerus, but they were swiftly defeated. Beerus ultimately offered them a chance to save the planet by playing rock, paper, scissors with Oolong. Unfortunately, Oolong lost. Consequently, the god of destruction, Beerus, conjured an energy sphere imbued with the essence of destruction, poised to annihilate Earth. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Wait," Goku's voice echoed. Beerus paused. Hearing Goku's call, he looked up to see Goku standing atop the lookout tower. "Goku! Kakarot! Dad!" The crowd rejoiced at Goku's return, feeling as if they had found their anchor amidst the chaos. Goku would surely find a way, as he always had. Goku descended step by step from the tower, finally joining the group. "You finally made it," Piccolo sighed in relief upon seeing Goku. "You always show up just when it's almost too late." Chi-Chi scolded. "Happy birthday, Bulma," Goku said cheerfully. "That is not the time for such remarks," Bulma retorted, exasperated. "Oh dear, I'm sorry. I completely forgot to bring a gift," Goku said apologetically. "By the way, how old are you now?" he inquired. Bulma, fuming, responded, "At a time like this, you're concerned about my age. Don't be angry," Goku chuckled sheepishly. Chapter 63. Super Saiyan God, Part 2. "Don't be angry," Goku said, attempting to placate her. Beerus looked at Goku, somewhat perplexed. "Why is it always you? Have you truly unveiled the true visage of the Super Saiyan God?" "Not yet, so it would be best if you refrain from annihilating this planet," Goku remarked. "That is out of the question, for I emerged victorious in our game of chance," Beerus declared. "Lord Beerus, are you really basing the fate of Earth on this matter?" Goku inquired. Puzzled, "Do you intend to engage me in battle once more?" Beerus questioned. Hearing this, Goku scratched his head, pondering. "That poses a dilemma. Frankly speaking, it appears that I cannot best Lord Beerus, but perhaps a stroke of luck might allow me to try, if you don't mind." "What do you wish to attempt?" Beerus asked. "The Super Saiyan God you mentioned. Perhaps I can locate him. Just grant me a little time, a tiny bit, please." Goku gestured with his hands. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a flicker of interest. He glanced back at Whis and ultimately dissipated the energy sphere in his hand. "Just a little, mind you," Beerus stated. "Thank you, Lord Beerus," Goku replied with a smile. "Kakarot, what are you planning to do?" Vegeta questioned Goku. "I wish to harness the power of the dragon." Goku stated. "Dou Bi informed me about the Super Saiyan God, and the dragon must surely be aware." Goku explained. "Dou Bi? Who is he?" "Your friend. Is he the one from before?" Vegeta pondered, recalling a powerful energy that had recently clashed with Goku. However, by the time he arrived, the battle had already concluded. "Ah, yes, that's him," Goku smiled. "In the sky," was asked Beerus. "Did you not abandon the search for the Super Saiyan God?" "I have only awakened after 39 years of slumber to witness the Super Saiyan God." "That is indeed the case. However, this truly shall be the last time. Should it fail again, I shall not only obliterate Earth but the entire solar system as well." As he spoke, Beerus and Whis descended onto the cruise ship below. Goku and his companions had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, and with a flash of golden light, the dragon emerged. As the dragon appeared, the sky darkened. "I can fulfill any wish you desire," the dragon intoned in a deep voice. "Then let me inquire. Do you know of the Super Saiyan God? If so, can you assist us in summoning him?" Goku asked. "A trivial matter," the dragon replied. "Splendid." Goku rejoiced at this response. "Thus, Earth shall be spared from Lord Beerus's destruction." "What? Lord Beerus?" To everyone's astonishment, upon hearing Beerus's name, the dragon immediately grew flustered. The dragon scanned the surroundings until it finally laid eyes on Beerus, who was reclining in a chair, sipping juice. "Hey," Beerus observed the dragon's gaze. Upon hearing Beerus speak, the dragon became anxious. "My utmost apologies, Lord Beerus, for addressing you from such a lofty perch. I did not expect your esteemed presence on Earth." "Spare me the pleasantries. Quickly summon the Super Saiyan God." Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Well, summoning him is rather a challenging task," the dragon stammered nervously. "Huh." Upon hearing the dragon's response, everyone was taken aback. "What? Piccolo also expressed surprise. What on earth is happening? Could it be? What do you mean? Beerus stood up from his chair. Beerus. The Super Saiyan God is a deity from Saiyan mythology. He currently does not exist. However, I can reveal to you the method of his birth. The dragon explained, trembling. Beerus pondered for a moment. The myth recorded by the Namekian scripture states that when 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans unite and channel their energy into another righteous Saiyan, that individual will transform into the god of Saiyans, thus becoming the Super Saiyan God. The dragon continued. Chapter 64. The Dimension of the Divine. Just as in the original tale, Dou Bi was observing from a distance. Did not inquire how he arrived. During the time on King Kai's planet, he had been right beside Goku, having instantaneously transported here with him. As for why he chose not to emerge alongside Goku, Dou Bi expressed his desire to witness the authentic unfolding of the narrative. Should he join, he might disrupt the originally splendid happy ending. Moreover, he was quite eager to witness the battle between 2 deities, the Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction, Beerus. Although Beerus might hold back during the fight, it would still be a rare spectacle of divine-level combat. Meanwhile, Goku began counting the participants. Himself, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, 5 in total at that moment. Bulma inquired, Vegeta, aren't you the Prince of the Saiyans? How do you not know this? Vegeta was left speechless. The dragon has already explained the method. Can I take my leave now? The dragon asked cautiously. Humph. Beerus did not respond immediately, but instead turned his gaze toward Goku, who was counting. Then, Lord Beerus, I humbly anticipate the honor of meeting you again. Cough. I bid you farewell. With that statement, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of golden light, ascending into the sky and scattering in all directions. The dragon has fled, Krillin remarked, somewhat helplessly. Indeed, Gohan echoed. Let us commence without delay. After Beerus spoke, he reclined back in his chair. What did the dragon say again? I seem to have missed it. Goku scratched his head. Gohan approached Goku and explained. He mentioned that 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans must unite to channel their energy into another Saiyan, who would then transform into the god of Saiyans. That individual is the Super Saiyan God. Correct? Goku seemed to grasp the concept. Yes, that appears to be the case, Gohan nodded. Then let us give it a try, Goku declared. Subsequently, Goku and the others transformed into Super Saiyans, encircling Goku in the center. However, it seemed inadequate due to the absence of one participant. Whis explained that to transform into the Super Saiyan God, 6 individuals were required, as it necessitated 5 to channel energy into one. Yet they only had 5 Saiyans present, rendering it impossible. Witnessing this, Beerus felt disappointment wash over him once more. He raised his hand, preparing to obliterate Earth that moment. Beulah informed everyone that she was pregnant, and the child would also be a Saiyan descendant, which should suffice. Thus, they managed to gather 6 individuals. The 5 ignited their auras, surrounding Goku in the center. Initially, there was no reaction, but gradually, the flames of their auras began to transform into a pure golden hue. This golden energy flowed from their bodies like liquid. Enveloping them, a similar golden aura began to manifest around Goku, exuding a dense, weighty power unlike that of the Super Saiyan's energy. This golden, liquid-like aura emerged. Goku unconsciously transformed into a Super Saiyan, in a mystical manner. It felt as though an extraordinary force lifted Goku's body, causing him to float in the air. It is divine. Beerus sensed the unique aura of divinity. A golden beam of light shot into the sky at first glance. This golden pillar appeared endless. Oh, how magnificent it looks! Dou Bi gazed upward at the soaring golden beam, unable to contain his astonishment. This golden light contained not only immense energy, but also profound elements of transcendence. Dou Bi could not comprehend its nature, yet he sensed the wondrous essence of this realm. That body, it aches a bit. Goku quietly felt the changes within himself. This moment. The power within him seemed to be transcending, surging against his body. Hold on, you may very well become a god. If it becomes unbearable, I can take over for you. Kakarot, Vegeta remarked. Goku remained silent, seemingly sensing something at that moment. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted from the golden liquid, emanating from the 5 individuals, ultimately converging upon Goku in an instant, a radiant blue light. More intense than before, enveloped Goku entirely. Chapter 64. The Dimension of the Gods, Part 2. Instantly, a vibrant blue light burst forth, surrounding Goku completely. Centered around Goku, blue ripples began to radiate outward. This is different. Distinctly different, Piccolo exclaimed. It seems something significant is about to occur. Beerus observed, gazing at the azure ripples. Indeed, Lord Beerus, it appears to diverge from the mere aura we witnessed moments ago, was added, as the blue ripples and golden liquid gradually dissipated. A colossal blue pillar of light shot skyward from Goku's position. Within this pillar, Goku's aura fluctuated and transformed, ultimately becoming a deep crimson. The true crimson aura enveloped Goku. And then, Beerus gazed at Goku, now cloaked in this fiery red essence. And for a fleeting moment, he envisioned the figure of the warrior he had seen in his prophetic dreams, merging with Goku. As the crimson aura faded, Goku descended from the sky. Vegeta, watching Goku's silhouette, felt an unfamiliar sensation wash over him that Goku's presence seemed to have vanished entirely. Goku slowly turned to face them. His hair had transformed into a flame-like purplish red, while his eyes took on a defined contour, with his pupils and irises shifting to black and red, respectively. Additionally, his physique appeared slightly more slender than usual. Applause erupted from behind Goku. Beerus and Whis had flown to Goku's rear. Seemingly pleased with the outcome of their wait, it seems the wait has finally borne fruit, Beerus remarked. Lord Beerus. Goku turned to face him. As he looked upon Goku, Beerus smiled. I find myself increasingly exhilarated. Goku reciprocated the sentiment with an eager grin, one filled with the spirit of battle. After such a lengthy build-up, the time for combat had finally arrived. Witnessing this spectacle, Dou Bi began to feel a rush of excitement. To witness a clash between gods, how could it not stir such fervor? So this is the Super Saiyan God, Goku murmured as he gazed at his own hands. That moment, he felt an inexhaustible power surging within him, continuously manifesting. Compared to Super Saiyan 3, this energy enhancement was monumental, akin to a dimensional leap. Furthermore, unlike Super Saiyan 3, maintaining this state not only conserved stamina, but also allowed for the gradual healing of physical wounds. Of course, Goku needed to experience these sensations during battle. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he was still adjusting. However, for Goku, engaging in battle was the finest method of adaptation. The energy is truly astonishing. Indeed, you must be itching to unleash it, Beerus stated as he approached Goku. To be frank, I feel the same. Then let us begin, Beerus declared. All right, Goku nodded, and then he soared into the sky. Beerus followed suit, both ascending until they hovered nearly 100 meters above the ground. Let me witness the strength of a Super Saiyan God, Beerus said, his excitement palpable. Goku did not respond verbally, but his combat stance spoke volumes. Goku exerted himself fiercely, darting forward like a streak of red light. Beerus sidestepped effortlessly. However, Goku seemed unable to fully control his momentum, careening several meters away before finally halting. Wow, Goku exclaimed, feeling unsteady in the air. After a moment of flailing about, he steadied himself. It feels as if I'm not even in my own body. Goku marveled at his hands in astonishment. He felt as though his body was as light as a feather, almost paper-like. Chapter 65. The power of the Super Saiyan God startled. Are we? Beerus chuckled. It's no exaggeration, Lord Beerus. This power surpasses my expectations. Goku replied, turning back to him. This is hardly a cause for alarm. You should be capable of wielding even greater strength, Beerus remarked. Well then, let me attempt the Kamehameha, Goku exclaimed with excitement. He brought his hands together, conjuring a blue energy sphere that materialized in his palms. The Kamehameha, as he spoke, grew increasingly larger. This iteration of the Kamehameha was unlike any before. Not only was its energy level far superior, but golden sparks of electricity began to dance around the energy sphere. These sparks were the result of the fierce collision of powerful energies. Here comes the Kamehameha, Goku declared as he launched the energy wave toward Beerus. Beerus merely watched as the Kamehameha wave approached. Then, the wave passed right through him. The presence that had been there was merely an afterimage, a consequence of Beerus's incredible speed. The Kamehameha soared past Beerus's illusion, cutting across the surface of the sea below. Wherever the Kamehameha traveled, the water receded, leaving a vast, barren expanse. Ultimately, the Kamehameha detonated, erupting into a towering blue pillar of light. The area engulfed by the blue column instantly vaporized the surrounding water, leaving behind a gaping, unfathomable pit. The surrounding waters rushed to fill the void, yet remained unfilled for quite some time. Now that's intriguing, Beerus noted, observing the aftermath of the Kamehameha. Indeed, its power is boundless. But wait, what's this? Goku, initially taken aback, glanced downward. Goku! Don't forget we're still here. Piccolo called for below.my apologies, but the energy is simply astonishing. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Uncle Piccolo, the power of the Super Saiyan God is likely far beyond this. Gohan approached Piccolo's side. Gohan, is that true? Piccolo asked, astonished. Such immense energy is merely a fraction. I have a feeling it is. Gohan nodded. Dou Bi lifted his gaze to the heavens. Goku has grown immensely stronger. His movements are incomparable to before. Wow, we've been sent flying into space just like that. Such a distance. I wonder if I can clearly see. Dou Bi gazing up at the heavens as the battle between Wukong and Beerus intensifies. The scope of their conflict expands ever more. Initially confined to the heights above the earth, they have now soared into the vastness of the universe. Under the relentless onslaught of Beerus, Wukong gradually acclimatizes to the formidable power of Super Saiyan God. And furthermore, he continually evolves and grows stronger amidst the fray. The universe trembles with the immense energy colliding between the two, while the upper atmosphere of Earth is entirely enveloped in blinding crimson light and destructive violet energy. Simultaneously, Wukong's fervent fighting spirit surges within him, culminating in an overwhelming passion for battle. At this moment, he has cast aside all distractions, pouring his entire being into this confrontation. Beerus, too, finds joy in this exchange. Although Wukong has only compelled him to exert 60% of his strength, the Saiyant's indomitable will and spirit have thoroughly captivated him. He senses that he has not misjudged his choice. Before him stands son Wukong, who may not yet be his equal, but undoubtedly possesses the potential to become a worthy adversary capable of pushing him to his limits in future encounters. At this level of power, finding an opponent who can truly challenge him has become increasingly rare. Whis is far too powerful. Engaging with him is merely an exercise in futility. Moreover, gods of destruction are prohibited from battling one another, leaving Beerus in solitude for the majority of his time, devoid of worthy rivals. Yet now, the presence of Wukong ignites a spark of excitement within him. Oh, this is exhilarating. Even I feel compelled to join the fray. Dou Bi exclaimed, gazing skyward. As previously mentioned, the battle between Wukong and Beerus has transcended the confines of Earth, reaching the airless void of space. Observing this spectacle from Earth with the naked eye is nearly impossible. Fortunately, Dou Bi possesses exceptional eyesight. Even in the cosmos, he can catch sight of the clash if he pays close attention. However, prolonged observation in such a manner does strain the neck. I wonder if Vegeta would consider this a strain. Do you need assistance? At that moment, Whis appeared suddenly beside Dou Bi. Oh, that would be splendid. Dou Bi instinctively agreed, only to quickly realize. Whis, where did you come from? Dou Bi nearly uttered Whis's name, but hesitated, recalling that he had not previously interacted with Whis. Questioning how he could know his name, I noticed you standing there, continuously gazing at the sky. That must be quite tiring, so I thought I would lend a hand, Whis replied with a smile. Oh, Dou Bi nodded, expressing his gratitude. Indeed, Whis gently tapped his staff, projecting an image of Wukong and Beerus battling in space onto the crystal orb. The details are exquisite, and the image is stable, Whis remarked, clearly satisfied. Wow, that's incredible, Dou Bi exclaimed, admiring Whis's display. Just a simple task, Whis replied modestly. Dou Bi's gaze remained fixed on the projection emanating from the crystal orb. In the image, Wukong had transformed from Super Saiyan God back to Super Saiyan, struggling to withstand the searing energy blast unleashed by Beerus. Come on, Wukong! You can do it. Shatter that blast. Dou Bi cheered, even though Wukong could not hear him. You seem quite confident in Wukong, Whis observed, chuckling at Dou Bi's calm demeanor. He's son Wukong. He won't falter against such an assault. Dou Bi affirmed with an N-O-D-I-S that's so. Whis mused, glancing at the crystal orb, where it appeared Wukong was struggling against the intense energy blast, plummeting from the sky. However, inexplicably, an indescribable power surged back into Wukong's body. Instantly, a blazing crimson aura enveloped him once more. Wukong roared, unleashing a powerful punch that obliterated the energy blast. The force of the explosion was neutralized by the power of Super Saiyan God. See, I told you. Dou Bi laughed at the unfolding scene. Son Wukong indeed, was pondered, contemplating the implications of this display. In the vastness of space, only a kaleidoscope of shimmering lights remained. Wukong floated helplessly in the vacuum. Having reverted to his normal state, his martial arts GI tattered, leaving only his blue undersuit intact. What did you just do? Beerus inquired, astonished at I don't know, Wukong replied with a wry smile. You say you don't know? You're quite intriguing, Beerus chuckled. He then raised his left hand, gathering a sphere of purple energy. Faced with the impending threat of annihilation, Wukong felt no fear, only a fierce unwillingness to surrender to his inability to continue fighting. Beerus scoffed, dissipating the energy in his palm. What? Not going to act? Wukong asked with a grin. Because I want you to concede, Beerus replied. Haha, I concede. Lord Beerus, you are formidable. I am utterly outmatched, Wukong admitted graciously, momentarily taken aback before readily acknowledging his defeat. A loss is a loss. Wukong would not concoct excuses for himself. Chapter 66. The 12 universes though you have lost, you are still remarkably strong. You rank among the top 3 opponents I have faced. Beerus stated. Third? Who are the first 2? Wukong inquired, excitement evident in his voice. Beerus did not respond, instead directing his gaze downward. There, unbeknownst to him, Whis had appeared, casually enjoying a snack, with Dou Bi beside him. Whis seemed to notice Beerus's scrutiny and quickly concealed his snack behind him. That is Whis, my attendant and my master, Beerus explained. Master? So who is the strongest in the universe? Wukong's surprise was palpable. The strongest? Let me enlighten you. There are 12 universes, and this is the 7th. I am the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Did you not perceive that there are others stronger than you in this world? Beerus chuckled. Yes, that's so. Then I'm truly delighted. Wukong laughed, ultimately lacking the strength to continue flying, and began to fall. Beerus swiftly caught him, bringing him down gently. The battle has concluded, Dou Bi announced. Indeed, Whis nodded, once again pulling a staff from the void. Shall we descend together? Whis suggested. Yes, I would appreciate that, Dou Bi affirmed, placing his hand on Whis' shoulder. Together, they transformed into a brilliant stream of colors, arriving almost instantaneously on the cruise ship. Hello! Dou Bi waved to the startled crowd, who were taken aback by Whis and Dou Bi's sudden appearance. Who is this person? Krillin asked, bewildered. Where did he come from? I don't recognize him at all. Does he belong with Whis? Hey, Wukong fought splendidly. Dou Bi's next words completely baffled Krillin. Thank you. Wukong smiled in response. What do you intend to do now? Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. Well, as per our agreement, I stated that if son Wukong won, I would not destroy Earth, Beerus said, gathering a sphere of purple energy in his hand. Wukong gazed at Beerus, alarmed at the impending destruction of Earth. But he lacked the strength to intervene. The others could only watch anxiously as Beerus unleashed the energy sphere. Boom! The energy sphere struck the mountaintop by the sea, obliterating a section of rock. And then there was silence. Lord Beerus, the Earth you destroyed is quite small, Whis remarked. Perhaps I expended considerable energy during our previous battle and lack the strength now. We shall wait until next time to completely obliterate Earth. Beerus waved his hand and remarked, Lord Beerus, how can Goku still not comprehend my intentions? It is quite evident that I have no intention of destroying the Earth. I must ask, when Lord Beerus passes, would you consider becoming the next god of destruction? Whis inquired of Goku. Hey, Beerus retorted, slightly annoyed by the remark. That sounds rather ominous. Goku chuckled and replied, well, I truly would not feel worthy of such an honor. He had no desire to become a god of destruction. His only wish was to grow stronger. What a pity, was commented. Mrs. Vegeta, Beerus called out. Me. What is it? Bulma, suddenly addressed, appeared somewhat perplexed. I sincerely apologize for the commotion. More importantly, I must quickly apologize for hitting you. He stated, I'm sorry. Beerus lowered his head. Dou Bi chuckled at the scene. Chapter 66. The 12 Universes, Part 2. Hey, are you foolish? Oolong exclaimed upon witnessing the exchange. If possible, please invite me to your gathering again, Beerus requested. You must ensure there will be no trouble, Bulma replied. Understood. Next time, you must treat me to that dessert called pudding. I shall prepare a mountain of pudding for you. But do not complain if it does not suit your taste. If it is unsatisfactory, I shall truly destroy the earth, Beerus warned. Then we shall battle again, Lord Beerus, Goku replied. Yes, farewell, Beerus nodded slightly before moving behind Whis. The two then transformed into a brilliant arc of rainbow light, departing at a speed that rivaled that of light itself. Though I mention light speed, should reality contradict this, please do not scold me. Once they had left, Dou Bi asked Goku, would you like another Senzu bean? As he produced one from his belongings. No need for that. Let's not waste Senzu beans on me. Goku waved his hand. Indeed, Goku was merely fatigued and could recover gradually. It was unnecessary to squander the precious Senzu beans. Goku, who is this fellow? He is my friend, Goku explained, leading everyone to gain a preliminary understanding of Dou Bi. Since you were so strong, why did you hide and watch earlier? Oolong queried. I simply wanted to observe Lord Beerus's fighting style. But it turned out like this. Dou Bi sheepishly scratched his head. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed done nothing but spectate, raising suspicions of him slacking off. I was too excited to step forward. He added, by the way, son Goku, you mentioned Dou Bi was training with you on King Kai's planet. How did he arrive here? Piccolo asked Goku. He came with me. Goku replied, puzzled by Piccolo's question. You used instant transmission to bring him, didn't you? Then hit aside to observe, Piccolo surmised. Goku awkwardly chuckled. Really? You, of all people, chose to hide and spectate during a dangerous moment. Oolong exclaimed, jumping onto Goku and tugging at his spiky hair. I apologize. I only wanted to observe Lord Beerus's fighting style, and of course I did not glean anything. Goku defended himself. Let us not dwell on that. Shall we? After all, everything turned out fine, right? Dou Bi chuckled nervously. Indeed, Goku concurred. Well then, let us have my birthday party again tonight. Dou Bi, would you like to join? Bulma sighed before asking Dou. I can join too? Thank you. Dou Bi replied, momentarily stunned before nodding. Speaking of parties, I'm getting hungry. Let us get started, Goku said while patting his belly to Bulma's 38th birthday party. Although fraught with complications, was still a resounding success. It is worth noting that the food reserved for the party was devoured in one go by Dou Bi. Goku, Vegeta, Goten, Gohan, and Trunks. For reference, the food was measured in tons. This day could be considered the most indulgent day Dou Bi had ever experienced. Only someone as affluent as Bulma could accommodate the terrifying appetites of Saiyans. I wonder how Chi-Chi manages to satisfy the appetites of 3 Saiyans in their household, especially considering they are deemed poor. Perhaps Mr. Satan is providing sponsorship? Dou Bi, your appetite is quite impressive. I could almost mistake you for a Saiyan. Goku remarked after the party. Unfortunately, I am not a Saiyan, Dou Bi replied with a light chuckle. Chapter 67. On instant transmission regarding his own appetite, Dou Bi was uncertain just how vast it truly was. He had never allowed himself to indulge freely and had no knowledge of his limits. Even when enjoying ramen at a noodle shop, he had never experienced the sensation of being completely full. However, after gorging with Goku and the others today, Dou Bi discovered he seemed to be an insatiable abyss. Just when he thought he was full, a wave of hunger would arise within him. It was utterly limitless. Dou Bi began to question whether he possessed an interdimensional space within his stomach. Thus, even Goku, a renowned glutton, could not help but express his astonishment. By the way, Goku, could you teach me that instant transmission? Dou Bi suddenly inquired. Instant transmission. Sure, but it's quite difficult. It took me a long time to master. Goku replied that I understand, but I still wish to give it a try. Dou Bi nodded. This technique was quite practical, especially for traversing distances. As long as one sensed a key, they could arrive in an instant, regardless of the distance that I in the Dragon Ball universe. There are 3 types of instant transmission. The first is the version Goku learned from the Yard Rats, which relies on sensing ki to teleport. The second is Jebit's instant transmission, which does not require sensing ki. One can go wherever they desire. The third is Metal Cooler's instant transmission, which relies on data from a chip. This cannot be learned unless one becomes a robot, which no one desires. Goku's instant transmission is not a combat technique, but rather a unique ability that IT allows for movement from one location to another without following any path and without consuming any time. However, to use this ability, one must sense the ki of the person at the target location, meaning this technique cannot be used in uninhabited areas. Instant transmission can carry others, and while it is not necessary to place 2 fingers on the forehead to execute it, doing so can aid in focusing one's energy. Even without placing fingers on the forehead, one can still perform instant transmission. In the original story, Goku took a year to master this technique, and Dou Bi was unsure if he could learn it, but he was determined to give it a try. Alright, let me explain the principles first, Goku said earnestly as he began to elucidate. Goku's explanation was straightforward and comprehensible, leaving no room for confusion for Dou Bi. The main training method for instant transmission is as I have described above. Goku concluded that I see. Dou Bi scratched his head, realizing this technique indeed required considerable skill. Yes, even Gohan and the others are unable to master it. Goku chuckled. Well, I will give it a try, Dou Bi said, attempting to place 2 fingers on his forehead to concentrate. Sensing the ki around him, he noticed a faint ki emanating from a tree ahead. Let us try instant transmission. With a whoosh, Dou Bi vanished from his spot. Huh. Did he succeed? Goku stared, astonished at Dou Bi's instantaneous disappearance that he succeeded just like that. What does that mean for the time I spent learning it? Wow, 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 wow. The situation with Dou Bi here is rather awkward. One of his hands had completely penetrated into the trunk of a tree. Just moments ago, he had teleported over, but encountered a minor mishap during the process. As his body reassembled, he found himself slightly misaligned. Consequently, his hand appeared to materialize within the tree. Fortunately, his physical resilience was quite remarkable, so he suffered no harm. With a gentle exertion, Dou Bi withdrew his hand from the tree. Who would have thought that practicing teleportation could entail such risks? While shaking off the wood shavings from his hand, he resolved to try teleporting again, this time with greater caution. After pondering for a moment, he once more initiated the teleportation. With a swift whoosh, he returned to Goku's side. Oh, I did it, Dou Bi exclaimed, successfully landing on the ground. Wow, you're incredible. It took me a whole year to master that. Goku expressed his astonishment, genuinely pleased for Dou Bi's achievement. Chapter 67, on teleportation, Part 2. Wow, you're incredible. It took me a whole year to master that. Goku marveled, feeling a surge of happiness for Dou Bi. Dou Bi scratched his head, chuckling. That's just a testament to your excellent teaching, that he found it curious that someone as perceptive as Goku required a year to learn this technique. While he had grasped it so swiftly, could it be that his extensive wanderings through the world corridors had granted him an affinity for such skills? After contemplating for some time, without reaching a conclusion, he decided to let the matter be. Having acquired a practical skill that he desired was already a commendable achievement. By the way, Goku, Dou Bi seemed to remember something and turned to him. Yes? What is it? What does it feel like to become a Super Saiyan God? It feels like glimpsing an entirely new world, but ultimately, I ascend my own power, Goku replied. Indeed, having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Goku wielded immense strength. Yet, this power was not solely his. It was a confluence of energies from 5 individuals, rather than something he had cultivated by himself. Nevertheless, during the recent battle, Goku had absorbed this state, integrating it into his own essence. Vegeta mentioned that he intends to surpass the Super Saiyan God through his own strength. Goku declared earnestly that I cannot afford to remain stagnant. I must continue to train and grow stronger, to reach the same level as Lord Beerus. Hearing you say that gets me all excited, Dou Bi replied with a smile. Once you're ready, can we spar again? I want to become stronger, Goku responded eagerly. Absolutely, bring it on, Dou Bi affirmed. Yoshi, The next day at Goku's home in the morning. Huh, why can't I go train on King Kai's planet? Goku asked incredulously, putting down his chopsticks. Absolutely not. You're going to be a grandfather. You can't have a grandchild with a brawling grandpa. You must set a good example. Chi-Chi insisted firmly. Goku was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. In matters of family. Goku was utterly submissive to his wife, rarely daring to contradict her. However, he truly wished to become stronger, especially after encountering Dou Bi and Beerus. His desire had intensified. Now hurry up and get to work, Chi-Chi commanded. All right then. Goku resignedly trudged outside to work on the tractor. For him, being unable to train was a tormenting ordeal. Meanwhile, Dou Bi had seized the opportunity, after Vegeta convinced Whis to take him for training with instant noodles, to persuade Whis to take him for training with pizza at Bulma's house. Thus, our poor Goku was left at home farming, blissfully unaware. Let us allow Goku to toil for a while. I believe he will catch up soon enough that I end the realm of destruction on Beerus's planet. Whis, do I really have to wear this? Dou Bi asked, looking at the yellow apron in his hands with some discomfort. Yes, it's a matter of etiquette, Whis replied with an innocent smile. Well, all right then, seeing Vegeta donning one as well. Dou Bi silently tied the apron around himself. Chapter 68. The Realm of the Gods First. You must assist in changing Lord Beerus's bed linens, Whis instructed Dou Bi. Change the bed linens? Dou Bi paused, taken aback by the request. I must take my leave now. Vegeta will explain what to do next. Whis smiled and vanished in a thin air. Leaving Dou Bi and Vegeta alone, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Hello. After a moment of contemplation, Dou Bi greeted Vegeta. Humph, follow me, and don't slow me down, Vegeta declared, turning to leave. Dou Bi felt a bit awkward but followed Vegeta into Beerus's sleeping quarters. Wow, it's huge. Dou Bi gasped upon entering that Beerus's sleeping area was astonishingly vast. Comparable to a football field. Be quiet. Lord Beerus is sleeping, Vegeta cautioned. Oh right. Dou Bi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. As they ventured deeper, a colossal serpent-like statue loomed before them, its mouth housing an enormous hourglass, surrounded by a halo of white light, creating a strikingly peculiar sight. Numerous clocks floated in the air, moving slowly. Wow, this is impressive, Dou Bi exclaimed, captivated by the sculptures. What are those floating clocks? They're alarm clocks. Don't touch them. They might explode, Vegeta warned. Soon, Dou Bi and Vegeta hovered beside Beerus's resting place, where the god of destruction lay sprawled on a crimson bed, soundly asleep. How do we change the linens now? Dou Bi whispered to Vegeta, we need to change more than just the sheets. We also have to replace the blankets. Vegeta replied, oh, how exactly do we do that? Dou Bi inquired, aware of his clumsiness and concerned he might wake Beerus. First and foremost, do not awaken Lord Beerus. He is particularly irritable upon waking, Vegeta stated sternly. It was evident he had learned this the hard way. Understood, Dou Bi nodded. Although he was uncertain if Beerus's wrath would harm him, no one would want to be unexpectedly blasted awake. Just then, Beerus flipped over in his sleep. X2, both Dou Bi and Vegeta braced themselves, fearing Beerus was about to awaken. However, he merely turned over and continued to snore. Vegeta exhaled in relief, recalling the time when Beerus had awakened suddenly and knocked him unconscious. He was still slightly jumpy from that experience. How do we proceed now? Dou Bi asked softly, seeing that Beerus had settled back down. We wait for the right moment, Vegeta replied, his eyes fixed intently on Beerus's every movement. Okay. Dou Bi fell silent, also watching Beerus closely. Time passed slowly as they both remained vigilant, yet Vegeta showed no signs of action. This was indeed a test of patience, Dou Bi mused internally. While this was merely household chores, it also possessed its own training benefits. The pressure from Beerus's destructive aura would naturally strengthen their bodies, even if Dou Bi felt no such pressure. Vegeta, having been there for a while, had likely adapted to it by now. Yet, what a sight to behold! Upon witnessing Beerus's slumbering visage, Dou Bi initially found it unremarkable, yet as time passed, he found it increasingly amusing. Just then, Beerus's tail abruptly stirred. Dou Bi sensed something amiss at that moment. In the next instant, Beerus's tail lashed out towards Dou Bi. However, Dou Bi reacted swiftly, evading the strike with a deft sidestep. Wow, That was perilous, he exclaimed, astonished by Beerus's sudden aggression. It seems he is still asleep. Meanwhile, Vegeta experienced yet another false alarm. How can Lord Beerus attack while asleep? And his speed is astonishing, Dou Bi remarked. There's no choice. His sleeping posture is indeed lacking to it is precisely because he is asleep that his strikes lack precision. One must take advantage of the moments when Lord Beerus turns over, Vegeta explained to Dou Bi. However, before he could finish his words, the unfolding events interrupted him. Beerus rolled over again, delivering a kick to Vegeta's face, sending him flying. Unfortunately, he landed atop an explosive alarm clock. The clock, upon impact, began to emit a yellow glow. This is bad. Dou Bi quickly teleported beside the alarm clock, snatching it away just in time. Dou Bi reappeared on a small path where Whis happened to be strolling. Whis, I need your assistance, Dou Bi said before teleporting away. Huh. Whis was momentarily taken aback by this request. Then, with a loud bang, the alarm clock exploded, and as the smoke cleared, Whis emerged unscathed but covered in dust. Whis chuckled, remarking, You possess quite the agility. Is Lord Beerus truly asleep? Dou Bi questioned, recalling the numerous surprise attacks Beerus had launched against him and Vegeta just moments ago. Fortunately, they had managed to evade further assaults. But how will we change the sheets now? Forget it, I suppose it's time to take the initiative, Dou Bi concluded, approaching Beerus. Hey Vegeta, witnessing Dou Bi's reckless behavior, grew anxious. Dou Bi flew in front of Beerus, cautiously extending his hands, intending to gently lift him. Suddenly, Beerus seized Dou Bi's foot, applying a crosslock with both hands. What is happening? Dou Bi was bewildered. How could he execute a crosslock while asleep? Quiet. Just lift Lord Beerus like this, Vegeta instructed. Oh, Dou Bi complied, obediently silencing himself while carefully using his levitation technique to raise Beerus into the air. Well done, Dou Bi, Vegeta praised, seizing the opportunity to swiftly change Beerus's sheets and blanket. How do I get out of this? Dou Bi mused, still locked in Beerus's grip, feeling utterly perplexed. Wait a moment, I'll free you shortly, Vegeta replied, producing a skewer threaded with dried fish from seemingly nowhere. All right, Lord Beerus, here are some dried fish, delicious dried fish. Vegeta coaxed, presenting the skewer beneath Beerus. Beerus sniffed the air and gradually released Dou Bi from his hold, then opened his mouth to devour the dried fish. Dou Bi seized the opportunity to extricate himself. Thank you, Vegeta, he expressed his gratitude. Humph, no need for thanks, just don't come crying me later, Vegeta huffed. Ha, rest assured I won tea, Dou Bi chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 69, The Daily Grind of Training. By the way, what comes next? Surely, the training involves more than this, Dou Bi inquired after his awkward laughter subsided. Although he understood they were merely engaged in household chores, he felt compelled to feign ignorance at this juncture. Training? Who suggested that this was training? It's merely household chores, Vegeta replied, nonchalantly. Oh, household chores. Dou Bi pretended to be taken aback. Dou Bi and Vegeta toiled for quite some time, engaged in domestic tasks. However, aside from the danger of changing Beerus's sheets, the rest of the chores were rather mundane. Dou Bi adapted swiftly, having been self-sufficient since childhood, accustomed to cleaning the house alone. This was nothing extraordinary, of course. Aside from household chores, there was also the task of weeding. Fortunately, under Dou Bi and Vegeta's efforts, the weeds had been eradicated. Dou Bi wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, sighing at last, It's done. Just then, Whis appeared beside them, commending, Well done, it's quite tidy. Now, let us commence training. Upon hearing this, Dou Bi immediately stood up, eager to begin. After all this effort, it was all for this moment. Before we proceed, Dou Bi, please change your attire, Whis instructed. Huh? Why? Dou Bi inquired, somewhat puzzled, glancing down at his clothes, which were now dust-laden and riddled with holes. Oh, have they deteriorated to this extent? I hadn't noticed before. Dou Bi scratched his head, chuckling. Try this set of training attire, Whis suggested, tapping his staff lightly on the ground, conjuring an orange training outfit that appeared in his hands. Oh, this resembles Goku's, Dou Bi remarked that IT was specifically designed based on Goku's training outfit. I had intended for you all to wear matching outfits, but Vegeta donned the gift from his beloved Bulma, Whis noted, casting a glance at Vegeta. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, turning his head away. Vegeta remains unchanged, Dou Bi observed, stifling a smile at the scene. Thank you, by the way. When will Goku arrive? Dou Bi asked as he began to change into the training attire. Fear not. He will arrive shortly, Whis assured. Dou Bi responded, continuing to change to be by the way. Whis's outfit is quite comprehensive, complete with shoes, a belt, and wristband. This feels rather comfortable, Dou Bi noted as he donned the outfit, tying the blue belt around his waist. Slipping on deep blue wristbands and replacing his shoes with blue Velcro boots. Whis smiled, saying, I'm glad you like it. Oh, is this for weight training? Dou Bi queried, eyeing two square black objects with circular rings atop them. Yes, insert your hands and then lift it, Whis nodded slightly. Dou Bi stepped forward and reached inside. He attempted to lift it but found himself unable to do so. Mere brute strength 1T suffice. A bit of technique is required to lift it, Vegeta remarked upon seeing Dou Bi struggle, that he then inserted his hands, exerting force in an attempt to raise the weight. However, to his embarrassment, he too failed to lift it. What's this? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by his inability to move the weight. Dou Bi observed in silence, watching Vegeta's efforts to have you lifted it yet. Whis inquired, I've got it. Vegeta managed to lift the weight, albeit with considerable effort. Oh, I see now, Dou Bi exclaimed with a look of enlightenment, and with a slight exertion, he too managed to raise the weight. Now, run around this planet, Whis instructed. Oh, Dou Bi acknowledged and promptly dashed off. Chapter 69, The Daily Grind of Training, Part 2. Oh, Dou Bi exclaimed as he raced out. Run. Indeed, just run. Vegeta was momentarily stunned to see Dou Bi bolt out without hesitation. What kind of joke is this? He felt as though his body was weighed down to the point of immobility with the weight he was carrying, yet Dou Bi seemed to be able to run effortlessly. If you do not run soon, the path will vanish. Though Whis was somewhat taken aback by the fact that Dou Bi could move, he calmly reminded Vegeta. Regaining his composure, Vegeta began to laboriously advance step by step behind him. The road was continuously disappearing. Should he step into the void beneath his feet, he would plunge into another dimension and never return, am I perhaps setting the difficulty for Dou Bi too low? Whis mused as he observed Dou Bi far ahead of Vegeta. It's strange. Why does this feel so light? Dou Bi pondered silently. After witnessing Vegeta's method of lifting weights, Dou Bi instinctively applied it and effortlessly raised the burden. What training effect could this possibly have? Is my weight too light? Dou Bi thought to himself that moment. The rate at which the path behind Dou Bi was vanishing quickened. I must focus. Dou Bi decided to concentrate fully on circling the planet. I didn't expect him to push himself so hard. Whis smiled upon witnessing this. Wow! Suddenly, with a shriek, the prophetic fish tumbled from the sky and landed before Whis. That is coming. After landing, the prophetic fish addressed Whis. Is that so? Very well then. Whis lightly tapped his staff on the ground. A wave of green energy rippled from the point of contact. X2, Dou Bi and Vegeta suddenly found themselves in front of Beerus. Lord Beerus? Vegeta froze momentarily upon seeing Beerus ahead. Oh, this feels ominous, Dou Bi thought. A sense of foreboding washing over him. Beerus, appearing groggy, sat on his bed, mumbling incoherently. So inedible, I refuse to eat this. As he spoke, a purple energy sphere, radiating a sense of destruction, materialized in Beerus's mouth and was launched toward Dou Bi and Vegeta. Wow! The sudden turn of events left Dou Bi with barely enough time to shield himself with his hands. The energy sphere struck both him and Vegeta. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Dou Bi and Vegeta were hurled against the wall, which could not withstand the impact and shattered into countless fragments. Spitting out debris, Dou Bi pushed himself up from the rubble. That was terrifying. Vegeta, wait? Vegeta. Dou Bi intended to speak to Vegeta, but realized he was incapacitated on the ground. Remarkably, if one could still move after Lord Beerus's attack. Today's training concludes here. Whis stated, I can't shake the feeling that you're deliberately retaliating, Dou Bi remarked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seems tomorrow's difficulty should be increased, Whis noted as he watched Dou Bi carry Vegeta. Time transition line. Vegeta, so your training is this perilous every day? In the bedroom, Dou Bi lay sprawled on the bed in a starfish position. This is nothing. Vegeta seemed disinclined to engage with Dou Bi. Perhaps feeling somewhat provoked by Dou Bi's superior performance, I eagerly anticipate tomorrow's training. Dou Bi said as he tucked himself under the covers. Remember to wake up at 6 tomorrow morning, or I will rouse you myself, Vegeta said, kicking his bed to the other side of the room. Hoo. The only response was Dou Bi's steady breathing as he fell asleep. Tisish, Vegeta clicked his tongue upon seeing Dou Bi drift off instantly. Stepping out of the bedroom, Vegeta resumed his weight training outdoors that I absolutely cannot lag behind. Vegeta vowed to himself. Chapter 70. The Resurrection of Frieza. Following yesterday's training, Whis specifically tailored a regimen for Dou Bi. Whis quickly identified Dou Bi's shortcomings in combat skills. While his strength was sufficient, he lacked the knowledge of how to wield it effectively. Thus, the daily training involved Vegeta lifting weights, while Dou Bi received instruction from Whis on combat techniques. During this period, Whis would occasionally launch surprise attacks on Dou Bi to enhance his body's response to danger. As a result of Whis's relentless assaults, Dou Bi's reflexes became exceptionally sharp. Whenever Whis approached, Dou Bi immediately entered a heightened state of alert. Whis, employing some unknown method, was able to strike at Dou Bi's body without even coming close. Through this rigorous training, Dou Bi developed a natural instinct for danger. In the meantime, Goku arrived on the scene, making the training environment lively. With Goku's arrival, Vegeta, like a shot of adrenaline, intensified his efforts in training. By the way, Goku and Dou Bi currently don the same style of clothing that on one particular day after Goku's arrival, Whis summoned the three of them together. Today's training will be somewhat different. I shall be your opponent, Whis declared. Can we really spar with you? Goku exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta, taken aback, remarked, the first time that you've been here this long and haven't sparred with Whis? Goku asked, surprised. Whis has only ever launched sudden attacks at us. This is indeed the first time for a proper spar, Dou Bi added. Clearly, Whis intended to facilitate sparring once all three had reached a comparable level of progress. Goku pondered. It's because our levels aren't sufficient, right? Vegeta grumbled. Why do you have to speak so much? Goku was not wrong, Whis acknowledged. Vegeta scoffed at this. However, Goku is no exception to me too. Goku questioned, puzzled. Even if all three of you teamed up, it would not guarantee victory against me, Whis stated. X2 Dou Bi understood well that Whis, as an angel, possessed the strength to incapacitate Beerus with a single strike. Having endured Whis's attacks, Dou Bi was acutely aware of Whis's formidable prowess. Dou Bi had contemplated the outcome of a confrontation with Whis. While he might win in terms of raw power, the disparity in skill levels was insurmountable. Care to give it a try? Whis smiled at their reactions. Vegeta grinned. Of course. Here we go. Dou Bi remained still, merely observing their bout, that he knew that intervening would only hinder their efforts. As Goku and Vegeta attacked Whis, they often collided with one another, disrupting each other's movements. Can't you coordinate at all? Dou Bi exclaimed, unable to watch any longer. Goku and Vegeta's strikes failed to land on Whis, effectively striking nothing but air. Stop. Whis gestured for Goku and Vegeta to halt. Your speed is entirely insufficient. You take too long to process information before acting, particularly you, Vegeta. This results in limited speed, as your senses relay information to your brain and then to your body, which takes too much time. Goku laughed heartily. Vegeta has that flaw. Vegeta, upon hearing Goku's remark, felt a pang of annoyance. Mind your own business. It's just because you're a fool if every part of your body could independently assess and react. Even Lord Beerus is not infallible. Overcoming this limitation would allow one to evade any danger, Whis explained. Can you do that, Whis? Goku inquired. Whis smirked. Do I even need to say? Puffed. Ha. Dou Bi suddenly burst into laughter from the sidelines. Dou Bi, what are you laughing at? Goku asked, puzzled by Dou Bi's sudden outburst. Dou Bi, suppressing his laughter, replied, Whis, you've stepped in a pile of dung. Whis lowered his gaze to inspect his feet, and indeed, he had stepped into a pile of excrement. A wave of embarrassment washed over Whis as he hurriedly wiped the mess off his shoes, chuckling, ha, for shoes lack the ability to judge autonomously. Meanwhile, Wukong and Vegeta exchanged speechless glances to alleviate the awkwardness. Whis cleared his throat. Ahem. Next, Dou Bi, unleash your attacks upon me. Let us see the extent of your recent progress. Oh, splendid. Dou Bi responded without hesitation, charging directly at Whis. In a distant corner of the universe, aboard Sorb's spaceship. Remnants of Frieza's forces convened. Report, Chief of Staff, we are now less than a light year from Earth. A soldier clad in a battle suit addressed the diminutive figure seated in high position. Our Frieza force has been suppressed for far too long. Indeed, it has been an eternity. Without Frieza, we are but a scattered mass, Sword declared with a menacing expression that I end the years since Frieza's demise. Their once formidable Frieza force had diminished significantly, no longer the elite force it once was, now hunted relentlessly by the Galactic Patrol. They fled in terror at the sight of the Galactic Patrol. Akin to mice evading a cat, resistance was but a distant notion. Few could still be deemed fighters, and they showed little respect for themselves, heeding no voice save that of King Frieza. Chapter 70. The Resurrection of Frieza, Part 2. Even the Chief of Staff was not exempt from this disregard. In the wake of Frieza's and the Ginyu Force's downfall, their advanced combat capabilities had severely waned. Tagoma, prepare a spaceship for two. We are bound for Earth, Sorb remarked with a chilling grin. Once King Frieza is resurrected, the entire universe will belong to our Frieza force. What a farcical notion. Yes, Lord Sorb, Tagoma replied, promptly departing to arrange for the spacecraft. Once Tagoma had prepared the vessel, he inquired, Lord Sorb, will you be accompanying us? Sorb responded with a sinister smile. Of course, after all, we're bringing back King Frieza. Dou Bi paused, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling utterly ineffective. With a wry smile, he lamented, despite my countless attempts to strike Weiss. No matter how swift my attacks may be, he always manages to dodge at the last possible moment. This left Dou Bi with the sensation of hitting a wall of cotton. Speed is sufficient. Yet your body still relies on the brain for reaction. To enhance your speed, your body must respond autonomously. Otherwise, improvement remains limited. Weiss instructed. Understood, Dou Bi nodded, repositioning himself for another charge at Weiss.Earth. Is this the dragon? Sorb inquired of the three small children before him. Indeed, my lord, they replied, and a sinister grin crept across Sorb's face as he called out to the dragon. Dragon, resurrect King Frieza. Little Wukong, gazing anxiously at the floating dragon, turned to Pilaf. Pilaf, those Dragon Balls were gathered with great effort. Silence, Pilaf exclaimed, his anxiety surpassing that of little Wukong. What could he do? The one who seized their Dragon Balls was far too powerful. With their feeble forms, how could they reclaim them? Let King Frieza return, Sorb bellowed at the dragon. Hearing Sorb's wish, the dragon's countenance darkened. Noticing the dragon's ominous expression, Sorb's heart sank. What is the matter? Can you not fulfill any wish? That wish can indeed be granted. However, his physical form has been shattered. Even if resurrected, his soul would remain trapped in a broken body, rendering it meaningless, the dragon replied coolly. This is troublesome, truly troublesome. Sorb's expression shifted as he lowered his head in contemplation. What now? Lord Sorb, we could utilize the most advanced regeneration device, Tagoma suggested quietly. Of course. In that case, it will surely work. Sorb's face brightened. He then called out to the dragon. We do not mind this. Now, hasten the resurrection of King Frieza. The dragon cast a disapproving glance at Sorb. I am displeased with your attitude, yet I cannot refuse. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the dragon's eyes, far in the depths of hell. Frieza abruptly froze, his playful companions sensing something amiss and quickly turning to investigate. Huh? Where did he go? They exclaimed in panic. After a moment, they resumed their merriment, as if Frieza's presence was of no consequence. On Earth, a massive sphere of light suddenly erupted in the sky, raining down numerous chunks of flesh. Among these fragments was an eye that surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Where am I? What is this place? The inhabitants of Earth, who were enjoying their leisure, were momentarily taken aback. This aura was unmistakably familiar, so familiar that they could never forget it. The flesh chunks began to writhe, yearning to reassemble, and soon formed the likeness of Frieza. He strained to rise, yet the myriad of lines on his body prevented his flesh from coalescing. With a thud, the pieces fell to the ground, and a surge of exhilaration coursed through Frieza. This is the sensation of being alive. His single eye widened, startling the nearby Pilaf trio. Sorb approached the pile of flesh, casually picking up a piece and revealing a satisfied grin. Truly, King Frieza possesses remarkable vitality. With current technology, revival is absolutely achievable, Sorb declared, the piece in his hand writhing incessantly. However, the sky had yet to fully darken, and Sorb gazed at the dragon above, since King Frieza had been resurrected. Perhaps it was also possible to bring back all the former warriors, or even restore King Frieza's body to its original state. Dragon, resurrect King Cold, Frieza's father, Sorb commanded. The dragon responded solemnly. His situation mirrors that of Frieza. Do you wish to resurrect him as well? Indeed. Very well. A flash of brilliance enveloped the dragon, and once more a heap of flesh fragments appeared. Chapter 71. Stepping into the realm of the divine. Tagoma, recover all pieces of King Frieza and King Cold. We must return at once, Sorb ordered Tagoma. Understood. Tagoma swiftly collected all the flesh fragment from the ground, placing them into the spaceship. The two prepared to board. Pilaf clutched a piece of flesh, the one with the eye. My lord, look at this. Pilaf's demeanor was tense, fearing for his life. Sorb took the fragment from Pilaf's hands, locking eyes with the solitary orb, causing a chill to run down his spine, prompting him to hastily board the spaceship. Little Wukong and Aishio approached Pilaf, their expressions filled with concern as they watched the spaceship drift further into the heavens. Pilaf, what shall we do to return? Little Wukong asked. If you ask me, who can I ask? Just then, several streaks of light zipped across the sky, and Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha descended, spotting the three children below. Did you witness anything strange just now? Yamcha asked gently, gazing at the trio of children, feeling an inkling of familiarity. However, upon seeing their youthful countenances, he chuckled softly. Surely, they cannot be my kin. No, indeed. We have seen nothing at all. The trio of Pilaf suddenly adopted a demeanor of obedient children and exclaimed, Oh, I see. Yamcha turned to Krillin and Piccolo, shaking his head as he inquired, Are you certain that you did not misinterpret that aura just now? Certainly not. After all, that was the presence of the very individual who once took my life. I shall never forget his essence, Krillin retorted with bitterness. Well, that is indeed peculiar to know. There were traces indicating that a spaceship had once been here. It must have departed long before we arrived. We have come too late. Piccolo stated solemnly. Tagoma piloted the spaceship towards the cosmic base, yet his gaze frequently drifted back to the corporeal forms of Frieza and King Cold. I still harbor some concerns, Tagoma admitted. What troubles you? Sorbet asked, in a grave tone. He replied, I fear that upon their resurrection, Frieza and King Cold may become tyrants. Sorbet crossed his arms thoughtfully. There is no alternative. We have no choice. After the demise of Frieza and King Cold, the military has descended into chaos, and only they can restore order to Dio Frieza and King Cold truly possess such power. Tagoma remarked nonchalantly. What makes you think that? He pressed a button, and the protective chamber behind him slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of malevolence in his eyes. The nefarious cosmic overlords, Frieza and King Cold, upon their rebirth, will undoubtedly pose no issues. We need not confront the Saiyans directly. Our priority should be the reconstruction of our forces. There's some progress, but it's still insufficient. Look, I even have the time to sign your attire, was wave his marker to Dou Bi glanced down at his chest, now adorned with an additional signature. Finally, a signature, yet instead of feeling disheartened, Dou Bi was somewhat elated. After all, this training outfit, inscribed with Whis' autograph, was truly representative of his training under Whis. Today's training concludes here. Let's go for a meal together, Whis suggested with a smile. I am quite hungry, Goku replied, patting his stomach. That a closer inspection of his training attire revealed a signature from Whis as well. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, noticing that he too bore the same signature on his chest. The three of them had attacked Whis together, resulting in each receiving his mark. Mr. Vegeta, although you are a combat genius, you have nonetheless been overshadowed by Mr. Dou Bi and Mr. Goku. Tisich, how blunt. Vegeta did not deny it. It was true that Dou Bi had always been stronger from the start, but Goku had consistently remained ahead of him, which incensed Vegeta. Why? Was approached Vegeta, inquiring. How would I know how an idiot grows? Vegeta retorted. unleashing a verbal barrage that even hit Dou Bi. Huh, this has nothing to do with being an idiot, does it? Dou Bi, taken aback, responded, perhaps it's because your nerves are too tense, preventing you from relaxing and performing at your best. Huh. Goku chuckled, slapping Vegeta on the shoulder. Dou Bi is right, Vegeta. However, conversely, Goku, you too have your shortcomings, Whis remarked, shifting his focus to Goku. Huh. Goku was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Whis appeared before him and delivered a sharp punch to his abdomen. Ouch! Goku winced in pain, clutching his stomach as he crouched down. Whis, what was that for? He cried out that over-relaxation can also be problematic, including your excessive confidence. No matter how strong you are, once you lay your guard down, your body remains vulnerable. Goku, you are too self-assured, making it easy for others to exploit your carelessness. Vegeta finally chuckled, casting a disdainful glance at Goku. Humph. That is indeed the case. That hurt. You can't do that. Goku protested, cradling his ribs. What is all this noise about? It's unbearable. A cool voice resonated from behind them. Goku and Vegeta looked up, startled, exclaiming, Lord Beerus? You lot are keeping me awake, Beerus said, somewhat irked. Ever since Dou Bi, Goku, and Vegeta had arrived, the place had been a cacophony, disrupting Beerus's sleep. Moreover, he had only consumed a few slices of pizza that Whis had brought last time. The rest had been devoured by the trio, who had entered Whis's staff space for training. Consequently, Beerus had spent hours chasing them down. Finally managing to doze off, he was now disturbed once again, which made him exceedingly irritable like a tea that moment. A small butterfly fluttered beneath Beerus's nose, causing him to sneeze from the phosphorescent dust on its wings. Achoo! Chapter 71. Stepping into the Realm of the Divine. Part 2. Just then, a small butterfly flitted beneath Beerus's nose, and the phosphorescent dust from its wings triggered another sneeze. Achoo! A sphere of purple energy, the size of a ping-pong ball and radiating an aura of destruction, erupted from his mouth, aimed precisely at Goku and Vegeta. Instinctively, they dodged to either side, as the energy blast zipped between them. Boom! In the next instant, the energy sphere collided with a small planet, leading to a magnificent explosion that illuminated the sky like fireworks. Dou Bi and the others raised their arms to shield themselves from the blast shockwave, forcing them to retreat. They exchanged wide-eyed glances at the now obliterated planet. Oh no! If that had hit us, it would have been disastrous, Goku exclaimed, to which Dou Bi and Vegeta nodded in agreement. Whis observed their reactions and chuckled. Lord Beerus has not had a good nap in quite some time. After being roused by your ruckus, he will undoubtedly be quite cross. Moreover, his temper upon waking is notoriously severe, Whis remarked with a smile. He pointed towards the two suns in the sky, casually noting, when those two suns were destroyed, the darkness here increased significantly, which could have been quite perilous. Whis spoke as though it were a trivial matter. Beerus sprawled across the ground, gradually got to his feet, then leaped up, his tail coiling around a tree branch as he settled in for a nap. How do we restore the sun? Goku inquired, puzzled, as the sun remained visible in the sky, clearly having been restored. Can you create planets? I cannot create such celestial bodies. It merely requires a reset, Whis replied with a faint smile, as if discussing a trivial task. Reset? Goku struggled to comprehend Whis's words. Whis elaborated, simply rolling back time slightly, just enough to correct the foolishness before it occurred. Wow, that's incredible! Dou Bi exclaimed in awe. Of course, this was feigned. He had long been aware of Whis's time reversal abilities, albeit limited to 3 minutes. Nevertheless, even that was extraordinarily powerful. Who exactly are you? Vegeta questioned, astonished. Oh ho ho ho, how shall I put it? Whis responded with a smile that I am an entity known as Whis. Meanwhile, a massive disc-shaped warship suddenly descended onto the peaceful Earth, landing in a desolate wilderness. Click! As the hatch of the battleship swung open, a multitude of soldiers surged forth, densely packed like a range of towering peaks. Gradually, a small spacecraft emerged from the battleship, piloted by a diminutive figure. With 2 horns adorning his head, he would undoubtedly elicit gasps of recognition from Goku and his companions if they were present. Frieza. The Dragon Ball warriors scattered across various realms such as the Heavenly Realm, luxurious mansions, and tutoring centers. Since this familiar aura in the tutoring center, Gohan hastily rose and addressed his instructor. I apologize, teacher. I suddenly recalled an important matter I must attend to. Let us conclude today's lesson here. I will personally apologize upon my return. With that, Gohan dashed out, a torrent of energy enveloping him as he soared skyward towards the source of the aura he had felt. In the heavenly realm, Piccolo turned to Dandy and said, Dandy, an old friend has arrived. I shall greet him. You stay here and do not follow. With that, Piccolo ascended into the sky. Gohan reached an extraordinary speed, encountering several fellow warriors, including Krillin, Yamcha, and the Turtle Hermit riding on the flying Nimbus. Everyone, Gohan exclaimed with delight, and upon feeling a familiar presence, he quickly called out, Uncle Piccolo. Ah, Gohan, you've arrived, Piccolo replied, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seems our earlier foreboding has come to fruition, Gohan responded gravely. Meanwhile, Frieza, seated in his spacecraft, wore a menacing smile, extending a finger towards the bustling cityscape ahead. With a snap, a massive surge of purple energy coalesced around his fingertip, and a powerful energy beam shot forth, striking the vibrant metropolis. Boom! In an instant, the flourishing city was reduced to mere ashes. Gohan and the others, arriving just in time to witness the explosion, were left in stunned disbelief. Exclaiming, The North City has vanished, Frieza chuckled softly. That was merely a greeting. This is far from over. He then unleashed another energy beam towards the east, where East City also crumbled into dust. Gohan glared at Frieza, rage boiling within him, and shouted, Frieza! Tien landed beside Gohan, attempting to temper his anger. Not despair. Once we defeat Frieza, we can use the Dragon Balls to restore the damaged areas. Where's Chaozu? Yamcha queried. Puzzled, I left Chaozu behind. This situation is too perilous, Tien replied calmly. Turtle Hermit, what brings you here? Gohan asked, glancing at the Turtle Hermit, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Tien, equally astonished, added, Teacher, why are you here as well? Apologies. I came bearing some senza beans. The Turtle Hermit chuckled amiably. Krillin scanned the surroundings and inquired, Haven't Goku and the others arrived yet? Tien shook his head. Not yet, the Turtle Hermit observed Gohan, his expression turning serious. Gohan, have you been training diligently during this time? Surely the Super Saiyan transformation has become more refined, Gohan replied, a hint of embarrassment surfacing as he realized he had been preoccupied with work and had neglected his training. Chapter 72. Frieza's Revenge. The Turtle Hermit seemed disinclined to elaborate further. It appears everyone is gathered. Upon hearing Frieza's voice, the group turned in fury, Krillin trembling slightly before concealing his fear. Frieza was the very nemesis who had once taken his life, instilling a lingering dread within him. Frieza! Piccolo stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as he glared at Frieza. The one resurrected by the Dragon Balls is indeed you. You fiend, Frieza, however, paid no heed to Piccolo's words, instead coolly inquiring, Is Goku not here yet? Humph, he is unnecessary. I alone can handle you. Piccolo retorted coldly, Oh, the Namekian I once trampled upon dares to utter such words. Ha! How amusing, Frieza laughed lightly, then turned his icy gaze towards Krillin. Aren't you the Earthling I killed? Resurrected by the Dragon Balls as well. Where are Goku and the others? He is still training beyond Earth. Krillin replied instinctively, his voice tinged with reluctance as he glared at Frieza, who now intimidated him with his overwhelming power. Not on Earth. Then where could they be? Frieza asked indifferently, his purpose for coming hinged upon Goku and the future Trunks. If they were absent from Earth, his mission would be in vain. Lord Frieza, look! Saul pointed skyward. That moment, a small spacecraft drifted down, resembling a UFO from a science fiction film. It bore 4 hemispherical structures beneath it. All eyes turned skyward, bewildered. Is that a spaceship? What era are we in that someone still uses such archaic vessels? Is this some sort of joke? Frieza scoffed, then a smile crept across his face as he gazed at the spacecraft. So you've chosen to make an entrance in a spaceship? I've been waiting for you, Goku. The spacecraft wobbled as it touched down on a barren patch of land, capturing the attention of Frieza and the others. With a click, the hatch opened, and a blue-haired woman emerged, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the group of extraterrestrials. Oh my, it truly is Frieza. The newcomer was Bulma, who raised a hand to her mouth in disbelief. "Be Bulma," Krillin exclaimed, craning his neck to see the woman alight from the spacecraft before shouting, "What are you doing here? Do you not realize how dangerous this place is? I couldn't reach Goku or Vegeta, so I had no choice but to come," Bulma retorted, hands on her hips, indignant. Behind her, a peculiar alien resembling Ultraman, albeit lacking horns and a timer, emerged from the spaceship. "All right." She turned to the Ultraman, chiding, "Gak, you should join the fight too." "Ugh, I merely came to inform you of Frieza's impending attack," Gak protested, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he glanced nervously at Frieza, fearing the cosmic tyrant's wrath. "What nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you supposed to be a proud, elite member of the Galactic Patrol?" Bulma shouted in frustration, "Why yes, I understand, but why must I bear all this burden?" Gak exclaimed, leaping down from the spacecraft. "Ha!" Frieza let out an eerie laugh, prompting everyone to look his way. "Why don't you revel in your little chaos a while longer? But soon, it will be time to commence the assault," Frieza stated coolly, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Hearing Frieza's command, Saul pointed at Piccolo and the others, shouting, "Eliminate them." Frieza's minions charged at Piccolo and the 8 warriors, a terrifying wave akin to a swarm of hornets, enough to instill fear in those with a phobia of crowds. "Here they come." Krillin assumed a fighting stance, addressing his comrades. "Before Goku and the others arrive, we must hold them off." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's brow. If Frieza's strength remained comparable to that during the Namek saga, he would have easily dispatched them. Yet now, he sensed a power more formidable than even Goku's Super Saiyan God transformation emanating from Frieza. At this moment, it seemed that only Goku and his allies stood a chance against Frieza. Yamcha and his companions let out a powerful shout as they charged forward, engaging in battle alongside the warriors. Although they could not compare to Goku and Vegeta, they were certainly not on the same level as these mere minions. The 3 of them exhibited an extraordinary synergy, swiftly dispatching dozens of combatants in an instant. In Chapter 72, Frieza's Revenge, Part 2, their coordination was impeccable, and they quickly eliminated a multitude of fighters. Master Roshi's muscles suddenly bulged with vigor, making him appear significantly younger. Gripping his cane, he jabbed it into a combatant's chin. Knocking him unconscious, he then spun the cane in his hands and thrust it into the ground with a resounding crack. Immediately, Master Roshi leaped atop the cane, hands clasped at his waist, gathering an immense amount of energy. Kamehameha! A brilliant blue-white energy wave erupted from his palms, sweeping away a group of fighters in its path. As he landed, he prepared to show off, but the cane shattered with a sharp crack, leaving him holding nothing but air. "What?" Master Roshi stared in disbelief at the empty space in his hands, astonished. This cane had been with him for centuries, and he never expected it to break today. Yamcha and Krillin immediately took a stance back-to-back with the 2, and they nodded in unison, shaping their hands into a blossom-like formation at their waists. Kamehameha! The trio unleashed their Kamehameha simultaneously, spinning in circles as they did. They resembled spinning tops, whirling madly, and the energy in their hands coalesced into a massive energy vortex. They charged toward Frieza as soldiers, engulfing them one by one within the Kamehameha whirlpool. "Frieza, help!" The cries of despair echoed as the vortex persisted for what felt like an eternity before finally subsiding. In an instant, Frieza's troops had suffered heavy casualties. Quite amusing, Frieza observed with indifference, showing no concern for the fate of his subordinates. "Let me take the stage, Lord Frieza," said Zamasu. Frieza nodded in acknowledgement. "Frieza has been resurrected?" Goku paused in shock upon hearing the news. "Frieza? Who is that?" Dou Bi feigned ignorance. "Frieza is a villain," Goku replied. "Oh, a villain," Dou Bi nodded. "Then let's go teach him a lesson." Vegeta appeared somewhat exasperated. "Whis, can you take us to Earth?" Goku inquired. "Certainly, but it will take 35 minutes, Whis replied. "Why then? The food will be cold." Dou Bi remarked. I remember you can instantaneously teleport, Beerus said as he approached Goku. That 1T work. The distance is too great. And if the energy is weak, I'll 1T be able to sense it, Goku explained. Then have them increase their energy. That should allow you to sense it, Dou Bi suggested. Good idea, Goku said, then called out to the crystal ball. Bulma, have everyone raise their energy. Oh, Bulma immediately relayed Goku's message. All right, everyone, maximize your battle power, Tien declared, unleashing his energy. The others quickly followed suit. They're calling for him, Frieza observed but did not intervene, as Goku was his true target. In Chapter 73, Frieza's final form, Goku sensed the energy of his companions on Earth. It's working, Dou Bi confirmed, having felt it too. Grab me, Vegeta. Goku extended his hand. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed his hand on Goku's shoulder. Stop dawdling, Lord Beerus. I bid you farewell, Goku declared, and with a sudden flash of instant transmission, he vanished from the spot. Then I shall take my leave as well. Goodbye, Dou Bi said before also disappearing. Goku and Vegeta materialized before their friends. Goku, Vegeta, you've finally arrived. Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin gazed at the two with excitement. Upon seeing Vegeta, Frieza's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, Oh ho ho, so Prince Vegeta is also here. You truly have been resurrected. Frieza, Goku said, his expression grave as he regarded Frieza seated in his spacecraft. Suddenly, with another flash of instant transmission, Dou Bi appeared next to Goku and the others. Hey, I've arrived too, he smiled. Another one. Frieza glanced at Dou Bi, seemingly unfamiliar with him. However, it mattered little to him to last. I see you, son Goku, Frieza said with a cold smirk on his face. Goku remained silent, his demeanor serious. Is he the Saiyan who once defeated Lord Frieza? Sorbet asked Frieza, eyeing Goku. Indeed, I shall never forget that loathsome face of his, Frieza declared. I'll summon my troops immediately. Hearing this, Sorbet quickly retreated to the back. The gap is too vast. No amount of numbers can change that. Son Goku. For countless years, I have awaited this moment for revenge, Frieza said, his voice tinged with excitement. To see you alongside Vegeta is somewhat unexpected. Vegeta scoffed in response. Goku, is this Frieza? Dou Bi pointed at Frieza, asking Goku. Yes, he is indeed Frieza. Goku nodded slightly. Didn't you say he was killed? How is he alive again? Dou Bi inquired. Vegeta quickly answered, he must have used the Dragon Balls. I assent that right. Absolutely correct. I have finally returned, escaping that accursed hell. Yes, he spoke. Frieza's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Day after day, I was suspended among the flowers in that wretched hell, forced to witness dance and parade performances. You have no idea how torturous that was. Frieza's eyes were nearly bloodshot with rage. Oh, is that so? Dou Bi could only respond with a chuckle. That's not my concern. You came to Earth and got yourself killed by Trunks. Goku said nonchalantly. Indeed, Frieza's demise was a consequence of his own actions, seeking revenge on Goku on Earth, only to fall victim to future Trunks, who had traveled from the future. To Frieza's anger towards Goku intensified upon hearing this. All of this is your fault, son Goku. I tell you, as long as you draw breath, I will never find peace. As Frieza expressed his hatred, he rose from his spacecraft. Jinyu understands your feelings perfectly, Jinyu declared, patting his chest. Jinyu, upon hearing that name, Goku immediately recalled the Jinyu Force captain for Namek. Aren't you the one who stole my body back on Namek? Goku's memory of that incident was vivid. Having suffered greatly because of is it really you, Jinyu? Vegeta chuckled. Didn't you turn to a frog? Upon hearing this, Jinyu trembled with anger. Do you have any idea how I felt since then? I was reduced to a mere frog. He then flew up to stand before Goku, Vegeta, and Dou Bi. Do you understand how tragic and painful my existence has been? Jinyu roared. Vegeta smiled slightly. That's truly unfortunate. Jinyu spoke with a hint of trepidation, for he had just realized that he had not noticed when Vegeta had approached him. Vegeta remarked, if you were still a frog, at least you wouldn't meet your demise. With that, a luminous white energy orb materialized in his hand. Wait, Vegeta! Jinyu felt an imminent sense of doom. Sensing that if Vegeta unleashed this attack, he would certainly perish, he immediately called out, hoping to halt Vegeta's actions. However, Vegeta paid him no heed, striking Jinyu's abdomen with the energy orb at a speed that was nearly imperceptible. Boom! Upon impact, the energy orb erupted in a dazzling display of white light, engulfing Jinyu in an instant. Jinyu was reduced to mere ashes, leaving no trace behind. "Captain Jinyu!" Sorb exclaimed in a panic. "Vegeta, there was no need to kill him." Goku frowned at this scene, truly embodying kindness. Dou Bi couldn't help but reflect on Goku's words. Vegeta replied coolly, "I merely eliminated an obstacle to battle." Frieza, unfazed by Jinyu's demise, chuckled. "Ho ho ho, it appears that Vegeta has grown considerably stronger." Vegeta turned to face Frieza. Frieza smirked, saying, "Don't rush. Once I deal with Goku, you will be next." Vegeta, arms crossed defiantly, retorted, "Humph, I shall be the one to kill you before Kakarot does." Ho! Frieza emitted a guttural sound, then flicked his tail, casting aside the flying device beneath him. "Frieza, it seems your power has significantly increased," Goku remarked. Frieza made no attempt to conceal his aura, allowing Goku to directly sense the chilling and formidable energy radiating from him, at least thousands of times stronger than before. At last, you comprehend. After my resurrection, I trained relentlessly to prepare for our confrontation. Never in my life have I exerted myself so fervently, Frieza stated, pausing momentarily. "Thanks to you, the power I have attained has far surpassed my own expectations." With that, Frieza soared several meters ahead of Goku, landing firmly on the ground. "Perhaps you have grown stronger, but do you not realize how much stronger I have become?" Goku replied, wiping his mouth with his hand. "It seems I must demonstrate my strength to you. Last time I was somewhat careless, but this time I will transform into my final form." With that declaration, Frieza began his metamorphosis. Frieza's body erupted with an overwhelming purple aura, instantly transforming into his final form. Goku and the others were taken aback by the astonishing energy emanating from Frieza. "What?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow, utterly astonished that Frieza's energy could reach such heights. Yet this was not the end. "Hey, everyone run!" Goku seemed to sense something amiss and shouted to the others behind him to "Oh." They quickly reacted, retreating from the scene. As Frieza transformed, the purple energy he radiated expanded, forming a violet energy sphere that then burst outward. Boom! With a tremendous roar and explosion, everything within hundreds of meters of Frieza was instantly vaporized, including his soldiers standing close by. Chapter 74. Golden Frieza, how could he not spare his own men? Dou Bi frowned after the explosion subsided. Indeed, he has eliminated all of his subordinates. Goku's reaction mirrored Dou Bi's sentiments. He is willing to sacrifice his soldiers to showcase his might. Frieza lifted his head to gaze at Goku. "Thank you for your patience. My preparation for revenge is complete." Goku surveyed the devastation wrought by Frieza's aura and remarked, "That is truly remarkable." He, along with Dou Bi and Vegeta, rose to their feet. "How did you train?" Goku inquired, curious about Frieza's rapid improvement and newfound strength. Vegeta stirred slightly, eager to engage Frieza in battle. However, Goku interjected. "Hey Vegeta, excuse me, allow me to take this one." What? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. As Goku approached Frieza, he continued, "Did you not already defeat that Jinyu fellow?" Vegeta replied, somewhat displeased. "Goku, I too wish to test my strength." Dou Bi scratched his head, expressing a similar sentiment.